Chapter 1 The Elegy of Immortal Sand Mortals. Desire for eternal life, yearning for longevity, theology of immortal sand mortals. The longevity locks a Q rest long life, while descendants seek peace and happiness. In the year 800 of the new era, on the cloud mist continent, in the Zhao kingdom, in Tian village, in the dead of night, dark clouds obscure the moon, and theckle dwin howls, rendering gone unable to see thy own hand. As the saying goes, once a chatter can windy night, itis the perfectum formis deeds. A thismament, a dense and mysterious aura pervades the air. The fragrancy offer a she art hand vegetation mingles with nauseating stink of decay. 88, 88, 80. An invigorated voice emanates from a pit. How many is this? Thetherdone, I believe. There are far too many buried in Huang Fam Leeson's Stralgrave, damn it. This individual, donning a black headscarf, is to land upright, brandishing Ganaronpix. Nather a thief narabandit. Forth this person's black headscarf is worn atop their head, yet ignatisted their nostrils. Itis in curtain whether Thafi Arbi and recognized or fear recognition itself. Occasionally, Hitug sat the headscarf atafished, then stealthily peeks around. Surrounding Hymera countless tombstones, arranged not liethafazardly ine alo wovte mountain. 2 tombstones near behavial ready been toppled, revealing thika finandids to king remains within. 50 years, Huangbapi, I, Yilong, have waited for you for 50 years to zi you final aberit. You har med me parents, user ped me familand, causing thyre and time litamisa through toil. Today, I can finally take my revenge. Ha ha ha. Thes sound of triumphant laughter echoes throughout he, Wong ancestral graveyard, creating an atmosphere of killing terror. In a passerby and odd arnai tudscher libestruck with fright, foaming gather mouth, convulsing, and fainting in the ground. Ba, spit. Yilong rubbed a shan stogther, spit and gashi continued toxgative wang familigrave. One can see how the is hatred forth wang familiarins. Severing in a lineage, digging up ancestral graves, destroying shrines, cursing parents, dismantling dorpanels, smashingris bowls. Let me count what I have yet to accomplish. The ancestral grave has been dug up, and I have cursed their parents, not just on say, but for 50 years. Even tha sharing the surname Huang have no escaped me wrath. It is mant led the door pain elsoft Huang family resident seth 30 years ago under the cover of night. I'd filed their shrine at 20 years ago, urinatinganate spillers. Severing lineage, 10 years ago, Idis evada Huanga grandson Ito humiliating himself before Arister. Smashingris bowls. It seems that is the inlidi diatobe done. Let 'em first dig up the ancestral grave, then Seth Wang residence ablaze, initial final leave Tian village. Thu world is fast along to seat. His smutterings, thuff not loud, carry an unusual lightness. I have been reborn in this world for 50 years, indeed 50 full years. Yilong reflects, for his reincarnated soul, and along Levidoniat. Having suffered high injustices inflicted by Huang Leo Kai upon his parents, and being Jungan powerless, heckled no texact revenge. Moreover, Huang Lao Tsai, Thul Theestman in Tian village, had an abundance of riches. His household was not only guarded by thugs, but also Maredto house martial artists. Thus, Eve knew upon reaching adulthood, Yilongdered not to revenge pinly. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it to cast years. Yilong, knowing he could not avenge himself directly, has bided histamine Tian village, waiting for Huang Bapatomethicent. Finally, Irago, has succeeded in burying Huang Bapi in the ground. To avenge his parents' blood, he hasher bored hatred for 50 years sandana, let Huang Feng unscathed. Thus, he prepared 6 instruments so for revenge. Now, only Twarmain digin gup the ancestral gravy and smashing Therisabol. The Huang ancestral grave hassle re benuniarth. However, smashing Therisabol proves Samarakalanjinj endeavor. After all, the Huang fam lipossesses thou sans Safakras Flandin Tian village alone, along with numerous business in the county seat. Consequently, Yilong plans to take an alternative route, setting Thwang residence ablaze, thus concluding this 50-year-long vendetta. Should the buried Huang Bapa be wary of this, he might very well regret this boss transgressions against the family. 80, 80, 80. Yet, Just as Ilong was vigorous leading, a chill wind swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Goodness, could it bethought this world Triliherbers ghosts and deities? In a moment of trepidation, Yilong, still clad in his black headscarf, scanned his surroundings. Ebony, emaciated hand, tinged with a bluish hue, slowly descended from behind him, re-sting upon Halder. My young friend, what great enthusiasm you have. Yilong's sighs within a din alarm, trembling Gasha turnedished slightly. Theman observed Yilong's reaction with a mocking gaze, seemingly eager to witness the terror-wretched face. However, the next second, Hested frozen in place. Yilong's legs propelled them forward with astonishing speed, fleeing into the distance. His speed was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, how amusing, how amusing. Liang Shu, this fellow is quite entertaining. A languid voice, Lei said with a sticky undertone, evoked an immediate Deserita salute. In an instant, Animigio fan chanting, alluring beauty appeared in On's mind. Liang Shu watched Yilong's figure darting, his eyelids twitching violently. Upon hearing the alluring woman's words, Liang Shu fed in annoyance. With a forceful push against the ground, he launched himself forward like a rocket. This speed way 7 faster, far faster than Yilong. In the blink of an eye, Liang Shu's eyes thescraf off Yilong's neck, pulling him back into the pit. Hune ceremoniously toast Yilong into the pit. You little rascal, daring to play tricks in front of us. Liang Shu, both furious and profoundly curious, scrutinized Yilong. Yilong lay limp, his legs powerless, slumped in the pit. Listening to Liang Shu's voice, which was harp-hand-gratting like metals, craping, his fear intensified. Then, amidst astonished gazes of fever young present, Yilong began to convulse, foaming at the mouth, his ears rolling back. Heh, if this benign ears is in swing countered such a rogue. Little brat, well give out 3 breaths off time. Yet, before a fielder could finish, Yilong's body jolted, performing Gajudden fishly up, kneeling gun the ground. With hands clasped her, hair repeatedly bow wedhished. Odivine baying soth Wang family, Yashura you, I did no Tintin Tufin. Itis merlithity or Huang Bapacensor to grievous. Today, even without another Wudai Navita Bly Comitis and matter of time. You possess great power and divine ability assuredly, you can see the transgressions Wang Bapa has committed. Giggle. A tinkling laugh sent a wavio funious through Yilong. Come now, lift your head. Let me see. Yilong, heart racing and daunt the verge of panic, squinted his eyes upin toward of the voice. TSK, such a tire. Ha. Ha. After the melodious laughter, tumor remicking sounds followed. Yilong curiously opened his eyes wider. Chapter 2 The Howling Wind and Divine Maiden's Portrait. Yilong is done with curiosity. There, reclining in a soft, weighs a languid lib beautiful divina maiden. Harrelman-shaped eyes were half closed, and the corner saw her lipshul dodlicate curve. Beneath a thin veil, her skin listen like snow, her petitifi radiate to halo. Yilong's wallowed hard, captivated beneath the sight. Her long, rounded, and firm legs were slightly crossed, presenting an aching allure. Her jade-like arms rested comfortably, showcasing her exquisite figure. An overwhelming sense of seduction enveloped him, drawing Yilong into entrance. Wait a breath-taken portrait of a divina maiden. Slap. A sharp slap struck the back of Yilong's head. Instantly, he snapped back to reality. Hastily lowering gaze, he caught sight of several shadows under the moonlight. Hezigad din relief. Young men, do not go kind discriminate libwary, for we may take your life. The voice, ominous and grating, pierced through the night. Yilong's sighs darted nervously. He understood that this world possessed martial artists, ranging from the fierce strength to the master level. Though he was soon aware of the highest rank in the Wang family, he had never dared to pre. Fear consumed Heimelt Hoffi weighs any mortal, death still loomed. Whether through starvation or violence, death weighs indifferent to an estate as an immortal. Thus, upon realizing the existence of martial artists, the hope had a faltering, spost life's fate plummeted. Survival, he must prioritize Erval, and persist fiercely. He asked amid, even in the face of a world where a civilization, order, and relesha dreched hirt zenith, his courage waned. Let alone ain't this primitive, unto medancient world. Hehad remained co-illid within Tyan village, not without reason for his timidity. It was precise slijuito, his fear they the developed 3 extraordinarily sweet flags. Hehad raced against wild dogs, easily outpassing them. He had battled bulls, Wick could not catch him either. Yet just moments ago, the Samina Soldman had effortlessly caught up to him. From this, it is evident that the individualist undoubtedly a martial artist, and perhaps if not a rank. However, this is the ancestral graveyard of Tuong family not to mention the dead off night. Even during the day, few would pass through this place. What could these individuals possibly be doing here? Could they, like myself, be digging up Tuong family's ancestral grave? What is your name? As Yilong was Lestina flurry of tots, that of a maiden spoken smurry. I am but Zhang San. That of a maiden Samondai as narrowed with slight tanger. Ackle ran thruff Yilong Shartwat? Is the name Zhang San unsuitable? Master, just kill him, this little brat speaks nothing, Lise. A sinister voice seachowed from the side. Yilong Panicadand hurriedly exclaimed, Imianto samen amos Lisi. Truly, Lisi. Ha ha ha. A serious off knuckle-escricking filled the air. An overwhelming lickling gow redescending upon Yilong. A beat-off cold sweat trickled down his forehead headed na turn around. Urumble servant. Minimize. Yilong. Truly Yilong. The same Yilong from Yigong loves dragons. Well then, enlighten mediging a pain ancestral grave vinthad doff night astrulia transgression against Thayan virtues. Do you harbor such hatred for this family? The languid, aristocratus and keep regard dead timid Yilong with curiosity. In an instant, Yilong transformed from asta tave amility to nofir set determination. He straightened his back, his eyes ablaze with crimson resolve, his fists clinchetly, Fikeju pawn themed chanting woman with the swaying fin. E heavy in a reconcilable feud with Huang family. The murdered miprants, sized Meland, leaving. Bereft off both mother and father. From Aongage, e have lived in desolation. Begging for survival, scavenging for dog food, stealing cat food, muddling through life until gnaw. The deep seat hatred runs bonet deep digging up thyr ancestral graves, severing thy rinsens offerings, dismantling their door panels, smashing theorisables none of TCX can be omitted. None can be omitted. Listening to the peculiar intonation, the force surrounding the grave patex change edge lances. The stunning innkeeper Luke dat he long with great interest. To say the least, that does seem reasonable. However, while seeking vengeance anything, desecrating gone ancestral grave ice rather excessive, is it not? Moreover, you intend to sever their incense offerings, shatter theorist bowls, dismantle their door panel stood. Each word from theme keeper, even her slightest glance, sent Yilong char tracing. The so-called denative witching holy but a most bear furring toese woman. What a temptress! Yet, Yilong suppressed the turmoil within, his visage contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his face. The Huang fam lipos SS martial artist says an ordinary citizen, how am I to seek revenge? E have endured for 50 long years, 50 years. E have finally managed to outlive him, waiting solo lito excavatethi ancestral gravy and avenge my prince. Now that vengeance has been sought, you may strike corcalagia with shishel haven orgrets in death. Yilong had come to terms with his fate, harboring no illusion self escape. He was an immortal, yet no practitioner of martial arts. Faye said with an unknown rank of martial artists, he had no chance of fleeing. Heckle Donley fight, resolutine his determination to honor his true vengeance. The innkeeper regarded Yilong with the peculiar gaze. His appearance was squid handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Yet, the black-head scarf he wore imparted an air of funkianliness soundlessness. However, given hisage, he appeared to be around 20. Minuan? After Yilong finished shed speaking, the innkeeper did no to engage him, further but instead call a dude name. In his confusion, 2 figures appeared beside the divina maiden. The sewer reth sore soft and mocking voice she had heard earlier. One was clad in black, talon stature, with a cold demeanor and an expressionless countenance. The other wore white, o favorage build beauty adorned withered flowerate fished, creating an exceptionally bizarre appearance. The figure in white covered his nose with a handkerchief and scrutinized on closely. Hethan shookishantly, saying, Innkeeper, I tisneth him. The innkeeper, Osif enlightened, Turned her gazettewer Yi Long test them. Understood. Asked the word swear spoken, a radiant stone new astosadaver. Yi Long fumbledto catchet, staring blank cliath the stony and hishened. The stone glimmered momentara liba fortamen gagain. Up and witnessing this scene, the foresight in unison. Yi Long remained utterly bewildered. All right, let us depart. Theme chanting innkeeper now longer cast a glance at Yi Long. Perhaps she was simply well preserved, or may besh possessed, to complete to maintain Harry Outh. She had completely lost an interest. The stony inexplicably flew back in Tothy handsoft to figure in white, known as Minuan. Yi Long stood in a daze, watching Theffer retreat, as if still processing the events. In reality, he was grappling with inner turmoil and hesitation. Hakude achieve immortality, Buta mortally did note quatito invincibility. Although he possessed a golden finger, it was not different from having known a tal. In this world the trevered martial prowess, without learning those soft martial arts, heckled no thopederize. Creating toothbrushes, soap, or glass held no value here if they had long since been established. As for producing firearms or similar weaponry, he lacked technoledge. Watrinkoff martial artist was the told man? What was the purpose of Tatstone? What was it measuring Gabathim? How did these four happen to pass Byra? How are they, truly? Chapter 3. The Eternal Lock on Longevity. A myriad of questions flooded Yi Long's mind as his legs propelled him forward, racing towards the quartet ahead. Wait. Yet, despite his rapid pace, he could not catch up to the divine maiden's majestic carriage. Exhausted, Yi Long collapsed to the ground, pondering the opportunity laid before him. What was there left to hesitate over? It was his own timidity that had led to this predicament. Yi Long let out a bitter laugh inwardly, only to be startled by a familiar, sinister voice behind him. You little rascal, do you truly believe we would spare your life? A chill coursed through Yi Long's body, and alarm bells rang incessantly in his heart. The air around him felt thick and suffocating. Was this what they referred to as the aura of death? Yi Long swiftly pivoted and knelt on the ground. I wish to become your disciple and learn the art of combat. Uncle Yang stared at Yi Long in bewilderment. Become my disciple? Yes, I wish to take you as my master and study martial arts. After a moment of incredulity, Uncle Yang regarded Yi Long with an expression of peculiar amusement. Do you genuinely wish to be my disciple? Indeed, I sincerely wish to be your disciple. In the pitch darkness of the night, not far from the Huang family ancestral grave, a laugh echoed, one strikingly similar to Yi Long's. He, very well. Since you desire to be my disciple, then follow me. With that, Uncle Yang set off, and without hesitation, Yi Long rose to follow as for disturbing the ancestral graves. That was a task best left at a minimum. Surely he wouldn't excavate all those tombstones, would he? And concerning the matter of disrupting someone's livelihood, once he mastered his skills and became a revered master himself, that would be a triviality. Regardless of how many generations the Huang family had endured, he would deal with it all in due time. There was little left to salvage at home anyway. No wealth to speak of. For years, he had relied on the benevolence of the neighboring villagers. Without their support, he would have starved long ago, unable to work the fields. Fortunately, heaven had bestowed upon him a visage that inspired both envy and resentment. Yi Long followed Uncle Yang, contemplating the unknown path ahead. Uncle Yang walked lightly, his steps barely making a sound, yet his pace was brisk. Yi Long caught up slightly, stealing a glance at Uncle Yang's features. His face was remarkably fair, etched with the marks of time. Crowned with a hairpiece, and long silver hair danced in the wind. A neatly trimmed mustache accentuated his lips, lending him an air of handsomeness. Though aged, it was evident that Uncle Yang had once possessed an impressive countenance in his youth. Master, where are we headed? Without turning, Uncle Yang replied in a gravelly voice that bore a metallic timbre, to the capital of Zhao. Yi Long's heart jolted. The capital of Zhao? Indeed, Uncle Yang spoke succinctly, leaving Yi Long feeling overwhelmed. They were in Honglin County, and the capital of Zhao was no less than several hundred kilometers away. Walking there would surely render him incapacitated. Accustomed to a life of ease, how could he endure such hardship? Regret began to gnaw at him. He wanted to inquire if there was a carriage available, but seeing Uncle Liang's impassive expression as he pressed onward, he hesitated to ask. Master, what is your official name? Fan Liang. Fan Liang. The name involuntarily drew a smirk from Yilong's lips. Master, who is the shopkeeper? My master, who will also be your master in due course. At this, Fan Liang turned to Yilong with an inexplicable look of satisfaction. Yilong felt a sense of unease, but could not pinpoint why. Master, are you a servant to the shopkeeper? Yes, a servant. And you will be one too. Yilong nearly choked on his words. It was no small feat to find a martial arts master, only to discover he was a servant to a woman. However, that woman was undeniably stunning, so perhaps it wasn't a total loss. In Honglin County, at the Wind's Arrival Inn, Yilong breathed a sigh of relief. They had not traveled through the night. However, the other three members of the party gazed at Yilong with peculiar expressions after hearing Fan Liang's words. Yilong felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, his newly appointed master, noticing Yilong's discomfort, introduced him to each member of the group. The shopkeeper, the alluring woman, was named Hua Mainyang, the leader of the quartet and the owner of a security agency. The white-clad man leading the group was named Jiang Mingyuan, the agency's accountant. The one dressed in black, wielding a sword across his chest, was named Tang Biao, the agency's top bodyguard. After Yilong greeted each of them, Hua Mainyang and Jiang Mingyuan regarded him with increasingly enigmatic expressions, especially Jiang Mingyuan, who, with an air of confusion, asked, "Do you truly wish to be his disciple?" Yilong was oblivious to the underlying meaning in their gazes. Yet he felt a slight shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, Fan Liang continued to regard him with an expression of profound satisfaction, adding to his mounting pressure. Gritting his teeth, Yilong affirmed, "Of course." Jiang Mingyuan's lips twitched in bemusement as he suppressed a laugh at Yilong's obliviousness. Tang Biao remained expressionless, cold as an unyielding glacier. Hua Mainyang clicked her tongue in disapproval, turning to stride back to her quarters. Her legs gracefully elongated. The others dispersed, leaving only Fan Liang, who instructed Yilong to share a room with him for the night, as they would set off early the next morning. Yilong, trusting yet cautious, began to observe Fan Liang closely, particularly noting the absence of any flaws in his appearance. The most crucial detail was the presence of an Adam's apple. No mistakes there. Though his speech was somewhat eunuch-like, he was undeniably a man. Yilong followed Fan Liang into the room, relieved to find 2 beds, thus avoiding the need to sleep on the floor. "Master, please rest early, All right with that." Fan Liang climbed into bed, and Yilong hurriedly did the same. As night deepened, a shroud of darkness enveloped the sky. Yet, Yilong's eyes transformed into a golden hue, and a dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead, exuding an otherworldly aura. At this moment, Yilong's consciousness delved into the recesses of his mind, where a lock lay, specifically, a longevity lock. This was a gift from his grandmother on his first month of life, and upon his rebirth. He had found it nestled in his grasp. Now, it served as the key to his immortality. The lock bore 2 designs. On one side, a painted longevity peach, and on the reverse, the inscription "Long Life for 100 years." Beneath the lock hung 2 small bells, one adorned with a dragon motif and the other depicting an ageless pine tree. The secret to his longevity resided in the peach design, which contained a built-in space. Each year, it bore a single longevity peach, and consuming it granted him an additional 10,000 years of life. Having been reborn for 50 years, he had consumed 50 longevity peaches, equating to an astonishing 500,000 years of life. His true appearance remained youthful, and his lifespan everlasting. This was the reason he appeared as a sprightly youth in his 50s. Chapter 4. The Overbearing Ascending Dragon Technique. The dragon-shaped bell below provided him with a martial arts technique known as the Ascending Dragon Technique, powerful and imposing. When he first acquired it, he was overwhelmed with excitement. However, upon practicing it, he discovered it was of little use. While there had been some enhancement, his strength had only doubled. He could now lift 2 kilograms instead of 1. Was that truly all? Frustration almost pushed Yilong to the brink of another rebirth. If he unleashed the technique, his eyes would turn golden, and the dragon-shaped mark would reappear on his forehead. But beyond that, there was naught of significance. It was indeed a sight to behold, yet utterly ineffective. Over the years, he had refrained from utilizing the technique, fearing others would deem him a monster and seek to eradicate him. Thus, his golden finger is hardly distinguishable from having none at all. Ultimately, it comes down to the immortal pine bell. According to the introduction of this peculiar item, it takes 10 years to condense a single drop of spiritual liquid. However, the purpose of this spiritual liquid remains entirely unexplained. Previously, he was preoccupied with vengeance and even deliberately waited a year, fearing that others might suspect him. Now, just as a decade has elapsed, the spiritual liquid has finally materialized. It is said that a drop is indeed a drop. He had already consumed 4 drops of the spiritual liquid, yet his body felt no discernible change. If anything, he sensed a faint warmth in his lower abdomen, reminiscent of the sensation after the first morning urination. Yilong focused his thoughts within the space provided by the immortal pine. Each of the 3 patterns possessed its own unique space. The dragon-shaped bell was shrouded in darkness but could store resources, akin to an alternative storage ring or bag. The longevity peach space could not hold any items, only a plate where the longevity peaches, which ripen annually, would appear. The immortal pine space, however, was vast, resembling an expansive prairie without boundaries. Yet, it still could not accommodate living beings. It merely allowed for the cultivation of various plants, which grew at an astonishing rate, particularly the fruits that emerged from sowed seeds, yielding exceptionally sweet produce. This was the key to his survival. As for the neighboring young lady, she was merely an occasional presence. This moment, Yilong watched as a drop of spiritual liquid slowly descended from the branch of the immortal pine into a nearby vial. With a mere thought, that drop seamlessly integrated into his body. Instantly, Yilong felt a surge of warmth ignite in his lower abdomen, coursing throughout his entire being at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, the flame unexpectedly surged into his mind. A soothing sensation enveloped him, and a golden orb crystallized at his third eye. Curiously, he observed this orb with his thoughts. It shimmered in a brilliant gold hue. Radiating light, he felt an immense increase in strength. If he could lift 2 kilograms before, now he felt capable of lifting 10. After testing the ascending dragon technique, Yilong was immediately taken aback. His eyes and third eye still radiated warmth, retaining their golden hue, adorned with a dragon-shaped mark. However, the difference lay in his physique. His skin was now covered in scale-like ridges, incredibly firm to the touch. The ascending dragon technique. Could it be that practicing it will transform me into a dragon? The technique consists of 9 levels. I must have entered the 2nd level now. I had been stuck at the 1st level for over 10 years. Yet the 5th drop of immortal pine spiritual liquid miraculously propelled me to the 2nd level. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. If this were true, reaching the 9th level would allow him to metamorphose into a dragon, rendering him invincible. But could dragons truly be so weak? At merely the 2nd level, he had only gained this modest increase in strength. Such power would hardly match even a first-rate expert. He had chanced upon observing the martial artists employed by the Huang family, one of whom was a first-rate expert capable of severely damaging a tree with a single punch. Could he achieve such feats? Yilong fell into a deep spiral of self-doubt. Was this flawed technique merely a facade? It appeared imposing, but would it reveal its inadequacies upon action? Clearly, he needed to earnestly study under a martial arts master. Nevertheless, Yilong harbored a hypothesis. The true strength of the ascending dragon technique might not lie in augmenting his power or defense at all. Perhaps, after a restful night, Yilong rose early the next morning. After washing up and enjoying a simple breakfast with his master, he set off for the capital alongside Hua Mainyang. During their journey, he inquired about the questions that lingered in his mind. However, Fen Renliang offered no concrete explanations, merely stating they would pass through that area. Noticing him digging near someone's ancestral grave, Hua Mainyang, intrigued, assumed he was a grave robber and prepared to deliver justice. Yilong's heart raced at the thought. Fortunately, he believed his strikingly handsome appearance would not lead to such assumptions. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Consequently, his admiration for Hua Mainyang grew exponentially in this new world. His greatest fear was encountering unreasonable individuals, in his previous life. Within a society that epitomized civilization, there was no room for reason in this life. amidst the untamed ancient world, he dreaded the prospect of not being afforded a chance for dialogue. He firmly believed that the most significant distinction between humans and animals was the capacity for reason. More precisely, it was about having principles and boundaries, if encounters devolved into chaotic brawls at first sight. What differentiated them from beasts? Resorting to violence was unacceptable. Even if he sought to learn martial prowess, it was solely for self-protection, not for oppressing the weak or bullying the vulnerable. This continent is known as Yunnan continent, with its origins lost to history. Although he had resided in Taiyan village, the written language remained interconnected. Over the past 50 years, he had read extensively. While this continent revered martial prowess, the literary arts flourished as well. But why was martial strength prioritized? Yilong speculated it was due to a collective willingness to adhere to reason. This vast land was said to lack discernible boundaries, with nations distanced from one another and an incredibly dense population. Clearly, the notion of population control was absent here, allowing for the freedom to procreate. There were 6 kingdoms: Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yin, Han, and Qi. Like in his past life, he had never ventured beyond his homeland. Taiyan village lay in the heart of Zhao. Thus he had never laid eyes on foreigners, who were rumored to resemble him. At the pinnacle of this continent stood the master martial artists. As for those beyond that, literature offered no account, and he had never heard mention of them. The martial artists of Zhao were particularly distinctive, primarily training with swords. Of course, there were those who practiced with other weapons, but they paled in comparison to the vast community of sword practitioners. For instance, Tang Biao, part of their group, was never seen without his sword, maintaining a perpetually icy demeanor. Chapter 5. Initial apprenticeship into the world of Wanta. Yilong found it difficult to fathom how the laughter he had emitted the previous night had come to be. He was inclined to inquire, yet the other party exuded an air of aloofness. The way he scrutinized others with narrowed, cold eyes added to Yilong's mounting pressure. Then there was the white-clad scholar, Jiang Mingyuan, adorned with a red flower. Although he served as the accountant, Yilong observed that both his master, Fan Renliang, and the icy figure treated Jiang Mingyuan with utmost courtesy, maintaining a respectful distance during conversations. Even so, Jiang Mingyuan was perpetually seen with a handkerchief, exhibiting an air of disdain and exaggerated delicacy, embodying a level of fastidiousness that exceeded Yilong's imagination. Upon counting, within this quartet, only the proprietor, a strikingly beautiful woman, and his own master, whose voice was rather unpleasant, could be deemed normal. Of course, Yilong included himself in this assessment. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of ancient escort agencies, he was certain that what Fan Renliang described, for individuals managing the agency, was far from the truth. There was only one escort leader, Tang Biao, along with an accountant, a servant responsible for cleaning, and a proprietor. This arrangement appeared quite meager and disheveled. How could such a small, shabby establishment earn enough to sustain them? And what of the accountant? Was he not redundant? With just one escort leader handling a single assignment at a time, how laborious could it be to manage the accounts? Yilong found himself perplexed but chose not to voice his thoughts. Less talk, more action. Less chatter, more observation. His purpose is to learn martial arts while gaining a profound understanding of the world. He seeks to accumulate knowledge for his own longevity. After all, as an immortal, possessing wealth that rivals nations and being invincible in the world is the most fundamental foundation. If one cannot even achieve this basic requirement, then what is the point of aspiring to be an immortal? It is akin to an official who does not serve the people. One might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. The official roads in the state of Zhao are well paved, with smooth bluestone slabs laid out, allowing 3 horse-drawn carts to pass side by side. This ancient world is somewhat beyond his previous comprehension. Within the city, the streets are interconnected and bustling with activity. Yet they remain orderly and serene. Lovers converse shyly on a footbridge overlooking the river, while others express affection in front of jewelry stalls. And in ready-to-wear shops, they display their charms, and at various food stalls, they pout, eagerly awaiting delicacies. Aside from the absence of modern technological elements, this place resembles an ancient film set of contemporary society. The surroundings are bright and clean, with lush trees and babbling brooks, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Why Yilong's eyes darted about, taking in the sight of the towering hotels and inns, built with dark bricks and tiles, forming a luxurious courtyard. The sounds of vendors calling out and children playing fill the air. The women on the streets, adorned in sheer black stockings, are as captivating and alluring as the shopkeepers themselves. Wai Long found himself questioning whether he had truly traversed time and space. The capital of the state of Zhao is called Zhaojing. A name both fitting and easy to remember. It is said that the royal family of Zhao bears the surname Zhao. Similarly, members of the royal families in other states, such as Yin and Qi, share their respective state surnames. Zhaojing is divided into 3 cities. The outer city, primarily inhabited by the poorer populace, including beggars and refugees. The middle city, which is home to many of Zhaojing's native residents and serves as the true hub of prosperity. And the inner city, comprising the imperial city and the official city, the former being the domain of the palace and the latter housing all the officials of the Zhao state. After Yilong followed Hua Mainyang and her entourage to the middle city, they proceeded to a street within. The location of the escort agency is somewhat secluded, nearly at the western edge of Zhaojing. Fortunately, the courtyard is expansive, and not far from the street lies a grand river that runs through Zhaojing from east to west. The escort agency's courtyard covers approximately 500 square meters, a considerable area in this city where land is as precious as gold, making it a veritable domain for the affluent. 2 grand bluestone lions sit majestically at the entrance, exuding an air of sophistication. The grand door is crafted from wooden planks coated in red lacquer, adorned with 2 large golden beast head knockers, giving it a formidable presence. The agency is named Wantong Escort Agency, a title that seems rather unremarkable. Upon entering the courtyard, one encounters a wide, imposing wall made of a single large bluestone, intricately carved with patterns of dragons and phoenixes, exuding magnificence. Beyond the wall lies a spacious courtyard, flanked by single-story guest rooms, with a central passageway between the rooms planted with numerous vegetables and adorned with various vases filled with exotic flowers, all of which Yilong has never seen before. A gentle whiff of their sweet fragrance fills the air. Perhaps it is merely his imagination, but the scent seems to make the dragon pearl in his mind quiver slightly. The main building rises 2 stories high, with a remarkably spacious hall on the first floor, clearly designed for receiving guests. The purpose of the second floor remains unknown for now, but his master, Fan Riliang, had informed him during the tour that it is a forbidden area belonging to the innkeeper, Hua Mainyang, and no one is permitted to ascend. It is presumed that this is her residence. They then ventured to the back courtyard, which also contains numerous guest rooms. In front are a row of single-story cottages, with another row of similar cottages to the left and a horse stable to the right, housing 5 rather listless horses. Fan Riliang explained that the row on the left is for storing miscellaneous items. The front row is home to Jiang Mingyuan and his quarters. The main house consists of 4 spacious rooms, with Jiang Mingyuan occupying the first one. The remaining 3 rooms are available for Yilong to choose from. Fan Riliang suggested that he take the 4th room, aligning perfectly with Yilong's own thoughts. Truly, they are well matched as master and disciple. After settling into his quarters, Yilong was informed by his master that a ceremony would be held for him that evening, and he must ensure he is thoroughly cleaned from head to toe. Wai Yilong nodded with great excitement. His goal is to learn martial arts, so diving straight into the main topic is ideal. However, he is also quite astute in social matters, inquiring of Master Fan Riliang about his daily responsibilities. He cannot simply accept food, drink, lodging, and education without contributing in return. Yet, Fan Riliang waved his hand, indicating that Yilong need not concern himself with such matters for the time being. Everything would be arranged after half a month. Wai Yilong was quite pleased with his master's indulgent attitude. Half a month. Could it be to help him acclimate to his surroundings in Zhaojing? Indeed, it is very considerate and reasonable. Initially, Yilong had assumed that this escort agency would be in a state of disarray, but upon arriving at the Zhaojing escort agency, he realized he was mistaken. The entire courtyard is immaculate, devoid of any dreary atmosphere. The back courtyard is adorned with several mature trees, their age unknown, yet they are lush and full of life. The overall ambience is one of cleanliness, orderliness, and vitality, with only a few horses appearing somewhat lethargic, likely due to Hua Mainyang and the others being away without anyone to feed them. Chapter 6. The Novice's Initial Claim to Greatness. He was puzzled as to why, during Hua Meinyang's outing, the others did not ride horses but instead relied solely on their legs. Furthermore, Hua Meinyang reclined on a large bed with curtains drawn, which was wheeled along by Jiang Mingyuan. Wai Yilong shook his head in confusion as he stepped out of the courtyard. The back courtyard is quite spacious, filled with various weapons and stone platforms. Additionally, some dried chili peppers and corn are laid out to dry. He exited the main house. He descended the steps, finding a well to the left, covered with a stone lid. The latrine is not far from the horse stable, and the hay for feeding the horses is piled against the wall. Wai Yilong approached, took some hay, and placed it in the horse trough. The horses immediately perked up, eagerly chewing away. Indeed, they were starving. He then fetched some water and poured it into the trough, causing the horses to become even more animated as they drank and ate. Observing this scene, Yilong smiled faintly. The hunger and thirst are indeed universal experiences shared by both humans and animals. After tending to the horses, he began drawing water to wash up. It was now afternoon, and he had journeyed several days from Honglin County to the capital, feeling thoroughly fatigued and covered in sweat. In order to avoid delaying his apprenticeship ceremony, Yilong washed meticulously, even trimming his long hair slightly. While he is not particularly thin, he is certainly not robust either. He could be described as fit. Standing at around 1.78 meters, his clothes fit him well, appearing slim when dressed but muscular when undressed. He adorned himself with a wooden hairpin, allowing a tuft of hair to cascade down like a high ponytail over his shoulder-length locks, presenting a refined and carefree appearance. Clad in a long green robe, a black belt, and green boots, anyone who beheld him would surely raise their thumbs in praise, exclaiming, "What a striking young gentleman!" With red lips and white teeth, resembling the beauty of Pan and the grace of Songyu, surpassing Zijin and rivaling the wealth of Shichong. A true paragon of elegance in this world. As he long gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror, he felt immense satisfaction. With a slight tilt of his head and one hand behind his back, he struck a scholarly pose. Increasingly convinced of his unparalleled uniqueness, Master is merely a title. I am Yi, the Grand Master. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, narrowing his eyes as a fierce light gleamed within, his voice resonating with commanding authority. Suddenly, he felt that his nasal hairs had grown a bit long. Promptly, he flared his nostrils and began plucking them one by one with his fingers, occasionally inhaling sharply and then blowing on the hairs on his fingers, or sneezing a couple of times. Once he felt satisfied, he flared his nostrils a few times and scrutinized his appearance once more, nodding in approval. His skin was remarkably smooth, even at over 50 years of age, free from the worries of acne. Stepping into the courtyard, he felt the gentle breeze brushing against his face, filling him with immense joy. It was now September, the season of golden autumn, and the evening was pleasantly cool, perfect for a leisurely stroll. Wai Yilong made his way to the front courtyard, but he did not see Master Fan Ranliang or the others. It was eerily quiet. The left guest room was occupied, while the right served as the kitchen and dining area. Though his master had granted him half a month to familiarize himself with the environment, he felt compelled to contribute in some way. Even if he were to serve as a servant like his master, he should possess a degree of self-awareness, shouldn't he? Thus, Yilong meandered around, seeking areas that might require cleaning or tidying up. However, after a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss. Even the railings along the corridors were devoid of any dust, leaving Yilong astonished. Is my master truly so diligent? Has he managed to clean the entire place, inside and out, in such a short span of time? Since there is no need for cleaning, I can only showcase my culinary skills. This evening, I shall prepare a grand feast, allowing these rustic denizens of another realm to experience the allure of Dragon Kingdom's gastronomic delights. In my past life, Yilong was a chef running a small eatery, well versed in various culinary traditions. Yet, regardless of the cuisine, it is the seasonings that hold the essence. Thus, upon arriving in this world, Yilong's primary focus has been on acquiring spices. Fortunately, this world possesses a wide array of seasonings, albeit with different applications than in modern times. But the variety is commendable. Upon entering the kitchen, he found all the necessary utensils, pristine and ready for use. However, after searching for a considerable time, he could not locate any seasonings. It seemed as though this kitchen had seldom been utilized. How does the innkeeper manage meals? Yilong pondered, shaking his head in confusion. Gazing at the spotless stove, he contemplated the ingredients he needed to procure: meat, vegetables, spices, cooking oil, and so forth. Lost in thought, a hand suddenly grasped his shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he was met by the familiar, fair visage of his master. "Master, how can you move so silently? You nearly frightened me to death." As Yilong patted his chest to calm himself, Fan Rinliang raised an eyebrow. "What are you rummaging about for?" Yilong hurriedly expressed his intentions, somewhat bashfully extending his hand to request funds from his master. Fan Rinliang looked at Yilong with surprise. "You can cook?" "Indeed. Not only can I cook, but if I had the funds, I would have already opened a chain of restaurants across the Zhao Kingdom, no, throughout the Yunnan continent." Observing Yilong's confidence, Fan Rinliang, despite not understanding the concept of a chain restaurant, reached into his pocket and tossed a gold ingot to Yilong. "Well, since you can cook, from now on, we shall dine on your creations. Buy what you need without hesitation. We have the means." Yilong swallowed hard, gazing at the gleaming gold in his hand. It must weigh around 10 taels. Is this wealth? He estimated that he could procure all necessary supplies with just a few dozen copper coins, hardly requiring even a single silver tael. Yet unexpectedly, Fan Rinliang had handed him 10 taels of gold. "Master, this is too much, isn't it?" Yilong looked at Fan Rinliang with wide eyes, who appeared somewhat displeased. Indicating signs of anger, "Is this too much? Let me tell you, whether it be ingredients or utensils, only the finest will suffice. Remember, it must be of the highest quality. Do not worry about the expense. Buy only the best, understood? If it's not enough, come back for more." Yilong's heart raced. This was a true display of wealth. Only a person of considerable means could utter such words. Instantly, his confidence soared. Fortified by the support of his master, with such a mentor, how could he not prosper? "Understood, master. I shall only purchase the finest, even if they wish to sell at a lower price. I will ensure they recognize the essence of a wealthy patron." With that, Yilong dashed off, leaving Fan Rinliang, who stood bewildered, in his wake. "Is that what I meant?" he mused, chuckling softly. "This lad indeed possesses a spark." A languid voice interjected. "How intriguing indeed." It was Hua Mainyang, leaning against the door frame, fanning herself delicately. "Does this fellow truly possess culinary talent?" Fan Rinliang shook his head quickly. "He claims to, but we shall see." Hua Mainyang nodded thoughtfully, her curiosity piqued. "Uncle Yang, are you really planning to initiate his cleansing this evening?" "Of course. How else can he learn my techniques?" At the sight of Fan Rinliang's serious demeanor, Hua Mainyang could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter at the thought of Yilong's initiation. Mingyuan mentioned that this young lad harbors something peculiar. His vitality is quite robust. You should observe him closely and uncover his secrets. "Yes, I shall do so." "Oh, and call me when it's time to dine." "Certainly. By the way, Uncle Yang, please have Mingyuan assist with the false beard and Adam's apple. They are rather uncomfortable." With a resigned smile, Fan Rinliang nodded. "I too find it quite bothersome. I shall seek Mingyuan immediately." Having concluded their conversation, the master and servant exited the kitchen. In the hall, Hua Mainyang occupied the prominent seat, while Fan Rinliang stood beside her. At the lower end sat Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao. Jiang Mingyuan, holding a small mirror, scrutinized his appearance, occasionally flashing a grin at his reflection, while the other three pretended not to notice. Tension filled the air. Even Hua Mainyang wore a serious expression. "Are there still ice blocks available?" "Plenty of ice blocks," Fan Rinliang responded promptly. At that moment, he had shed his beard and Adam's apple, presenting a distinctly eunuch-like appearance. As usual, Mingyuan, be vigilant, and Tang Biao, guard the entrance. "Uncle Yang, assist me in keeping things in order." "Yes, yes," they replied in unison. "Master, master." At that moment, an exuberant voice echoed from outside. "Master, look what I bought. Mandarin fish, ha ha ha, tonight." Yilong entered the hall, holding the fish aloft, but the atmosphere felt oddly oppressive, heavy with unspoken tension. "Get out," however. Fan Rinliang's reprimand was cut short as Hua Mainyang gracefully waved her fan, stifling his words. With a curious gaze, she looked at the timid Yilong standing at the door to, "Oh, Mandarin fish? What's the significance?" Yilong, momentarily bewildered by the sight of Fan Renliang without his beard and Adam's apple, noticed his master's eyes were half closed, seemingly uninterested. Jiang Mingyuan scrutinized him with keen interest, while Tang Biao maintained his impassive demeanor. The Mandarin fish can be prepared into a dish, quite delectable. Yes, it's, just like the innkeeper's. Exquisite in flavor. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Fan Renliang opened his eyes, staring at Yilong in disbelief. Tang Biao, despite his usual stoic expression, also widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, then I must have a taste. From now on, I shall call you Little Yi." Yilong glanced nervously at Fan Renliang, who seemed indifferent and hurriedly nodded. "That is fine. The innkeeper can call me Little Dragon as well." "You speak quite amusingly," Hua Meinyang laughed. "Since you are here, let me explain the rules of our establishment." Yilong, casting another glance at Fan Renliang, who appeared to be dozing on his feet, replied, "Please, I'm listening." While fanning herself, Hua Meinyang regarded Yilong's handsome visage, nodding in satisfaction. "Though you have become Uncle Yang's apprentice, you shall not be deprived of the treatment you deserve. As you join the escort agency, you will start as a runner. Moreover, since you can cook, I shall grant you a monthly salary of 3 silver coins. What do you think?" Yilong's heart leapt with joy. He had just inquired about the salaries at the information station, and the other escort agency leaders earned merely 8 silver coins. Runners typically receive between 800 copper coins to 1 silver coin. Now, Hua Meinyang was offering him 3 silver coins outright, a true display of extravagance. Earlier, he had spent merely 300 copper coins on pork, fish, seasonings, and kitchen utensils. 3 silver coins equated to 3,000 copper coins, highlighting Hua Meinyang's generosity. Wai Yilong eagerly grinned. "Thank you, innkeeper. All right, that's enough. Go about your tasks. You are free to roam the premises, except for the second-floor rooms. Understood, innkeeper. I shall strive diligently in this noble profession of a runner, living up to your nurturing and care. Rest assured, I will fulfill the tasks you assign. The escort agency is my home. Our efforts are for the collective. As long as the continent remains intact, I shall not take a break with that." Yilong strode confidently toward the kitchen, leaving the 4 others in a state of astonishment. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Yang. I quite like this child," Jiang Mingyuan remarked, observing Hua Meinyang's gleeful demeanor. "Indeed, since this child arrived, I sense a newfound vitality in the courtyard." Tang Biao shot a glare at Jiang Mingyuan, who was flattering Hua Meinyang. Fan Renliang felt a flush rise to his cheeks, lowering his head in silence. "What does the innkeeper imply?" Hua Meinyang, with a playful glance, waved her fan. "It means nothing. You should simply carry on as usual. By the way, let us revise the rules around here. After all, it has been a century. I yearn to experience the simplicity of human existence." Having spoken, Hua Meinyang, clad in her brand-new embroidered shoes, sauntered out of the hall, seemingly liberated as she wandered about the courtyard. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals left in the hall fell into a sudden silence, a palpable sorrow enveloping them, heavy and inexplicable. Even Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head, clutching a small mirror, lost in contemplation. Since the proprietor wishes to alter the rules, let us indeed amend them. From this day forth, there shall be no rules in this escort agency. With that declaration, and under the astonished gazes of Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan, Fan Renliang made his way directly to Tang Biao's side. He produced a pipe, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. The 2 men quickly turned their attention to Hua Meinyang, who was obliviously meandering in the courtyard. After exchanging glances, they each exited the hall. A waft of smoke and the scent of cooking wafted from the courtyard of Wantong Escort Agency. Shortly thereafter, the clattering of pots and pans and the aroma of oil filled the air. Hua Meinyang and Fan Renliang found themselves drawn to the kitchen door, gazing at Yilong, who was busy in his white attire and tall chef's hat, exuding an inexplicable sense of solemnity. Chapter 8. Unraveling the Old Thief's Suffering. As he washed vegetables, chopped ingredients, heated the wok, and poured oil, his graceful movements were a feast for the eyes. Yet, Hua Meinyang furrowed her brow slightly, covering her nose with a fan as she observed Fan Renliang, who leaned against the doorframe smoking his pipe. Noticing her gaze, Fan Renliang awkwardly began to put away the pipe. However, Hua Mainyang raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Go, help wash the vegetables." "All right, ma'am." Fan Renliang's brow furrowed once more, prompting him to laugh nervously. "Little brat, let us assist you in washing the vegetables." With that, he hurried into the kitchen to lend a hand. Before long, Hua Mainyang, under the astonished gaze of Fan Renliang, followed suit, helping to peel garlic. Wai Yilong, now in his element, glanced at Hua Mainyang and instructed, "No need to peel the garlic. I can chop it all at once. Go wash the cilantro for me." Fan Renliang's face reddened, ready to scold him, but Hua Mainyang obediently nodded. "How should I wash it?" This inquiry stifled Fan Renliang's reprimand and left Yilong momentarily stunned. "Just remove the roots and any wilted leaves." "Got it." With that, her delicate hands rummaged through the vegetable basket for a while. Fan Renliang grew increasingly bewildered. His master was a person who never dipped their fingers in water, and today, what on earth was happening? However, seeing that Hua Mainyang seemed unfamiliar with cilantro, he quickly gestured for her to proceed. To his surprise, she flashed a playful smile. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Turning, she took the cilantro to wash it. Her simple thank you left Fan Renliang once again in shock, staring suspiciously at her retreating figure. Could it be that she had been possessed? That seemed improbable. Even Jiang Mingyuan had not been afflicted, and the proprietor could not possibly be. Fan Renliang then cast a deep glance at Yilong, who was busy cooking. Taking a deep breath of the kitchen's smoky aroma, he buried himself in his tasks once more. Before long, two pairs of astonished eyes appeared at the kitchen door. Upon seeing them, Hua Mainyang flusteredly instructed, "Quick, bring out the dining table and set the chopsticks. Dinner will be ready soon." Tang Bin, with a blank expression, stood with his mouth agape, unable to react for a while. Jiang Mingyuan, too, was stunned, clutching his embroidered handkerchief in disbelief. They were all too familiar with Hua Mainyang. She was a princess. Despite having resided here for quite some time, they had never witnessed her partake in such activities. Previously, meals were simply delivered from the tavern. What was happening today? "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work." "Ah, yes, ma'am. What do you need me to do?" Jiang Mingyuan was the first to regain his composure. Without turning her head, Hua Mainyang instructed, "Move the dining table and the chairs. Prepare for dinner. Tang Biao, go fetch the chopsticks, quickly." All right, I'm on it." Jiang Mingyuan disregarded the foul air of the kitchen, still lost in astonishment. Tang Biao, too, was at a loss, unsure where to place his sword. Fortunately, after their initial panic, they managed to complete their tasks. Soon, the five gathered in the courtyard, where a table was laden with 6 hot dishes, 3 cold dishes, and a pot of soup. Hua Mainyang sat at the head of the table, with Fan Renliang and Tang Biao flanking her. Wai Yilong was seated beside his transformed master, while Jiang Mingyuan settled next to Tang Biao. "Indeed, this spread looks delightful," remarked Hua Mainyang. "Little Yi, it seems you truly possess a talent." Yilong grinned proudly, declaring, "Of course, proprietor, I may not boast of much, but in the culinary realm, I dare claim to be the best." No one would dare say otherwise. As he spoke, Yilong gestured with a thumbs up, eliciting a fit of giggles from Hua Mainyang, who mimicked his gesture in amusement. "Today, we celebrate little Ye's arrival. Consider this a formal welcome to the Wanong Escort Agency." The group raised their glasses in unison. Delicious. What is this dish called?" Yilong, stuffing his mouth with rice, replied indistinctly, "This is fish-flavored shredded pork." "Huh? Fish-flavored shredded pork? Then, why is there no fish?" Yilong was taken aback. This was indeed a perplexing question. Fish-flavored shredded pork contains no fish, and why are wife cakes devoid of wives? Why is meat sandwiched in bread? Because I simply prefer to call it fish-flavored shredded pork. For bewildered gazes turned toward Yilong with a chuckle. Yilong said, "Proprietor, try this. Squirrel fish. My specialty, I assure you. I am the only one in the world who can make it." Fan Renliang glared at Yilong as he served the proprietor. His fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, beneath the table, a fan struck Fan Renliang sharply. His eyelids twitched as he struggled to suppress his urge to intervene. watching helplessly as Yilong placed the squirrel fish into Hua Mainyang's bowl. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan stood by, flabbergasted, their expressions a mix of confusion and shock directed at the unperturbed Fan Rinliang. It was known that this was a great taboo in the past. Fan Rinliang would have erupted in fury, yet today, he made no move to stop it. It was all too strange. The two exchanged bewildered glances with Hua Mainyang, whose luscious red lips accepted the squirrel fish from Yilong. Suddenly, Hua Mainyang's eyes lit up. What a delightful dish, truly exquisite. Her garbled words jolted the three men back to reality. Could it truly be that delicious? Seeing them dazed, Hua Mainyang anxiously urged them to taste it. Hesitantly, they picked up their chopsticks, each taking a bite of the squirrel fish in an instant. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they turned to look at Yilong, who was engrossed in his meal. Simultaneously, they gave him a thumbs up. Why, Yilong beamed, his achievements concealed in humility. This dinner was thoroughly enjoyable, especially for Yilong, who had traversed this world for 50 years, biding his time until he could finally relish the fruits of his labor. At last, that moment had arrived. The five of them sat slumped in their chairs, sated. Little Yi, I now believe what you said earlier. In this world, no one dares claim to be second after you. Hua Mainyang's cheeks flushed as she propped her chin on her delicate arm, gazing dreamily at Yilong, yet Yilong, instead of boasting, quickly adopted a serious demeanor, rising to clasp his fists in a salute to Hua Mainyang, saying, Proprietor, may I request that Uncle Yang refrain from holding a ceremony for me? Huh? In that instant, Hua Mainyang's intoxication vanished, and the other three sat up straighter. Especially Fan Rinliang, who looked at Yilong in disbelief. Do you know what ceremony I intend to hold for you? Yilong appeared troubled as he answered timidly, It's quite evident. I am not a fool. Ha ha ha. The other three erupted into laughter. Only Fan Rinliang's gaze remained ominous as he continued to glare at Yilong. Chapter 9. A day as a master, a lifetime as a father. Yilong was not particularly astute. Otherwise, he would not have become a mere pawn in his previous life. However, despite his lack of intelligence, he understood the implications behind a eunuch taking him as a disciple and the ceremony that would ensue. He had lived through an era of information explosion. It was akin to a saying in finance. When standing on the windward side, even a pig can soar. Although he had not taken flight, having weathered the storms of opportunity, even this heavy pig had begun to show signs of enlightenment. While cooking earlier, he had felt a gnawing anxiety, sensing the oddity of this quartet within the escort agency. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. A eunuch, a strikingly enchanting princess or concubine, a stoic face, and a delicate gentleman in white. This combination bore the hallmarks of a peculiar traditional virtue from the palace. Yet Yilong's words had now breached a taboo within the martial arts community. Upon witnessing Fan Rinliang's darkening expression, Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan promptly stood to take their leave. Even Hua Mainyang shook her head regretfully, swaying as she retreated to her room. Wai Yilong was left bewildered. What did this mean? Did they truly not wish to hold a ceremony? Fan Rinliang inquired with palpable suppressed anger. Wai Yilong immediately knelt down, having just embarked on a promising life. His robust physique had yet to fully develop. How could he possibly become a eunuch, master? Your disciple has not fully matured yet. Could we perhaps wait a few more years? The cold glint in Fan Rinliang's eyes pierced through Yilong, leaving him in a state of panic, on the verge of tears. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have eagerly rushed to deliver goods at their doorstep. Master, I am the last descendant of the Yi family, the sole heir. Surely you would allow me to leave a legacy? Fan Rinliang continued to glare at Yilong with narrowed, menacing eyes. Do you not understand? Our family brought you here for the sake of legacy. Since you have chosen to apprentice with us, you are bound by that choice. The palace's rules are foreign to you, but we shall enlighten you. By becoming our disciple, you accept us as your adoptive family. Everything we possess, titles, wealth, will be yours to inherit. Yet now, you wish to renege on this pact. Do you comprehend the consequences of such defiance once you enter the palace? Yilong's spirit trembled, regret gnawing at him. Fan Rinliang was a formidable warrior. Even if the king himself appeared, Yilong would never betray his brother. Even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Zhao royal family, he would not relent. He was timid, but timidity did not equate to cowardice. Timidity merely sought to avoid trouble, yearning for a peaceful existence as an honest person. This old eunuch could not take away his brother. Such a thing was utterly unacceptable. If pleading for mercy proved futile, then the honest man, driven to desperation, would surely strike back. They say that within the heart of a seemingly simple person resides a Buddha suppressing a demon. Should you dare to topple that inner Buddha, the demon will inevitably emerge. And so it was with Yilong. Before the astonished gazes of Fan Rinliang and the three hidden observers, Yilong shed his earlier demeanor of timidity and supplication. With a flourish of his garments and a hand resting confidently behind his back, he cast a steely gaze at Fan Rinliang, his expression devoid of warmth, angled at a sharp 45 degrees. A gentle breeze stirred, causing his unruly hair to billow slightly. In that moment, he exuded an aura of invincibility. So, you old eunuch, you intend to leave my brother no escape today? The three onlookers gasped in disbelief. Old eunuch? They stifled laughter at the absurdity of it all. Only Tang Biao maintained a stoic expression. Fan Rinliang regarded Yilong with incredulity, his mind racing with uncertainty. Could it be that he had misjudged this youth? The energy radiating from him did not seem feigned. A master? Contemplating this, Fan Rinliang fell silent for a moment. He was no fool, aware that villains and protagonists alike often perish due to excessive chatter. Without wasting time, he unleashed his hand like an eagle's claw, lunging swiftly towards Yilong. The speed was astonishing, leaving Yilong no chance to react. Yet Yilong was prepared. He steeled himself in an instant. Golden pupils flared to life, dragon scale tattoos emerging across his skin, emanating an ancient and formidable aura that soared skyward, overbearing and unparalleled. In a heartbeat, the claw halted midair. The three watching from a distance widened their eyes in shock at Yilong's transformation. A mere mortal, aye, but before Yilong could finish, Fan Rinliang swiftly transformed his claw into a fist and struck. Yet, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief as his fist landed squarely on Yilong's abdomen. Boom! Ah! In the blink of an eye, Yilong was sent hurtling backward. Everyone stood in stunned silence, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld the flying Yilong. Even Fan Rinliang scrutinized his own fist in disbelief. This shouldn't be. He had anticipated the possibility of overexerting himself, so he had tempered his strength, merely probing with a cautious strike. How could Yilong not withstand it? Yet, given Yilong's earlier display, he seemed undeniably extraordinary. How could this be? Unwilling to accept this, Fan Rinliang advanced, delivering another kick to the still falling Yilong, sending him soaring once more. The air filled with the sounds of Yilong's anguished cries, reverberating through the courtyard. The three hidden observers exchanged glances, bemused. Fan Rinliang's anger escalated with each kick. This insolent brat had dared to incite him. He almost believed he was kicking a solid wall. Stop, stop, I surrender. At this moment, Yilong's clothing lay in tatters, his face bruised and bloodied. The mockery he had once flaunted had transformed into abject misery. The three observing from the shadows were doubled over in laughter. Yet, Fan Rinliang maintained his composure, arms crossed, radiating an imposing presence as he scrutinized Yilong. What now? Have you reconsidered? I refuse. Wait, wait. As Fan Rinliang's aura surged again, Yilong hurriedly raised a hand in protest. Retreating. Well, master, are you still employed in the palace? Fan Rinliang shook his head slightly. Not anymore. Then why take my brother? Is it merely to have me inherit your position and wealth? You no longer possess a position? So what can I inherit? Fan Rinliang shook his head once more. Once a eunuch, always a eunuch. Our family has its mission. Since you have chosen to become my disciple, you must inherit our mission. Your mission? What mission? To take my brother as part of your mission. Chapter 10. Poverty cannot move. Yilong inquired rapidly, anxiety coursing through him. Whether intimidation failed or pleading was ignored, he had to appeal to reason and emotion. Observing Fan Rinliang's demeanor, he sensed that reason might still prevail. No, my mission is to protect the princess. Yilong was taken aback. He had previously speculated that Hua Mainyang was either a princess or a favored consort of the emperor. Now it seemed that Hua Mainyang was indeed the princess of Zhao. If it's merely to protect the princess, then I can inherit your mission, right? Why must you have my brother? However, Fan Rinliang gazed skyward. Lost in thought, it is not that we desire your brother. Rather, if our family is no longer here, you must serve the princess. Many matters are beyond your comprehension, young one, if we do not conduct the ceremony. Do you believe we can trust you to remain by the princess's side? Yilong's forehead glistened with cold sweat as thoughts raced through his mind. Then let me serve as a guard. Why must I become a eunuch? Look at me. I am unwilling. Even if you forcefully take my brother, I will surely seek revenge. Who knows, perhaps one day, I will assassinate the princess when you are gone. You would find no peace in the afterlife either. And think about it. If I could endure 50 years in Taiyan village for my parents' vengeance, do you believe I could not endure another 50 years for my brother's revenge? The three observers nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. If he could bide his time for his father's murder, why not for his brother? Meanwhile, Fan Rinliang remained silent, half-closed eyes gazing into the distance. Lost in contemplation, enough, let us return. Little Yi, you have potential. We shall forego the ceremony. Instead, prepare more delicacies in the future. Yilong's heart soared with joy upon seeing Hua Mainyang and the others emerging from the shadows. However, Fan Rinliang, after a long silence, suddenly shed his usual respectful demeanor. No, master, forgive this old servant for his rudeness. Today, without fail, we must conduct the ceremony. Eh? Hua Mainyang's brows furrowed in disbelief as she glared at Fan Rinliang. The others stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Yilong panicked, swiftly hiding behind Hua Mainyang. This only served to amuse Fan Rinliang further. Brat, you are a man, yet you hide behind a woman? What kind of skill is that? Yilong peered out from behind Hua Mainyang at Fan Rinliang's pale visage. If I could defeat you, do you think you would still be here prattling? The others gasped in shock, and even Hua Mainyang felt a chill run down her spine as Fan Rinliang's piercing gaze bore down on Yilong. We have tolerated your insolence for long enough. Your sharp tongue and opportunistic ways. We have decided to forego the ceremony and shall send you underground for some much-needed reflection. With that, he advanced. Yilong panicked, crouching low and clinging tightly to Hua Mainyang's smooth, slender leg, soft, fragrant, and supple. In an instant, he swallowed hard, overcome with satisfaction. The old eunuch's eyes blazed with fury. Hua Mainyang sighed, Uncle Yang, that's enough. Release him. The old eunuch did not respond to Hua Mainyang. Instead, he attempted to forcibly pull Yilong away. However, Yilong clung tightly to his thigh and refused to let go. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will hold onto this thigh and perish together. At this, Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao, who were watching, could not contain their laughter. Hua Mainyang looked on with a face full of frustration as the two remained locked in a standoff. Suddenly, she felt a chill below. A resounding slap landed squarely on Yilong's face. With her almond eyes slightly widened, she glared furiously at Yilong and commanded, "Let go." Yet Yilong did not release his grip. Instead, he hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice. If you can persuade this old eunuch not to kill me, I will let go." Hua Mainyang's face flushed with anger as she fixed a fierce gaze on Fan Rinliang, who felt a jolt of fear, realizing that she was genuinely enraged. He quickly relinquished his hold on Yilong. "I assure you, we won't harm you. Now quickly let go." Only then did Yilong reluctantly release the smooth, firm, fragrant thigh. A waft of sweet scent dissipated as Hua Mainyang swiftly distanced herself from Yilong. Casting a wary glance back at him, feeling quite uncomfortable in her inner thigh area. This matter ends here. Fan Rinliang cast a reluctant glance at Yilong before hastily clasping his hands in a gesture of submission. "I understand." Yilong awkwardly returned the gesture, unable to resist sniffing his bloodied nose. "Humph." Hua Mainyang's fair neck flushed crimson as she huffed angrily, shooting Yilong a fierce glare before turning back to her room. The other two hurriedly exited the scene. Once the three had departed, Fan Rinliang disdainfully glanced at Yilong. "Pack your things and leave immediately." Yilong was momentarily taken aback, but silently nodded. Since he could not bear to part with his lifelong brotherhood, he had no reason to linger any longer. it seemed his martial ambitions would have to be reconsidered. However, this journey was not entirely in vain. At the very least, he had experienced the allure of beguiling beauty and the exquisite touch of such a stunning woman. With bruises adorning his face, Yilong rose and casually wiped the blood from his nose with a tattered sleeve. He then retrieved some items from his pocket and tossed them towards Fan Renliang. Startled, Fan Renliang instinctively thought they were hidden weapons, but upon realizing what they were, he looked at Yilong with astonishment. Yilong smirked derisively. "I, the esteemed one, cough. This young master would not be so spineless, as the saying goes. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot oppress. After all, I am a man of integrity. I possess a certain fortitude." With that, he casually clasped his fists in farewell and turned to leave. Yet, just as he turned, he regretted it. The old eunuch's contemptuous gaze had stirred a sense of defiance within him. He felt compelled to retaliate. To leave the old man stunned, incredulous, and filled with admiration as he departed. However, while the immediate thrill was gratifying, what of the consequences? He was utterly destitute, with even his clothes in tatters. Although he had spare clothes in his spatial pocket, he lacked money. He had experienced the dire straits of poverty in his past life, a reality that could truly starve a man. Reflecting on this, Yilong's expression soured as he grappled with the dilemma of pride versus disgrace. He had committed many shameless acts before, but never had he reversed his stance so brazenly. That would be a violation of his dignity, especially not at the hands of an old eunuch. Absolutely not. He had brothers to consider. 2 faces, 2 dignities. How could he allow a eunuch to triumph? Nevertheless, Yilong discreetly sought his brother's opinion. His brother shook his head vigorously in outright refusal. Thus, Yilong confidently stepped through the door. However, the moment Yilong crossed the threshold, a cold voice rang out, "Halt!" Yilong's lips twisted into a smug grin, but he quickly suppressed his expression, turning slowly to maintain an air of composure. "Close the door, otherwise I won't hesitate to give you another beating." Yilong's countenance visibly fell, frustrated. He returned to shut the door. "Wait!" Another voice called out, causing both Yilong and Fan Renliang to freeze as they turned to see the white-clad Jiang Mingyuan emerging from the shadows. With a delicate gesture, Jiang Mingyuan pointed at Yilong. "Can you enlighten me on the matter of those golden eyes? What martial art is that?" Yilong scoffed dismissively. "I am the descendant of dragons." With that, he stylishly turned to leave. Fan Renliang and Jiang Mingyuan stood rooted in confusion. "I am the descendant of dragons." They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. This continent was filled with peculiar individuals. The addition or subtraction of Yilong made no difference. Merely a curiosity, it could not perturb their spirits. They merely assumed Yilong had acquired some unusual martial arts, though it seemed of little practical use. As he could not even reach the level of a first-tier martial artist, such skills must surely be worthless. However, the next moment, their expressions grew serious. Yet, upon sensing the identity of the newcomer, they relaxed. "Help! Help, master! Please save me! Ha ha ha! Timing is everything. Where is the cold-faced Master Tang Biao? Bring him out." Fan Renliang lazily clasped his hands, glancing at the unfazed Jiang Mingyuan, who watched as an elder appeared at the entrance. Dragging along a struggling Yilong, who had just attempted to leave. It turned out to be Elder Zhao Tianhua from the Golden Sword sect, who, in the dead of night, had come to visit the Wan Tong escort agency for reasons unknown. Fan Renliang could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids, slowly inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Naturally, it is good news. I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough, yet I have been unable to find clarity. With the sect master absent, I could only seek the cold-faced master for assistance." Upon hearing this, Fan Renliang's eyes twitched slightly, though he maintained an air of nonchalance, his heart filled with unease. "Oh, so the Golden Sword sect is preparing to sever ties with my Wan Tong escort agency?" However, Zhao Tianhua immediately waved his hand, appearing straightforward and sincere. "Do not put labels on me. I am myself, and the Golden Sword sect is the sect. If you insist on involving the sect, that is your prerogative. Regardless, I am here to speak for myself today, and it has nothing to do with the sect. Bring Tang Biao out." Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude with that. He tightened his grip on Yilong's neck. Yilong emitted a pained cry, casting a pleading look at Fan Renliang. This was not a moment for pride or dignity. One misstep could cost him his life. Even as his brother continued to shake his head in refusal, Yilong's desperate need for help remained unwavering. Fan Renliang did not even glance at Yilong's beseeching expression. Just as he prepared to speak, Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao emerged together. Zhao Tianhua shot a glance at the swaying Hua Mainyang, his lips pursing involuntarily. The woman's beauty was simply too enchanting. Even he, an elder, found it difficult to resist her allure. With her enticing figure and subtly revealed curves, she was truly captivating. Release him, and I may spare your life. Tang Biao approached, crossing his sword over his chest as he spoke coldly. Zhao Tianhua did not hesitate. He flung Yilong aside without a second thought. Tang Biao furrowed his brow and kicked at the incoming Yilong. Yilong's swollen cheek twitched painfully. Damn it, remember this. That old eunuch struck me 13 times and kicked me 21 times. Just wait. I will avenge this once I become a master. Yilong crawled up from behind a tree. His injuries not severe, consisting merely of bruises. He stood beside the old eunuch and Hua Mainyang, who turned to glare at Yilong. This elicited laughter from his brother, who found the situation amusing. You may leave now. The old eunuch furrowed his brow, watching the battle unfolding on the rooftop between Tang Biao and Zhao Tianhua. He turned to Yilong and said, You should express your gratitude to the shopkeeper. Yilong hurried to Hua Mainyang's side, a sheepish smile on his face. Thank you, shopkeeper. Hua Mainyang remained silent, leisurely fanning herself. I didn't expect Zhao Tianhua to have reached mastery. Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully curled his lips. The old eunuch solemnly nodded, saying, We never anticipated that Zhao Tianhua could ascend from a first-grade warrior to the realm of a grandmaster in a mere 78 years. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Do you think he can rival Tang Biao? Fan Renliang seemed to find this amusing, yet he refrained from laughing, as it was Hua Mainyang who posed the question. Suppressing his amusement, he declared, Impossible. However, Hua Mainyang, seemingly deep in thought, nodded slightly. Is our land in peril? Fan Renliang's smile faded, and he regarded the two combatants with caution. Indeed, I sense an unusual aura. Although the Golden Sword sect is a faction of Zhao, it is nearly 1,000 miles from the capital. Zhao Tianhua has gone to great lengths, traversing mountains and rivers, to seek trouble with us here. The implications are clear. Hua Mainyang, appearing languid, furrowed her lovely brows. However, the Grandmaster is currently far afield. A mere master cannot shake Tang Biao. Beside them, Yilong's heart raced upon hearing this. He understood the hierarchy of martial arts, having learned it through village gossip. Yet he had never heard of a Grandmaster level. Now, the old eunuch's mention of such a realm made it evident that a Grandmaster existed above a master, and Tang Biao was indeed a master-level warrior. This revelation left Yilong breathless. Chapter 12. The Essence of the Sun and Moon. It is rumored that there are no more than 10 master-level figures across the entire Yunnan continent. Yet now, the escort agency he casually joined boasts a master. Isn't this akin to a mouse licking a cat's rear, a blatant invitation for death? If Tang Biao is a master, then what rank does the old eunuch hold? Yilong's gaze involuntarily scrutinized the old eunuch beside him. Well, regardless, I must investigate. I wish to uncover the identities of those behind this. Yes, I understand. The old eunuch, having responded to Hua Mainyang, noticed Yilong's inquisitive look. I am an 8th-grade warrior. The old fox's sharp eyes discerned the meaning within Yilong's gaze. He spoke with pride. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yilong, observing the old eunuch's haughty demeanor, couldn't help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of both Hua Mainyang and Jiang Mingyuan. The old eunuch's expression darkened instantly. You little rascal, do not presume that because the shopkeeper has kept you, I cannot deal with you. I can strike you down whenever I please, and no one would dare intervene. It was then that Yilong recalled his precarious situation, and the attitude he had intended to adopt against the old man melted into an awkward smile. He flatteringly looked at the old man, saying, Ah, Uncle Yang, you think too much. I merely wanted to sneeze, but I feared disturbing the two esteemed seniors above. In my moment of hesitation, I got the timing wrong. So, pift, pift. Hua Mainyang and Jiang Mingyuan erupted in laughter. Fan Renliang, similarly speechless, chose to ignore Yilong's nonsensical ramblings. Once the laughter subsided, the other two gave Yilong a thumbs up before returning their focus to the fierce battle above. Yet Yilong's expression darkened. He inwardly cursed the old eunuch, wishing him a swift end, harboring a grudge that had intensified since his rebirth in this world, where he now possessed an endless life. This vendetta must be avenged, no matter how many years it took, he vowed. The combatants on the rooftop moved with remarkable speed, and under the cloak of night, Yilong struggled to see clearly. Only able to hear the occasional clash of metal. As a result, he felt increasingly drowsy. Fortunately, it was not long before the victor emerged. Wai Yilong did not witness Zhao Tianhua's departure. He only saw Tang Biao, still holding his sword with an icy expression, gracefully descend from the rooftop. Shopkeeper, it's resolved. Good. Everyone disperse. Uncle Yang, come assist me. Yes. Though Yilong felt bewildered, he kept silent. Much like the earlier idle chatter between Hua Mainyang and the old man. The conversation had been shrouded in mystery, and he had understood little. Yet he would not pry. With an endless life, one must learn to cherish it. Curiosity about matters unrelated to oneself is tantamount to a disdain for life. Yilong understood the value of life, hence he would not indulge in curiosity about anything extraneous. Likewise, he cherished the splendid figure of the mature and alluring Fan Renliang. Jiang Mingyuan walked alongside him toward the back courtyard. Noticing Yilong's lingering gaze, he teased, "Young man, have you taken a liking to the shopkeeper?" Yilong was taken aback, quickly turning to shake his head with an awkward smile. No. It's just that the shopkeeper is so beautiful. I couldn't help but want to steal a few more glances. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback by this sincere response, regarding Yilong with newfound admiration. You are quite the honest fellow, Yilong chuckled. Sir, what grade of master are you? Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully curled his lips in the darkness. In O rank. Now it was Yilong's turn to be astonished. He looked incredulously at Jiang Mingyuan, who was dressed in white and exuded an air of nonchalance. You are not a warrior? Jiang Mingyuan pursed his lips, his expression contemplative as he nodded. Not? This left Yilong dumbfounded. He had assumed that aside from Hua Mainyang, everyone else was a warrior. He never expected the accountant, Jiang Mingyuan, to be non-combatant. Then what was the purpose of the crystal-clear gem you gave me that day? Jiang Mingyuan grinned. It serves no purpose. Now, go rest early. Tomorrow, it shall be quite lively here. After uttering this cryptic remark, Jiang Mingyuan headed straight for his room. Wai Yilong stood there, momentarily dazed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Jiang Mingyuan's words. Could it be that tomorrow, more warriors would arrive at the escort agency? With the master-level figure Tang Biao present, Yilong felt no desire to ponder further. His understanding of this world was still too limited. He needed to delve deeper. Late at night, Yilong tended to his injuries and, after freshening up, sat cross-legged on his bed. Now that the rising dragon technique had reached the second level, his strength and defenses had increased tenfold. Although he could not contend with a first-grade warrior, he had made significant strides compared to an ordinary person. Especially after advancing to the second level, a dragon pearl had manifested in his mind. As he operated the technique, the dragon pearl began to stir slightly. A faint, inexplicable aura was drawn from the air, seeping into his skin, cool and serpentine. Wai Yilong felt a wave of comfort wash over him, only to be jolted by a sudden realization. Could this be the so-called spiritual energy? He recalled that when he first learned the rising dragon technique, he had felt nothing, merely following the routine of circulating the first level. He had been unable to sense anything within his body. Yet now, after absorbing 5 drops of the Eternal Pine Spirit Liquid and advancing to the second level, not only had the dragon pearl formed, but he could also feel the spiritual energy entering his body as he practiced the technique. However, just as Yilong was about to immerse himself in this newfound sensation, an alarm bell rang in his heart. He hastily opened his eyes. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his body trembling in fright. His heart raced uncontrollably in the darkness. A bizarre red flower adorned a white robe, sending chills down his spine. A beam of light flickered as an oil lamp was lit. Kid, You can actually absorb the moonlight. What kind of technique is this? Yilong stared in disbelief at Jiang Mingyuan, who had appeared in his room. Under the dim light, he finally got a clear look at the visitor. But no matter how he viewed it, his heart raced wildly. Jiang, Senior Jiang. How did you get in? Jiang Mingyuan looked at Yilong, who was trembling and pale with fear, and pointed to the open door. I walked in. His nonchalant demeanor left Yilong momentarily stunned. Then his eyelids twitched. But why didn't I hear any noise? Jiang Mingyuan scrutinized Yilong curiously. Because you had just entered a meditative state. After exchanging a few casual words, Yilong's mood lightened, and he relaxed. Instead, he began to observe Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang, Senior, did you know I had just entered a meditative state? And that I was absorbing the moonlight? Jiang Mingyuan's delicate brows furrowed, and a half-smile graced his lips. Kid, I'm the one asking you now, not the other way around. But never mind, I'm too lazy to inquire further. It seems you're just a clueless fool. With that, Jiang Mingyuan slowly rose, one hand brushing a strand of hair from his temple. Since you can absorb moonlight, I imagine you should also be able to absorb sunlight. Chapter 13. Yilong, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yilong was taken aback, wanting to ask more when Jiang Mingyuan had already exited the room. Rising to close the door, Yilong furrowed his brows and returned to bed. He had previously thought the spiritual energy was merely moonlight. However, from Jiang Mingyuan's words, it seemed he could also absorb sunlight, this moment, precisely at midnight. When the moon shone its brightest, it was indeed the optimal time to absorb moonlight. Could it be that his dragon pearl was meant to evolve by absorbing both moonlight and sunlight? There is also Jiang Mingyuan. Since he is not a martial artist, how could he possess such extensive knowledge? The most crucial point is that he can absorb the moonlight. How is it that he is aware of this? Who exactly is he? Is it possible that there truly exist cultivators in this world? No. If Jiang Mingyuan were a cultivator, then why would Zhao Tianhua dare to provoke him? Cultivators are not mere martial artists. With a single spell, they could render martial artists utterly defenseless. The difference is akin to that between a human and an ant. Although he has never encountered a cultivator, the mere contemplation allows him to grasp the concept. It is simply a matter of differing cultivation systems between two worlds. However, what category does his ascending dragon technique belong to? Can martial artists absorb moonlight and sunlight? With profound questions swirling in his mind, Yilong sits cross-legged on the bed. He yearns to continue his cultivation but fears inciting the curiosity of others. Is it truly a waste of time if he refrains from cultivating? Time? With this thought, Yilong resolutely lies down, preparing to sleep. Time, for him, is boundless and protracted. He lacks nothing but time. He would rather his progress in cultivation be slower than risk even the slightest danger. Suddenly, Yilong's eyes widen. A possibility dawns upon him. After being bombarded by the torrents of modern information, he realizes that the ability to absorb solar and lunar essence is predominantly found in the majority of demon beasts. Humans are rare in this regard, primarily absorbing spiritual energy and various forms of qi. As for his ascending dragon technique, upon utilizing the first layer of the technique, his eyes transform into golden pupils, and a dragon-shaped mark appears on his forehead. The second layer manifests as intricate dragon scale tattoos adorning his body. In this light, the ascending dragon technique resembles the cultivation methods of serpents and flood dragons among demon beasts. Once cultivated to the 9th level, he is destined to transform into a dragon. Yilong clicks his tongue. It appears that the ascending dragon technique is far from the uselessness he initially imagined. If this technique were bestowed upon serpents or flood dragons, it would undoubtedly suit them far better. Yet, as a human, his practice of the ascending dragon technique seems to yield little benefit. However, it is not entirely without merit. At the very least, his strength and defenses have greatly improved, and his overall physical condition has seen a significant enhancement. If he were to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, would he not also transform into a dragon? Yilong falls asleep, dreaming of himself genuinely becoming a dragon. He envisions a divine dragon of Huaxia, a descendant of dragons. Transforming into one seems entirely reasonable. Not only reasonable, but he also finds himself enjoying and adapting to the form of a dragon. His brothers share this sentiment, as evidenced by their fierce expressions. Meanwhile, In the room on the second floor of the hall, Tang Biao stands guard outside the door, sword in arms, motionless, his face still bearing an icy demeanor. Inside, Fan Rinliang continuously places ice cubes into a bathtub. Within lies a delicate, fair-skinned body, none other than Hua Meinyang. However, Fan Rinliang feels not a shred of desire. As midnight approaches, Hua Meinyang's originally fair skin is now flushed with a rosy hue. Beads of how many people yearn for this opportunity. Fan Rinliang initially believed that Yi Long would be overjoyed. However, at this moment, Yi Long was furrowing his brow and gazing at him intently. When can I leave? Am I to be confined within this courtyard forever? Furthermore, who can guarantee my safety? Fan Rinliang cast a deep glance at Yi Long. You may depart once you reach the level of a grandmaster. By then, no one will dare to trouble you. As for your safety, as long as you remain with the steward, no one will dare to take your life. Should? Yi Long murmured softly. He now understood that beyond the Grandmaster level existed the Great Grandmaster. If he were to attain the Grandmaster realm, it would only be the Great Grandmaster who could pose a threat to him. Are there many Great Grandmasters? I wish for Jiang Mingyuan to teach me. Fan Rinliang looked at Yi Long in astonishment, never expecting him to desire instruction from Jiang Mingyuan. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he cast a peculiar glance at Yi Long. I cannot make that decision. You must inquire directly with Jiang Mingyuan. With that, Fan Rinliang disregarded Yi Long and strode away from the pavilion in the front yard. He was confident that, given Yi Long's fear of death, he would not leave this place. Once Fan Rinliang departed, Yi Long found himself in a quandary. In truth, his best option was to escape from here. Yet, Fan Rinliang's words held merit. Although he was unaware of the enmity that Hua Meinyang held, the fact that a Grandmaster-level individual had come yesterday indicated that others of similar stature were also keeping an eye on this place. Additionally, let us not forget that this is the capital of Zhao Kingdom. Zhaojing. Hua Meinyang is also a princess of Zhao Kingdom. Regardless of her unpopularity, no one would dare to come to Zhaojing to murder the princess. With that in mind, the enemy was clearly identifiable. Undoubtedly individuals from the royal palace. The royal court is the most troublesome of entanglements. Once embroiled, who cares about your identity? They only concern themselves with where you align. Even if you merely brush against a seat, they will categorize you as one of their OWNI. In other words, as a mere errand runner. In the eyes of those noble royals, he was merely an extension of Hua Meinyang. Once he stepped outside this grand door, he would carry the label of Hua Meinyang. Yet, observing the desolate expressions and aura of Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch, it seemed as though this faction had little hope of survival. He found himself with no choices left. Remaining here might afford him some chance of survival, but as Fan Rinliang had said, stepping outside would lead to certain doom. Regret filled him, but what could he do? As Yi Long made his way to the back courtyard, he pondered how to preserve his golden life. If he could only survive, he vowed to dig a deep pit, several thousand meters down, and hide away until he could master the rising dragon technique to its 9th level before emerging. Wait, a pit? Yi Long's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Of course, digging a pit would ensure his survival. Thus, he swiftly turned his steps and hurried to the hall, calling out to the stairwell, "Steward, I have something important to discuss with you." No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Fan Rinliang frowned slightly, regarding Yi Long with suspicion. "What is it? You can tell me." Yi Long proceeded to share his thoughts. "Uncle Yang, as long as we dig deep and long enough, when calamity befalls us, we can escape through the tunnel immediately. What do you think? Isn't this idea brilliant?" Fan Rinliang gazed at Yi Long, speechless, wanting to respond but eventually sighing. "Hurry and attend to your own matters. I will reiterate. As long as you stay with the steward, you need not worry for your life. Do you understand?" With that, he waved his hand dismissively at Yi Long. Watching Fan Rinliang ascend the stairs, Yi Long muttered, "You not worried. I am. Truly, the eunuch is unhurried while the emperor is anxious." "What did you say?" A chilling voice echoed, startling Yi Long into fleeing. He hastily returned to the back courtyard. Yi Long straightened his attire and, with a heart full of trepidation, knocked on Jiang Mingyuan's door. "Just focus on your cultivation. Rest assured, no one is interested in your meager techniques," Jiang Mingyuan called out without opening the door. Chapter 15. Seeking a mentor and building the foundation for the path. Yilong outside the door froze momentarily. Realizing that Jiang Mingyuan must have discerned his intentions, he knew that was not the reason he sought him out. Senior Jiang, that is not what I wish to discuss. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Mingyuan's curious gaze fixed on Yilong. What is it? I wish to become your disciple. Jiang Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, not immediately considering whether to agree. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the balcony at the back of the second floor, where Hua Meinyang sat, a knowing smile on her lips, with Fan Riliang standing beside her, expressionless. Both were watching the scene in the back courtyard. When Jiang Mingyuan's gaze fell upon them, Hua Meinyang's expression remained unchanged. But Fan Riliang subtly shook his head at Jiang Mingyuan. In an instant, Jiang Mingyuan understood. Just as he was about to speak, Hua Meinyang interjected, "Actually, you could teach him a few things." Jiang Mingyuan's heart jolted. Yilong turned in surprise, realizing there was indeed a balcony at the back of the second floor. However, Jiang Mingyuan appeared somewhat concerned. "For my sake, take him as a disciple. After all, we share an acquaintance. Once he enters the sect, please look after him." Jiang Mingyuan cast a wary glance at Yilong, his expression rife with disdain. Indeed, it was disdain. This left Yilong bewildered, but he could understand, given Jiang Mingyuan's peculiar fastidiousness. Such a person would surely regard everyone with disdain. Very well, since the steward has spoken, I shall accept this disciple. However, I understand. It will depend on his fate in the future. After Hua Meinyang spoke, she returned to basking in the sun, ignoring the two men. Jiang Mingyuan nodded at Hua Meinyang, then turned his attention back to Yilong. "You are indeed fortunate. Come with me." "No, go to your room." With that, Jiang Mingyuan no longer acknowledged the still bewildered Yilong and walked directly towards Yilong's room. "Boy, are you not going yet?" Fan Riliang called from the balcony. Only then did Yilong realize, filled with confusion, that he should head to his room. Jiang Mingyuan stood without sitting, waiting for Yilong to enter. Upon doing so, he tossed a small booklet directly at Yilong. Yilong fumbled to catch it. "This is the technique for the qi refining stage. Study it carefully. If you have any questions, come find me." With that, Jiang Mingyuan impatiently made to leave. Yilong stared at the booklet in his hands, utterly stunned. There truly are cultivators? As he watched Jiang Mingyuan prepare to exit, Yilong hurried after him, his mind brimming with unanswered questions. Master, please don't go. Tell me more. I know nothing." Jiang Mingyuan regarded the obstructing Yilong with an even more furrowed brow. "There is nothing to discuss. As a 5-element mixed spiritual root, whether you can even enter the qi refining stage is uncertain. What is there to talk about? If you do not understand that booklet, come back and ask me." As Jiang Mingyuan bypassed him, Yilong, feeling indignant, clutched the booklet tightly. His heart suddenly sank. A 5-element mixed spiritual root. What does that mean? Could it be that the crystal sphere Jiang Mingyuan had given him that night was meant to test his spiritual roots? He was eager to seek answers from Jiang Mingyuan, but the latter wore an impatient expression. Clearly, his spiritual roots must be the worst. Otherwise, Jiang Mingyuan would not have exhibited such an attitude. This indicated that the disdainful glances he had received earlier were not merely due to his fastidiousness, but rather because he possessed a 5-element mixed spiritual root. Yilong's grip on the booklet tightened. He had thought this world was solely a martial one. He had come to learn martial arts, for how could a being of longevity lack skills? Longevity seekers are invincible, after all. This is the most fundamental aspect of a longevity seeker, yet he never anticipated that there truly existed cultivators here. Indeed, one cannot serve the people while holding vast wealth. In life, one should not simply tread steadily but must also look upward and forward. If he were to simply and honestly pursue martial arts, laboring for decades or even centuries to reach the great grandmaster level, only to realize he had merely just begun, the sense of helplessness would undoubtedly lead to utter despair. Reflecting on the astonishing revelation that Jiang Mingyuan was aware of his ability to absorb the moonlight last night, and even reminded himself of the potential to harness the essence of the sun, he realized that this world was undoubtedly complex. Although he had not contemplated the notion of becoming an immortal practitioner, he was acutely aware that Jiang Mingyuan was undoubtedly more formidable than Tang Biao. This realization was especially pronounced when Fan Rinliang expressed his inability to make decisions after Jiang Mingyuan had mentioned taking him on as a disciple. It was evident that Jiang Mingyuan was no ordinary individual. With this affirmation, Yilong resolved to seek Jiang Mingyuan as his master. However, he could scarcely fathom the existence of true immortal practitioners in this world. Why had he never heard of such beings among the common folk? Even the notion of celestial beings appearing was foreign to him. Was it possible that ordinary people had never encountered an immortal practitioner, let alone heard tales of them? That seemed implausible unless these practitioners resided beyond this continent. If that were the case, how had Jiang Mingyuan arrived here? A slew of questions erupted in Yilong's mind. Yet he found no one to provide answers. When he considered asking Hua Mainyang, it was clear from her earlier demeanor that she was unwilling to elaborate. As for the old eunuch, he was even less likely to assist. Yilong felt a tightness in his chest, a pressing need to release his pent-up thoughts, yet he was left with no recourse. Ultimately, he decided to peruse the small booklet he possessed. Although he was a 5-element mixed spiritual root, what if there was a chance? After all, his unique advantage was known to no one. Upon returning to his room and securing the door, Yilong opened the booklet and began to read. As he gazed at the first page, his eyes widened in astonishment. Spiritual roots were classified into 4 tiers: supreme, superior, median, and inferior. The 5 elements were gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with an additional 3 anomalous elements: thunder, ice, and wind. The introduction elucidated the hierarchy and categorization of spiritual roots in this world. Upon comparison, Yilong's heart sank. Being a 5-element mixed spiritual root meant he was classified as an inferior root. It was no wonder Jiang Mingyuan held him in such disdain. After absorbing the grading, Yilong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He anxiously turned to the main text, and as he completed the first level of qi refinement, the technique activated instinctively. Streams of spiritual energy began to flow into his body. Instantly, Yilong understood and assumed a cross-legged position. Countless threads of spiritual energy permeated his flesh, circulating along the prescribed path before returning to his dantian, creating a perpetual cycle. Simultaneously, the dragon pearl in his mind began to rotate, absorbing the spiritual energy. In no time at all, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping his entire body, while the energy in his dantian steadily accumulated. Before long, he sensed that 1/10 of his dantian had been filled with spiritual energy. Yet, as he attempted to absorb more, he found he could not increase the total amount of energy within. A sudden realization struck him. He had successfully reached the first level of qi refinement. To advance to the second level, he would need to learn the corresponding technique. But was his cultivation rate abnormally swift? Hadn't Jiang Mingyuan said that whether he could even enter the qi refinement stage was uncertain? What was happening to him now? Could it be that the test of his spiritual roots had been erroneous? That seemed impossible, for Jiang Mingyuan was an immortal practitioner. Though he remained unaware of Jiang Mingyuan's exact level of cultivation, the fact that he could discern Yilong's affinity for moonlight indicated a high level of mastery. The fluctuations in his cultivation speed were perplexing. While slow progress had been irritating, rapid advancement was equally troubling. Having previously demonstrated the ascending dragon technique before an audience, Yilong had felt a deep sense of apprehension. Concealing his advantages was paramount. His unique gift was his most closely guarded secret. How could he possibly conceal his cultivation level? Suddenly, Yilong's consciousness delved into the dragon pearl. The qi refinement technique ceased its operations, and the pearl no longer absorbed spiritual energy. The seemingly useless technique he had once dismissed now propelled him into the first level of qi refinement, and his speed of cultivation was unprecedented. This technique was far from worthless. It was, in fact, a divine artifact. Yet, he was unsure if it could conceal his cultivation level. What if he were discovered? With a probing thought, he attempted to guide the dragon pearl into his lower dantian. In the following moment, he was taken aback, not because the pearl could not be moved, but rather because upon entering the lower dantian, it instantly drained all the spiritual energy from that region. The dragon pearl then began to revolve autonomously, operating the technique without any need for Yilong's control. Had it initiated an automatic mode? Yilong was utterly bewildered. What left him even more confounded was the sudden appearance of another dragon pearl within his sea of consciousness. Not only had it appeared, but it also began to operate the ascending dragon technique simultaneously with the dragon pearl in his lower dantian. Yi Long panicked. How was this possible? Frantically, he attempted to maneuver the lower dantian dragon pearl back to the upper dantian. The golden sphere sparkled like a crystal, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Yet, while it had arrived without issue, it now refused to return. Yi Long stood frozen in disbelief, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had he inadvertently created a mess for himself? Although he had a master, he could not disclose his greatest secret. After a while, Yi Long continued to feel the familiar sensation of spiritual energy seeping into his body. With one dragon pearl in the upper dantian and another in the lower, each conducting their respective techniques. What was he to do? Gritting his teeth, Yi Long resolved to rely on his own exploration. He believed that even if he were to share this bizarre occurrence with Jiang Mingyuan, the latter would likely remain baffled. After all, not everyone possessed such a unique advantage. Since he had discovered the ability to replicate, he was eager to see just how many he could produce. With determination, Yi Long's consciousness re-entered the upper dantian, guiding the dragon pearl into the lower dantian. He was determined to uncover the full extent of his extraordinary ability. What unfolded before him was a spectacle. One dragon pearl in the upper dantian continued to operate the ascending dragon technique, while two dragon pearls in the lower dantian, one on each side, persisted in executing the first level of qi refinement. Yi Long was at a loss for words to express his feelings. He pressed on, a third, a fourth, all the way up to the 10th. However, when Yi Long attempted to replicate an 11th dragon pearl, he found he could no longer move the one in the upper dantian. At this point, within his body, the dragon pearl in his sea of consciousness no longer required his guidance to operate the ascending dragon technique. It began to cultivate on its own. Meanwhile, the lower dantian gleamed with golden brilliance. Inside the dantian, 10 dragon pearls formed a circular arrangement, rotating in unison in a clockwise motion. The first level of qi refinement was continuously activated autonomously. After completing this extraordinary feat, Yi Long bit his lip, uncertain of what his current state entailed. Did he still qualify as a qi refinement practitioner? He was utterly perplexed. Yi Long opened his eyes and turned his attention to the subsequent techniques in the booklet. The qi refinement stage comprised 10 levels. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level, one could begin the foundational establishment. Additionally, several minor techniques existed within the qi refinement stage. The 5 elemental minor techniques and the 3 anomalous elemental techniques included Fireball, Water Arrow, Earth Spike, Entanglement, Air Sword, Palm Thunder, Ice Blade, and Wind Blade. After thoroughly reviewing the entire booklet, Yi Long could hardly contain his excitement. Fireball technique. He gazed quizzically at the small fireball that had appeared in his hand. It was not merely the size or shape that seemed amiss, but rather the color. Shouldn't fire typically be orange-red? At the very least, it could be white or blue. Yet, inexplicably, his fireball was black. Was it because he had a penchant for black silk? Curiosity piqued, he examined the black fireball in his hand. Next came the water arrow, black, the earth spike, black. He was even able to conjure black ice blades, palm thunders, and wind blades. Yi Long was utterly dumbfounded. Had his cultivation led him to lose his senses? What should he do in this predicament? Did he still qualify as a 5-element mixed spiritual root? Why was he able to learn techniques from the ice, thunder, and wind elements? Even he, despite his lack of intellect, understood that without the corresponding spiritual root, one could not cultivate or unleash the associated techniques. Yet now, all of this transcended his understanding. In search of answers. He found himself at a loss for whom to consult. Who among the populace possessed 10 radiant dragon pearls in their dantian? Just as Yi Long steeled himself to pursue rigorous training, a knock at the door interrupted him. Quickly, he masked his slightly flustered expression. It was nearly noon. The innkeeper requested his assistance in the kitchen. Yi Long opened the door to find Fan Renliang, his face impassive, and he nodded eagerly. All right, I will head there now. With that, Fan Renliang departed. Yi Long dismissed his earlier concerns and followed him to the front courtyard to prepare the meal. Upon reaching the pavilion, He spotted Hua Mainyang seated with Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao, enjoying tea. Upon noticing Yilong, Hua Mainyang's eyes sparkled. "Little Yezi, allow me to assist you." "Okay." Yilong readily accepted, recognizing that there was a significant distinction between a cook and a chef. If Hua Mainyang donned a white chef's uniform, Yilong couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. He was unable to endure it. Merely contemplating that scene, he found himself unable to bear it. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed that there was still quite a bit of the produce he had purchased yesterday, along with some meat. After a moment's reflection, Yilong had already determined the lunch menu: braised lion's head and mapo tofu. With the menu set, he began to prepare the ingredients. Fan Riliang and Hua Mainyang joined him, following Yilong's instructions to pick and wash the vegetables. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan approached out of curiosity. Yilong's eyes twinkled mischievously as he casually inquired, "Master, could you share some insights about the world of cultivation with me?" Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the busy Hua Mainyang and Fan Riliang. Fan Riliang was teaching Hua Mainyang how to pick and wash vegetables while simultaneously imparting everyday knowledge to her. Hua Mainyang appeared quite interested in these lessons. Hearing Yilong's question, she chimed in, "After all, he is your disciple, so there are certain matters he ought to be made aware of." Chapter 17. A Day of Relentless Progress. It was then that Jiang Mingyuan began to recount to Yilong the details of the 6 great nations and their corresponding 6 great sects: the Shangqing sect, the Danding sect, the Refining Tools sect, the Tianyin Hall, the Tianfu Hall, and the Yusho Hall. Additionally, there were numerous other cultivation sects, all affiliated with the 6 great sections. Jiang Mingyuan was a disciple of the Shangqing sect and also served as one of the outer elders in the foundation establishment phase. The Shangqing sect primarily practiced metal-based techniques, focusing on swordsmanship. The sect behind the Zhao Kingdom was none other than the Shangqing sect itself. After listening to Jiang Mingyuan's narrative, Yilong began to envision himself soaring through the skies on a sword, traveling vast distances without pause, a grin spreading wider across his face. Jiang Mingyuan seemed to catch a glimpse of Yilong's mischievous expression and immediately doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "I advise you not to get ahead of yourself. Setting aside whether you can even enter the qi refining stage, if you were to truly become a cultivator and dare to use your powers in the mortal realm, you would become an enemy of the entire cultivation world, hunted without mercy." Yilong abruptly halted his actions, gazing at Jiang Mingyuan in disbelief, yet secretly delighted, realizing that his advancement to the qi refining stage was undetectable to others. "What do you mean? Am I to be a punching bag, unable to retaliate?" Before Jiang Mingyuan could respond, Fan Riliang, seemingly eager to contribute, explained to Yilong, "Not quite. Generally, those below the foundation establishment stage are not permitted to descend the mountain, meaning they cannot come to the mortal realm. It is a separation of immortals and mortals. However, if you were to enter the qi refining stage while in the mortal realm, that would be an exception. As for cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage, like your master, while they also refrain from using their powers lightly, if someone were to offend your master, he certainly would not sit idly by. All he would have to do afterwards is erase the memories of any ordinary people who witnessed him." Wai Yilong listened, bewildered. "Why is that? What harm could come from ordinary people knowing?" As soon as Yilong uttered this, everyone fell silent and cast a glance at Hua Mainyang. Wai Yilong naturally followed their gaze. While washing the vegetables, Hua Mainyang seemed to sense their attention and smiled brightly, saying, "Due to historical reasons, I must clarify that I am a princess of the former dynasty, not a princess of the Zhao Kingdom." "The former dynasty? Wasn't he that also the Zhao Kingdom?" Yilong was perplexed, recalling the harmonious history of the Yulan continent over the past 800 years, free from wars or conquests. Perhaps sensing Yilong's confusion, Jiang Mingyuan took the opportunity to elaborate on the history of the former dynasty. 800 years ago, it was known as the Yun Kingdom. At that time, immortals and mortals were united, and powerful beings emerged in droves. Unfortunately, after the cataclysmic battle, the realms of immortals and mortals were forever severed. Since then, the cultivation world has taken on its current form. Though this was conveyed in a few sentences, Yilong could see an infinite sorrow and resentment reflected in Hua Mainyang's beautiful eyes. Fortunately, all his questions were beginning to unravel. The reason he had not heard any tales of the cultivation world among mortals was due to the rule of eternal separation between the two realms. He also gained a clearer understanding of the cultivation world. However, new questions arose. Since Hua Mainyang, Fan Riliang, and Tang Biao had once been cultivators, why were they no longer? Was it due to that great battle? What had been their cultivation levels to live for 800 years? As a princess of the former Yun Kingdom, why was Hua Mainyang living in the Zhao Kingdom? And what connection did the Shangqing sect have with her? Most importantly, what had transpired during the cataclysmic battle that she mentioned? Lunch continued to leave everyone thoroughly satisfied. After returning to his room, Yilong sat cross-legged on the bed. He had thoroughly memorized the small booklet, and he need not worry about exposing his cultivation level. As long as Jiang Mingyuan, who was at the foundation establishment stage, could not discern his true level, he was safe. As for those of higher cultivation levels, he was uncertain if they would detect anything. With a general understanding of the cultivation world now in mind, his foremost priority was to comprehend the nature of the dragon pearl within him. Seated in meditation, he turned his focus inward to his Dantian. 10 dragon pearls resided within, gently spinning. Not only were the individual pearls rotating, but the entire formation was in motion. As they spun, spiritual energy flowed continuously into his body. The single dragon pearl in the upper Dantian began to rotate as well, and the Shanglong-ju was being cultivated incessantly. He attempted to operate the techniques of the second layer of the qi refining stage. However, a sudden pain surged through his meridians. Why Yilong hastily ceased his attempts with the second layer techniques. Thoughts raced through his mind. He had previously mastered the first layer of the qi refining stage, reaching its pinnacle. According to the booklet, filling 1/10 of the Dantian signified the peak of the first layer. If he were to continue to break through, he would transition into the second layer of qi refining. Once his entire Dantian was filled with spiritual energy, he would reach the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining, allowing him to transform spiritual energy into liquid and establish his foundation. But now, why was he unable to smoothly operate the second layer techniques? Could it be that he had remained at the first layer? The issue was that his Dantian was entirely occupied by the 10 dragon pearls, leaving no benchmark for the first layer of qi refining. What stage was he truly in? Yilong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 10 continuously spinning dragon pearls. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one of the pearls, which seemed to contain a mist-like substance within. He concentrated all his internal vision on that particular dragon pearl, observing it intently. After a moment, Yilong's expression shifted dramatically. He had formed a realization and hurriedly began to inspect the other 9 dragon pearls. Chapter 18. A Day of Enlightenment in Qi Refining. After completing his observations of all the dragon pearls, Yilong gained clarity. The other dragon pearls contained nothing at all, only that one pearl held 1/10 of the spiritual energy in a swirling motion. Moreover, through his observations, he discovered that the spiritual energy entering his body was being directed into the second dragon pearl. This meant that he was indeed at the first layer of qi refining. However, due to his previous chaotic actions, he could be considered at 1/10 of the first layer of qi refining. Only when he could infuse all 10 dragon pearls with 1/10 of spiritual energy could he reach the great perfection of the first layer of qi refining. This revelation filled Yilong with regret. Originally, he could have achieved the great perfection of the first layer within the span of a single incense stick, but due to his missteps, he now faced a 10-fold increase in time required. Even upon reaching the second layer of qi refining, he would similarly need 10 times the original effort to advance to the third layer. This meant that while others might achieve foundation establishment in a year, he would require 10 years. This was indeed a predicament, one that he had inadvertently created for himself. How foolish could he be? One wasn't enough. He had amassed 10 now. He faced a daunting 10-fold delay in reaching the next realm. Though filled with frustration, Yilong realized he could not afford to dwell on regret. The situation was what it was, and he could only continue his cultivation. However, applying the same logic, if he had to expend 10 times the effort to cultivate, would his strength also be 10-fold compared to others at the same realm? Yilong pondered carefully, and it indeed seemed plausible. More importantly, the Dragon Pearl had not only replaced his Dantian, but also allowed him to unleash spells associated with the mutated tri-attribute spiritual roots. If his original Dantian was of a mixed 5-element spiritual root, then he now possessed an 8-element spiritual root. As for the grade, that remained unverified. He could only rely on his own exploration. After thoroughly studying the condition of his dantian, Yilong began to devise a training regimen for himself. Since he could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to enhance the ascending dragon technique, he could not afford to waste a single moment of each day. He planned to meditate for an hour each morning and evening, with intermittent sessions of meditation and cultivation throughout the day. Although he could now cultivate autonomously, the speed of energy absorption while on autopilot was considerably slower compared to conscious practice. After scheduling his training time, Yilong commenced the full operation of the first layer of the Qi refinement technique. However, in the next moment, he hastily halted the technique's operation. Goodness, he had nearly exposed himself while channeling his full energy. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged chaotically into his body. What was happening? Had he entered the Qi refinement stage? Indeed, a voice from outside the door confirmed it. Yilong quickly rose to open the door, greeted by the astonished expression of Jiang Mingyuan. Having just conducted his research, he now understood how to reveal and conceal his cultivation level. Simply put, it involved the operation of 10 dragon pearls. As long as he could bring the 10 dragon pearls within his dantian to a standstill and fix them in one position, his cultivation would be revealed. Conversely, once the dragon pearls began to rotate and revolve, his cultivation would be instantly concealed, rendering him an ordinary person. At this moment, with Jiang Mingyuan's arrival, Yilong found it impossible to explain the recent outburst of spiritual energy. He could only cease the operation of the 10 dragon pearls. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Yilong. You young rascal, how could you have entered the Qi refinement stage in such a short time? Yilong chuckled sheepishly, responding, at first, I felt nothing while channeling the technique. Gradually, I became overwhelmingly drowsy and fell asleep, only to dream of some cool, ethereal entities entering my body. Then I woke up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan regarded Yilong with a profoundly complex expression, simultaneously lamenting as he slapped his forehead. Opportunity, the chance for enlightenment. It's all my fault. Yilong was bewildered. How did a mere slip of the tongue lead to enlightenment? Was enlightenment merely a product of sleeping and dreaming? Now that you have entered the Qi refinement stage, you are officially a cultivator. At noon, I explained the rules of the cultivation world to you. You are already aware of my sect. However, the next piece of information is crucial, and you must remember it well. With that, Jiang Mingyuan strode directly into Yilong's room and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a burst of spiritual power, leaving Yilong in a state of astonishment. This is the soundproofing technique. You will learn it when you reach the foundation establishment stage. Noticing Yilong's confusion, Jiang Mingyuan offered a brief explanation, then, with a grave expression, cautioned him. In the cultivation world, there are taboos that must never be violated. Should you infringe upon them, no one will be able to save you. Do you understand? Yilong nodded earnestly. He had already committed the earlier warnings to memory. After all, rules were merely set for the incapable. Those with power, influence, and cultivation would only exploit the rules to transcend them. Rules exist to serve them, not to bind them. Now, the next thing you must remember is to avoid getting too close to Hua Meinyang and her ilk. Yilong was taken aback. Why is that? Jiang Mingyuan shook his head. Do not inquire. I am unaware of the reasons either. This is merely what the sect instructed me to convey when I was dispatched here. Just heed my words. Understood? Yilong pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I will remember. You are my disciple in the mortal realm. We can discuss everything upon our return to the sect. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. By the way, here are 2 bottles of elixirs. One is a Qi recovery pill for replenishing expended spiritual energy, and the other is a Qi condensation pill to expedite your cultivation speed. I have already reached the foundation establishment stage, and these are merely leftovers from before. There aren't any extras. We can discuss more upon our return to the sect. Yilong accepted the 2 bottles of elixirs. When will we be able to return to the sect? I am uncertain, but I estimate it will take at most 100 years. Seeing Yilong's astonished expression, Jiang Mingyuan produced a small booklet and handed it to him. This contains common knowledge about the cultivation world. You can peruse it during your leisure time. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye, and once you enter the Qi refinement stage, your lifespan will extend to 200 years. Now, continue with your cultivation. With that, Jiang Mingyuan hurriedly took his leave. It was merely an encounter with a naive novice like Yilong if he were in the sect. He would never dare to interrupt another's enlightenment, as that could lead to deadly enmity and even violate sect regulations. Jiang Mingyuan could not help but feel anxious, thus he granted some advantages to this exceedingly unremarkable disciple. After all, with a mixed five-element spiritual root, what could he achieve even upon entering the Qi refinement stage? The pinnacle would likely be the foundation establishment stage, requiring a substantial expenditure of rare resources to ascend. In that time, who knows how many exceptional foundation establishment cultivators could have been produced? Furthermore, he had never heard of anyone with a low-grade five-element spiritual root reaching the core formation stage. Therefore, even though Yilong had now entered the Qi refinement stage, Jiang Mingyuan still held a deep-seated disdain for him. Chapter 19. The sect leader of the Upper Clear sect, Yilong carefully stored the elixirs and booklet. Resuming his seated meditation on the bed, contemplating Jiang Mingyuan's earlier words, the instruction to keep his distance from Hua Mainyang and her associates carried significant weight. Why should he not grow too close to Hua Mainyang? Was it due to the former dynasty's princess seeking to restore her nation? Yet, Hua Mainyang, Fan Rinliang, and Tang Biao were not cultivators. How could they restore a nation? Relying solely on martial prowess at the master level would be insufficient. They would need to rally cultivators. However, cultivators require resources for their cultivation. Could these individuals afford such resources? If they had the means, why hadn't Hua Mainyang restored her cultivation? Either she was unable to do so, or there were powerful beings preventing her from regaining her abilities. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yilong's heart skipped a beat. If it were indeed an inability to recover, then Jiang Mingyuan's sect would not have felt the need to caution him so explicitly. Since they had taken the time to warn him, it was clear that certain formidable beings were forbidding Hua Mainyang and her companions from regaining their cultivation. Thus, Jiang Mingyuan's purpose here was evident, ostensibly for protection, but in reality, to keep watch. Coupled with the fact that Hua Mainyang resided in the Zhao Kingdom, the answer became clear. The Upper Clear sect was the powerful entity preventing Hua Mainyang from restoring her cultivation. Yet, why not eliminate them entirely? Did Hua Mainyang harbor some secret worth preserving? Yilong was lost in thought regarding Hua Mainyang's secret when a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? It is us. Open the door. Yilong was momentarily taken aback before hastily rising to open it. The visitor was none other than Fan Rinliang, who stood with his hands clasped in front of him. His expression unchanged, squinting slightly. Come with us, we need you to help prepare a few dishes, he said, striding ahead. Yilong hurried to follow. Uncle Yang, we just had lunch. What dishes are we making now? Fan Rinliang replied mysteriously. You'll find out when we get there. It's a great opportunity for you, a wonderful opportunity. Yilong was taken aback. An opportunity for him? In his mind, cultivating was the true opportunity. Wait a moment. Could it be? Yilong's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the briskly walking Fan Rinliang. Ha ha, you clever little rascal. Your mind is quick, indeed. Your sect leader has arrived. Yilong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Our sect leader? The leader of the Upper Clear sect. Shu, lower your voice. That's a nascent soul expert. Do you want to die? Yilong hurriedly clamped his mouth shut, but his heart raced. Just moments ago, he had deduced that this sect leader was likely the formidable being monitoring Hua Mainyang. It was even possible that he was responsible for the suppression of Hua Mainyang and her companion's cultivation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was now at their doorstep. Yilong remained on high alert as he followed Fan Rinliang to the pavilion. Everyone had gathered there, and Jiang Mingyuan was attending to a middle-aged man. This man, dressed in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of nonchalance and elegance. With a golden hairpin securing his dark hair, he radiated authority and righteousness. The aura of an upper echelon was palpable. Merely his entrance emanated a commanding presence. Just a single glance made Yilong feel as though his heartbeat had slowed several beats, and this was just a casual glance from the man. He believed that facing him directly would likely result in being utterly crushed by sheer force, a nascent soul expert. Truly terrifying. Yilong's heart raced with mounting anxiety. This is my disciple whom I helped gather. Although he possesses a low-grade spiritual root, He just entered the Qi refinement stage today after becoming my disciple. Impressive, isn't it? Moreover, he excels in culinary skills that make my mouth water, Hua Mainyang said to the man beside her. As she beckoned Yilong forward, her charm reaching its zenith, Wai Yilong felt an inexplicable stir within him at her mere glance. Why did it feel so wrong? Does Hua Mainyang not realize that this old man is watching her? It seems improbable. After all, Hua Mainyang has lived for at least 800 years, and her thoughts are undoubtedly far more profound than his. It is simply inconceivable that she would remain unaware. Given her knowledge of being monitored, why does she still present herself like a streetwalker? Is she attempting to rely on seduction? Yet, seated beside her is a formidable Yuaning expert. Would he be easily deceived? Oh? Hee, Mingyuan. Is this your disciple? Zhang Mingyuan hurriedly clasped his hands and replied, Sect Master, it is I who sacrificed my reputation to allow Zhang Mingyuan to take him in. Before Zhang Mingyuan could finish, Hua Mainyang swiftly struck the shoulder of the middle-aged man beside her with her fan, speaking flirtatiously. The middle-aged man scrutinized Yilong intently. If he truly is a disciple taken in just today, entering the Qi refining stage on his very first day, then it seems his potential is quite promising. Mingyuan, you must guide him well. Yes, Sect Master, Yilong, come forth to pay your respects to the Sect Master. Zhang Mingyuan, now drenched in sweat, urged Yilong to step forward. Wai Yilong, not daring to be remiss, hurriedly approached and clasped his hands, saying, I greet the Sect Master. Your Master Mingyuan has urgent matters to attend to, and there are limited resources for the Qi refining stage. Thus, I have a few bottles of Qi refining elixirs here. Consider them a token of our first meeting. As he spoke, 3 bottles of elixirs floated through the air. Yilong quickly reached out to catch them. Superior quality Qi condensation pills, quickly thanked the Sect Master. Zhang Mingyuan gestured anxiously, seemingly fearful of offending the Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. The middle-aged man grunted, his eyes reflecting a pensive demeanor. He then turned to Hua Mainyang. You are aware of the sect's rules. What do you think? Hua Mainyang hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly glanced at Yilong. I understand. Yilong was utterly bewildered. The middle-aged man hesitated slightly, then sighed softly. Since you are reluctant, let this young one make his own choice. He then turned to the bewildered Yilong disciples in the Qi refining stage cannot linger in the mortal realm. I trust Mingyuan has informed you of this? Yilong's heart stirred, and he understood. Thus he clasped his hands and replied, He has mentioned it. However, I share a deep friendship with Flower Manager. Some matters are not appropriate for me to elaborate on. If Flower Manager wishes to keep you here, we will not impose. You may choose to remain here or have someone escort you back to the sect. Wai Yilong did not hesitate, raising his head to look resolutely at the Sect Master of Shangqing Sect. He was well aware of the implications from Fanrenliang behind Hua Mainyang will follow the Sect Master's orders. As a member of Shangqing Sect, I would rather die as a ghost of Shangqing Sect. In that instant, the entire pavilion fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yilong's declaration of loyalty. Even Fan Renliang, who had been subtly guiding him, was rendered speechless. The stoic-faced Tang Biao gaped in surprise, his astonishment evident. Only the middle-aged man bore a look of disdain and contempt, yet his expression betrayed a sense of satisfaction. Who is Yilong? Chapter 20. A Deep Friendship and Lost Opportunities. In his past life, he had owned a small restaurant. He had encountered all manner of people. His ability to read situations was unparalleled. Even before a Yuaning expert, as long as he could engage in conversation, he would not falter. Similarly, he could discern the disdain and contempt in the sect master's eyes. After all, he was indeed a Yuaning expert. Zhang Mingyuan, nearby, barely concealed his own contempt. Well, Mingyuan has taken on a fine disciple. Since that is the case, you may remain here. Upon your return, I will instruct others to ensure you receive all that you are owed. As a member of Shangqing Sect, the sect will certainly not neglect you. As for your monthly stipend, it will be at the highest standard for outer disciples. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. I will wholeheartedly serve Flower Manager. Go and busy yourself. Prepare a few signature dishes for me to sample the renowned cuisine of Flower Manager. Certainly, I shall do so. With a beaming smile, Yi Long turned and headed to the kitchen. He paid no mind to the sect master's inner contempt. He was after profit, having already pledged his allegiance. If this sect master proved to be stingy, it would only indicate that Shangqing sect's vision was too narrow. Although he was still uncertain about the specifics of his monthly stipend, the mere mention of the highest standard for outer disciples assured him that his flattery had not been misplaced. Yi Long surveyed the ingredients and realized he was lacking quite a bit. Just as he was about to step out to seek funds from Fan Rinliang to purchase more supplies, Fan Rinliang appeared. "Let us go. I shall assist you in procuring the ingredients." Yi Long smiled. "Uncle Yang, you are truly considerate." "Haha, it is not you, little rascal, who knows how to flatter. No, Uncle Yang is the most understanding." Fan Rinliang shot an exasperated glance at Yi Long. "Did you not comprehend the hint I just gave you?" Yi Long feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "Did you hint at something?" Fan Rinliang was further exasperated, unwilling to engage in conversation. This little rascal was so cunning and worldly, yet he insisted on playing the fool. Nevertheless, Fan Rinliang quietly noted Yi Long's gratitude. He was indeed a loyal and appreciative young lad. Yi Long, however, did not relent. "What is the sect master's name?" "Zhao. He shares a relationship with Flower Manager." Aside from answering Zhao Yijian's name, Fan Rinliang refused to indulge any further inquiries from Yi Long. Yi Long, feeling disheartened, ceased his questioning. This old man was as tight-lipped as a well-wrapped wound, fearful of revealing too much. He had certainly perceived Fan Rinliang's hint. He simply did not wish to acknowledge it. The hint was for him to go to Shangqing sect, not to linger here. Hua Mainyang had treated him exceptionally well. From the moment they met, her demeanor had been warm and kind. She had not acted with airs of superiority, nor had she used her status to intimidate him. She was remarkably reasonable. Setting aside Hua Mainyang's beauty and figure, Yi Long was genuinely inclined to collaborate and converse with someone like her. Moreover, Hua Mainyang had been consistently supportive of him, from ensuring his younger brother's safety to allowing him to remain and facilitating Jiang Mingyuan's acceptance of him as a disciple. Tio suggests that Hua Mainyang harbored ulterior motives or schemes against him was something Yi Long could not believe. He was far more inclined to trust in her benevolent character. After all, as someone with a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements, what utility could he possibly have for Hua Mainyang? Even if she harbored ambitions of restoring her nation, it would be illogical for her to expend effort on a mere novice who had just entered the qi refining stage. Her focus should rightfully be on the formidable figures of the Golden Core and Yuaning stages. Thus, Fan Rinliang's hint to go to Shangqing sect was undoubtedly for his own benefit. Yet, upon his first encounter with Zhao Yijian, the man merely offered him a choice, likely out of courtesy. After all, those in positions of power often exhibit greater hypocrisy. Their benevolence, kindness, and respect are frequently veiled in artifice. Should he comply with Zhao Yijian's question and make a choice, regardless of the answer, it would leave an impression of being self-willed and ungrateful. Difficult to manage. It is well known that those in power prefer subordinates who are obedient and follow orders, rather than those who think for themselves and make independent judgments. To be a servant. One must have the mindset of a servant. In this regard, Yi Long was quite experienced and would boldly claim to be the best in the world. Moreover, one cannot expect to reap benefits without enduring hardships. Such is the nature of life. However, Zhao Yijian's intent in allowing him to stay here was quite apparent, completely overturning his previous assumptions. These two individuals were undeniably peculiar. The phrase deep friendship spoke volumes. Reflecting on Hua Mainyang's alluring demeanor from earlier, it was clear she had played her trump card. Yi Long sighed softly, feeling a sudden sense of melancholy. Such a remarkable beauty, reduced to being a mistress, was truly a lamentable waste. What are you sighing about, little rascal? Regretting it? If that is the case, go home, prepare a meal, and have the manager speak on your behalf. It should not be an issue. Fan Rinliang teased from the side. Yi Long did not respond. Instead, he looked meaningfully at Fan Rinliang and asked, "Is Zhao Yijian's relationship with the manager truly deep?" Fan Rinliang paused, nodding in confusion. Of course. Yi Long received a confirming answer, causing his heart to skip a beat. The wave of emotions akin to heartbreak washed over him, and his expression quickly turned despondent. observing Yilong's sudden change in demeanor. Fan Rinliang shook his head in perplexity. The ingredients were soon purchased, particularly the mandarin fish, which Hua Mainyang had personally requested. After returning to the escort agency, Yilong began cooking while Fan Rinliang assisted. Before long, several exquisite and delicious dishes were prepared, beautifully plated to stimulate one's appetite. Fan Rinliang helped serve the dishes, but when he sought Yilong's assistance, Yilong flatly refused. He was currently engulfed in a state of heartbreak. Not wanting to lay eyes on Hua Mainyang's enticing visage, he simply wished to be alone. A qualified ex should ideally be deceased, at present. Yilong fervently hopes that Hua Mainyang will meet her end sooner rather than later. He even finds himself regretting the flattery he previously bestowed upon Zhao Yijian. Had he known, he would have opted for the sect instead. Out of sight, out of mind. After Fan Rinliang finished delivering the dishes, he returned to find Yilong, dejected and forlorn. He stood there, silently contemplating the earlier conversation between the two of them. It seemed that after the final question, Yilong had transformed into this state. Fan Rinliang meticulously recalled what the last question had entailed, a profound friendship. In an instant, he pinpointed the key phrase. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom what there was to be disheartened about. Hua Mainyang had known Zhao Yijian for nearly a millennium. Their bond was indeed substantial. Fan Rinliang remained perplexed by Yilong's peculiar behavior and chose to disregard him, proceeding directly out of the kitchen to attend to Hua Mainyang and Zhao Yijian, leaving Yilong alone in the kitchen, consumed by sorrow. Chapter 21. Angrily denouncing the worthlessness of life. Not only had Yilong experienced heartbreak, but he was also compelled to personally prepare a nutritious meal for a couple of despicable individuals before midday. He even had to bear witness to. That was the most tragic aspect. As a man who had endured the age of information explosion, Yilong's ideal woman embodied the essence of someone like Hua Mainyang. Ripe cherries, much like Su Qing, radiate grace and charm. They were not akin to those lanky, paper-like beauties. Moreover, Hua Mainyang bore no trace of the ravages of time upon her visage, her figure astonishingly flawless. Although her actual age surpassed that of his great-grandmother by a considerable margin, age is irrelevant to cultivators. He was now a member of the cultivation realm, and as such, one should never gauge the suitability of marital age based on mere chronology. Yilong felt a pang of heartache. To be honest, he genuinely cherished Hua Mainyang. Whether it was love at first sight or her stunning beauty, he was simply enamored. Even if he could not possess her, he would be content just to quietly observe her in her singlehood. And just as Yilong wallowed in self-pity, an unexpected guest arrived. "Oh, everyone is here? Perfect. None of you will be leaving today." Yilong hastily sprang from the kitchen. Upon emerging, he encountered an elderly man with a full head of silver hair, vociferously shouting at the door in the pavilion. Hua Mainyang was laughing and drinking with Zhao Yijian. Yilong recalled what Jiang Mingyuan had said to him yesterday. Today would be even more lively. However, the sect master of the Upper Clear sect was present. How dare this man show up at the Wantong escort agency? Utterly disregarding his own life, as expected, after the man's outcry, none in the pavilion even lifted their gaze. Only Zhao Yijian lightly waved his hand, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power toward the intruder. The spiritual energy coalesced in the air, transforming into a resplendent golden sword that swiftly pierced the man's brow. In an instant, the sword vanished without a trace. The man, however, fell straight to the ground. Yilong stood there, dumbfounded and trembling. Was it not said that immortals and mortals must part ways? Was it not stated that cultivators are forbidden from harming mortals? Was it not proclaimed that slaying was prohibited within the borders of Zhao? They merely came to challenge. They were not here to kill. Yet how could Zhao Yijian, as the sect master of one of the 6 major sects, so casually disregard life? Yilong felt his legs weaken, and his mind grew hazy. That was a living being. Just like that, gone. All it took was a mere wave of a hand. It was his first encounter with murder, and it was executed so quietly, without a trace. Yet he suddenly realized this was a different world. Here, there were no rules. The only rule was that strength reigns supreme. though he had long mentally prepared for such a reality when it manifested before him. He still could not accept it deep within. Whether in this life or the past, it was indeed the first time he witnessed a life extinguished. The emotions stirred within him were complex: fear, confusion, helplessness, and a tremor from the depths of his soul. Those who have never faced life and death cannot comprehend such terror. It is a reverence for life. Before his rebirth, he had felt that fear. And now, it had returned. Though Yi Long had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never dared to trample upon that reverence for life. For he had palpably experienced that moment when this world holds no trace of you. And you can no longer behold the sun or the azure sky, nor could you witness the vibrant hues of the world, plunging into an abyss of despair. He believed that every life existing in this world must inherently have its purpose and significance. It is these diverse lives that render the world so colorful and vibrant. If every powerful being regards other lives as insignificant, then this world would devolve into a merciless slaughterhouse. Then, what meaning would life hold? What significance would his eternal existence possess? Fan Renliang seemed to have anticipated this situation. Without needing Hua Mainyang's command, he collaborated with Tang Biao to wrap the corpse. Subsequently, Jiang Mingyuan stepped forward, incinerating it entirely, leaving not a single ash behind. Yi Long's expression was one of profound sorrow. His eyes reddened as he watched the corpse vanish from this world as if it had never existed. How could they be so indifferent, yet treat it as a matter of course? Had their disregard for life, their insult to existence, and their contempt for life become ingrained in their very bones? Yi Long's unusual demeanor drew the attention of all present. Hua Mainyang, taken aback by Yi Long's expression of deep sorrow, gasped in surprise. Zhao Yijian narrowed his tiger-like eyes, coldly scrutinizing the stunned Yi Long. Tang Biao and Jiang Mingyuan exchanged puzzled glances. Only Fan Renliang, perceiving Zhao Yijian's expression, promptly attempted to ease the tension, stating, "This young man is witnessing such a scene for the first time. He likely has never seen death before. This old servant will go and enlighten him." Zhao Yijian's demeanor gradually softened. Hua Mainyang looked at Yi Long with a complex expression. She was all too familiar with the sympathy reflected in Yi Long's eyes. She never imagined that someone as reckless as Yi Long could be so grief-stricken over the death of a complete stranger. While feeling a sense of comfort, she could only sadly shake her head. In the kitchen, Fan Renliang pushed the dazed Yi Long back inside. "What are you doing, kid? It's just one person dead. Is there any need for such theatrics?" Yi Long, in disbelief, widened his eyes and turned to glare at Fan Renliang with bloodshot eyes. He stepped forward, gripping Fan Renliang's collar tightly, and shouted, "What did you say? Just one person dead? Are you a beast? That was a life, a living life. Do you not realize he was your kind? He too was nurtured by his parents with immense toil. Bit by bit, he had friends and family, and he cherished many beautiful experiences in life. Just because he came to provoke you, you killed him?" How utterly Yi Long fell into a contemplative silence. However, Hua Mainyang knelt down and gently patted his shoulder. "You are a good child, yet you fail to grasp the profound truths governing the world. Life exists in a hierarchy in the eyes of the powerful. Ordinary people are akin to the mosquitoes, wild dogs, and fish you perceive. In the realm of cultivation, all lower-tier practitioners are viewed as mere insects. Wild beasts and fish. You must understand that the value of life lies not in reverence, but in existence itself. Only by living can you witness the grand tapestry of history and behold the wonders unseen by others. When you ascend to greatness, you will realize that those mundane beings are no longer considered your kind." Hua Mainyang departed, leaving Yi Long alone to ponder quietly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. These truths he understood all too well. In fact, he could articulate them fluently. Yet, knowing and experiencing are two entirely different sensations. It's akin to knowing that a chili pepper is spicy without truly comprehending its level of heat until you taste it yourself. Even with mental preparation, when the pepper's intensity surpasses your threshold, you discover that no amount of readiness is sufficient. Similarly, when a beloved elder in the family is gravely ill, everyone may prepare for the inevitable. Yet when that moment arrives, controlling one's grief becomes an insurmountable challenge. Wai Long was reluctant to admit that he had been schooled by an unworldly ancient, and, even more so, by a breathtaking beauty he secretly admired. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. With his head bowed, Yilong returned to the rear courtyard. Upon encountering Fan Renliang, he was quietly informed that Zhao Yijian had departed. After delivering this news, Fan Renliang busied himself attending to Hua Mainyang. Confused by the implications of old eunuch, Yilong felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and agitation. He rolled his eyes and began calculating the time, realizing that Zhao Yijian had been present for just over an hour, most of which was spent chatting with Hua Mainyang in the pavilion, under the scrutiny of onlookers. The remaining time was after Zhao Yijian's violent act, during which Fan Renliang had dragged him back to the kitchen. It couldn't have been more than half an hour, as a cultivator. Such haste was unusual. Wai Yilong was certain that nothing untoward had transpired between Hua Mainyang and Zhao Yijian. Eagerly, Yilong hurried to Hua Mainyang's room. Fan Renliang stood guard at the door. Taken aback by the sight of the flushed Yilong with a chilling glare, he reminded him, "Have we not discussed the rules of the escort agency? I wish to see the shopkeeper." Yilong, dismissive of Fan Renliang's authority, inadvertently dealt him a significant blow to his pride. "Wait here." With that, Fan Renliang entered the room to report. Moments later, a voice called out from within, "Come in." Recognizing the sticky sweet tone of the shopkeeper, Yilong's heart raced with anxiety. He hurriedly adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and stepped inside. Hua Mainyang's chamber was fragrant, adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. Akin to dwelling within a garden, a curtain obscured the inner space, behind which the sounds of splashing water echoed. Through the veil, Yilong caught a glimpse of a perfectly sculpted figure seductively entering a bath. He swallowed hard, captivated. Fan Renliang, frowning, shot Yilong a sharp look. "Speak. What brings you here?" The alluring voice of Hua Mainyang drifted through Wai Yilong finally recalled his purpose. "Shopkeeper, why was Zhao Yijian able to commit murder?" Fan Renliang paused, while Hua Mainyang chuckled softly. "You already know the answer. Why ask further? Then why must the immortal and mortal worlds remain apart?" Hua Mainyang fell silent for a moment. "Because of my father." Yilong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the sheer fabric of the curtain. "Have you ever seen a prince who has held his title for thousands, even tens of thousands of years? Have you seen a chancellor wielding power for millennia? Have you witnessed an emperor reigning for tens of thousands of years?" In that instant, Yilong comprehended. The former Yun kingdom had been dominated by cultivators and governance. Unifying the entire continent to an emperor who cultivates, or even a powerful cultivator, spells trouble for everyone. Not to mention a prince who has held his position for 10,000 years. Those in his retinue are also cultivators. With thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of unchanging loyalty, the underlying power and influence only grow more formidable with time, leading to an extreme division of classes. The most marginalized mortals become the targets of exploitation. Even those with lifespans of less than 100 years are condemned to be slaves to cultivators for generations. Mortals will dwindle in number. Choosing not to reproduce avoids exploitation, and indifference to life and death breeds fearlessness against enslavement. To resist, a mere dream, and a nation, devoid of new life, can self-destruct even without external factors. Thank you for your guidance, shopkeeper. I understand now. Farewell. At that moment, Yilong's perception of this foreign world was irrevocably altered. His preconceived notions, once mere theories, were solidified through experience and direct observation. It was akin to knowing the spiciness of a chili. Even with prior knowledge, without first-hand experience, it remained an abstraction. Now, having faced that spiciness, he could establish a tangible measure within his mind. Consequently, Yilong's principles and bottom lines underwent a profound transformation. Just as he prepared to depart, a voice called out, "Wait." Yilong hesitated, glancing curiously at the woman behind the curtain. The sound of water splashing was followed by Hua Mainyang emerging from the bath, drying herself with a towel. The silhouette of her flawless form held Yilong's unwavering gaze. "Why do you linger?" Yilong turned his head in surprise, noting Fan Renliang seemingly dozing off in a half-dazed state. Chapter 23. Repaying kindness and willing to follow. Yilong was well aware of what Hua Mainyang was inquiring about. Why not join the Qingqing sect? After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. The shopkeeper has been kind to me. Although I am unaware of your circumstances, if you enjoy the meals I prepare, then being able to cook for you for a few more years is my humble gesture of gratitude. You are thoughtful, yet you ought to consider joining the Qingqing sect. With your low-grade 5-element spiritual root, it would be exceedingly challenging to cultivate without resources. Hua Meinyang's voice was earnest, tinged with a hint of regret. Wai Yilong reflected upon his previous cultivation experiences. As for the resources needed for cultivation, he had never really cared. As long as I am alive, that is enough, is it not? His words rendered Hua Meinyang momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she chuckled. You are quite clever, turning my words back on me. Very well, be gone. I shall remember you. Yilong grinned, ready to take his leave, when suddenly a crucial question sprang to mind. In the curious gaze of Fan Renliang, he earnestly inquired, Shopkeeper, may I ask a life-and-death question? Will you answer me sincerely? Fan Renliang stared blankly at the solemn Yilong. Oh, a matter of life and death? What is it? Hua Meinyang's tone turned serious, her attention piqued. Are you Zhao Yijian's kept mistress? Gasp! Fan Renliang inhaled sharply, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared wide-eyed at Yilong. Hua Meinyang stood frozen, taken aback by the unexpected accusation. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally reacted. Lao Shu, kill him. Do not let him live another moment. Yes, my old servant. Fan Renliang looked at the empty space before him, where Yilong had vanished without a trace, with a sorrowful expression. He bowed toward the curtain where Hua Meinyang stood. I cannot do it, my lady. That rascal is now a qi refining stage cultivator. Hua Meinyang trembled with rage, her face paling further. Grinding her teeth, she commanded, Go. Tell Jiang Mingyuan to capture that scoundrel. If I do not skin him alive today, I shall not be called Hua Meinyang. Yes, my old servant will go at once. Fan Renliang shuddered in fear. He had never seen the shopkeeper so enraged. After hundreds of years, how could that brat dare to tarnish her name? This time, he would not escape unscathed. A quarter of an hour later, the bruised and battered Yilong was brought before Hua Meinyang. Jiang Mingyuan, having received a letter from Fan Renliang, wasted no time and immediately headed to the fourth room next door. The moment Yilong was dragged out, he was subjected to a brutal beating. Faced with the relentless assault of a foundation-building cultivator, Yilong had no means to resist. Fan Renliang, not satisfied with the severity of the punishment, took it upon himself to further mar Yilong's face. Enraged, Yilong gritted his teeth in hatred, yet dared not retaliate in the presence of Jiang Mingyuan. At this moment, Hua Meinyang reclined languidly on her couch, adorned in sheer silk, gently waving a fan. The delicate fragrance of her post-bath essence wafted into Yilong's nostrils, mingling with the blood trickling from his nose. Her long, graceful legs were impeccably smooth and fair, while her exquisite, enchanting face and mesmerizing eyes held an allure that could captivate any soul, especially those dainty, translucent feet. A sharp intake of breath, and Yilong's nosebleed intensified. Fan Renliang, puzzled, glanced at Yilong, who was bleeding from both nostrils, and began to question the peculiar situation. He recalled that only one nostril had been injured earlier. You little rascal, come, explain to me why you claimed I am Zhao Yijian's concubine. Yilong timidly surveyed the three individuals surrounding him. There was the stoic Tang Biao, sword drawn and poised at his neck, the meticulous Jiang Mingyuan, examining his nails with keen interest, and the old eunuch, the eighth-tier martial artist Fan Renliang, standing half asleep beside Hua Meinyang. With a hesitant stutter, Yilong replied, It was the sect leader Zhao Yijian who said it. Hua Meinyang's eyes widened in shock as she sat upright, her tiny, delicate toes playfully perched on the wooden edge of the couch, a sight that left Yilong's swollen eyes agape. Realizing something was amiss, Fan Renliang instinctively moved to block Yilong's line of sight. Just as Yilong was about to push the old eunuch aside, the cold blade at his neck radiated an icy aura, rendering him immobile. Hua Meinyang, sensing the tension, bit her silver teeth in frustration but inwardly reveled in the situation. After reclining once more, the old eunuch stepped aside. What did Zhao Yijian say to you? Did he perhaps communicate with you telepathically? Hua Meinyang questioned, her gaze scrutinizing Yilong, recalling the brief exchange between Zhao Yijian and Yilong. She was certain there had been no implication of concubines involved. Wai Yilong shook his head slightly. There was no telepathy. And oh, telepathy? I was present at the time. How could I have missed any mention of myself? Yilong fell silent, casting a timid glance at Hua Meinyang, unable to speak further. Hua Meinyang's impatience surged as she glared at Yilong. Speak. The chill emanating from the sword intensified. Yilong shivered. You must guarantee they will not kill me, and then I will speak. Hua Meinyang narrowed her beautiful eyes, coldly fixing her gaze on Yilong. Very well. I guarantee it, Yilong pressed. You must state that you assure them not to kill me. With a creaking of her jaws, Hua Meinyang's teeth ground together, causing Yilong to grow increasingly anxious. All right, I assure you they will not kill you. Now speak. Taking a deep breath, Yilong once again surveyed Hua Meinyang's breathtaking figure. He said, Your relationship with him is quite profound. Silence enveloped the room. The four exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, it was the seasoned-old eunuch who, drawing from his vast experiences in the palace, whispered his conjectures to Hua Meinyang. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, even her neck bearing a rosy hue. Yet, her eyes were filled with indignation. Beat him mercilessly. Hua Meinyang commanded, and the trio showed no restraint as Yilong's cries echoed. Being a Qi refining stage cultivator, Tang Biao and Fan Renliang struck with unrestrained ferocity, without a hint of mercy. They continued until both were panting heavily, and Yilong had long succumbed to unconsciousness amidst a pool of his own blood. Only then did they relent. Hua Meinyang gazed at the unconscious Yilong. Still unsatisfied, she turned to Jiang Mingyuan with venom. Drag him back, let him die and be fed to the dogs. Chapter 24. A smile from a beauty topples a nation. Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully waved his hand. Liang Shu, you take care of this. Fan Renliang dutifully accepted the task, dragging Yilong's legs towards the courtyard. His head thudded against the steps, producing a cacophony that only spurred Fan Renliang's vigor. 3 days later, clad in azure robes and wearing a hair tie, Yilong stood before the mirror, exuding a carefree charm. Satisfied with his appearance, he strolled out. The front courtyard erupted in chaos once more. Throughout these 3 days, the Wantong escort agency had been anything but peaceful, with various martial artists coming to provoke them day and night. Despite the knowledge that Tang Biao was present, challengers continued to swarm the agency like flies around a rotten egg. Upon entering the front courtyard, Yilong spotted Hua Meinyang munching on sunflower seeds in a pavilion. From a distance, she caught sight of him and rolled her eyes dramatically, while Yilong sheepishly approached her. Tang Biao maintained a frosty demeanor, guarding the pavilion with his sword crossed over his chest, while Jiang Mingyuan was indifferent. Practicing in the house in the courtyard, the fight raged on between the old eunuch and a burly middle-aged demand. Wai Yilong seized a handful of sunflower seeds from the dish beside Hua Meinyang. Cracking them as he asked, What tier is he? Ninth tier expert. Is Liang Shu a match for him? Hua Meinyang scoffed, glancing at Yilong. We were once cultivators ourselves, a mere 9th tier expert. Even if a master were to come, Liang Shu would manage just fine. Wai Yilong, astonished, inquired, You have such confidence? How about we place a bet? Hua Meinyang paused, narrowing her enchanting eyes as she licked her red lips. An electric thrill surged through Yilong, leaving him breathless. He hurriedly turned his gaze toward the battlefield. What kind of wager do you have in mind? Hua Meinyang clapped her hands, reclining against the soft couch, her delicate feet playfully swaying beside Yilong. Wai Yilong cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, since we have nothing better to do, I'm open to any wager you suggest. Oh, is that so? Then pray tell, what wager do you propose? Yilong, unable to meet Hua Meinyang's alluring gaze, cautiously suggested, How about this? If I lose, you let me kiss you. If I win, you let me kiss you. Tang Biao outside the pavilion twitched at the corners of his mouth. Hua Meinyang paused, then her beautiful face hardened. Little Yezi, it seems that beating you a few days ago hasn't taught you a lesson. You're thinking about me, aren't you? Hua Meinyang expected Yilong to shy away, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, but instead, he stared unabashedly at her. Indeed, I am enamored with you, Shopkeeper. Just tell me, how can I make you my wife? Yilong had thrown caution to the wind. He understood Hua Mainyang's status as a princess of the Yun Kingdom and her long life of 800 years. She had taken him in and even introduced him to his master in the cultivation world. Yet, rather than feeling sorrow from the beating, he felt elated. Why? Because Hua Mainyang had clearly stated that she had no ties with Zhao Yijian. This feeling of regained hope, even if Hua Mainyang were to beat him senseless 10 times over, he would gladly endure. Thus, as he gazed upon her exquisite and alluring form, he could no longer restrain himself. What did longevity or cultivation matter, if it meant he could marry Hua Mainyang? In that moment, he truly understood the phrase of beauty brings disaster. Such a captivating temptress, even if it were just for a single intoxicating night, he would deem his life well spent. Tang Biao, stunned, turned to look at the pavilion, while Fan Renliang, engaged in combat, froze in shock. The burly man he was fighting stared dumbfoundedly at the suddenly halted Fan Renliang. Hua Mainyang, half closing her beautiful eyes, silently locked gazes with the earnest Yilong. After a long pause, Hua Mainyang found herself faltering, internally berating Yilong for his lack of shame. Her rosy lips pursed slightly. Little Yezi, I am not suitable for you. She intended to scold Yilong but realized that given his audacity, he might not grasp the gravity of her words. Instead, she opted for a candid discussion. Hoping to convey the incompatibility between them, Yilong fell silent, his gaze slightly lowering. Where are we incompatible? I can change. Hua Mainyang was taken aback, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Numerous suitors had professed their love for her. One more Yilong would not make a difference, nor would one less. Yet it was only from Yilong that she sensed genuine sincerity. Thus, a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. However, accustomed to such scenarios, she feigned composure and remarked, "This isn't a matter of changing or not. I've lived for 900 years. What do you, a mere child, understand? I've consumed more salt than you have traveled." Without the slightest hesitation, Yilong retorted, "I don't believe you. The salt you've eaten is measured by weight, while the paths I've traversed are measured by distance. How do we compare?" Hua Mainyang was utterly dumbfounded. Was this not an age-old adage? Could he not discern its implications? Why this insistence on being so literal? Outside, Tang Biao and the two combatants stared at Yilong with equal bewilderment. Moreover, what of your 900 years? I too could live that long. I care not for age. Hua Mainyang glared at Yilong with barely concealed resentment. Is my meaning not clear enough or direct enough? Yilong pressed, "Just tell me, how can I marry you?" Observing Yilong's stubborn demeanor, Hua Mainyang's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a teasing spirit. "If I tell you, will you truly be able to accomplish it?" Yilong clenched his teeth. "You speak first. Whether I can do it is my concern." Hua Mainyang found Yilong's childishness amusing, gently waving her fan. "Very well. If you conquer the 6 kingdoms, I shall marry you." Yilong's jaw dropped, staring at Hua Mainyang in shock. Hua Mainyang fixed him with a provocative gaze, her enchanting eyes more alluring than ever. "What are you daydreaming about?" Tang Biao and Fan Renliang, wide-eyed, gasped as Hua Mainyang commanded. She stepped forward and began to strike him with fists and kicks. Yilong offered no resistance, instead savoring the bone-deep pain. This sensation, compared to heartbreak, was akin to a mere tickle. Indeed, Yilong felt as if he had suffered another heartbreak. Just moments ago, he had sensed an opportunity arising. The thrill of rekindling a romance akin to a lover's reunion, filled with excitement. Yet, within the span of mere minutes, his beloved had once again betrayed him. Such a feeling was unbearable in its profound sorrow. Yilong stared blankly at the azure sky, his once pristine green attire now in tatters, even his handsome visage marred with bruises. Chapter 25. The base individual disturbs the heart. Fan Renliang had lost interest in playing with his opponent and swiftly kicked the middle-aged bearded man away. He then awaited Hua Mainyang's emergence alongside Tang Biao. Hua Mainyang approached Yilong, who lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. An inexplicable mix of compassion and delight stirred within her. She felt reluctant to see Yilong endure punishment, yet delighted that such a man would do so for her. "I extend you a chance," Yet you refuse it. You deserve it, Yilong scoffed, curling his lip. Hua Mainyang, taken aback, replied, What? Did I not give you a chance? Must I spell it out for you? You're not a ladder. How am I to descend? Tang Biao and Fan Rinliang immediately readied themselves for action. Amused, Hua Mainyang waved them off. It seems you haven't had enough punishment, have you? Since you enjoy being hit, how about I give you a beating every day? Yilong's eyes finally regained their spark as he glanced at Hua Mainyang's enchanting face from below. Will you do it personally? Hua Mainyang, laughing in exasperation, spat. Pa, you're the one dreaming. With that, she swayed back into the hall, followed by Fan Rinliang and Tang Biao, both rendered speechless by Yilong's audacity. Why Yilong remained on the ground, lost in thought. Get up and tidy the place, then cook. All right, I'm on it. Yilong sprang to life, feeling Hua Mainyang's presence was indispensable. Though it was partly for his culinary skills, he felt an unexpected joy. Hua Mainyang and the others gaped at Yilong, who moments ago appeared lifeless, now bustling about with renewed vigor. It was truly hard to bear, leaving them at a loss for words. Ultimately, Uncle Yang could not hold back and muttered, I've never encountered such a wretched individual in my life. The stoic-faced Tang Biao nodded in agreement. Only Hua Mainyang, concealing her cherry lips behind her fan, chuckled. Do you not think he is doing this on purpose? Fan Rinliang and Tang Biao exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Hua Mainyang's meaning. Just wait. This fellow is certainly not finished, Fan Rinliang speculated. Do you imply that this base individual intends to continue troubling you? Hua Mainyang pursed her lips. It's not just a possibility. It's a certainty. I've truly fallen into a pit of misfortune, taking in such an unashamed rogue. Go summon Jiang. Never mind. Considering his cooking skills, I shall endure. Fan Rinliang shook his head in disbelief, resolutely deciding that next time he would exert his full strength when attacking I in the kitchen. Yilong pondered the recent events while preparing the meal. He was convinced that Hua Mainyang's words held a substantial truth. However, as a mere cultivator at the first layer of qi refinement, the idea of annihilating the six kingdoms, along with the formidable sects behind them, was sheer folly. Yet, simultaneously, it provided him with a clear message. To win Hua Mainyang's heart, he must stand atop the mountain of this continent. Even Zhao Yijian, a mighty nascent soul cultivator, could not meet Hua Mainyang's lofty expectations, underscoring their height. Moreover, having been injured twice in succession, he experienced a thrilling revelation. The Shanglong Ju possessed remarkable healing properties, accelerating his recovery at an astonishing rate. Just 3 days prior, he had sustained severe injuries. Yet overnight he was back to his former self. Today, he had recovered from all light injuries in the blink of an eye. This demonstrated that the Shanglong Ju not only expedited his cultivation but also boasted unparalleled healing capabilities. Such a revelation left Yilong in a in the future. Even when confronting opponents of equal rank, he could forego elaborate spells, opting instead for a straightforward exchange of blows. Even against higher-rank cultivators, as long as he survived, he could recover fully overnight. Furthermore, when the sun and moon's essence became available for absorption, that speed would only increase. Truly, whether for martial artists, cultivators, or healing spells, speed was paramount. In the past 3 days, he had refrained from employing his extraordinary cultivation speed, suppressing his body's cravings and progressing slowly, fearing that Jiang Mingyuan might uncover his secret. If that were to happen, Jiang Mingyuan would undoubtedly take notice, perhaps even imprisoning him to extract his secrets. After all, to high-level cultivators, he was akin to an ant. Moreover, being of the lower-tier 5-element spiritual root, they would care little for his life. Even if Hua Mainyang and the others were aware, they would not come to his aid. The stark reality of this world was far more brutal than modern civilization. Modern civilization is akin to a dull knife slowly carving away at flesh, leading one into despair and ultimately a painful demise. At least in modern times, one had the opportunity to speak. Whether anyone listened or whether it garnered attention was inconsequential. In this world, however, one might not even be granted the chance to voice their thoughts, instead confronting the stark terror of death. With these reflections, Yilong sighed deeply, and no matter where one found themselves, this world remained bound by a singular truth. The strong hold dominion. Only by becoming strong could one dictate the rules, revel in them, and fulfill their boundless desires. Yet, over these past 3 days, through daily absorption of the sun and moon's essence, he had made another discovery. Not only could the dragon pearls in his mind absorb the essence, but even the 2 dragon pearls within his dantian could do so. This revelation left Yilong bewildered about his own condition. The conventional wisdom of the cultivation world was of little use to him. He had embarked on a path beyond humanity. As for what the future held, he could not say, merely proceeding step by step. However, given his capacity to unleash spells from all elemental roots, he felt an infinite potential awaiting him. Having just finished lunch, the courtyard suddenly erupted with the sounds of conflict. At this moment, Yilong sat in the pavilion with Hua Meinyang, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while sipping tea. He found it perplexing that so many martial artists had come to provoke them. Although he did not voice his thoughts, he could not help but ponder the reasons behind this. He recalled the earlier conversation between Hua Meinyang and Fan Renliang. From the very first mention of Zhao Tianhua from the Golden Sword sect, it became evident that there was some premeditated scheme against the Wan Tong escort agency. At that time, he was merely an ordinary person, adhering to the principle of saying less and observing more to survive, remaining indifferent to the unfolding events. However, now that he had become a cultivator, such mundane matters seemed irrelevant to him. Curiously, he cast a glance at Hua Meinyang, who, no longer preoccupied with sunflower seeds, exhibited a captivating figure. Do these people truly fear for their lives? He wondered. They fear, indeed, Hua Meinyang replied, but they know there is no immediate threat to their lives here, which emboldens their recklessness. Yilong gazed at Hua Meinyang, still perplexed. Then why not eliminate a few of them, setting an example to deter the rest and avoid further trouble? After witnessing Zhao Yijian's earlier act of killing, Yilong had developed a certain resilience towards the act of taking a life. Although he had relaxed his standards and principles regarding others, he maintained a serious demeanor towards himself, harboring a deep respect for life and a sincere regard for humanity. This, after all, was the best record and evidence of his existence. In the long span of his life, he would encounter many individuals, some with malice, others with kindness. If he were to allow himself to become the sort of person Hua Meinyang described, one who viewed the weak as mere insects, his long life would be filled with endless bloodshed and slaughter, numb and unfeeling. What meaning would there be in such an existence? True greatness lies in embracing a broad perspective, in possessing the capacity to endure and accept all unforeseen events and uncertainties. They are all merely unfortunate souls, as you have said, each one a living being. We cannot prevent others from doing evil, but we can choose not to partake in it ourselves. Hua Meinyang gazed intently at Yilong, her enchanting eyes sparkling, her lips gently curving into a smile. Yilong was momentarily taken aback, silently nodding in agreement. His judgment of character had proven astute. Hua Meinyang shared a profound understanding with him, a true match made in heaven. Indeed, we share a mutual understanding. Our worldviews align perfectly. Hua Meinyang was momentarily stunned, not by Yilong's grandiloquent reference to herself, but rather by her curiosity regarding his statement about their aligned perspectives. Mutual understanding? What do you mean? Life views, values, and worldviews, Yilong articulated. Hua Meinyang pondered his words, only to roll her eyes playfully at him. Our worldviews do not align. Yilong pursed his lips. Do not mention worldviews to me. There is no standard. In a world of crows, even swans can be deemed guilty. Hua Meinyang grinned, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her teeth. Fan Renliang, who had been quietly observing, felt a twitch in his eyelid, his fingers subconsciously fidgeting, an indication of his growing irritation. If you are so idle, why not return to your cultivation? Yilong sprang to his feet, startling Hua Meinyang, who was watching the spectacle. He gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, adopting the demeanor of an otherworldly sage, exuding an air of unparalleled detachment. The essence of life lies in experiences and insights, not solely in the relentless pursuit of cultivation. Life is finite, yet the path of cultivation is boundless. We must seek to experience and pursue the beautiful and radiant aspects of life within our limited time, rather than dedicating our entire existence to cultivation alone. Ultimately, if our finite lives end without having experienced the myriad beauties of the world, would that not render our existence meaningless? Fan Renliang stared at Yilong in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Even Hua Mainyang was captivated, her enchanting eyes filled with wonder. Outside in the courtyard, Tang Biao continued to battle a young opponent. After a moment, Hua Mainyang regarded Yilong with sincere admiration. It is impressive that you possess such awareness at a young age. I have lived for 900 years and only recently grasped such profound insights. It is no wonder that you have advanced to the qi refining stage so swiftly. Yilong silently grinned, feeling a swell of pride under the sun's rays. However, he mused that merely being at the first level of qi refining might not suffice to experience and pursue those beauties fully. A sinister voice suddenly interrupted their exchange. Both Hua Mainyang and Yilong stiffened. Hua Mainyang burst into laughter. Why Yilong's smile faded. Old eunuch, how can you, a practitioner at the qi refining stage, look down upon me? Hua Mainyang laughed until her stomach hurt. Fan Renliang, however, did not lose his temper. Instead, he half closed his eyes, pulled out a pipe, and lit it, stepping outside the pavilion to avoid the smoke bothering Hua Mainyang. Although I am a master of the 8th rank, I once was a master of the Golden Core stage. Do not presume that you, a mere qi refining novice, can dare to address me as this seat. Back when I was at the Golden Core stage, I did not even dare to boast such titles, let alone experience the beauties of the world. Why Yilong's expression suddenly shifted. A master of the Golden Core stage? Incredible! He gazed at the old eunuch in disbelief. Quickly moving closer to Fan Renliang, he casually grabbed a piece of paper from the pavilion table that Hua Mainyang had used to wipe her hands. Curious, Hua Mainyang watched as Yilong approached Fan Renliang, skillfully cutting the paper, then retrieving some tobacco from Fan Renliang's pouch to wrap it inside. Finally, with a bit of saliva to seal it, a paper cigarette appeared in Yilong's hand. Fan Renliang watched in astonishment as Yilong struck a match and lit it. TSK, you are quite the crafty one, Yilong chuckled. Care to try? Fan Renliang glanced at his pipe, took the paper cigarette from Yilong, and under Yilong's guidance, quickly learned to roll the cigarette. He lit it using his index and middle fingers, taking a puff that lit up his eyes with delight. Not bad, a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was the currency he had read about in the booklet given to him by Jiang Mingyuan concerning the world of cultivation. Spirit stones, like elixirs and spiritual roots, were categorized into 4 grades: supreme, high, medium, and low. However, in this continent's cultivation world, low-grade spirit stones were the most commonly used, while medium and high-grade stones were rare, and supreme stones were exceedingly scarce. Hua Mainyang gasped in disbelief. Even Fan Renliang stared at Yilong with an expression of astonishment. What did you say? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yilong nodded earnestly. Yes, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The old eunuch exploded in anger, his eyes wide with disbelief. You want me to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for this worthless paper cigarette? Why don't you just rob a bank? Yilong looked at him with disdain. You, a master of the Golden Core stage, do not even have 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Fan Renliang struggled to steady his breathing, taking 2 more puffs of the paper cigarette before calming his emotions. I told you, that was in the past. The past. Where am I supposed to find 10,000 low-grade spirit stones now? Moreover, why should I owe you that amount? You are the one who wanted to teach me, not the other way around. Just leave. Yilong stared at the old eunuch in shock. You, a master of the Golden Core stage, wouldn't actually try to renege on a deal, would you? This is not about reneging. You simply failed to clarify beforehand. Had you mentioned that this thing would cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, I would have absolutely refused to learn. Yet, you did not ask beforehand. Chapter 27. Cunning Tricks and Spirit Stones. Fan Renliang's complexion fluctuated between red and white, his breath caught in his chest, unable to escape. Spirit stones? Then I simply will not use this thing anymore. Is that not acceptable? Yilong immediately shook his head. Of course not. You have already learned it. How would I know if you say you won't use it? This is my intellectual property, understand? Fan Renliang could not grasp the concept of intellectual property, yet he vaguely understood the sentiment being conveyed. After all, he had indeed learned Yilong's technique. Without him, he would never have imagined that one could enjoy smoking tobacco in such a way. If you lack spirit stones, then do as you wish. Yilong blinked. No spirit stones? None. The old eunuch was seething with anger, resolving to keep his distance from Yilong in the future. No spirit stones? Then let us trade for techniques instead. That should be acceptable, right? I won't ask for much, just 100 or 80 techniques will suffice. Hua Meinyang's mouth fell open. Fan Renliang looked at Yilong in disbelief as if he had not heard correctly. 100 or 80 techniques? Yilong nodded earnestly. Yes, tisk tsk. Old eunuch feels not only a toothache but also a headache now. You should go where it's cool and leave me alone. Fan Renliang was thoroughly done with this foolishness. Yilong grinned mischievously. Are you sure you want to renege on this deal? Fan Renliang let out a cold chuckle. So what if it is, however? Before he could finish his sentence, Yilong abruptly opened his mouth, unleashing his spiritual energy as he shouted towards the sky. Fan Renliang, a master at the Golden Core stage, was actually deceiving a mere first-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Woo-woo. The fierce battle between Tang Biao and his opponent in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. Both of them stunned in the back courtyard. Jiang Mingyuan swiftly made his way to the front yard. Hua Meinyang's cherry lips parted in astonishment as she stared at Fan Renliang, who was covering Yilong's mouth. At that moment, Fan Renliang was truly infuriated, trembling with rage. His eyes filled with an intense hatred as he glared at Yilong, whose eyes were crescent-shaped with a smile. Old man, I concede. Stop shouting. Jiang Mingyuan, perplexed, quietly inquired of Hua Meinyang. Tang Biao, with a deadpan expression, glanced at his opponent before swiftly delivering a kick that sent the astonished foe flying. Wai Yilong, having heard the old eunuch's words, nodded with pride. Only then did the old eunuch release his grip on Yilong's mouth. I only have one technique, not 100 or 80. Oh, you want it or not? Achieving his goal. Yilong eagerly nodded. Yes, I want it. Fan Renliang pursed his lips, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp, his sweat bristling. Addressing the eavesdropping Jiang Mingyuan, he said, Please set up a soundproof barrier. Without hesitation, Jiang Mingyuan waved his hand, erecting a barrier of spiritual energy. This technique is called cloud-piercing palm. It channels energy into the palm and exerts force from within. When mastered to a profound level, it can pierce through clouds and fog, descending from the heavens with immense power. After hearing the old eunuch's imparting of the technique, Yilong scrutinized the solemn-faced Fan Renliang with suspicion. Why do I feel like this is a martial arts technique? The old eunuch narrowed his eyes. Of course, as a mere first-layer Qi refinement junior, you naturally cannot comprehend the essence of this palm technique. Only when you reach the Golden Core stage will its true power be revealed. By then, you shall know that what we speak is not false, as that truly the case. Yilong still harbored doubts. Indeed it is. The old eunuch was exceedingly certain. Wai Yilong pursed his lips. Thinking it was better than having nothing at all, however, as a freeloader, he certainly couldn't let the old eunuch off so easily. Point one technique is too few. I want another technique for body movement. Perhaps a high-level escape technique. Fan Renliang rolled his eyes, his hands clasped in front of him. I have none, and you expect to trade one measly smoking technique for two of my techniques? What are you thinking? Hiss. Yilong felt a twinge of toothache as he glared at Fan Renliang. Don't mimic my speech. Fan Renliang, uninterested, turned and exited the soundproof barrier. Wai Yilong stood there in silence for a moment, feeling as though he had been tricked, yet he couldn't pinpoint where. Silently practicing the cloud-piercing palm technique, he struck a nearby stone with great force. Boom. Yilong froze in place, his mouth twisting in disbelief. He failed to notice the disdainful expressions in the eyes of those around him. As Yilong turned back, the onlookers hastily concealed their reactions. Jiang Mingyuan hurried away, returning to the back courtyard. Tang Biao stood outside the pavilion, waiting for his next opponent. The old eunuch, at that moment, brazenly rolled himself a cigarette. Wai Yilong entered the pavilion, cheerful as he poured tea for himself and Hua Meinyang. Truly worthy of a Golden Core master. I adore this technique. Uncle Yang, thank you. I never expected you to be so candid, teaching me a technique used by golden core practitioners. Yilong drank the tea in one gulp, offering a compliment to the old eunuch. Cough, cough, cough. Hua Mainyang, having just swallowed her tea, sprayed it out upon hearing Yilong's words. Earlier, she had inquired about what technique Fan Renliang had taught Yilong. When she learned that he had imparted a common, mediocre martial arts technique, she had worried that Yilong would be unrelenting towards Uncle Yang. Little did she expect this fellow to be so lacking in discernment. What's wrong? Nothing. Just drank too quickly and choked, Hua Mainyang said, slightly flustered. The old eunuch, rolling his cigarette, squinted with a crescent-shaped smile, replying with a hint of nostalgia. Back in my day, I traversed the universe relying solely on this cloud-piercing palm, unmatched by anyone. What a pity, what a pity. Yilong felt a pang of guilt towards the old eunuch, but, adhering to the principle of voluntariness, offered a slight consolation. That was then. A hero should not dwell on past glories. Right? Besides, with my smoking technique, you can indulge to your heart's content, not a loss at all. The corners of Fan Renliang's mouth silently cracked, suppressing his feelings of guilt as he nodded, yet he remained silent. Observing the slightly forlorn figure of Fan Renliang from a distance, Yilong felt increasingly remorseful. He quickly turned his attention to munching on sunflower seeds, shifting the topic to Hua Mainyang. Shopkeeper, let us go out for a stroll. I haven't had a proper look around since arriving in the capital. Hua Mainyang glanced up at the sky. All right, let us go out later. Tonight we'll go to listen to some stories. Listen to stories? Yilong looked at Hua Mainyang with curiosity, the flicker of guilt in his heart vanishing without a trace. What's so interesting about that? Why not listen to music? Thoughts of ancient brothels, alluring courtesans, unrestrained hormones, and the absence of worry about government officials' capture made Yilong grow impatient. Of course there's music. Hua Mainyang, assuming Yilong was ignorant of storytelling, offered an explanation. Why Yilong stared at Hua Mainyang, speechless. What he wanted to hear were the tunes played by the courtesans, not the tales spun by some old storyteller. Yet, he couldn't express this directly to Hua Mainyang. However, he quickly devised a plan. Clearing his throat, shopkeeper, I don't have any money on me. Could you? Chapter 28. Listening to stories and music at Yunxian. Hua Mainyang waved her hand dismissively. Uncle Yang, give him some money. Wai Yilong immediately gave a thumbs up. Shopkeeper, you're generous. He received a handful of silver coins from the still somewhat silent Uncle Yang. After exchanging greetings, he returned to the back courtyard. With money in hand, he was determined to visit a brothel later that night to gather some intelligence. The afternoon passed slowly as Yilong engaged in his cultivation. The second dragon pearl was nearing 1/10 completion. He estimated that by the following morning, he would be able to cultivate the third dragon pearl. He was eager to cultivate freely, yet he was not in a rush. Possessing an opportunity for immortality that others could only dream of, time was not an issue for him. He preferred to remain immersed in the tangible progress he could feel, while simultaneously experiencing the diverse and vibrant world around him. The 6 nations of the Yunnan continent were devoid of warfare, resulting in unparalleled prosperity in the mortal realm. Under the nightfall, the streets of the capital of Zhao were brightly lit and adorned with flowers, rivaling even modern night markets. The sounds of vendors calling out were incessant, leaving Yilong in awe. Shopkeeper, these fried meatballs are delightful. You should try them. As a group of 4 walked along the street, Yilong handed a skewer of fried meatballs to Hua Mainyang. After taking one bite, she wrinkled her beautiful brows. You eat it. I don't like this flavor. Yilong, eyeing the glistening second meatball on the skewer, immediately snatched it from Hua Mainyang's hand. I'll eat. Hua Mainyang stared at Yilong, who was devouring the food with gusto, perhaps thinking, he truly loves to eat. Only Fan Renliang and Tang Biao cast disdainful glances at Yilong. Unfazed by their scrutinizing looks, Yilong finished his meal with great satisfaction, letting out a sigh of contentment. He then turned his gaze towards the elegantly adorned young women on the street. He slyly tugged at the trailing Fan Renliang. Uncle Yang, those ladies are quite beautiful. Fan Renliang immediately discerned Yilong's intentions. They're all right, but they pale in comparison to the ladies of the Cloud Nation back in my day. Oh? Yilong gazed at Fan Rinliang, shaking his head in curiosity. Uncle Liang, were you a regular back then? Fan Rinliang seemed to reminisce about his past glory. Of course, wherever I went, a crowd followed. Back then, these brothels were not just filled with ladies. Even cultivators frequented them. There were even nascent soul experts. Hiss! Yilong stared at Fan Rinliang in shock, unable to fathom the scene of a nascent soul expert charmingly entertaining guests. What are you thinking? Those cultivators desire spirit stones. Do you have spirit stones? Fan Rinliang looked at Yilong's astonished expression with disdain. No. Yilong replied without hesitation, admitting that he had never even seen a spirit stone. Then how much do you think it would cost to indulge here? Fan Rinliang chuckled, playfully pointing at Yilong, who responded with a knowing smile. Not too much, not too little. It starts at 3 or 4 silver coins. If you want to book a room, it'll be more. At least 10 silver coins for a table of food and a few ladies. If you simply want to, well, head over to that little alleyway. Do you see it? Yilong followed Fan Rinliang's finger to the alleyway, where many alluring young women were waving embroidered handkerchiefs. Those are the hidden courtesans? Yilong understood immediately. Fan Rinliang nodded slightly, acknowledging indeed, there are no delicacies, merely a frivolous escapade. How much is it? After pondering for a moment, he continued, it varies, depending on what the young lady desires. There is no fixed standard. Yilong, excitedly grasping the silver coins in his embrace, asked, is this enough for me? Certainly, it is sufficient. But what? Yilong pressed eagerly, his urgency palpable. Having been single in his past life, he felt a pressing need to resolve his solitary status in this life. Failing to do so would render his rebirth a mockery. While not all the young ladies were strikingly beautiful, the majority were indeed lovely, with a few possessing enchanting figures that rivaled the starlets of his previous existence. However, these clandestine courtesans presented their own dangers, such as deceit, diseases, or traps laid by enemies. Any unforeseen circumstance was possible. Yilong's complexion paled at the thought of enemies. He had none. Yet, the potential risks of deceit and disease loomed large. With a pained expression, he gazed at the elder, Uncle Liang. Could you perhaps lend me a bit more money? It's such a rare outing. I wish to indulge fully. Fan Rinliang chuckled and shook his head. Despite being half a man himself, the innate male hormones remained. He empathized with Yilong's sentiments and without further ado, placed a gleaming gold ingot in Yilong's hands. If that's not enough, come back for more. We have plenty of funds. Yilong grinned widely, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Liang. Thank you. Fan Rinliang waved his hand dismissively. The two hurried to catch up with Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang ahead. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyuan, a formidable foundational cultivator, preferred the quieter confines of the escort agency, remaining behind to keep watch. What are you two whispering about back there? Hua Meinyang inquired with an eye roll. Just as Fan Rinliang was about to respond, Yilong interjected, Oh, it's nothing, just inquiring about the local customs. Hua Meinyang turned to Fan Rinliang, who hesitated before nodding. She sensed their shared secret but was too indifferent to probe further. They proceeded to Tingyun Pavilion, a bustling tea house filled with the sounds of lively chatter. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious hall teeming with patrons. Tables filled the front and center, while a throng of people stood at the back. Looking up, one could see the second floor equally populated but solely with seated guests. The atmosphere was vibrant, with waiters deftly navigating the crowd, carrying teapots. Each table was adorned with a pot of tea, several cups, and an array of snacks. Yilong followed Hua Meinyang up to the second floor, where the crowd was just as numerous but less boisterous. Everyone listened intently to the storyteller on stage, occasionally smiling and nodding at the more animated sections. The waiter led them to an empty table, and Hua Meinyang gestured for everyone to sit, ordering some snacks and tea. Yet, Yilong absorbed none of the storyteller's words. His mind preoccupied with visions of the young ladies. Hua Meinyang noticed his distraction. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Fan Rinliang, who remained oblivious to her gaze or chose not to respond. After centuries, ever since the fragmentation of the Yun kingdom, he had abandoned such thoughts after following Hua Meinyang. But today, Yilong's inquiries had stirred something within him. Despite his composed demeanor, he too found his thoughts wandering. Chapter 29. the storyteller at Tingyan Pavilion. Hua Mainyang, unable to extract answers from Fan Renliang, felt her curiosity intensify. However, surrounded by people, she hesitated to ask further, resolving to interrogate the two upon their return. Meanwhile, Yilong wrestled with his dilemma. To leave now or later. Departing now might seem impolite, given that Hua Mainyang had kindly brought him to hear the stories. To abandon her would be a slight to her hospitality. Yet, if he delayed, would he not miss out on the more desirable young ladies, left with only those remaining? The thought of being left with the leftovers filled him with a sense of loss and yearning. The bittersweet realization that today might be his only chance to encounter such young ladies weighed heavily on him, as did the understanding that these ladies were not his alone to claim. Thus, he found himself increasingly torn, caught in a struggle between his principles and his longing on one hand. He sought to resolve his solitary status by engaging with the young ladies, which, after all, was a mere experience. After all, this was an ancient world where laws did not govern his actions. Yet, on the other hand, a sense of discomfort arose from a deep-seated masculinity that made him wary of the young ladies. Fearing that surrendering his first experience to them felt like a loss, Yilong's turmoil tightened within him, and he yearned to consult Uncle Yang on how to navigate this psychological conflict. However, with people surrounding them, and being only at the first stage of qi refinement, he lacked the ability to communicate discreetly, needing to reach the foundation establishment stage first. He could not wait, his urgency driving him to seek answers. His gaze flickered, and he leaned close to Hua Mainyang, whispering, "I need to accompany Uncle Yang to the restroom." Hua Mainyang, slightly annoyed, waved her fan dismissively. Fan Renliang, momentarily perplexed, understood the unspoken bond between him and Yilong without the need for words. The two rose and stepped outside. Hua Mainyang squinted. What are those two up to? Acting all mysterious. Tang Biao, seated nearby with a blank expression, shook his head slightly. No idea. Finding the exchange tiresome, Hua Mainyang rolled her eyes at Tang Biao, who remained unfazed. Uncle Yang, I have something urgent to ask you. Outside Tingyan Pavilion, two dubious figures hunched together in the shadows. Fan Renliang, intrigued, inquired, "What is it? Is it about money?" "Not at all, Uncle Yang. The funds are sufficient." It's just Yilong trailed off, his cheeks flushed, struggling to voice his embarrassment. This only piqued Fan Renliang's curiosity further. "What is it? Speak up. We can't linger here, or the proprietor will." Yilong nodded hastily, hesitating as he pondered his words. "Uncle Yang, you see, having spent so many years in Taiyan village, I've never married." So Fan Renliang looked at Yilong, bewildered by his lewd grin. "So you've never married? Wait, are you implying you're still a virgin?" Yilong scratched the back of his head, sheepishly smiling again. Fan Renliang clicked his tongue. "Don't worry. Once you go, it'll be clear you're a novice, and the ladies will know. Plus, you won't have to pay. They might even give you a red envelope." Yilong gasped, pulling Fan Renliang back as he turned to leave. "No, Uncle Yang. What I mean is I'm a bit embarrassed." Fan Renliang stared at Yilong, bemused by his bashfulness, then burst into laughter, pointing at him. "A true man shouldn't feel ashamed to seek out a lady." Yilong clenched his teeth, defiantly stating, "Uncle Yang, I must speak plainly. I have one question." Fan Renliang, intrigued, replied, "What is it?" "I feel that being a novice and giving myself to a lady seems like a disadvantage. Moreover, there are many clients for those ladies. I can't seem to get past that mental hurdle." Fan Renliang gazed at Yilong, perplexed. "What mental hurdle?" Yilong paced anxiously. "It's just that I feel it's unfair. And I don't want to give my first experience to a lady. Yet, I also want to try it out. This complex and conflicting mindset leaves me uncertain about what to do. Which is why I sought your advice." Fan Renliang finally grasped Yilong's inner turmoil. "Your situation is akin to wanting to have your cake and eat it too." Yilong's eyes lit up. Nodding vigorously, "Exactly. That is the point." "Hypocritical." Fan Renliang scoffed at Yilong. "A true man should commit or refrain. If every man were as indecisive as you, it would be a disgrace to masculinity. You wouldn't even qualify as half a man." With that, Fan Renliang lost interest in the vacillating Yilong and turned to leave. Yilong stood there, stunned. What did his masculinity have to do with this? Wasn't he merely adhering to the principles of a good man? Did it warrant such scorn? You do not need to boast about your sense of responsibility and commendable character. However, to berate yourself for being slow and indecisive is rather uncalled for. If only you could afford to be slow. But alas, you cannot. After silently deriding the old eunuch, Yi Long returned to Ting Yunxian, dejected. Yet, as he took his seat, he noticed Hua Mainyang exchanging flirtatious glances with the storyteller on stage. Initially, Yi Long thought his eyes were deceiving him, but upon further scrutiny, he was left with no doubt. A sense of confusion welled up within him. Could it be that Hua Mainyang had some affair with this old man? This thought only served to sour Yi Long's mood further. Even if it were Zhao Jin, he could somewhat come to terms with it. But this old man, with his unkempt beard and unappealing appearance, was a disgrace to his ancestors. How could a delicate and exquisite beauty like Hua Mainyang be drawn to such a figure? What astonished Yi Long even more was that after the old man finished a segment, he proceeded to play a tune for the audience. Shortly thereafter, he moved to the second floor, deliberately circling around Hua Mainyang. The two continued their covert exchange of glances before departing. Chapter 30. In pursuit of tranquility, no one seemed to notice this exchange, nor did anyone see it. Only Yi Long, who was intently focused on Hua Mainyang, caught this peculiar scene. He was baffled as to what the two were up to. Were they communicating through secret signals? Yet, he had not seen them speak a word, merely exchanging fervent glances. Could they communicate telepathically? That seemed unlikely. Such a discreet skill was only available to those in the Foundation establishment stage, as Jiang Mingyuan had explicitly informed him. However, the old man bore no trace of spiritual energy, and Hua Mainyang was not even a cultivator. Thus, it was impossible for them to share thoughts. If their communication was solely through their eyes, it could only indicate that they possessed an extraordinary rapport, even more profound than the camaraderie shared with Zhao Jin. This revelation extinguished Yi Long's desire to pursue the young lady entirely. He found himself incessantly speculating about their relationship. Just as the storyteller departed, Hua Mainyang promptly rose. "Let us go. It is getting late," she declared, and the group made their way outside, while Yi Long lingered at the back, deliberately pulling on Fan Renliang's sleeve. While Fan Renliang initially intended to ignore Yi Long, he recalled their previous conversation and found it intriguing, harboring a desire to hear more. They trailed behind Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao, whispering amongst themselves, "Uncle Yang, the shopkeeper is having an affair with that storyteller." Fan Renliang looked at Yi Long in disbelief. Impossible! His resolute tone momentarily left Yi Long disoriented. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Yet, that image lingered in his mind. As a prominent figure in the cultivation world, he could not possibly make such a rudimentary mistake. "Uncle Yang, you wouldn't be concealing something from me, would you?" Yi Long scrutinized the old eunuch's expression, catching a fleeting flash of anger in his eyes. "You little rascal, if we were to hide something from you, we would just tell you outright. Why would we need to feign ignorance? What exactly do you wish to inquire about?" Fan Renliang retorted impatiently. Why Yi Long blinked. "Is it possible for me not to return home tonight?" "Of course, just inform the shopkeeper. But do be cautious not to end up unable to return later. Our family will have to collect your remains." "Bah, I am not seeking a clandestine rendezvous. I intend to visit Chunfeng Tower." Fan Renliang disregarded Yi Long's protest and swiftly moved ahead, positioning himself beside Hua Mainyang. Why Yi Long pursed his lips, convinced that the old eunuch was deceiving him. Hua Mainyang must surely have some hidden connection with that storyteller. Otherwise, there would be no need for the old man to play dumb. As the old eunuch had stated, if he felt certain matters were not to be disclosed to Yi Long, he would have been straightforward about it instead of pretending to be oblivious. Hua Mainyang cast a glance at Fan Renliang, her tone slightly severe. "What is going on here?" Fan Renliang, no longer willing to be evasive, replied candidly, "He wishes to visit a brothel but lacks experience." Inquiring about the prices with this old servant, Hua Mainyang paused momentarily. "Did you give him money?" "Ah, I gave him a tael of tin. Get it back." Her tone brooked no argument, leaving the old eunuch momentarily stunned. Wondering if he had misheard, it was well known that Hua Mainyang did not place much value on money. Having once been a cultivator herself, worldly wealth was beneath a cultivator's notice. "Get it back?" How many times must I repeat myself? The old eunuch hesitated, glancing at Hua Mainyang's suddenly frosty countenance. But I also provided him with over 10 taels of loose silver. Should that be returned as well? Yes, all of it must be returned. Do not allow him to keep a single coin. From now on, you will accompany him for all kitchen purchases, whatever he buys. You shall pay for, ensuring he does not handle the money. Fan Rinliang, increasingly perplexed, queried, but what if he questions it? Just say it's my directive and let him come to me for it. Understood with that? Fan Rinliang had nothing more to say, having already done his utmost to ensure Yilong received not a single coin. He approached Yilong with a mischievous grin. Knowing Yilong's character, a mere glance at the old eunuch's demeanor indicated something was amiss. Why Yilong warily distanced himself. What do you want? The old eunuch extended his bony hand. The gold and silver, are they to be returned? Yilong was taken aback, instinctively clutching his chest. He had only just resolved to overcome his internal barriers. Given that Hua Mainyang had dealings with such an unattractive old man, what psychological impediments could he possibly still have? He had already envisioned scenarios of how to present himself as a seasoned patron upon visiting Chunfeng Tower. Yet now, the old eunuch was demanding the money back. That was utterly unacceptable. Yilong fixed the old eunuch with a resolute gaze. The old eunuch withdrew his hand, maintaining his composure. If you wish to avoid involving Jiang Mingyuan, you ought to return the money at once. Otherwise, heh. Yilong was taken aback, contemplating a hasty retreat. But the thought of Jiang Mingyuan, a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, chilled him to the bone. With a reluctant glare, he regarded the old eunuch's smirk. What is the meaning of this? Why are you demanding money from me? The old eunuch inclined his chin slightly. As the shopkeeper stated, if you desire the money, seek her out. From now on, when buying for the kitchen, we shall accompany you to pay. Ensuring you do not handle the funds. Yilong felt a knot tighten in his chest, his eyes darting around in a futile search for a solution. Do not fret. I will consult the shopkeeper. Ultimately, Yilong, filled with resentment, clutched the hefty sum in his arms and approached Hua Mainyang. Shopkeeper, you cannot conduct business like this. The money was given to me by Uncle Yang. What right do you have to reclaim it? Hua Mainyang remained indifferent, gently fanning herself with a delicate hand, continuing her graceful stride forward. Wai Yilong had no choice but to follow in her wake. You see, I am the shopkeeper. I am his superior. Yilong looked at Hua Mainyang with a bitter expression. Even if you are the shopkeeper and his superior, you must be reasonable. Besides, I prepare your meals daily. It may not be a significant contribution, but surely it warrants some form of compensation. Even the emperor does not let his soldiers starve. If you remain so miserly, I may have no choice but to go on strike. Do as you wish. The money must be returned, or I will have Jiang Mingyuan deal with you. If you dare to run, I will have Zhao Yijian issue a pursuit warrant. Yilong was taken aback by Hua Mainyang's ruthless demeanor. A pursuit warrant from the celestial sect would leave him with nowhere to hide across the entire Yunlan continent. No, shopkeeper, I am not refusing to return the money. I will repay it now. But consider this. I go to great lengths to prepare delicious meals for you daily. Given my sincere efforts, should I not receive some remuneration? Hua Mainyang pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Indeed, that is reasonable. Chapter 31. Negotiating the salary to determine fate. Could these funds be considered an advance on my salary? Yilong gazed longingly at Hua Mainyang's smooth, delicate chin. What nonsense are you thinking? Hua Mainyang shot him a fierce glare. Wai Yilong felt a surge of irritation. It seemed that everyone had learned to speak their minds. Then tell me, what is the amount of my monthly wage? Just then, they arrived at the escort agency, and Fan Rinliang opened the door for the group to enter. Instead of proceeding to the second floor, Hua Mainyang chose to recline on a soft couch on the first floor. Yilong swallowed hard, captivated by her alluring figure. Hua Mainyang rolled her eyes dismissively. 2 taels of silver for a month. What? Yilong stared at Hua Mainyang in disbelief. That is utterly heartless. Did we not agree initially that as a part-time guard, I would receive 3 taels a month? How has it suddenly changed to 2? 3 taels of silver amounted to 6 taels. Having been there for nearly a week, he could endure a bit longer. A month would pass swiftly. Why then? He would have 3 taels of silver, and once familiar with the local ladies of the night, he could indulge himself without worry upon receiving his wages. What a delightful prospect! However, the demand for 2 taels of silver is truly outrageous. Hua Mainyang has grown increasingly impatient with Yilong, and with a grand gesture, she declared, "Very well, as you say, 3 taels of silver will suffice. Now, promptly return the money to Uncle Yang and be gone." Yilong hurriedly nodded and turned to swiftly seek out Uncle Yang, who was squatting at the threshold, smoking a paper cigarette, fearing that Hua Mainyang might change her mind. He returned the money to the old eunuch, whose face was adorned with a sinister grin. A sudden sense of unease washed over Yilong as he suspiciously stared at the old eunuch. "Could it be that you were the one who informed on me?" The old eunuch, unfazed, elegantly took a drag from his cigarette. "The shopkeeper inquired about our affairs. We cannot lie," with a sharp intake of breath. Yilong gritted his teeth and retorted, "Was it not you who incited the shopkeeper to demand my repayment?" The old eunuch promptly asserted, "If that were the case, may the heavens strike me down with lightning." Frustrated, Yilong waved his hand dismissively and departed. Regardless of the old eunuch's words, he was once a master of the golden core stage. Such a cultivator would not dare to utter falsehoods lightly. As soon as Fan Rinliang observed Yilong's departure, he tossed aside his cigarette but extinguished it with his foot and quickly approached Hua Mainyang. "Now that we have acquired the goods, ensure that Tang Biao disseminates the information tomorrow. Additionally, keep a close watch on that lad. Should he dare to visit the brothels and consort with those lascivious women, I shall break his legs." Fan Rinliang gasped slightly. "Surely it cannot come to that? It is merely a matter of seeking some amusement." Before he could finish, Hua Mainyang shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes blazing with intensity. The old eunuch chuckled awkwardly, silenced by her fierce gaze. "Our time is limited, with only a century left, if we do not find a solution." With that, Hua Mainyang wearily rose and headed toward the second floor, leaving Fan Renliang to trail behind with his head bowed in silence. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage can live for 200 years, while those in the foundation establishment stage may reach 500. Masters of the golden core can achieve a lifespan of 1,000 years. And those of the nascent soul can live for 3,000 years. They have already lived for 900 years, leaving only a final century. Yet, none of them possess the golden core cultivation. If they cannot recover their cultivation within that last century and ascend to the nascent soul stage, death will be their only fate. In this moment, not only did Hua Mainyang feel a profound sense of despair, but even the old eunuch sensed a deep hopelessness, a knowledge of where death awaited. Yet being powerless to resist it is akin to a death row inmate counting down the moments until his execution. This fear surpasses that of an ordinary person, for while the average individual cannot ascertain their lifespan, a cultivator can. At this juncture, Yilong was engulfed in a discontent that felt insurmountable. He sensed an accumulation of boundless energy within him, yet ultimately found himself devoid of funds. This realization was truly tormenting. Upon returning to his room, the more he pondered, the more vexed he became, leading him to reminisce about the enchanting young women he had encountered previously. Their graceful figures, radiant smiles, and smooth skin, all incessantly torturing him. Yet, when he rummaged through his pockets, they were utterly empty. What could he do? He resigned himself to sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin his cultivation. Cultivation brings me joy. The more I cultivate, the happier I become. When I ascend to greatness, I refuse to believe that I won't have access to beautiful women. Yilong reassured himself that he was a devoted individual, singularly enamored with lovely ladies. Thus, for the sake of these women, he would strive tirelessly. Since Hua Mainyang, that old witch, dared to flirt with such an unattractive old man, he too would seek out lovely women without fear. Unconsciously, he found himself in competition with Hua Mainyang, akin to a couple in a cold war. You dare to seek companionship? I shall do the same. Who is afraid of whom? Resolute and unwavering, Yilong found himself unable to manage his own emotions, let alone those of his companions. He could only redirect his thoughts to his cultivation. As midnight approached, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, creating an ideal environment for cultivation. Silvery beams of light seemed to cascade down from the moon, penetrating Yilong's skin and entering a dragon pearl within his dantian. Other cool, ethereal energies swiftly followed suit, also entering his dantian. Yilong became fully engrossed in his cultivation, still practicing the first layer of qi refinement. At this moment, 2 of the 10 dragon pearls in his dantian were filled to 1/10 capacity with spiritual energy, signifying that they had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. The incoming spiritual energy instinctively sought out the 3rd dragon pearl, while the moonlight entering his dantian adhered to specific pearls like the sun's essence. 2 distinct types of cultivation essence occupied individual pearls. Thus, the spiritual energy occupied 8 pearls, while the sun and moon essence each occupied 1. To achieve the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement, all 10 dragon pearls must be filled to 1/10 capacity, including those occupied by the sun and moon essence. Yilong meticulously examined the dragon pearls within his dantian. Upon closer inspection, he noted a discrepancy. Previously, only 1 dragon pearl had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. But now 2 had attained that status, which left Yilong momentarily stunned. Had he not scrutinized carefully, he might have overlooked it entirely. The 10 dragon pearls were inherently golden, indistinguishable from one another. Coupled with the swirling motion of his cultivation technique, the spectacle was dizzying. Yet now, 2 of the dragon pearls exhibited entirely different hues. Notably, the first pearl, filled to 1/10 capacity, concealed a faint earthy hue beneath its golden exterior. If one did not observe closely, it would remain undetected. The second golden dragon pearl, too, revealed a hidden deep blue glow beneath its brilliance. A flash of insight surged through Yilong's mind. He could unleash all the spells associated with the first layer of qi refinement, implying that these 10 dragon pearls effectively functioned as 8 dantian cores. Additionally, the sun and moon essence represented 2 peculiar spiritual roots that bore no record in the realm of cultivation. Due to the nature of the ascending dragon technique, these single-type spiritual roots were comparable to supreme spiritual roots. More importantly, if all 10 spiritual roots operated at full capacity, it would be equivalent to cultivating with 10 supreme spiritual roots. Even with an inferior cultivation technique, the benefits derived from such an enhancement would yield results 10-fold or even 100-fold compared to others. Thus, it could be inferred that the power of the spells he had learned from the 8 elemental roots had been magnified 10-fold or beyond. This realization also clarified why the fireball technique he summoned appeared black. The 8 dragon pearls occupied the 8 elemental roots, while the final 2 represented the sun and moon essence. A spark ignited within Yilong's gaze as the concept of yin and yang materialized in his mind. He could refer to them as yin spiritual roots and yang spiritual roots. Regrettably, not only did he lack these roots, but it was likely that the entire cultivation realm had no spells associated with them either. However, this did not deter Yilong proficient in the spells of the 8 elemental roots. He readily understood their operational principles. After all, these spells were foundational, and their release mechanism was straightforward, by channeling a specific type of spiritual energy from within his dantian, condensing and compressing it to take form, then directing it toward an adversary, with the spiritual energy acting as a propellant for launch. While the principle was simple, executing it proved challenging. The time from spellcasting to release was less than a second, and the formation process seemed to occur instantaneously within his body. He attempted to summon the sun's spiritual root using the fireball technique, yet the result remained a fireball. The same held true for other basic spells. When he refrained from employing the pathways of those spells and attempted merely to summon the spiritual energy from within the sun's spiritual root, he found it utterly impossible. After numerous trials and failures, Yilong reluctantly conceded defeat. These 2 elements were merely for observation, not application. Moreover, he could not forego their cultivation, which felt like a cruel twist of fate. After a night of cultivation, the next day, Yilong greeted the dawn by going for a run. Firstly, to inhale the fresh air, and secondly, to continuously circulate the ascending dragon technique to absorb the sun essence. Unlike previous days, when Hua Mainyang would accompany him to partake in the experience, today he found her absence as he completed several laps. Frustration welled up within him. Fine, if you choose to ignore me, then I shall do the same. Let's see who can endure longer. After a simple breakfast, As Yi Long prepared to return to the courtyard for cultivation, Fan Rinliang intercepted him with a mischievous grin. What is the meaning of this? You all remain idle while I am sent to run errands? Upon hearing Fan Rinliang's words, Yi Long's temper flared instantly. However, Fan Rinliang remained composed as he gazed at Yi Long. Since you are the errand runner, this is inherently your duty. From today onward, the Wanhong Escort Agency shall officially commence operations. For the time being, we will only be handling deliveries within the city, so there is no need for Tang Biao and myself to intervene. You can manage it on your own. I have already spread the word about the agency's opening, and I believe business will come shortly. By the way, change your clothes. We have also prepared a flag for the agency for you to carry. Do not forget it when you go out, as it represents our agency's reputation. Yi Long glared at the old eunuch, frustration boiling within him. Fine, if it's running errands, then I'll do it. With no other choice, Yi Long acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. After all, he was an immortal. With plenty of time on his hands, he doubted he could not outlast that old witch, Hua Meinyang. He would even dig up her grave if it came to that. Taking the agency's uniform and a small flag that Fan Rinliang handed him, Yi Long changed his attire and emerged from the backyard. Holding the triangular flag, he looked quizzically at the old eunuch attending to Hua Meinyang in the pavilion. How am I supposed to carry this flag? Just hold it in my hand? Yi Long deliberately avoided glancing at the enchanting Hua Meinyang, directing his ire toward the old eunuch instead. Fan Rinliang approached Yi Long, who was now dressed in coarse linen garments adorned with red stripes. Here, you simply need to insert it like this. Yi Long stared blankly at the small flag that had been awkwardly tucked into his waist. I say this a bit unprofessional? The old eunuch waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. These are merely local deliveries. When we have significant business in the future, we will have prepared all necessary escort carts. Yi Long gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the leisurely Hua Meinyang. So, what now? Is there any business? If not, I'll be leaving. Just call me if you need anything. Wait. Before the old eunuch could respond, Hua Meinyang's languid voice, laced with a hint of mockery, rang out. Yi Long, unable to contain his fury, shouted back at her, what are we waiting for? If there's no business, can't I attend to personal matters? Do you believe I won't just leave and not come back? Hua Meinyang's exaggerated tone only served to further infuriate Yi Long, who felt increasingly stifled. You dare to run away? Do you not fear I will have Zhao Yijin issue a bounty on your head? Yi Long stared at Hua Meinyang in disbelief. Can't you employ a different tactic? Isn't this method rather lowly? Isn't it disgusting? Ha ha ha. No. I will continue to annoy you with this tactic. What can you do about it? Hua Meinyang's delight only grew as she observed Yi Long's exasperation. Yi Long clenched his teeth. I refuse to wait. What will you do about it? 3 taels of silver a month. And if you disobey the agency's orders, you will be fined 500 copper coins for each offense. Additionally, remember this. We commence work at the hour of the rabbit and rest at the hour of the dog. If you are even a moment late, you will incur a fine of 500 copper coins. There are many more rules I could mention, but I shall leave that for Uncle Yang to write down for you. You had better memorize them. Yi Long looked at Hua Meinyang in disbelief. Such cruelty. Do you not fear I will rebel? Rebel? It seems I shall have to instruct Zhao Yijin to issue that bounty, Hua Meinyang said, feigning a move to retreat into the building. Yi Long hurriedly clasped his hands, adopting a serious demeanor. No need for your trouble. I shall await business right away. The agency belongs to us all. As long as the continent does not explode, the agency shall remain open. His bold declaration elicited laughter from Hua Meinyang, while Fan Rinliang chuckled as he followed Yi Long to the entrance. As the door swung open, Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 33. A clash of wits. Gazing at the bustling crowd before him, Yi Long nearly faltered. Fortunately, Fan Rinliang was there to steady him. Uncle Yang, there are so many people. Can I manage all of this alone? Feeling overwhelmed as well, Uncle Yang called out to the crowd, everyone, please form a line. Those needing deliveries outside the city, stand in one line. Those within the city, please gather on the other side. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began to queue. Simultaneously, Jiang Mingyuan and Tang Biao emerged to maintain order. Yi Long stealthily approached Jiang Mingyuan. Master, what on earth is happening? Why did we not open for business a few days ago? only to do so suddenly now. Jiang Mingyuan glanced towards Hua Mainyang. We had just returned from an outing and needed a few days to rest, which is why we did not open. Wai Yilong nodded in understanding. He had wondered how a newly established agency could simply sit idle and expect to thrive, even though Hua Mainyang and her associates were originally cultivators. Without their powers, they were no different from ordinary folk. They too required sustenance and income to survive. However, Jiang Mingyuan's next words struck Yilong like a dagger to the heart. But this opening has unexpectedly increased our business within the city, which is rather perplexing. Jiang Mingyuan's puzzled tone made Yilong realize that the old witch was intentionally targeting him. Mr. Jiang, the line is formed. Please come over to take notes. Fan Renliang beckoned, and Jiang Mingyuan hurried over. At this point, 2 lines had formed, with a long table set up at the front, upon which lay a thick ledger. Jiang Mingyuan picked up a brush and began to record. Meanwhile, Hua Mainyang remained leisurely in the pavilion. The old eunuch called Yilong over, a basket of eggs to be delivered to the blacksmith shop at Wang Dama's son's place in the south of the city. Hurry back. Yilong accepted the basket of eggs, bewildered. But, Uncle Yang, where is his son's place? You'll find out once you inquire. His name is Wang Dachui. Yilong's expression twisted in confusion as he hurriedly pulled the old eunuch aside. Uncle Yang, how much can we earn for delivering a basket of eggs? Fan Renliang glanced at the basket. Tin eggs. What? Yilong exclaimed in shock, staring at Fan Renliang. I'm traveling all the way to the south of the city for just 10 eggs? The old eunuch nodded solemnly. Indeed, that is the rule. You earn 30% of the cargo's value. Wai Yilong could only let out a frustrated sigh, casting a fierce glare at Hua Mainyang. So, are you going or not? Look at all the cargo waiting for you to deliver. We'll go. What choice do I have? Yilong grumbled through clenched teeth as he grabbed the basket of eggs and dashed off. Behind him, the old eunuch's sharp voice rang out, Be careful. Any lost or damaged goods will result in a deduction from your pay. And do not drop the agency's flag, or that will cost you too. Yilong nearly stumbled, on the verge of falling. Today, an unusual phenomenon occurred in Zhaojing. A person, with the Wanhong Escort Agency's flag tucked into their waist, was seen weaving through the streets and alleys of Zhaojing, occasionally stopping to inquire about something. Such peculiar behavior piqued the curiosity of many citizens. Once they understood the situation, their eyes lit up. While food delivery services were fairly common among restaurants and hotels, courier services were a rarity. Typically, merchants would hire escorts to transport goods elsewhere, but they had never seen a service that ran errands within the city. Soon, many merchants and common folk recognized the convenience this service offered. Previously, only the servants of noble families would run errands within the city. Ordinary people either went themselves or relied on acquaintances passing by, which was not only time-consuming but also labor-intensive. Now, the escort agency was taking on such deliveries, charging merely 30% of the cargo's value, which was exceedingly reasonable. After all, goods transported within the city were often of low value. For example, Wang Dama's basket of eggs needed to be delivered to her son Wang Dachui's blacksmith shop, a distance of several miles. The elderly Wang Dama would take nearly half a day to walk there. Now, for just 10 eggs, she could have the entire basket delivered to her son. 10 eggs cost less than 3 copper coins. What a bargain. As a result, the threshold of the Wanhong Escort Agency was soon trampled. Other escort agencies looked on in disbelief, scoffing at what they perceived to be the foolishness of wantonji. It's impossible to make money this way. After all, a single trip for a standard escort would suffice for half a year's worth of expenses. Running errands within the city daily wouldn't even cover a day's worth of food and drink over 6 months. Yilong felt as if his legs would break from running. By noon, he finally returned, panting heavily. Though he was a cultivator, a morning of such exertion had drained him thoroughly. Particularly daunting was the mountain of goods that awaited delivery that day. Upon entering, Yilong was met with a pile of goods stacked like a small hill, causing him to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. He waved dismissively at the relaxed Hua Mainyang. You can go ahead and issue that bounty. I'd rather die than continue. Fan Renliang, Tang Biao, and Jiang Mingyuan exchanged looks of disbelief. Hua Mainyang cleared her throat. Are you certain you want to go? Yilong, embodying the spirit of a defiant pig, declared, No, I want to go. Not for anything. Do as you wish. I refuse to continue under this kind of treatment. Is the entire agency relying solely on me to survive? The manager is indeed a bit harsh. Perhaps we should take on fewer deliveries each day. The old eunuch suggested cautiously, unable to bear watching Yilong suffer. Hua Mainyang appeared to ponder this for a moment, prompting Yilong to glance at her anxiously. So, can we make some adjustments? Adjustments? Absolutely, we must. Yilong, brimming with vitality, sat up abruptly and replied in unison with Fan Renliang. Upon noticing Hua Mainyang gazing at him with a radiant smile, Yilong hastily groaned and collapsed back onto the ground. All right, 10 deliveries a day. Is that too much to ask? Suddenly, Yilong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Not at all. 10 is perfect, just right. As if fearing Hua Mainyang might have a change of heart, he walked towards the kitchen while declaring, It's settled then, just 10 deliveries. After that, I won't accept a single one, not even under duress. However, you must ensure that today's deliveries are completed on time. Hearing Hua Mainyang's reminder, Yilong called out loudly without looking back, No problem. As Yilong's figure vanished into the kitchen, Hua Mainyang let out a soft laugh, murmuring disdainfully, I'll be damned if I can't manage you. Lao Yinhua, standing nearby, kept a low profile, observing silently. Uncle Yang, I don't care what methods you employ, but by the end of the month, he must not have a single copper coin left in his possession. Understood. Fan Renliang shuddered at her words, feeling perplexed but too intimidated to inquire further. He was well aware that Hua Mainyang's intentions were to prevent Yilong from seeking out those ladies. Yet, he remained baffled as to her reasoning behind it. Upon hearing Hua Mainyang issue her command, Fan Renliang glanced cautiously at the kitchen door. Boss. This, Chapter 34, Devious Thoughts Fail. What? Is it unfeasible? Fan Renliang's face darkened. You know what kind of person that lad is. He ran around all morning just for money. It's simply unrealistic to expect to deduct all of it. Moreover, even if I managed to withhold it all, he would undoubtedly retaliate. Hua Mainyang fixed a fierce gaze at the kitchen door. Fear not, I will shoulder everything. I refuse to believe he can turn the world upside down. You men are simply incapable of possessing wealth. With that, she sauntered away, leaving Fan Renliang in a state of shock. Tang Biao stood there, equally bewildered, as he had not comprehended the exchange. He wished to clarify that he was not one of those despicable men, but ultimately decided against it and chose to silently endure. After lunch, Yilong dared not take a moment's respite. A grand cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement, reduced to delivering packages. What a sight to behold! Fortunately, by evening, Yilong finally managed to clear all the goods. Upon returning to the escort agency, he was greeted by a notice posted at the entrance. Yilong's heart instantly felt a weight lift. Delivering 10 packages daily was a manageable task. However, he felt a sense of frustration brewing within him. The outcome was painfully clear. He had been decisively defeated in his first round against Hua Mainyang. Yet, Yilong remained undeterred. He was determined to persevere until the end of the month, intent on securing his 3 taels of monthly wages. Though this day had been arduous, it had not been entirely fruitless. He had already gathered information on the nearby ladies, knowing their locations well. Moving forward, all he needed was to become familiar with them and select one without any risk involved. Once his monthly wages were in hand, he would indulge in merriment. Yilong felt quite satisfied with his plan. He even envisioned that, once he established a rapport with one of the ladies, she would cease attending to anyone else. Catering solely to him, in that case, it would feel no different from returning home. The source of Yilong's confidence stemmed from his striking appearance. Had he not possessed such a handsome visage, he would never entertain such fanciful notions. As thoughts of his flawless plan coursed through his mind, he began to feel a sense of delight, humming a melody as he prepared dinner. He absolutely could not allow the old witch a single opportunity to deduct his earnings, for those funds had already been earmarked for the ladies. During dinner, Yilong was taken aback upon noticing Hua Mainyang. Where are Uncle Yang and the others? Hua Mainyang waved her hand dismissively. Out on a delivery. Yilong looked on in suspicion. All of them. Is it necessary for a foundation establishment cultivator to accompany them? Hua Mainyang shot him a glance of disdain, continuing her meal. 3 deliveries. Yilong paused, nodding slightly, and then resumed eating it. So that meant tonight, the entire Wantong escort agency would consist of just him and her? His heart inexplicably began to race. Thump, thump, thump. He felt as if his ears were ringing. His face flushed, and his mind became a whirlwind. Hua Mainyang glanced at Yilong, perplexed by his strange behavior, unable to fathom what was causing his agitation. After dinner, Yilong swiftly tidied up the dishes. He then poured a pot of tea and brought it to Hua Mainyang in the hall. Hua Mainyang reclined on a soft couch, her beautiful eyes half closed, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes slightly and saw Yilong standing there with a sheepish grin, holding the pot of tea. Lazily, she waved her hand. Just leave it there. Yilong hurriedly nodded. Boss, it's quite warm today. I've boiled some water for you. Would you like to take a wash? Just as Hua Mainyang was about to decline, it seemed she intuitively grasped his intentions. The corners of her rosy lips curled slightly as she feigned a yawn, revealing her exquisite figure before Yilong's gaze. Hearing the gulp from Yilong's throat, Hua Mainyang couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Indeed, it was a bit warm today. You've gone through the trouble for me, so prepare a bath for me. All right. Yilong dashed out of the hall to fetch the hot water. Hua Mainyang fanned herself with a hand fan, a meaningful smile gracing her delicate features. After Yilong hurried back and forth several times, he finally stood breathlessly before Hua Mainyang. Boss, the water is ready. Good. You may get back to your tasks. Hua Yilong watched eagerly as Hua Mainyang gracefully ascended the stairs. He called out, Boss, I can give massages. Shall I come in later to massage you? Hua Mainyang looked at him quizzically. Massage? Yes, it promotes circulation, enhances beauty, rejuvenates the body, and remedies menstrual irregularities. Ha ha ha, is that so exaggerated? Well, Hua Mainyang leaned against the stair railing, her hand fan covering her cherry-red lips, laughing heartily. Why not give it a try? Yilong's expression turned serious. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Fine, wait by the door. I'll call for you once I'm done washing. Sure, take your time. Like a loyal servant, Yilong watched as Hua Mainyang's graceful figure disappeared from his sight, his smile fading into a crooked frown. Late at night, from Hua Mainyang's boudoir in the Wantong escort agency, alluring moans echoed, stirring the imagination. Harder. Yes, right there. Put in a bit more effort. Meanwhile, Yilong had 2 cloth balls stuffed in his nostrils, evident bloodstains marking them. He vigorously worked on Hua Mainyang's back with his elbow. As for Hua Mainyang, she remained clad in a sheer blue garment, showcasing her alluring silhouette. All right, that's enough. I can't take it anymore. After a while, Hua Mainyang halted Yilong's massage. This moment, Yilong's eyes were bloodshot as he urged, just a bit longer. I haven't massaged your legs yet. That will yield even better results. Hua Mainyang rolled over, her delicate little feet directly pressing against Yilong's face, who was still intent on continuing. His heavy breathing sent warmth surging towards her. Startled, Hua Mainyang quickly moved her foot away. Get lost, go to sleep. Yilong gazed longingly at Hua Mainyang's enticing figure. The fragrance enveloped him, especially after her soft, alluring little feet had brushed against him. The scent was intoxicating, and why bed isn't comfortable. How about we compromise? Hua Mainyang giggled, sizing him up. If you dare come up, I'll let you do whatever you want. Really? Yilong could hardly believe his ears. Hua Mainyang gracefully shifted her long, smooth legs that shimmered with a soft glow, an irresistible allure washing over him. Of course, I can hardly wait. Hurry up. Yilong felt elated and immediately began to strip off his clothes. Yet, he abruptly froze in place as Hua Mainyang pulled out a tool from beneath her pillow, a pair of glossy black scissors, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Hua Mainyang regarded the motionless Yilong, playfully flicking the scissors, her smile enchanting as she pouted slightly. Hurry up, I'm waiting. Chapter 35. A frantic final push. Yilong forced a laugh, glancing around in panic before bolting away. The horses in the back haven been fed. I'll go take care of that. Hua Mainyang let out a cold laugh, placing the scissors back under the pillow, in the rear yard. Yilong glanced back at Hua Mainyang's room on the second floor, his heart rate gradually returning to normal. He was convinced that those scissors were undoubtedly a cultivator's treasure. Although he had never seen such artifacts, the spiritual energy emanating from them was unmistakable. Filled with indignation, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, so close, so close." Those scissors were definitely left behind by that bastard Jiang Mingyuan. A cool night breeze swept through, refreshing him. Suddenly, Yilong stood frozen at the door, then turned to the wall behind Hua Manyang's boudoir on the second floor, cursing, "Old witch, are you playing me? Damn." Reclining upon the couch, Hua Manyang was instantly incensed, her silver teeth grinding audibly. However, she soon managed a cold smile. It was so blatant that he could not see through it. This man, indeed, appeared a fool when his mind was clouded by passion. Upon returning to his chamber, Yilong promptly sat cross-legged on the bed. Striving to calm his tumultuous heart, he resolved that from this moment forth, he would harbor no improper thoughts toward Hua Manyang. Clearly, this old hag was toying with him. After 2 rounds, he had suffered a complete defeat. The mere thought of it rekindled his fury. He swore once more, vowing that from now on, his eyes would behold no one but the young ladies outside, thus quelling the unrest within him. Just as he was about to cultivate, he slightly opened his eyes. Today, Hua Manyang was left alone at the escort agency, and not a single warrior had come to provoke her. Furthermore, Fan Renliang, Jiang Mingyuan, and Tang Biao had all ventured out on assignments. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Did they not fear that after their departure, Hua Manyang would be left to confront those warriors alone? What was the connection between Zhao Yijian and Hua Manyang? And what relationship did the storyteller have with her? Yilong cast a contemplative glance toward Hua Manyang's quarters. "Old hag, should I indeed marry you?" He quickly reined in his thoughts and began to circulate his cultivation method. With Jiang Mingyuan absent tonight, it was an opportune moment to calibrate a pace suitable for himself. It should neither be too rapid, akin to generating a spiritual energy storm, nor too sluggish, dragging along. Previously, having experienced a storm, Yilong had since restrained his cultivation to the lowest operational speed. Even so, he had managed to refine a dragon pearl to the first level of qi refining in merely 2 days. If he could adjust to a speed imperceptible to Jiang Mingyuan, he was confident he could swiftly elevate 10 dragon pearls to the pinnacle of the first level of qi refining. Only then could he commence the second level of his cultivation method. However, over these past few days, he had begun to contemplate the phenomenon of spiritual energy storms arising from his full-force cultivation. The storms were merely a result of insufficient spiritual energy in the air, compelling it to draw from elsewhere. Thus, under the mutual pulling of the spiritual energies, a tempest would inevitably ensue. Conversely, in areas rich with spiritual energy, even if he exerted his utmost, he believed it would not yield the slightest ripple among the abundant energies. After all, in the mortal realm, it was already remarkable for the Wantong escort agency to possess any spiritual energy at all. Today, as he ventured out on an assignment, even with his internal cultivation method operating autonomously, the gains were negligible. Consequently, he was certain that Jiang Mingyuan had arranged some formation within the Wantong escort agency to guide the spiritual energy. Not only was it a formation for guiding spiritual energy, but the entire agency hardly required cleaning. Wai Long had never witnessed the old eunuch engage in any tidying up within his dantian. 10 dragon pearls were in continuous motion. Even without consciously operating his cultivation method, he was perpetually engaged in practice. He had become quite adept at the flow of his cultivation. With just a slight adjustment, he discovered the pace most suited to his training. He categorized the speed of the dragon pearls into 3 tiers. The first tier, undoubtedly, was akin to the speed of a Ferrari. The third tier was akin to running. The fourth tier was walking. From this categorization, it was evident that he had merely adjusted the original walking speed to that of running. A further increase would generate a current of spiritual energy around him. Though reluctantly, it was still an improvement over his previous pace. The 2 cultivation methods operated in harmony within their respective dantian, without encroaching upon one another. The upper dantian lay within his sea of consciousness, housing a single dragon pearl, circulating the rising dragon technique. Above the dragon pearl was the longevity lock, shimmering brilliantly under the golden light. The lower dantian's 10 dragon pearls were in motion, complementing one another in the qi refining technique. The moonlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, gradually infusing into Yilong's body. Regarding his distinct approach to cultivation and his path of immortality, Yilong adhered to a principle of not questioning the road ahead nor the return date. In a word, recklessness, for, without such recklessness, he found himself utterly at a loss. Half a month later, under a moonless, windy night, the sky appeared as though drenched in ink, revealing not a sliver of moonlight. Yilong sat cross-legged in silence, for within his dantian, 8 dragon pearls had attained the pinnacle of the first level of qi refining. Only the sun essence and moonlight dragon pearls remained, still not filled to 1/10. Originally, it was estimated that this evening, his Ean's spiritual root dragon pearl would reach the consummate state of the first level of qi refining. However, faced with such weather, the moonlight was exceedingly scarce. To achieve the first level of qi refining for the Ean's spiritual root dragon pearl tonight seemed utterly out of reach. He could only hope for a brighter sun in the morning to fully charge the Yang's spiritual root dragon pearl. Just then, Yilong's ears perked up. The door 2 rooms away creaked open. Without a doubt, it was Jiang Mingyuan's return. Throughout this past half-month, Yilong had steadfastly upheld his resolve, ignoring Hua Mainyang's numerous temptations. He had shown her no sign of weakness, yet Hua Mainyang was no easy adversary. After employing various tactics, Yilong found himself bleeding from the nose, utterly defeated. Over these 2 weeks, he had gained no advantage from Hua Mainyang. Though he had certainly shed considerable blood. 2 days prior, Tang Biao, having returned from an assignment, was followed by the old eunuch the next day. Today, Jiang Mingyuan was the last to return. Each time one of them returned, they would sneakily converse with Hua Mainyang, leaving Yilong uncertain of their schemes. Why Yilong had attempted to probe the old eunuch, but the cunning old fox was not to be trifled with by his petty tricks. Not only had he failed to gather any information, but he also found that the embarrassing events of the past half-month had been thoroughly investigated by the others. By the time he regained his composure, it was far too late for regrets. He could only curse the old fox in silence, vowing to be more vigilant in the future and never again fall into the old fox's traps. Chapter 36. The First Escort to the Yin Kingdom. After half a month of skirmishes with Hua Mainyang, Yilong had deeply absorbed the experiences and lessons learned. He was confident that in the next round, he would surely have the upper hand against Hua Mainyang. Thus, after a night of fruitless cultivation, Yilong rose the next day, brimming with energy. People often say the key to a day's success lies in the morning. But as Yilong lifted his gaze, he was met with sporadic raindrops pelting his forehead. Why Yilong was utterly bewildered. Was it really necessary for the heavens to conspire against him, just as he was on the verge of reaching the first level of qi refining? Why was fate so cruel? It was not that Yilong, as an immortal, could not wait until the next day. He was simply so close to entering the second level of qi refining, just a hair's breadth away. Yet, the heavens were unyielding. It was akin to the urgency of the Erlang god, desperate to see what lay beyond the final level of a game, yet finding himself just a drop of blood away from success. With both his third eye and his backside eye in a frenzy, a series of powerful moves had swiftly knocked him out of the game. How frustrating! Yilong, feeling vexed, made his way to the front courtyard, where he happened upon Tang Biao, tying up the escort cart. He promptly called out, "Tang Xianbei, going out on another assignment?" Tang Biao's expression was frosty as he glanced at Yilong, remaining silent. Nevertheless, Yilong eagerly approached to assist. "Tang Xianbei, where are we headed this time?" "To the Yin Kingdom." Yilong's eyes sparkled. "Abroad?" "To the Yin Kingdom," Tang Biao enunciated seriously. "Not to the Chu Kingdom." Oh, may I accompany you? I've never been to the Yin Kingdom. I hear their music culture is flourishing. Every household can play a tune, and the melodies are exquisite." Tang Biao's eyelids twitched violently. "It's the Tao of music, not the Tao of sound." Oh, the Tao of music. Can I go?" "You need to ask the shopkeeper." Yilong immediately abandoned the half-tied rope and hurried toward the hall. "Wait for me. I'll go find the shopkeeper." Tang Biao cast a sharp glance at the half-finished, not Yilong left behind. Upon entering the hall, he found Fan Rinliang and Jiang Mingyuan whispering on either side of Hua Mainyang. Upon noticing Yilong's arrival, they immediately straightened up, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. So, they were afraid he would find out, were they? He was not even particularly interested in knowing. Yet, his face wore an excessively obsequious smile directed at Hua Mainyang. "Shopkeeper," they all exclaimed in unison, sending chills down their spines as they beheld Yilong's smug demeanor. Even Jiang Mingyuan, who had a slightly effeminate disposition, felt a chill creep into his heart. "If you have something to say, say it. If you have gas to pass, don't give me that deadpan face. Though you believe, however." Before Hua Mainyang could finish, Yilong disdainfully interjected, "It's the assassination order. Isn't it? It seems never-ending." As Hua Mainyang's murderous gaze bore down on him, he quickly shifted to the main topic. "I want to accompany Tang Xinbei on the assignment. I've never been abroad and wish to see." "Granted." Hua Mainyang waved her hand impatiently. Thank you, shopkeeper. I'll be on my way. Get lost, get lost." Yilong did not mind Hua Mainyang's tone, scampering outside cheerfully, while finishing tying the rope with Tang Biao. He joyfully exclaimed, "Tang Xinbei, the shopkeeper has granted permission." Tang Biao gazed at Yilong with an expression of disbelief before turning abruptly to head towards the hall. Why Yilong understood that Tang Biao was wary of being deceived and would seek confirmation from Hua Mainyang. He cast a fierce glare at Tang Biao's retreating figure. After securing the ropes, he took his place on the escort cart, awaiting further developments. Before long, Tang Biao emerged, his brow furrowed in concentration. He cast a sidelong glance at the agitated Yilong and said, "The shopkeeper has instructed that you are not to visit the brothel, nor to possess a single coin. You must heed my commands. Should you disobey, she will." Yilong's anger flared instantly. Is she going to send out a bounty for me? Damn it. This isn't how one bullies someone. With that, he prepared to confront Hua Mainyang, for he had intended to manipulate her in this round. However, he was completely unprepared for Hua Mainyang to block his path entirely. He had originally thought that once outside, he could somehow procure some funds from Tang Biao. After all, they were heading to the state of Yin, a veritable paradise for young ladies. It was said that the women of Yin were graceful and easily swayed, their dulcet tones intoxicating. Once they left Zhaojing, the world would be their oyster, where fish could leap and birds could soar. Yet, he never anticipated that this old witch would see through his intentions at a glance. In a fit of embarrassment and rage, Yilong had just jumped off the cart when he recalled the blood he had painstakingly shed over the past half-month. Fine. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Once I get outside, I will have plenty of ways to make money. Thus, under Tang Biao's puzzled gaze, the previously furious Yilong leapt back onto the escort cart. "Onward, Senior Tang. I shall follow your lead." Tang Biao could not fathom Yilong's erratic thoughts, but since the shopkeeper had acquiesced, he had no choice but to comply. The sporadic drizzle gradually morphed into a dense curtain of rain. As if the heavens and the earth were intertwined by countless fine threads, Tang Biao, being a grandmaster with profound internal strength, was untouched by the rain. Yilong, a first-level practitioner in the qi refining stage, found the light rain trivial, yet the two of them maintained an air of silence, one with a frozen countenance, the other brooding. Even passers-by who encountered them remarked, "The world is indeed harsh. These two must be mourning a loss in their family while still toiling for survival." How arduous! The pair journeyed out of Zhaojing, making their way to Yinjing. As soon as they exited Zhaojing, Yilong sprang to life, his excitement undeterred by the rain obscuring his view. "Senior Tang, I heard that the Emperor of Yin is a woman?" "Indeed." Tang Biao's response was succinct, his expression still icy. "Senior Tang, I've heard that there is a street filled with pleasure houses in Yin. It is said that no man can traverse the entire street." Tang Biao's expression shifted slightly. "I have been there." Yilong was taken aback and leaned closer to Tang Biao, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Could you tell me what that street is like?" Tang Biao paused in silence. "It is filled with women." "Ah!" Yilong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "All young ladies? How splendid! Just imagining it is delightful." Tang Biao shot a glance at the exuberant youth beside him. "The shopkeeper has expressly forbidden you from visiting that street, and we need not go there." Yilong, momentarily stunned atop the cart, swiftly adjusted his demeanor. "Senior Tang, Were you once a practitioner at the golden core stage? Indeed. Have you ever sought a romantic partner? Chapter 37. The startling revelation of the Grandmaster's affection. A partner? Observing Tang Biao's confusion, Yi Long cracked the whip at the horse's rear, urging it to pick up speed. I mean, do you have someone you hold dear? Tang Biao's expression grew distant, and Yi Long recognized the truth. You don't, do you? However, the softness in Tang Biao's voice caught Yi Long off guard. Not really. Tang Biao replied, albeit in a hushed and somewhat feeble tone. Yi Long's eyes sparkled with understanding. Senior Tang, were you once the shopkeeper's protector? Tang Biao shook his head. No. I was the chief bodyguard of the royal family of the Cloud Nation. Tang Biao had nothing to hide regarding this. After all, Hua Meinyang had already disclosed her background to Yi Long, rendering deception unnecessary. Yi Long gazed at Tang Biao with immense respect. Oh, you are Commander Tang? My apologies for my earlier assumptions. Tang Biao's normally stoic face flushed slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. That was in the past. Regardless, you were once a Grandmaster practitioner. There's no need to be so modest. Do you harbor feelings for the shopkeeper? Yi Long's inquiry shifted abruptly, catching Tang Biao off guard, who hesitantly nodded. Realizing his slip, Tang Biao quickly shook his head. No, the shopkeeper is my superior. Yet, the noticeable flush on his face betrayed him. Yi Long chuckled lightly. What is there to hide? Love between men and women is perfectly natural. I understand. After all, a woman like the shopkeeper is impossible to overlook if you didn't have feelings. That would be strange, like an old eunuch wanting to feel affection without having a brother to support him, right? Tang Biao pressed his lips together, falling silent. Yi Long continued, does the shopkeeper know of your feelings for her? Tang Biao hesitated, failing to respond. Yi Long scrutinized Tang Biao's impassive face, puzzled. Did Tang Biao lack any facial muscles? Senior Tang, your face? I was once injured. Yi Long suddenly understood, and no wonder he always wore such a blank expression. Even when pricked at his heart's core, he remained frosty. The shopkeeper is unaware of your affections, and yet you have silently guarded her for nearly a millennium. Senior Tang, your loyalty and devotion are truly admirable. With that, Yi Long solemnly clasped his hands in respect towards Tang Biao. Tang Biao, somewhat flustered, drove the cart as if caught with a secret. Do not speak nonsense. There is nothing between us, just a regular relationship. Tang Biao's stumbling words only heightened his flustered demeanor. Yi Long chuckled inwardly, realizing that Tang Biao's hidden affection was indeed for Hua Meinyang. Yet, that old witch was undeniably alluring, as a reincarnated individual. Having encountered countless internet celebrities and stars in his past life, Yi Long had not been able to resist temptation. It was no wonder Tang Biao, with his naive disposition, succumbed. Now privy to Tang Biao's greatest secret, Yi Long feigned wisdom as he gazed ahead at the curtain of rain. There were indeed methods to win a woman's heart. With the right approach, no woman could escape a man's grasp. For instance, the 36 stratagems of love. As Yi Long spoke, he meticulously observed Tang Biao's reaction. Though his expression remained unchanged, the intensity in his gaze had begun to shift. Yi Long stifled a laugh while maintaining an air of profundity. For instance, one strategy is the heroic rescue of a damsel in distress. Tang Biao's gaze subtly shifted toward him. This strategy primarily involves appealing to the heart. First, showcase the man's character and charm. Second, elicit gratitude and guilt from the woman, forging an unbreakable bond between them. Tang Biao looked perplexed. Guilt? What do you mean? Hearing Tang Biao's inquiry, Yi Long's smile widened. Everyone understands the concept of a heroic rescue, but it typically only evokes gratitude. However, if the hero stands firmly before the heroine, vowing to protect her at all costs, once the danger passes, imagine how she would feel upon seeing him grievously injured. Tang Biao pondered for a moment, and his eyes brightened. Not only would there be gratitude, but also concern and guilt, awakening her inherent maternal instincts. You must realize that every woman possesses a maternal aura, and once it manifests, you will occupy a significant place in her heart. Of course, one strategy alone is insufficient. You must follow it with another. What strategy? Tang Biao asked, urgency creeping into his tone. The strategy of having both parents deceased. Tang Biao's expression shifted in shock. What does that mean? After the first strategy, you and the woman will have become acquainted, correct? Yilong confirmed, and Tang Biao nodded. And she will certainly tend to you while you recover at her home. Yilong continued, prompting another nod from Tang Biao. When you awaken, you will inevitably share your backgrounds to at that moment. Ensure your tale is as tragic as possible, fully awakening her maternal instincts. This is what I call going all in. Tang Biao stared blankly at Yilong, utterly bewildered. You don't understand? Yilong asked, and Tang Biao nodded. Why Yilong, with a sense of nostalgia akin to that of an elder, gently patted Tang Biao's shoulder. Consider this, he began. The initial tactic was designed to evoke her maternal instincts. Yet, given your unfamiliarity, her response would have been merely instinctual. However, now that you reside with her to recuperate, with her attending to your every need, a natural familiarity has begun to blossom between you two. Should you rely solely on that first tactic to win her over, the subsequent steps would be unnecessary. But if that initial strategy fails, you must proceed to the next. When she learns of your orphan state, homeless and wandering the streets, will her sympathy not deepen? Will she not care for you with even greater fervor, offering you solace? Tang Biao pondered for a moment, envisioning that very scenario, and nodded in agreement. Thus, the final strategy emerges, known as riding the current to reach the shore. What does this mean? Tang Biao inquired, perplexed by Yilong's words. Yilong chuckled softly. Do you understand how a woman's maternal instincts are fully awakened? Tang Biao shook his head. Once her maternal instincts are ignited, she will unconsciously draw closer to you, even if there are moments of intimacy. Her compassion will prevent her from rejecting you. At that point, all you need is audacity, a thick skin, and a carefree demeanor to naturally win her heart. Noticing Tang Biao's confusion once more, Yilong elaborated. Be bold. Allow your tragic background to occupy your thoughts at all times. When you wear a sorrowful expression, she will undeniably take notice and come forth to comfort you. In that moment, you can embrace her. And she will not resist. Instead, she will incessantly offer you reassurance. Chapter 38. The Depths of Cultivation. Tang Biao's eyes sparkled with realization as he nodded repeatedly. Next, cultivate a thick skin. Maintain eye contact with her. Remember, it is essential to gaze into her eyes. Then, lavish her with compliments. Praise her kindness, beauty, and whatever else you can think of. Make her feel as though she is celestial, unmatched by anyone on earth. What does carefree mean? Tang Biao questioned. Wai Yilong smirked. This is the final ace up your sleeve. Casually feign ignorance about your intimate contact, then hastily withdraw. Continuously express that it was an unintended action, a moment of impulsiveness. Let her understand that you were merely swept away by emotion and did not intend to disrespect her. At this juncture, you have two choices. What choices? First, you could seize the moment and kiss her. Then forcefully, Yilong began, but Tang Biao's face flushed crimson. In a way, Yilong waved his hand dismissively. Do not rush. She will exhibit one of two reactions. Point 1. She may flatly reject you and struggle fiercely. Yet you must remain assertive. Until the deed is done, you will need to hastily apologize and propose marriage. Consider this. A woman whose purity has been tarnished feels as though her life has been irrevocably altered. Coupled with your role as her savior and the sympathy she feels for your tragic past, after much deliberation, she will ultimately have no choice but to accept, will she not? But, isn't that too shameless? Yilong continued undeterred. The second possible reaction is more subtle. She may exhibit a coy refusal, leading to a natural progression between the two of you. And what of the second choice? The second choice is far more intricate. Unless one is a seasoned player in the realm of romance, it is likely beyond the grasp of an average person. This choice is termed guarding the rabbit while awaiting the wolf. Tang Biao looked bewildered. Isn't it guarding the stump to catch the rabbit? Yilong regarded him with a look of disdain. Women possess not only maternal instincts but also a predatory nature. If, after your unintentional encounter, you choose the second option, you will awaken her wolfish instincts. Once a woman's predatory nature is unleashed, what will happen then? Tang Biao's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Yilong's words were unlike anything he had ever heard. Even after living for a millennium, he had never encountered such schemes to pursue a woman. At that point, Even if you wish to rid yourself of her, it will be impossible. She will firmly anchor her heart to you. And the merging of spirit and body is the pinnacle of love. Do you understand? Tang Biao swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable dryness in his throat. However, upon further reflection, he realized that his situation with the innkeeper was fundamentally different. The tactics Yilong described held no utility for him. Thus, he cautiously glanced at Yilong, his expression a mixture of conflict and turmoil. He would never admit his feelings for the innkeeper in front of Yilong. After all, if the innkeeper were to discover his true sentiments, how could he continue to face her? Actually, your situation with the innkeeper is more easily resolved. But what? Tang Biao interjected, unable to restrain his eagerness. Only to be met with Yilong's crescent moon smile. Just know this, do not mention it to the innkeeper. A low voice echoed, causing Yilong to chuckle inwardly. I won't mention it to the innkeeper. But Tang Biao's eyelids twitched violently. I can give you money, and I will pretend not to notice if you seek out women. Why? Yilong beamed with delight, laughing heartily. Tang, my esteemed senior, I had no idea you were a grandmaster of the Golden Core stage. Might you impart some techniques or skills to me? Tang Biao cast a sidelong glance at Yilong, his brow furrowing slightly. Shouldn't you be consulting your master, Jiang Mingyuan? Yilong pursed his lips. He is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. How can he compare to you? Tang Biao shook his head in exasperation. There is nothing to teach. Yilong regarded Tang Biao skeptically. You mean to say that in your time at the palace, you progressed from qi refining to golden core in just a century? Tang Biao gazed wistfully into the distance, lost in thought. In those days, this continent was rich in spiritual energy. Even mortals could live for 150 years. Coupled with the abundance of rare treasures and resources, attaining the golden core stage was a common feat. Why? Yilong looked at Tang Biao with suspicion. You mean the golden core stage was so prevalent? What then is the highest realm of cultivation? My master provided me with a booklet that only mentioned the Yuanying stage as the pinnacle. Tang Biao scoffed. The highest realm of cultivation is the Taoist respected one who transcends tribulations, as well as the scattered immortals and ancestral masters. Ah? Yilong eagerly sought further clarification from Tang Biao regarding the specific levels of cultivation, finally grasping the complete system of immortality, qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, yuanying, transformation of spirit, integration, great ascension, transcending tribulation, ascending to immortality. As for scattered immortals, they are those who have failed to transcend tribulation but survive to reconstruct their physical forms using various rare treasures. Their power surpasses those who have not attempted tribulation but falls short of those who have succeeded. They exist in a liminal space between the tribulation stage and the ascension stage. Moreover, scattered immortals must endure a tribulation every 1,000 years, referred to as the first, second, and so on, culminating in 9 tribulations, termed the 9 turns scattered immortals. Only after undergoing all 9 tribulations can a scattered immortal transform into a true immortal and ascend to the higher realms. Tang Biao's explanation unveiled a new world for Yilong, revealing the vast peaks awaiting his ascent and exploration. However, when Yilong inquired about the events of the past, Tang Biao promptly fell silent. Despite Yilong's persistent prodding, he remained tight-lipped. Subsequently, Yilong turned his focus to the matter of tribulation, as it pertained to his very existence. If the tribulation was indeed as terrifying as rumored, he would prefer to remain in the qi refining stage for eternity. Yet, regarding the tribulation, Tang Biao was also vague, merely stating that he had heard there were not only lightning tribulations, but also those of the heart. The specifics eluded him, as during his time at the palace, they were not permitted to know about such matters unless they reached a certain level of cultivation, to prevent the emergence of inner demons that might jeopardize their paths to immortality. As a day slowly passed, the distance from Zhaojing to Yanjing was considerable. According to Tang Biao, the journey would take 7 days, covering over 1,000 miles. That evening, the two found a sheltered spot from the wind. Tang Biao prepared some game, while Yilong assisted in the grilling. Fortunately, Yilong had the foresight to bring seasonings with him, as they enjoyed the barbecue. Tang Biao savored the flavors, his admiration for Yilong growing with each bite. Putting everything aside, your culinary skills are worthy of the title the best on the continent. Chapter 39. The 36 Strategies of Love. After a day of companionship, Tang Biao and Yilong had grown more familiar with one another. Despite Yilong's previous role at the escort agency, their exchanges had been few and far between. Initially, Yilong had thought Tang Biao to be a man of few words, but he soon realized that it was merely a matter of habit tied to his prestigious position. After all, one could not ascend to the role of commander of the Imperial Guards without possessing a certain level of discretion. Wai Yilong retrieved a gourd of wine from his robe. Tang Biao looked at him with curiosity. "How come I never noticed you brought wine?" Yilong chuckled. "I was afraid of being scolded by the innkeeper. You know how it is, that woman and I do not see eye to eye, and she often seeks to pick a fight." Tang Biao smiled quietly to himself, recalling how Yilong would always end up being soundly beaten by him and Fan Renliang whenever he got into a quarrel with Hua Mainyang. His admiration for Yilong grew even stronger. This man was truly stubborn. However, it seemed that Hua Mainyang was not to be underestimated either. With this thought in mind, Tang Biao accepted the gourd of wine that Yilong offered and took a sip. He looked at Yilong with curiosity and asked, "About that matter you mentioned earlier." Yilong bit into a chicken leg, savoring the meat and the wine, exclaiming, "Ah, which matter are you referring to?" He feigned ignorance, gazing at Tang Biao. Tang Biao blinked, and Yilong mirrored his action. Oh, hi. Is it about the shopkeeper?" Tang Biao continued to blink, and Yilong understood. He patted Tang Biao's shoulder, casually wiping the grease from his hand. "Then allow me to ask you a few questions." Tang Biao remained silent, as if acknowledging the truth with his body but refusing to vocalize it. He exuded an air of both rejection and invitation. Yilong, undeterred, pressed on. "Does the shopkeeper know you like her?" Tang Biao shook his head. "Do you know who the shopkeeper likes?" At this, Tang Biao fell silent, his head drooping slightly after a moment. Yilong, observing Tang Biao's expression, immediately understood. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked at Tang Biao, implying, "So, the shopkeeper has someone she fancies?" Tang Biao remained quiet but seized the gourd from Yilong's hands, taking several hearty swigs before pausing to catch his breath. The answer was apparent. Yilong, noticing Tang Biao's sudden despondence, squinted his eyes, a glimmer of light emanating from within. "A cultivator?" Tang Biao gasped, widening his eyes in shock as he looked at Yilong. "A Yuanying period cultivator?" Tang Biao nodded involuntarily. Wai Yilong clicked his tongue. Indeed, a deep connection. "How did you guess?" Yilong's silence only piqued Tang Biao's curiosity further. "Was it that hard to guess? You are a master-level martial artist. Anyone who could bring you down like this must certainly be a cultivator." Wai Yilong snatched back the gourd with disdain, discreetly wiping its mouth with his sleeve before taking a sip. "So how did you deduce it was a Yuanying period cultivator?" "Wait, no. Who do you think it is?" Tang Biao looked at Yilong, eager and inquisitive. Wai Yilong let out a cold laugh. "A deep connection, right?" Tang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yilong. "How did you figure that out?" The fact that Yilong could deduce the identity of Hua Mainyang's love interest simply by observing Tang Biao's dejection left him in awe, instilling in him greater confidence in Yilong's advice on pursuing Hua Mainyang. Wai Yilong exhaled a puff of wine-laden breath and gazed at Tang Biao. "Do you remember when I mentioned Zhao Yijin's close relationship with her?" Tang Biao shook his head, bewildered. Yilong scoffed disdainfully. "I noticed something was off with the shopkeeper back then. If she truly had no ties to Zhao Yijin, even if I slandered her, she would never allow you to act against me. After living for nearly 1,000 years, would she truly quibble with me over such trivial matters? Thus, the outcome is evident. I struck a nerve. She is fond of Zhao Yijin, but it is clear that he does not reciprocate. Correct?" Tang Biao stared at Yilong in horror. "You could even deduce that?" Yilong chuckled, taking another bite of chicken leg, his expression one of smug satisfaction. "So, if you heed my advice, you will surely win her over." After a moment of stunned silence, Tang Biao's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, nodding enthusiastically at Yilong. "Now, let's discuss who that storyteller at Ting Yunxian truly is." Tang Biao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot say. You must ask the shopkeeper yourself." Wai Yilong's heart raced. Indeed, Hua Mainyang's relationship with that storyteller was far from simple. "But what about the delivery we are making?" "I have checked the orders. And there is nothing for Beijing. At this, Tang Biao's eyes narrowed, a cold aura emanating from him. Seeing this, Yilong quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. No need to rush. If you don't want to say, then you don't have to. I was merely curious. Besides, don't forget, I am a qi refining period cultivator. You cannot overpower me. Tang Biao stared at Yilong in confusion, suddenly recalling that he was indeed a qi refining period cultivator. He sighed in frustration. There are some things we cannot disclose. You can only ask the shopkeeper. Please refrain from inquiring about such matters in the future, or I will take offense. All right, I won't ask. I was merely curious, Yilong replied. Curiosity kills the cat. He winced at Tang Biao's sudden coldness. So, do you wish to know what advice I have for you? Tang Biao stiffened momentarily before silently nodding. Yilong chuckled at Tang Biao's silly demeanor and handed him the gourd of wine. First, tell me, what are the shopkeeper's hobbies? Tang Biao took a sip of wine, pondering Yilong's question. Why Yilong watched him in silence, his eyes flickering. The master of one of the 6 great sects, Zhaoyijian, was actually Hua Meinyang's love interest. Yet, Zhaoyijian seemed to hold no interest in her. What was going on? A woman of Hua Meinyang's caliber, let alone a man. Even a dog would dig 3 feet into the ground for a glance. Yet Zhaoyijian was letting such a splendid woman go. If he were Zhaoyijian, he would have devoured Hua Meinyang whole without leaving a bone behind. How could he allow her to wander freely in the realm of his sect? It was akin to dangling a bone in front of a dog. Why did Zhaoyijian not fancy Hua Meinyang? Either he was wholly devoted to his cultivation and had transcended all desires, or he was of a different inclination, or perhaps there was a significant secret preventing him from pursuing Hua Meinyang. Chapter 40. Paths of Humans and Dogs Diverge. Yilong leaned towards the notion that a significant secret was at play, coupled with the previous instances of martial artists provoking them and Hua Meinyang instructing Fan Rinliang to investigate, as well as the storyteller at Ting Yunxian. All these matters left Yilong endlessly curious. He had been quite restrained with his curiosity. After all, as Tang Biao had just stated, curiosity kills the cat. The ancients understood this. How could someone like him, who had experienced the information explosion of the modern era, be oblivious? Knowing was one thing. Acting on it was another. Hua Meinyang had already become an unparalleled goddess in Yilong's heart. Her perfect figure, smooth skin like snow, delicate, translucent feet, exquisite and charming visage, the enchanting fragrance she exuded, and her languid yet supremely noble and elegant demeanor constantly lingered in his thoughts. Even though he knew that Hua Meinyang did not fancy him and that he could not meet the outrageous demand she had set forth, he found himself unable to resist the urge to assist her. Even if it meant bringing her a modicum of joy and happiness, it was all worthwhile. Though Yilong had never been a sycophant, at this moment, he deeply understood the ultimate essence of such behavior. Those who were sycophants truly could not control themselves. Since he could not curb his impulses to be a sycophant, he resolved to manage the timing of his affections. One could not constantly seek to ingratiate oneself, could one? The primary advantage of being a sycophant was that the initiative lay in his hands. Who to flatter, how to flatter, and when to flatter were all under his control. If one could not even manage that, they were not a sycophant but a dead dog instead. Thus, Yilong clearly recognized where his strengths lay. Countless times he had been tempted to probe into the secrets surrounding Hua Meinyang and her Wantong escort agency. He had diverted his attention with other matters, but even so, the fragments of information he had gathered left him with a multitude of questions. Zhaoyijian, Hua Meinyang, the storyteller, the martial artist who had come to provoke them, and the distant escort that was not even listed in the orders. Yilong sorted through these pieces of information. Tang Biao's voice broke through his reverie. The shopkeeper loves watching clouds. Yilong looked at Tang Biao, slightly bewildered. Watching clouds? Yes, watching clouds. She enjoys the ethereal, as well as the fireworks of the mortal realm. Every festival, she takes us to the highest tower to watch the most beautiful fireworks. Saying they are like her, brief, beautiful, yet filled with endless regret. Wai Yilong gazed at the starry sky, the clarity and brilliance of the heavens after the rain. In a wonder, he often saw the shopkeeper lying down. He had thought she was merely sunbathing to absorb calcium, but she was actually watching the clouds. Tang Biao, not comprehending Yilong's remark about calcium, had already slipped into deep reminiscence. The shopkeeper possesses a superb water spirit root. It is evident. Indeed, it is exceedingly moist. In the brief span of less than 70 years, she has attained the pinnacle of the golden core path I in her childhood. She delighted in clinging to me, begging to be lifted into the sky for a flight. As we wove through the billowing white clouds, she would stretch out her tiny hand to grasp them, yet time and again, she would catch nothing but air. Hee hee. It seems a memory of the exasperated little expression on Hua Mainyang's face from years past has surfaced, prompting Tang Biao to chuckle unconsciously. Wei Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tang Biao, exclaiming, "Goodness, you have a penchant for lolis?" Tang Biao, bewildered, retorted, "Lowly? She was so small back then. You beast, how could you have such thoughts?" Tang Biao turned away in silence, gazing at the night sky. No, at that time, I found her quite bothersome, as she encroached upon my training hours. Oh, I see. What is your spiritual root? I possess a top-quality dual spiritual root, gold and fire, with a primary focus on the gold root. TSK, Tisk, truly a prodigious talent. However, Tang Biao shook his head, stating, that pales in comparison to the descendants of the Yun family from back then. They were the true favorite of heaven, known as the chosen human emperors of that era. Is it truly that impressive? What happened afterward? Tang Biao sighed and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Wei Yilong, sensing the shift, refrained from pressing the matter. Tang Biao became completely absorbed in his memories, neglecting to seek Yilong's counsel regarding pursuing Hua Mainyang. Meanwhile, Yilong quietly absorbed the moonlight. Having departed from Zhaojing, he had deliberately slowed the pace of his cultivation to that of mere walking. In the outside world, one must always tread with caution. After a night of cultivation, he had nearly attained 1/10 of the Yin's spiritual root Dragon Pearl, and he believed that by nightfall, he would reach the stage of great perfection in qi refinement. However, following his conversation with Tang Biao yesterday, he had gleaned some insights regarding spiritual roots. The realization dawned upon him that fewer spiritual roots are preferable, and the rarer, the better. While this notion may seem simple to grasp, it was an understanding derived from Yilong's own experiences. The more singular the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation progress. After all, focusing on one element suffices. Conversely, if one possesses a multitude of spiritual roots, even if they are of the highest quality, it would demand countless hours and effort from the cultivator to enhance their cultivation. Yet, this was merely Yilong's personal reflection. Perhaps those with extraordinary 5, 6, 7, or even 8 spiritual roots, coupled with exceptional techniques, could cultivate at an even swifter pace. On the following morning, Yilong sat atop the escort cart, absorbing the essence of the sun. Tang Biao, however, appeared unusually silent. Seemingly still ensnared by the memories of the past, Wei Yilong relished his leisurely state as for devising strategies to pursue Hua Mainyang. It was merely a jest to entertain himself at Tang Biao's expense. After all, with his strikingly handsome visage, Hua Mainyang had not cast a glance his way. How could she possibly be interested in the expressionless Tang Biao? Moreover, Hua Mainyang's affections lay with the nascent soul powerhouse. What could Tang Biao possibly offer in comparison? To put it bluntly, he was but a dog in Hua Mainyang's eyes. The paths of man and dog are forever divergent, and that is an undeniable truth. Speaking of which, it almost felt as if he had insulted himself in the process. Nonetheless, Yilong never considered himself a dog. Just as there is no fish in fish-flavored shredded pork, no wife in wife cakes, and a meat bun is merely a bun encasing meat, a devoted admirer is certainly not a dog. This, he was utterly convinced of. Thus, from the very beginning, Yilong held Tang Biao in little regard. Not only Tang Biao, but even Jiang Mingyuan, a foundation-building cultivator, was beneath his notice. Otherwise, as a master and disciple, how could they maintain such a respectful camaraderie? Yilong suddenly clicked his tongue in thought. Perhaps he regarded Hua Mainyang with equal indifference. If he truly esteemed her and considered her a goddess, he would never have dared to tease her so brazenly, nor would he have been so open about seeking companionship with other ladies. Chapter 41. The Eternal Farewell Between Immortals and Mortals. Seeking inner peace. It seems, I am, after all, the The chosen one, these individuals are but the foliage along my journey, scarcely worthy of being called flowers. I am an immortal. What are they, if not mere dogs in the eyes of an immortal? They cannot survive for long. The clouds drift and the sun rises. The gentle October breeze is invigorating. Along the roadside, fields abound with golden wheat ears. It is a year of bountiful harvests. The 6 kingdoms are free of strife. And the populace lives in peace and prosperity, all akin to the plump wheat, awaiting harvest. This is a continent that has completely reshaped Yilong's worldview. The principle of unity following division and division following unity seems entirely absent here. Those monarchs appear to be utterly unaware of their purpose, cultivating immortality. Yet according to the information I have received, the rulers of the 6 kingdoms are all ordinary individuals from the royal families. Devoid of spiritual roots, it is utterly implausible for a cultivator to ascend to a position of monarchy, all to prevent a recurrence of the turmoil that befell the Yun kingdom 5,000 or even 10,000 years ago. Was the chaos in the Yun kingdom truly the result of a rebellious crown prince? Yilong could not ascertain, but he was certain of one thing. The absence of conflict among the 6 kingdoms is undoubtedly due to the commands of the 6 great immortal sects behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could human desires be so easily satisfied? Just as in his pursuit of immortality, mere chi refinement could never quench the desires of one such as himself, he yearned to be invincible in this world. If even he, as an immortal, harbored such ambitions, it goes without saying that other cultivators and mortals would be even more driven. Is it conceivable that there exist cultivators and mortals devoid of desire? Certainly, this is a false proposition. In the world, there are indeed peculiar individuals, unmoved by any material concerns. Yilong considered himself a worldly person, and as such, he must possess the traits of one. He relishes wealth, revels in power, embraces love, and indulges in excess. As an immortal, he constantly reminds himself of his life's objective. Only by achieving this goal could he contemplate his next steps. However, this premise hinges upon his survival. Thus, upon witnessing a robbery, Yilong wasted no time, leaping from the escort cart to flee. His speed left both Tang Biao and the bandits utterly dumbfounded. For Yilong had been informed of the cardinal rule upon becoming a cultivator, the absolute prohibition against harming mortals. Should one lay a hand on a mortal, it would trigger a bounty from the 6 great immortal sects, rendering one an enemy of all cultivators. Since he could not act against mortals, the only recourse was to flee, to run far away, to a place where mortals could not pursue him. Not only did he run, but he also invoked the earth escape technique, disappearing in an instant. The bandits were left in a cold sweat, stunned at the realization that they had attempted to rob an immortal. The more they thought about it, the more their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even the large blades in their hands slipped and clattered to the ground. However, the astute Tang Biao wasted no time, dispatching the quaking bandits with ruthless efficiency, sending them to meet the Buddha in mere moments. Yilong, having escaped to a distance, still possessed a semblance of conscience and did not forget about his companion. Tang Biao, just as he contemplated returning to offer a warning, he was met with a scene of gruesome carnage. Yilong froze in shock, suddenly remembering that Tang Biao was a master-level figure. Those petty thieves were no match for him. Tang Biao cast a disdainful glance at Yilong. You, too, are a chi refinement cultivator. Why are you so timid? Yilong, on the other hand, remained in a daze, staring at the corpses. This was the second time he had witnessed death firsthand. The first time had elicited a strong reaction, leading to a profound psychological clash with Hua Mainyang. Yet this second instance left him unperturbed, even feeling a flicker of relief. Relief that he had Tang Biao, a master-level figure, by his side. Not that I am timid, but rather that I do not know how to handle the situation. Jiang, my master instructed me never to harm mortals. Should I do so, there would be consequences. Tang Biao looked skyward in exasperation. Zhang Mingyuan is not wrong, but there are exceptions, such as with these bandits. You could have dispatched them without a second thought. Even if the immortal sects learned of it, they would have instigated it first. Yilong regarded Tang Biao with suspicion. Are you saying that as long as I am justified, it is permissible? Tang Biao nodded affirmatively. Precisely. As long as you are in the right, You could slay a handful of mortals, and even if you wiped out an entire city, no one would dare to hold you accountable. Yilong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He relished the idea of reasoning and conversing with those who valued logic. As long as there was a semblance of reason, he felt no fear. Is it truly so? Yilong remained somewhat skeptical, seeking confirmation once more. Indeed. Haha, then in this world, shall I not roam freely? Tang Biao looked at Yilong, who was suddenly brimming with confidence. Only now do you dare to refer to yourself as this seat. In the past, during the previous era, no one would dare to claim such a title. Even they would not dare to refer to themselves as this seat. Only those who have transcended the tribulation would be bold enough to call themselves this seat's esteemed one. Yilong, brimming with pride, laughed heartily. Very well, I shall now refer to myself as this esteemed one. Tang Biao was left utterly speechless, shaking his head in disbelief and sighing repeatedly. A mere first-tier Qi refining practitioner had the audacity to refer to himself as the true self. It was simply beyond reason. In the past, if someone like Yilong dared to make such a claim, the very next moment, a colossal hand would descend from the heavens, crushing him into a fine paste and scattering his bones. After being robbed by a small bandit, Yilong and Tang Biao once again found themselves journeying in a guarded carriage. It seemed that the reputation of the Wantong Escort Bureau was not as formidable as it should be. Even minor bandits dared to rob them. Why? Yilong voiced his confusion. Tang Biao shook his head slightly. These are not mere small-time bandits. Their leader is likely at the 5th rank. It's not that the Bureau's name holds no weight. Rather, a mysterious force has emerged recently. This enigmatic force, referred to as the Devil Path, had ensnared not only mortal warriors but also a significant number of rogue cultivators within the cultivation realm. It was said that these sinister sect practitioners were seizing alchemical cauldrons for their own cultivation, and the 6 major sects were conducting thorough investigations. Why? Yilong's expression shifted in alarm. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This is far too dangerous. I shouldn't have come with you. After blaming Tang Biao, Yilong began to panic. Tang Biao, observing Yilong's cowardice, was utterly speechless. You didn't ask, and besides, it was you who insisted on coming. Then what should we do? Shall we return? Yilong gazed at Tang Biao with pleading eyes. We cannot go back. This escort must reach its destination on time. What's this? Have you abandoned your pursuit of women? Yilong was taken aback by Tang Biao's unexpected jest, shaking his head with a grimace. No more searching. It's far too perilous. Chapter 42. A scheme to entice the master with money. Yilong's timidity completely reshaped Tang Biao's understanding of him. It further clarified the kind of person Yilong truly was. At times, he was astute and sharp-eyed. At others, he exhibited inexplicable foolishness that left one baffled yet irked. There were moments when he displayed immense vigor and a dignified presence. Yet upon encountering even the slightest hint of danger, he would instinctively withdraw, fearing for his own safety, a contradictory yet intriguing individual. His vulnerability was glaringly apparent. It was life itself. This fellow not only regarded his own life as supremely important, but also held others' lives in high esteem. It was as if, in his eyes, life possessed an extraordinarily sacred status. This reverence emanated from the depths of his soul. Such reverence prompted Tang Biao to reassess Yilong, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of profound mystery. After all, everyone values their own life, yet many disregard the lives of others. In contrast, Yilong cherished the lives of others as well, a testament to a boundless realm of love that Tang Biao could scarcely fathom. In truth, this journey is not as perilous as you might imagine. Otherwise, the manager would not have entrusted me with it, but would have sought out Zhang Mingyuan instead. Tang Biao's words jolted Yilong out of his panic. Indeed, if there were genuine danger, why not send a foundational-level cultivator? It seemed he had been worrying excessively. Yet, still uneasy, Yilong inquired, "Are you certain?" Tang Biao, wanting to deliver a punch to Yilong, replied emphatically, "I am certain." Yilong patted his chest repeatedly. That's good. By the way, why has this Devil Path sect suddenly emerged? Was it not present before? Tang Biao pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to divulge more information to Yilong. What if he truly scared this fellow into a stupor? With the manager absent, how would he handle it? The key was not to bring disgrace to the Wanong Escort Bureau or the manager by leading a fool into Yen country. It has existed previously, but it went unnoticed until recently, when traces began to surface. After much deliberation, Tang Biao casually mentioned a generic statement. However, Yilong was relentless in his pursuit of answers. How did you discover it? Tang Biao's expression turned cold, and he fell silent, while Yilong clicked his tongue, refraining from further inquiries. Eventually, Yilong could no longer suppress his insatiable curiosity. He was eager to uncover the secrets concealed within Hua Mainyong and to comprehend the connection between her and the cultivation realm. A princess from a bygone dynasty, her powers rendered null, having lived for nearly a millennium. What colossal battle had transpired in her past? Riddles continued to swirl in Yilong's mind. You haven't yet disclosed the matter you promised me. Just as Yilong was deep in thought, Tang Biao's voice interrupted him. Why Yilong paused, contemplating Tang Biao's words. You are far too familiar with the manager. The strategies you can employ are limited, primarily depending on what you hope to achieve. For instance, do you wish to ascertain the manager's feelings, or to completely win her heart? After contemplating, Tang Biao realized he had previously conveyed Hua Mainyang's feelings to Yilong, making further verification unnecessary. The second, Yilong scrutinized Tang Biao's impassive face and bit his lip. This one is a bit challenging. Do you possess any talents the manager is unaware of? Tang Biao furrowed his brow, gazing at Yilong in confusion, while Yilong's gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Biao's groin. Following Yilong's line of sight, Tang Biao's face flushed. Why Yilong, noticing Tang Biao's rapid breathing, quickly looked away and waved his hand. Don't think that way. I wasn't referring to that skill that I meant. Do you have any particular talent that the manager doesn't know about? For example, carving, painting, playing the zither, or flute? Tang Biao shook his head in bewilderment. Yilong frowned slightly. You only know how to wield a sword. I don't. Yilong was taken aback by Tang Biao's disdainful look, speechless as he touched the tip of his nose. I'm speaking about the sword you're holding. Tang Biao felt a bit embarrassed and nodded. Wai Yilong stroked his smooth chin, his expression growing more contemplative. I believe I have a plan. I will devise a series of schemes for you. The first scheme, a self-inflicted injury. Tang Biao's spirit surged as he listened intently. Upon returning from this escort, you must sustain injuries, even severe ones, to gauge the manager's level of concern for you. And then, Tang Biao inquired eagerly, the second scheme, a legitimate pretext. What does that mean? Since you do not wish to express your feelings directly to the manager, take advantage of this opportunity when she is concerned for you to initiate your pursuit. No need to state your intentions outright. Simply perform actions that suggest your interest, allowing her to understand your meaning. Tang Biao's eyes sparkled. How should I do that? For instance, in the past, you always maintained a cold demeanor while guarding her side. But this time, you must change. Not only should you guard her, but you must also express warmth and concern, even proactively assisting her with tasks to capture her attention. What comes next? Yilong's eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer flashing within them. Next, the third scheme. To feign withdrawal. Consider this. When she becomes accustomed to your kindness, you inexplicably revert to your original self. She will certainly feel unsettled, leading her to doubt you. After some time, you will suddenly become warm again, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil, yearning and restless. Tang Biao swallowed hard, a newfound clarity dawning upon him. And then, this scheme is truly brilliant. Named waiting effortlessly for the weary, Tang Biao gazed at Yilong with admiration. If the previous schemes fail to win the manager's heart, this last resort will surely succeed, of course, if this plan does not work. Yilong's expression turned sympathetic as he regarded Tang Biao. Tang Biao gritted his teeth. Speak. All right, by this stage, she will have fully grasped your intentions. However, it is still insufficient. You must deliver a decisive blow, which requires the entrance of another beautiful woman. Keep in mind that women are inherently rivals to one another, especially among the beautiful. Therefore, if another woman suddenly approaches you, if the manager can still endure. TSK. The unspoken conclusion was clear, and Tang Biao understood well. A series of interconnected schemes stirred Tang Biao's emotions, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. Each scheme was intricately linked, perfectly calibrated to navigate the emotional tides of both parties. Thus, even someone as composed as Tang Biao could not help but begin to visualize the scenarios in his mind. Chapter 43. The truth is power. Regardless of how Tang Biao envisioned the scenes, Yilong was indifferent. His heart was already filled with a cold, sinister smile. This game must bring Hua Meinyang to a peak of excitement, leaving her unable to extricate herself, desperate yet helpless. Otherwise, how could he possibly take revenge for the torment he had endured these past days? As for whether Tang Biao and Hua Meinyang would succeed, that is absolutely impossible. It is not that Yilong looks down upon Tang Biao. The two have been together for nearly 1,000 years, and to this day, Tang Biao has not dared to express his feelings, nor has Hua Meinyang sensed the slightest hint of it. It is evident that Hua Meinyang harbors not even a shred of affection for him. Thus, the outcome has long been predetermined. Tang Biao is uncertain whether he has truly simulated Hua Meinyang's alluring presence leaning against him. In any case, as Yilong reaches the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage with the Yangling root dragon pearl, Tang Biao anxiously addresses him. When the time comes, you must help me. Yilong, with a firm pat on his chest, readily agrees. 3 days later, in Yinjing, Yilong sits in a daze on the escort cart, gazing at the towering city walls. They are significantly taller and grander than those of Zhaojing. Upon entering the city, he is immediately enveloped by a fragrance of rouge that permeates the air. The sensation can be summed up in one word: delightful. The streets are pristine, and unlike Zhaojing, Yinjing is a labyrinth of alleys without distinct outer and inner cities. The buildings vary in height, creating a striking sense of depth. Young ladies with diverse musical instruments are a common sight, and the air is occasionally filled with harmonious melodies wafting from nearby music halls. There exists a considerable distance between Zhaojing and Yinjing, accompanied by a slight climatic difference. Zhaojing, perched atop high mountains, tends to be rather cold, whereas Yinjing, nestled among surrounding peaks, enjoys a warmer climate. Consequently, upon entering Yinjing, one observes that the pedestrians are dressed in light garments. This is especially true for the artistic young ladies, who don sheer, slightly translucent fabrics to shield themselves from the sun, captivating Yilong's attention. Senior Tang, he inquires, is it true that Yinjing is the least likely of the 6 nations to be eradicated? Perhaps because of these young ladies? Tang Biao, driving the escort cart, glances at the young ladies on the road. This is primarily due to the royal family of Yin forming marital alliances with the other 5 nations. Indeed, it is not only the royal family. Even common folk take pride in marrying Yin women. The state has become a mother-in-law, while others are merely sons-in-law. Tang Biao muses, nodding slightly. He continues in a lowered voice. Not only the state, but even one of the 6 great immortal sects, the Tianyin Hall, has formed alliances with the other 5 sects. No one dares to offend Tianyin Hall, not even among mortals, let alone in the realm of cultivation. Wai Yilong gazes at Tang Biao in astonishment. Does that not make Tianyin Hall a force to be reckoned with? Of course, Tang Biao replies. But how did the Empress of Yin inherit her position? Did she not, like emperors of other nations, establish a harem? Tang Biao is momentarily taken aback by Yilong's question, as he cannot recall the intricacies of the Yin royal family. He shakes his head. I'm not sure about that. It's merely a mortal nation, and I haven't paid much attention. Wai Yilong nods in understanding. After all, Tang Biao was once a formidable golden core cultivator. Though he has lost his powers now, who would wish to concern themselves with petty matters after having seen the vast ocean? Having recently attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, Yilong is now set to advance to the 2nd layer. He wonders when he might have the opportunity to witness the world of cultivation. Drunken Spring Tower? Yilong murmurs softly as he gazes at the hotel sign. Tang Biao drives the escort cart, following a server to the back courtyard to unload the cargo. They then secure 2 guest rooms and freshen up. Tonight, feel free to pursue women, but do not forget to assist me on your way back. After washing up, the 2 men head to the dining hall, where Tang Biao quietly informs Yilong. Wai Yilong nods and suddenly turns to Tang Biao. Are we only staying for 1 night? Then leaving tomorrow? Yes, the situation outside has become precarious. It is best to return early. As he speaks, Tang Biao furrows his brow slightly, evidently troubled by the recent emergence of rogue martial artists and cultivators. particularly those who seem to target the Wantong escort agency. This concern weighs heavily on Tang Biao's mind. Over the past 3 days, they have encountered several groups attempting to rob the escort cart. While they have faced bandits in previous years, the frequency of such encounters this year is unprecedented. Moreover, the last few waves of bandits have reached the level of 8th-tier masters. Without Yilong, a formidable cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement, it would have been impossible for Tang Biao to annihilate the enemy alone. But what troubles me most is not this, Tang Biao says after a pause, causing Yilong to feel a surge of tension. What is it? Could there be cultivators coming for us? Tang Biao gazes at Yilong in silence, his eyes affirming the unspoken truth. Why Yilong's heart races in disbelief as he stares at Tang Biao? Surely not. Do they not fear the intervention of the 6 great immortal sects? Tang Biao regards him with a look of incredulity. Of course they do. But even if the 6 great sects intervene, can they save us in time? Yilong, bewildered, purses his lips. In this realm of cultivation, it appears that all rules are established solely for the benefit of the righteous cultivators. I sense you are not among the righteous. Why do you always pose such questions? Unfazed by Tang Biao's mockery, Yilong is more concerned with the rules. Without rules, what is there to uphold? In his previous life, he was enslaved by individuals who disregarded the rules or placed themselves above them. However, in this life, in this fantastical world, why does such behavior persist? Suddenly, Yilong feels an uncontrollable fury rising within him, an eruption of the worldview instilled through lessons of propriety. The realization that something profoundly unfair has shattered his inner peace leaves him distraught. Thus, Tang Biao watches in bewilderment as Yilong's eyes glisten with suppressed rage. Did they not proclaim that immortals and mortals must part ways? Did they not assert that cultivators should not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent? Why, then, do these rules seem utterly ineffective? Tang Biao does not comprehend Yilong's anger, yet he regards Yilong's inquiries with disdain. Rules equate to power. The higher your power, the lesser the constraints imposed upon you. Strength is paramount. Remember this as you enter the world of cultivation. As long as your strength is sufficient, not only will rules not bind you, but you may also create your own. Tang Biao's resolute words awaken Yilong in an instant. Does he not understand this? No, he does. Yet, being shackled by such truths across 2 lifetimes fills him with frustration. Chapter 44. In silence, admiring the moon at the brothel's entrance, in his previous life, power equated to wealth and authority. In this life, power translates to levels of cultivation. Whether in the wilds of antiquity or the civilized modern era, this truth remains unaltered. As long as you live, this truth will always bind you. Yilong gives a bitter smile. He never intended to delve into the essence of such matters. He simply wished to live freely and enjoy a long life. Yet, whether amidst mortals or in the realm of cultivation, rules incessantly constrain him while those who defy them and wield great power remain unscathed. Delayed justice still justice. He finds himself bereft, questioning the notion of justice, observing Yilong's contemplative demeanor. Tang Biao chooses to remain silent. Some truths are not easily grasped. They cannot be imparted by others, but must be understood through personal experiences of frustration and tribulation. Tang Biao leaves to attend to his own affairs, the nature of which Yilong does not inquire about. Ever since his rebirth in this fantastical realm, he has remained obedient, living a life of integrity, even when compelled to unearth the ancestors' graves. It was out of necessity. Following Fan Renliang, he merely sought to learn self-preservation techniques, inadvertently stumbling into a higher realm of cultivation. For Yilong, the disciplines of martial arts and cultivation are of little consequence. However, he is eager to learn the knowledge of a more elevated world. He is aware that Hua Meinyang harbors a significant secret, yet he has never sought to uncover it. He suppresses his curiosity, adhering to the path of a humble cultivator. Yet, this world is rife with individuals who, upon recognizing such earnest souls, feel compelled to provoke and bully them. If one does not resist, they will only be further taken advantage of. Good people are often preyed upon. Gentle horses are often ridden. Yilong feels as though fate has conspired against him. The injustices of his previous life are one thing. To endure further injustice in this new life is intolerable. Cultivators defy the heavens. Having already taken that path, they need not shy away from making a bold stand. A golden glimmer flashes in Yilong's eyes. To live a life of honesty and ordinariness is one path, while to live passionately and fervently is another. Having led a life of restraint in his past, in this life, he shall never be subdued. He had already braced himself to endure the onslaught of the tempest. For he understood that when Tang Biao mentioned the involvement of cultivators, the tranquility he so desired would be irrevocably shattered. In the dead of night, Yilong began to engage in his dubious activities. Tang Biao had bestowed upon him 2 ingots of silver, weighing 40 taels, sufficient for him to indulge in the artistic allure of the young ladies. Furthermore, during his time in Zhaojing, he had meticulously familiarized himself with the local customs. Although umbrellas were absent, fish bladders were available. They might possess a somewhat fishy odor, yet they could ward off numerous ailments, which sufficed. Upon arriving at the street of the entertainment district, Yilong had initially intended to enter and play the role of a wealthy patron. However, he felt a nagging apprehension and a sense of breathlessness. After all, it was his first encounter seeking the company of a young lady in both this life and the last, despite having mentally prepared himself numerous times. Yet, when faced with the reality, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. The lingering influence of his past life weighed heavily upon him, leaving him with the conviction that seeking the company of a courtesan was devoid of morality and responsibility, a profound injury to both society and the nation. He continually attempted to hypnotize himself, but the more he tried, the more he felt as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing him from every corner, ready to cast him into the depths of despair should he dare to enter. Consequently, the guilt within him intensified. His heart raced, and words alone could not encapsulate the turmoil within Yilong. He gazed upon the vibrant lights of the various entertainment houses and taverns, where numerous young ladies flirtatiously waved their fragrant handkerchiefs to entice passing patrons. His furtive glances resembled those of a thief, a stark contrast to the scene around him. The keen-eyed madam of the house, spotting Yilong's demeanor, immediately discerned his intentions. Seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, she stealthily approached him. "Ahem, young sir." Yilong trembled and awkwardly turned to face the alluring matron. "And you are?" "I am from Chuanxiang Tower. I noticed you standing at the entrance for quite some time. Would you care to come inside for a while?" No, I'm merely enjoying the moonlight." The madam observed Yilong's pretentious gaze directed upward and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Is he still a novice? Then why not head upstairs for a more delightful view?" The madam subtly shifted her attention away from the so-called moonlight and focused instead on Yilong. Suddenly, she froze, scanning the surroundings only to find them entirely deserted. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. "Mother, what is so amusing?" inquired a curious young lady nearby. "Nothing, just saw a child, quite entertaining," the madam replied, dismissively waving her handkerchief. Meanwhile, Yilong had already dashed to another street, clutching his racing heart and gasping for breath as if he had encountered a great terror. Despair washed over him as he inwardly berated his cowardice while desperately seeking excuses to absolve himself. Ultimately, he resolutely decided not to go. The moment this decision manifested, Yilong felt an immediate sense of relief, dispelling the earlier chaos and disarray. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to exit the alley when, unexpectedly, he spotted 2 stunning young ladies approaching from the shadows. Yilong's heart raced. If he dared not enter the grand taverns, could he not seek the company of these hidden beauties? Especially these 2, whose beauty surpassed even that of the most celebrated stars from his past life. Thus, driven by base desires, Yilong boldly approached them, feigning an air of confidence as he blocked their path. "Ladies, there is no need to seek anyone else." Startled, the 2 young women paused, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. One of them gazed at Yilong and exclaimed, "Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you. Come, quickly, follow me." With that, she turned and led the way. Yilong found himself momentarily dumbfounded. So, is it really that urgent? Yet the 2 enchanting ladies exuded a captivating fragrance, entirely unlike the musky scent of Hua Mainyang. Theirs was a sweet floral aroma. Both possessed exquisite figures, Though perhaps not as pronounced as Hua Mainyang's, they were still quite appealing. Their stunning features were undeniably of the highest caliber. Bo think that for his first venture, he would encounter such breathtaking companions was exhilarating. Wai Long wasted no time and hurriedly followed, his mind consumed with salacious thoughts. Wandering through the streets, they arrived outside a residence. Just as they were about to enter, 5 or 6 figures clad in black suddenly launched an ambush from the shadows. Wai Long was taken aback. Chapter 45. A fortuitous encounter with a disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect. Instantly, he activated his earth escape technique, burrowing into the ground without hesitation. Racing towards the direction of Zue Chun Lu, his speed was astonishingly swift. Upon the appearance of those black-clad figures, he sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. There was no doubt. They were cultivators. This revelation nearly overwhelmed Yi Long indeed. Someone was watching him from the shadows, and they were cultivators, no less. Just as he was indulging in his own frivolities, they had chosen to intervene. With his heart pounding, Yi Long emerged from the ground, startling the resting Tang Biao. Tang's expression, typically stoic, began to twitch slightly. "What on earth are you doing at this hour?" In a flustered tone, Yi Long exclaimed. "I was just attacked by cultivators." Tang Biao looked at Yi Long, bewildered, and the two were left momentarily speechless. "You sure do run fast." They stared in horror at the black-clad figures emerging from the ground. They wanted to speak, but no words came forth. Wai Long found himself utterly unable to channel his energy. In that moment, they exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they discerned the same sentiment. It was over. The next time they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a spacious cave, rich in spiritual energy, worlds apart from the mundane realm. "Zhao Qian, I never imagined you were already colluding with the evil sect. Truly, my master was not mistaken." A melodious voice rang out. Wai Long and Tang Biao turned in confusion. To their astonishment, the 2 young ladies from the previous day were nearby, bound at their limbs. Unable to summon their spiritual power, "You were captured too? Who are you?" Yi Long inquired of the woman who had spoken. She stared at him in disbelief. "Who are we?" Surely Zhao Qian knows in his heart. Tang Biao, still bewildered, turned to Yi Long, who looked equally perplexed. "I'm not Zhao Qian. I'm Yi Long." Now it was the 2 young ladies who were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. "You re not Zhao Qian?" Yi Long shook his head vigorously. "Of course not. My name is Yi Long, and this is Tang Biao. We belong to the Wan Tong Escort Agency." "What?" The 2 young ladies gasped in unison, their mouths agape in disbelief as they exchanged incredulous glances. "You are from the Wan Tong Escort Agency?" Tang Biao nodded affirmatively. "Given your attire, you must be disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect?" The 2 young women exchanged glances, and one of them, a striking beauty with large eyes, addressed Tang Biao. "Indeed, we are disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. I am Shan Ningxiang, and this is my senior sister, Yang Feishue." "Then who has captured us, and what do they intend?" Tang Biao inquired, nodding toward Yang Feishue for clarification. Shan Ningxiang shook her head, a pained expression on her face. "We do not know. Yesterday," she began, and as she spoke, all eyes turned toward Yi Long. Feeling embarrassed, Yi Long awkwardly fidgeted with his feet. He finally understood. It was all a misunderstanding. They were looking for a guide for their sect in the mortal realm, and neither party recognized the other. By sheer coincidence, he had inadvertently blocked their path, leading these 2 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect to mistakenly identify him as Zhao Qian. While that was not particularly important, what mattered now was to ascertain who had captured them and what their intentions were. "Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently?" As Yi Long posed this question, the 2 young women's thoughts shifted elsewhere. He let out a substantial sigh of relief, yet he noticed Tang Biao still scrutinizing him with suspicion. With a wry smile, Yi Long quickly began to explain in hushed tones to Tang Biao. After hearing him out, Tang Biao stared at Yi Long, dumbfounded. "You truly are such a coward." Yi Long was rendered speechless. When Tang Biao referred to him as a coward, he could not refute it, for he himself believed he was indeed a coward. A sinister force had emerged after nearly a millennium, and while these individuals had previously adhered to certain rules, they now exhibited a troubling shift. As Dan Ningxiang recounted the events, Both men began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This malevolent force had been abducting women from both the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation to serve as vessels. In the past, their activities had been somewhat restrained, targeting only those mortal women with spiritual roots, and their operations were shrouded in secrecy. Even the six great sects had been unable to uncover any traces. However, in the recent century, this force had suddenly become increasingly active. Not only were they capturing mortal women with spiritual roots, but they also began to target the six great sects, particularly the Tianyin Palace. The reason Dan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue had ventured from their sect was to accompany an elder of Tianyin Palace for training, while also investigating the recent disappearances of their disciples. To their astonishment, this malevolent force dared to strike in Yinjing, and on one occasion, 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared. Yet, within their Tianyin Palace, there was only one Foundation establishment elder accompanying them, while the rest were merely Qi refinement disciples. Nevertheless, within the royal palace of the Yin Kingdom, there existed golden core cultivators. They had never anticipated that such audacious evil cultivators would act beneath the very noses of golden core elders. In a moment of carelessness, they had been captured. The 4 exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Yilong idly assessed the 2 women from Tianyin Palace. Dan Ningxiang, his junior sister, wore a delicate sky-blue garment. Her large eyes, slightly upturned nose, and milky white skin were reminiscent of the purest cream. Yang Feishue, his senior sister, donned a similar attire, yet her demeanor exuded an air of coldness and detachment. These 2 vessels are quite appealing. I find them quite to my liking. In the midst of their silence, a sinister voice echoed through the chamber. A figure clad in black appeared silently within the cave. His narrow, malevolent eyes, hooked nose, and thin lips betrayed a ruthless nature. His gaze incessantly scrutinized Dan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue. Tang Biao, undeterred, boldly declared, "We are from the Wantong Escort Agency. Inform your leader not to court death." The old man paused, turning to face Tang Biao, the cold-faced master Tang Biao. "Indeed, that is I." The old man's face visibly paled, and his eyes darted about before he promptly vanished from the cave. Yilong and the others looked at the resolute Tang Biao in astonishment. How had he managed to instill fear in their adversaries merely by invoking the name of the Wantong Escort Agency? What sort of hidden power did this agency possess? Was it not merely Zhao Yijian from the Qingqing sect? If these villains dared to abduct disciples from Tianyin Palace, one of the 6 great sects, did they truly fear the Qingqing sect? Yilong was perplexed, and the 2 Tianyin Palace disciples were equally bewildered. Although they were aware of the agency's reputation and had been warned by their elders, they remained uncertain about the true nature of the Wantong Escort Agency. Tang Biao had no intention of providing an explanation, and Yilong felt it inappropriate to inquire in front of others. Soon, the old man reappeared, accompanied by 2 additional figures. Upon entering the cave, the 3 immediately approached Tang Biao. The other 2 were entirely shrouded in black veils, rendering their faces indistinguishable. After confirming Tang Biao's identity, they stood before him, unmoving. Yilong, puzzled, turned to Tang Biao for clarification. Tang Biao merely shook his head, offering no explanation. After a moment, the previously silent old man sneered. "Since you are the cold-faced master of the Wantong Escort Agency, we shall notify Hua Mainyang to come. However, whether she chooses to arrive is beyond our knowledge." With that, the 3 turned and exited the cave. Disregarding the 2 captured disciples from Tianyin Palace, they merely instructed the guards outside to keep a close watch on the 4 individuals inside. Yilong and the others exchanged confused glances with Tang Biao. What did this mean? Hearing Yilong's inquiry, Tang Biao furrowed his brow. "We may be in serious trouble." "What is going on?" Yilong exclaimed, alarmed. "How should I know? I can only hope the manager remains vigilant. Otherwise, we may very well meet our end here." Yilong stared at Tang Biao, dumbfounded. The 2 women nearby began to weep in fear. Initially, they had felt a glimmer of hope due to Tang Biao's unwavering demeanor and the mysterious reputation of the Wantong Escort Agency. However, now that even Tang Biao lacked confidence in their survival, their own prospects appeared grim. Yilong grew increasingly agitated. "But who are they? Why is this happening? I know nothing. How can I just die without reason?" Tang Biao pressed his lips together, struggling with his own mounting anxiety. He had initially believed that invoking the name of the Wantong Escort Agency would afford them a chance at survival. Yet, it was clear that their adversaries held no regard for the agency's reputation and were even attempting to lure Hua Mainyang into a trap. The malevolent intent was all too apparent. Who could possibly have the audacity to target Hua Mainyang? Tang Biao closed his eyes, deep in thought. No, Elder Tang, could you at least say something? What shall we do? Tang Biao, exasperated, opened his eyes to look at Yilong. You should flee. I'll hold them off with that. He closed his eyes once more, leaving Yilong in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, two soft giggles broke the tension, like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Why Yilong, unable to suppress a smile, found it absurd that in such a life-threatening moment, Tang Biao had shared a joke. Yet, he chided himself for being overly anxious and for speaking without thinking. He reminded himself to calm his racing thoughts. In times of crisis, one must not falter. However, with so little information, he was at a loss. He did not know who their adversaries were or where they were located. More importantly, the four of them were utterly powerless. Akin to fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter, Wai Long suddenly closed his eyes as well, causing the two women beside him to look on in astonishment. He was not trying to show off. Rather, he was focusing inwardly on his dantian. The dragon pearls in his upper dantian were still able to operate the rising dragon technique flawlessly. However, the lower dantian was enveloped by a formidable spiritual force. All 10 dragon pearls had come to a halt. This overwhelming spiritual force emanated a sense of high-level intimidation, truly the handiwork of a Foundation establishment cultivator's restraint. Wai Long attempted to peer into the 10 dragon pearls in his lower dantian. But the spiritual force obstructed his view. He could not see within, nor could he activate the second layer of Qi refinement techniques. Thus, Yilong had no choice but to actively operate the rising dragon technique from his upper dantian. In an instant, he was astonished. The dragon pearls in his upper dantian were absorbing that vast spiritual force. In mere moments, the restraining force dissipated completely. The 10 dragon pearls in his lower dantian were liberated and immediately began to operate the second layer of Qi refinement techniques. Yilong trembled with exhilaration. Was this the so-called useless golden finger he had dismissed? This was incredibly powerful. It could even break restraints. Yilong opened his eyes, a look of sheer delight directed at Tang Biao, who remained with his eyes shut. Elder Tang, Yilong whispered twice. Tang Biao, irritable, opened his eyes, already sensing that their capture would surely implicate the manager. He felt a growing resentment towards Yilong. You could have sought out women as you pleased, yet you inadvertently mistook the disciples of Tianyin Palace for mere courtesans. And now, in a perilous moment, you've dragged me into this. He could easily imagine that once the manager learned of his capture, he would rush over immediately. If they were not prepared, they would undoubtedly face a grim fate. At that moment, Tang Biao had entirely forgotten about Yilong's previous suggestions. His sole focus was on swift escape. Hoping not to endanger Hua Mainyang. As for Yilong, Tang Biao had no faith that Hua Mainyang would risk herself for him. Speak. Tang Biao reverted to his former cold and terse demeanor. Yilong, undeterred, suppressed his excitement as he said, I am no longer restrained. It's this. Tang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yilong in astonishment. Noticing Tang Biao's incredulous expression, Yilong hastily conjured a fireball spell. The black flames only deepened Tang Biao's confusion. However, there was no time to question why Yilong's fireball was black. Listen to me. The cultivator guarding the entrance is likely also a Qi refinement cultivator. I will lure him in, and then you can take the opportunity to kill him. I have a sound transmission jade talisman concealed in the compartment of my boot. Once you crush it, we shall be saved. Do you understand? Yilong's spirit soared as he nodded vigorously. The two women looked on, wide-eyed, as they overheard the plan to eliminate the guard. They were momentarily taken aback. Hurry, someone come. After Tang Biao spoke, he immediately called out to the guard outside. A young man, visibly irritated, stepped inside. What is going on? Quickly. I'm in pain, unbearable pain. I feel like I'm dying. Tang Biao's stoic face betrayed a lack of acting skill. Not only did Yilong find it awkward, but even the young guard shook his head in disdain. Then just go die. Tang Biao stood in a daze, frozen in place. Just then, Yilong bellowed. Who goes there? Indeed, the sudden shout startled the young cultivator, causing him to tremble and turn towards the direction pointed out by Yilong. He had completely forgotten how Yilong had managed to break free from his restraints. However, by the time he realized he had been deceived, it was already too late. A massive black fireball, the size of a sandbag, surged towards him the instant he turned his head back. A scream of despair erupted, and in mere moments, the two women from the Tianyin Hall widened their beautiful eyes in shocked eye. In the midst of Tang Biao's stunned expression, the young cultivator was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. What kind of flame is this? It's black and so powerful, Dan Ningxiang exclaimed, her cherry lips parted in astonishment. Both Tang Biao and Yang Feishuan nodded in agreement. Wai Yilong, bewildered, shook his head. I don't know. It's just the fireball technique. Chapter 47. The master plays with fire and almost loses his life. Upon hearing this, Dan Ningxiang finally reacted, eager to inquire how he had broken the restraints. Just then, Tang Biao shouted urgently, Hurry! Under the astonished gazes of the two women, Yilong hastily removed Tang Biao's boots. He then used his spiritual power to slice open the soul. Sure enough, there lay a jade talisman. Quick, crush it! Following Tang Biao's command, Yilong squeezed it forcefully. Shopkeeper, do not come to rescue me. Please do not. They are already prepared to harm you. Do not come. Yilong stared blankly at Tang Biao, who was shouting desperately into thin air. Shouldn't he be calling the shopkeeper to save them? Why now? Just as Yilong began to question Tang Biao, an immense surge of spiritual power enveloped his head, causing his body to lose control once more. A soft gasp escaped. You managed to break free from my restraints? Do you possess a secret treasure? Yilong fixed his gaze intently on Tang Biao, whose eyes were tightly shut. Damn Tang Biao. He never expected that at the last moment, Tang Biao would toy with him. A shadow appeared at the cave entrance. It was the hawk-nosed elder, now curiously observing Yilong, who had once again fallen under the restraints. Following Yilong's gaze, he looked at the closed-eyed Tang Biao. It seemed he finally sensed something amiss. Tianji? Tianji? After calling twice without receiving a response, he stepped out of the cave to survey the surroundings before returning with a cold, menacing glare directed at Yilong. Where is Tianji? The one guarding you? Yilong continued to stare fixedly at Tang Biao's expressionless face. Tang Biao also kept his eyes tightly shut. Neither acknowledged the elder's presence. This only fueled the elder's fury further, prompting him to turn towards the terrified women from Tianyin Hall. What on earth is happening? The two women exchanged furtive glances at Yilong and Tang Biao. Speak. If you do not, I will use you as a furnace. His roar sent tremors through the two women. Dan Ningxiang quickly recounted the recent events, though she omitted any mention of Yilong's black fireball technique. Upon hearing this, the elder, brimming with malice, approached Yilong with his skeletal fingers. He gripped Yilong's neck tightly. Why? Yilong's face flushed as he struggled to breathe. Yet he remained fixated on the closed eyes of Tang Biao. You dare to harm my disciple? Such audacity! Tell Shan. Ningxiang shook her head. In the past millennium, there have likely been over 100 missing disciples. Some in the Qi refinement stage and others in the foundation establishment stage. A small fraction has disappeared without a trace, presumably captured by those rogue cultivators. However, this has only been a recent occurrence over the last century. Yilong nodded in understanding. So, these rogue cultivators have only recently become so rampant. Shan. Ningxiang confirmed with a nod. Tang Biao looked at the contemplative Yilong with curiosity, unsure of his thoughts. Yilong, piecing together the information Tang Biao had provided earlier, recalled that in recent years, martial artists had frequently provoked the Wan Tong escort agency, and bandits had been robbing their convoy. The influence of the rogue cultivators had always been present, encompassing even the martial artists of the mortal realm. Have you heard of any other actions or events from these rogue forces? Yilong inquired, feeling the need to gather more knowledge about the world of cultivation. Shan. Ningxiang glanced at Yang Feishuan. After careful consideration, Yang Feishuan replied, It is said that the Loose Cultivators Alliance has been heavily infiltrated by the rogue forces. and many loose cultivators have been secretly harmed. I don't know the specifics. I only heard my master mention it. Yilong furrowed his brow. The Loose Cultivators Alliance is an organization independent of the 6 great sects. It encompasses all loose cultivators, aiming to impose regulations and provide a platform for justice. The organization is too fragmented and vast. If the rogue forces wish to grow, they must target the loose cultivators to build their power. Is there any news regarding other sects? Even if they seek women as alchemical furnaces, they cannot only target the disciples of your Tianyin Hall, right? Surely, other sects have female disciples as well? Yilong questioned. His doubts lingering as soon as he finished speaking, Shan Ningxiang eagerly interjected. I know about this. It's not just us in Tianyin Hall. Places like the Beastmaster Hall and the Heavenly Talisman Hall are also affected. Even women with inferior mixed spiritual roots from the mortal realm are not spared. Yilong nodded in understanding and turned to the curious Tang Biao. How can you be certain that those who robbed our convoy were indeed rogue cultivators? Tang Biao hesitated, because in any part of the 6 nations, no one dares to obstruct the Wan Tong Escort Agency's banner unless they are rogue cultivators. Yilong pressed his lips together, comprehending it all. While he could not be entirely certain, it was all conjecture. Yet, he felt he was close to the truth. As for the specific reasons underlying it all, he did not wish to dwell. There were too many possibilities, and he was disinclined to ponder them. He merely needed to ascertain the intentions of the other party and identify those secretly colluding with them. Now, he simply hoped to survive, for understanding the covert dealings of the other party significantly increased his chances of doing so. All he could do now was wait and see how they would be treated, and whether Huominiang would come to their rescue. Seeing Yilong close his eyes in contemplation, Tang Biao also shook his head slightly. Lost in his own thoughts, the 2 women, in unspoken agreement, refrained from disturbing the tranquility, gazing vacantly in an unknown direction. Time slipped away swiftly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The rogue cultivators had not shown themselves. It was merely the disciples on guard who delivered their meals and water. Yilong remained unperturbed, as he had his own speculations. In contrast, Tang Biao and the 2 women from Tianyin Hall grew increasingly anxious. Tang Biao feared for Huominiang's safety, while the 2 women sank deeper into despair due to their confinement. This despair intensified with the passage of time. Just as the 4 harbored their thoughts, that morning, the hawk-nosed elder reappeared. Without uttering a word, he seized Yilong and Tang Biao and departed. Amidst the rush of wind, the 2 were brought to a spacious area. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld Huominiang, still as enchanting as ever, reclining on a soft couch. Beside her stood the old eunuch and Jiang Mingyuan. Tang Biao stood frozen in place, while Yilong felt a surge of excitement. He nearly thought Huominiang had abandoned them. Boss, Yilong called out, and Huominiang responded with a radiant smile, winking at him. An overwhelming, inexplicable emotion welled up within Yilong, nearly bringing him to tears. Hee, kid, you're still alive? Our boss said not to come, but she insisted, claiming she adored the squirrel fish dish you made. The old eunuch jested at an inopportune moment. Yilong nodded vigorously. Boss, I'll make you squirrel fish as soon as we return. Huominiang nodded with satisfaction before turning to the leader. It was then that Yilong noticed the scene before him. Opposite Huominiang stood only 3 people. In contrast, they were not only accompanied by the hawk-nosed elder, but also by hundreds of others. All these individuals exuded an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy, particularly the one at the forefront, shrouded in a black, gauzy robe, obscuring their features, yet emanating a richer spiritual energy than the hawk-nosed elder. Huominiang, you have met this person. Wait, before the leader could finish speaking, Yilong hastily interrupted. All eyes turned to him with surprise. Boss, there are 2 more. Tang Biao immediately reprimanded. Be quiet. Yet Yilong paid no heed to Tang Biao's admonition, continuing to address Huominiang. They are disciples of Tianyin Hall. If you are to save anyone, save them all. Huominiang squinted, her expression clearly displeased. The old eunuch regarded Yilong with a look of incredulity. However, the leader chuckled at Huominiang. It seems your companion is newly acquired. Huominiang paused her fan's motion slightly. He is a disciple of the Shangqing sect and has little connection to me. If you wish to release him, do so. If not, Then let it be Chapter 49. The three great nascent souls join forces. Yilong stared blankly at Huaminyang. He wanted to say something more, but Tang Biao growled once more, "If you want to live." "Shut up." Although Yilong did not understand the reason, he complied and fell silent. The leader sneered, "Enough with the pleasantries. Where is the sincerity?" Huaminyang nodded at Jiang Mingyuan, who promptly retrieved a medicine bottle from a pouch at his waist and handed it to the leader. 10 Foundation Establishment pills. Not bad, not bad. Upon saying this, the leader swiftly made the medicine bottle disappear from his palm, gazing at Huaminyang with an inscrutable expression. The atmosphere grew tense, yet Huaminyang chuckled lightly. "What? You've taken the goods but still refuse to release the people?" "No, how could that be? I have long admired Huaminyang's beauty and wish to become your companion. May I know your thoughts on this matter?" Huaminyang's face turned cold, and she sat upright. "What? Have your designs turned to me? Are you not afraid of breaking your teeth?" "My teeth are still intact. Huaminyang, you may personally verify this." "Oh? So, you are determined to take me by force?" "Indeed," the leader said, and with a surge of spiritual energy, an invisible ripple enveloped the entire area. Jiang Mingyuan's expression turned anxious. "A sealing formation? Boss." Yet Huaminyang remained calm, gesturing for the anxious Jiang Mingyuan to relax. "I know you and—" As the leader saw the sealing formation being set up, he instantly relaxed, gazing arrogantly at Huaminyang. However, before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Boom! The sealing formation shattered completely. The leader reacted swiftly, immediately leaping into the air. "Old man is here. You think you can escape?" A furious shout rang out from above. Yet, 2 more voices soon followed. "You scoundrel, where do you think you're going?" "Wei brother, Yin friend, I will chase after him. You handle the aftermath." "Understood, understood." In the blink of an eye, an elderly man clad in a white Taoist robe appeared in the air, accompanied by a stunning woman in a blue gauzy robe. "Wei brother, thank you." Huaminyang hurriedly rose from her seat and addressed the elder. The elder waved his hand casually before turning to the beautiful woman beside him. "Yin friend, please go find the disciples. I will guard this place." The beautiful woman glanced at Huaminyang, her gaze filled with disdain and contempt. She did not respond to the elder and simply stepped into the AI-art. Yilong was utterly bewildered by the series of events. He watched as the elder and Huaminyang engaged in casual conversation while the old eunuch came to untie them. Yilong quickly asked, "Who are all these people?" The old eunuch shot Yilong a resentful glare. Leaving him perplexed, "Your sect master, Zhao has gone after that rogue cultivator. That man is the former master of the boss and currently the sect master of the Danding sect, Wei Zifu. As for that woman, she is the sect master of Tianyin Hall, Yin Miaoyin." One of the 6 great sections. After hearing the old eunuch's explanation, Yilong was left dumbfounded. The 3 sect masters had all arrived? What a grand affair! The old eunuch nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "Of course, our boss's status warrants such a gathering." Yilong wished to inquire further. Yin Miaoyin returned, accompanied by Dan Ningxiang and Yang Feishue. Shortly thereafter, numerous disciples from the Tianyin Hall descended from the skies. Yilong and his companions approached Huaminyang, who, as expected, exuded the charm of a cunning vixen. Surrounding herself with roguish associates, upon their arrival, they overheard the enchanting Yin Miaoyin speaking in a sarcastic tone. Yilong gasped in disbelief, turning his gaze toward Huaminyang, while the other disciples of Tianyin Hall stared in astonishment at their leader. Huaminyang, unfazed, maintained her charming smile and replied, "Given that you consider your disciples akin to courtesans, it is clear what sort of lessons you impart in an instant." All the female disciples of Tianyin Hall glared fiercely at Huaminyang, who remained undeterred. Yin Miaoyin, with her piercing gaze, remarked, "After all these years, you still flaunt your lewdness. No wonder Zhao Yijian dismisses you. If I were a man, I would also turn my back on you." "Repeat that to me." Huaminyang could no longer restrain herself and leapt to confront Yin Miaoyin. The old eunuch hastily stepped forward, joined by Tang Biao, to shield Huaminyang. That moment, Yin Miaoyin mockingly laughed. "Oh, have I struck a nerve? Am I wrong in my assessment? You shameless hussy. You are the shameless one. Your entire family is shameless." Yin Miaoyin, if you dare, take me on one-on-one. Huh? You? A one-on-one? You are nothing but a waste. By now, you should be nearing your end. I am still waiting for a feast. The color drained from Huominiyang's face, her delicate form trembling. I would rather die than invite you. Enough, Yin, my friend, for the sake of our long-standing relationship. Might you, Wei Zifu, unable to bear the spectacle, intervened and positioned himself between the two. The words Yin Miaoyin had not spoken lodged in her throat. After casting one last disdainful glance at Huominiyang, she flicked her robes and departed with her disciples. Huominiyang, fuming with rage, stomped her feet and cursed as the old eunuch and Tang Biao looked on, speechless. Once Yin Miaoyin's figure disappeared from sight, Huominiyang huffed, "All right, let me go." The old eunuch and Tang Biao reluctantly released her. "What is it with you and her?" Wei Zifu gazed at Huominiyang, perplexed. With disbelief, Huominiyang pointed at herself, exclaiming, "Me? Am I the one instigating this? Brother, are you blind or deaf? When has it not been that shameless wench who provoked me first? If I had not lost my cultivation, I would have stormed her lair in the dead of night to silence her insolent tongue." Wei Zifu sighed, rubbing his temples. "Fine, fine, she provoked you first. Is that satisfactory?" Just then, a whistling sound echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see Zhao Yijian returning with a captive in TOW. Yi Long focused intently, recognizing the hook-nosed elder. Yet, at that moment, the elder was devoid of any vitality. Glancing at Zhao Yijian's righteous countenance, he hurriedly averted his gaze. "Let the leader escape. Eliminate a few more, then I will have my disciples continue the purge." Wei Zifu nodded in understanding. Zhao Yijian shifted his gaze to Huominiyang, stating, "The malevolent cultivators have not been entirely eradicated, and their leader has escaped using a secret method. Will you accompany me back to the Shangqing sect?" Huominiyang's expression flickered, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Wei Zifu. Chapter 50. The Enigma Deepens. Wei Zifu opened his mouth, but something seemed to halt him, and he ultimately sighed, gazing into the distance with a look of uncertainty. "You must choose for yourself. If you wish to join the Danding sect, I shall escort you." Huominiyang bit her lip, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks as she furtively glanced at Zhao Yijian. "Brother Wei, I think I will go to the Shangqing sect." Wei Zifu remained silent, his gaze laden with meaning as he regarded Zhao Yijian. Zhao Yijian met his gaze without flinching, and after a moment, Wei Zifu soared into the sky. "Qingqing, take care," Huominiyang whispered as she watched Wei Zifu depart. "Brother, take care." With that, she turned and, somewhat bashfully, nodded, "I understand." Zhao Yijian smiled and nodded at Huominiyang before departing himself. Yi Long observed the entire exchange in silence, his mind a tempest of thoughts and countless unanswered questions swirling within. On the return journey, Huominiyang reclined on the Phoenix carriage, as Jiang Mingyuan utilized spiritual energy to guide in that moment. Yi Long grasped why Jiang Mingyuan was the one pulling the carriage. After a hushed conversation with the old eunuch, he finally pieced together some of the mysteries. It turned out that after Tang Biao sent a message, Huominiyang immediately sought out Wei Zifu, who then arranged a meeting with Yin Miaoyin, intending to thoroughly eradicate the malevolent faction. However, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Yijian along the way. With 3 nascent soul masters and nearby disciples from Tianyin Hall, they planned to eliminate the evil forces in one fell swoop. Huominiyang's original name was Yun Qingqing, which explained Wei Zifu's parting words of Qingqing, "Take care." Moreover, through the exchanges between Huominiyang and Yin Miaoyin, Yi Long understood why he had previously instructed Huominiyang to rescue the female disciples of Tianyin Hall. It also clarified why the old eunuch and Tang Biao had urged him to remain silent. Concurrently, a larger enigma loomed over Yi Long, leaving him confounded. His previous suspicions solidified with Zhao Yijian's appearance, leading him to conclude that Zhao Yijian was undoubtedly colluding with the malevolent practitioners. Yet, what baffled him was Zhao Yijian's true intentions regarding Huominiyang. Given her apparent infatuation with him, was there truly a need to conspire with the wicked forces to achieve his goals? Would it not be simpler to marry her outright? Yi Long found himself at a loss. Yet within the halls of the Danding sect, Wei Zifu gazed sorrowfully towards the direction of Zhao Jing. "Qingqing, brother can assist you no further in a dark cavern within the nameless mountain range." Zhao Yijian stood with his back turned, surrounded by kneeling cultivators clad in black. This unexpected turn of events has caught me off guard. I never anticipated Wei Zifu would come with Yin Miaoyin. At this juncture, you need not concern yourselves further. Remain hidden and focus on your cultivation. Do not act recklessly. Yes, finally, after 6 days of travel, Yilong and his companions returned to the Wan Tong escort agency. Upon arrival, Yilong felt as if he had returned home, fully relaxing his tense demeanor. Just as he prepared to showcase his skills and express his gratitude to Hua Miniang for her life-saving intervention, he was abruptly halted by Fan Renliang, who informed him that Hua Miniang was already packing her belongings to depart for the Shangqing sect. Wai Yilong was instantly taken aback. Was there truly such urgency? Though he understood her nature, did she need to display such impatience? Heartbroken, he approached Hua Miniang. "Shopkeeper, do you not find something amiss?" Tang Biao, assisting with the packing, cast a sidelong glance at Yilong. "What seems amiss?" Hua Miniang replied nonchalantly. "It's just, the entire situation feels exceedingly strange." Finally, Hua Miniang lifted her gaze to meet Yilong's, asking, "What do you mean? Consider this. Why have those mundane martial artists been persistently provoking the Wan Tong escort agency?" "Oh, so that's what you're referring to. There are matters you are unaware of. Since the establishment of the Wan Tong escort agency, the reputation of Master Tang Biao has attracted many martial artists seeking to provoke him, hoping to leverage his prowess to break through their own martial barriers." Wai Yilong was momentarily stunned. "But didn't you have Uncle Yang investigate this matter earlier?" "Indeed, there are numerous individuals surveilling this location. So I had Uncle Yang look into it. However, it was not the visiting martial artists I wanted him to investigate." Wai Yilong was left dumbfounded. He had assumed Hua Miniang had instructed Fan Renliang to look into the visiting martial artists, only to discover she was investigating those lurking nearby. Nevertheless, he remained convinced of his suspicions. Zhao Yijin was undoubtedly conspiring with those malevolent cultivators against Hua Miniang. Noticing Hua Miniang's evident anxiety to leave for the Shangqing sect, coupled with the twitching of her brows, Yilong promptly fell silent. He understood Hua Miniang's current state all too well. She was akin to a cherished moonlight in his heart, and he would bear any burden for her without complaint. Feeling only joy, however, witnessing her fervor for another man left Yilong feeling like a sage, composed and unyielding. Hua Miniang was certainly not in a position to heed any words at that moment. Any further attempts to speak would be futile. Therefore, he resolved to step back. Thus, gazing at the busy Hua Miniang, Yilong walked away, dejected. Venturing into the front yard, he inhaled the chilling air that heralded winter's approach, the frigid atmosphere sending shivers through him. "You could talk to us about it?" Yilong turned to see Fan Renliang approaching. "What I wish to convey is that Zhao Yijin is plotting against the shopkeeper." "Do you believe it?" "I do." Yilong gazed in astonishment at the impassive Fan Renliang. "Although you are quite the sly one, I firmly believe you would never harm the shopkeeper," he declared with conviction. Yilong clasped his fists together, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. It is a relief to know someone still believes in me." "Then may I inquire why Zhao Yijin would conspire against the shopkeeper? Have you not noticed the oddities?" Leaving aside everything else, it is hard to believe that Zhao Yijin, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, allowed his opponent to escape. Fan Renliang furrowed his brow and pondered. That individual is at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, while Zhao Yijin is merely in the mid-stage of nascent soul. Logically, that person should not have been able to evade Zhao Yijin's grasp. However, if that person possessed some secret technique, it is not entirely impossible. "How did you encounter Zhao Yijin midway?" Fan Renliang shook his head. Before the shopkeeper departed, he instructed Jiang Mingyuan to notify Zhao Yijin, who then caught up later. Wai Yilong began to doubt himself, wondering if he had miscalculated. He eyed Fan Renliang suspiciously. Why did that person appear more terrified upon learning I am a disciple of the Shangqing sect than if they had captured a member of the Tianyin sect? Chapter 51. Entering Shangqing and the medicinal herb garden, Fan Renliang chuckled, shaking his head. "You are new to the world of cultivation and are unaware of many things. Are you not familiar with how Zhao Yijin earned the title of the world's greatest sword?" Yilong shook his head in confusion. In the past, to establish the Shangqing sect, Zhao Yijin single-handedly annihilated an entire sect, which contained as many as 6 nascent soul cultivators. This feat secured his reputation as the world's greatest sword. Therefore, It is no wonder that even those from the 5 major sects tremble at the mention of Zhao Yun. White Yilong gasped in disbelief, staring at Fan Renliang. Is he really that formidable? One man, one sword, annihilating an entire sect, especially one with 6 nascent soul cultivators? Indeed. But wait, if he is that powerful, why did he allow that person to escape? Fan Renliang regarded Yilong with confusion. Why are you questioning again? Did I not just explain that, under normal circumstances, it is impossible? However, if the individual in question possessed some unique secret technique or treasure, then even with 6 nascent soul cultivators converging, capturing them would be unfeasible. Enough about the shopkeeper's affairs. Do not worry unnecessarily. Hurry and assist Jiang Mingyuan in preparing to return to the Shangqing sect. Wait, am I going too? Yilong was taken aback. Of course, you are a disciple of the Shangqing sect. Where else would you go? Only then did Yilong recall his identity, watching the retreating figure of Fan Renliang. He exhaled deeply. Something still felt amiss despite the seemingly reasonable explanations. However, lacking further evidence, who would believe him based solely on intuition? Meanwhile, back at Huominiang's side, Fan Renliang began to ponder. What if Zhao Yijin did not fail to catch that person but deliberately let them go? With this thought, Fan Renliang cast a brief sidelong glance at Huominiang, who appeared as joyful and exuberant as a young girl. He resolved to remain vigilant once he arrived at the Shangqing sect. The impatience of Huominiang contrasted sharply with Jiang Mingyuan's eagerness and was also different from Yilong's mixed feelings. Just as human joy and suffering vary, Yilong calmly reminded himself not to entangle himself with Huominiang any further. Just as his master, Jiang Mingyuan, had advised him, it was best to maintain a distance from her. However, upon sensing that Zhao Yijin, the sect leader, harbored ulterior motives towards Huominiang, Yilong found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. Though nothing had transpired between him and Huominiang, he felt a sense of ambiguity in their relationship. Undeniably, he was fond of Huominiang, especially captivated by her languid, noble, and enchanting aura. If given the choice, he would willingly spend his life with her, even if it meant abandoning the path of cultivation. He had originally directed his heart toward the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminated the ditches below. Consequently, Yilong's feelings for Huominiang became exceedingly complex. Filled with concern, anxiety, and affection, alongside indifference and coldness, in simple terms, it was a matter of choice. If he pursued Huominiang wholeheartedly, he would have to confront Zhao Yijin, the formidable nascent soul cultivator. Conversely, if he severed ties with Huominiang, he would dutifully return to the Shangqing sect to cultivate. Faced with such a dichotomy, Yilong's previously troubled thoughts suddenly cleared. One must grasp both sides and strive for both. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. In that instant, Yilong's worries dissipated, and he began to meticulously chart his path in cultivation. Zhao Jing was neither too far nor too close to the Shangqing sect, situated within the mountainous region known as Donghua Mountain. The mountain stretched endlessly, with towering peaks often shrouded in mist. According to Fan Renliang, traversing the entire range would lead to the beast taming hall in the state of Qi. This mountain range was teeming with wild beasts and demonic creatures, deterring ordinary mortals from venturing deep within. The Shangqing sect lay to the north, while the beast taming hall occupied the southernmost point. To the east were the Tianyin Hall and the Danding Gate, and to the west were the Tianfu Hall and the Refining Hall. Countless minor cultivation sects dotted the surrounding areas, with the Loose Cultivator Alliance located at the very center. The entirety of Donghua Mountain served as a dwelling for cultivators of the Yunnan continent. Furthermore, Yilong finally grasped the topography of the Yunnan continent. It resembled a floating circular landmass, with the outermost regions populated by mortals and 6 kingdoms. Encircling this were the expansive Donghua Mountains, the domain of cultivators, situated over 100,000 miles apart to the north and south, and similarly to the east and west, underscoring the vastness of the Donghua Mountains. The Shangqing sect, also known as the Sword Sect, primarily practiced the art of flying swords. Its northernmost location featured a towering peak, encircled by 4 other peaks. The chasms between these summits resembled deep abysses, rendering them disconnected. Yilong, accompanied by Huominiang and Jiang Mingyuan, arrived at the Shangqing sect's main peak, Yujian Peak. This was Zhao Yijin's place of enlightenment and the location of the main hall of the Shangqing sect. Zhao Yijian, along with the four peak masters, personally welcomed Huaminiang, bestowing upon her the respect she deserved. Afterward, Yilong was left in the dark. He merely followed Jiang Mingyuan to the Xianjian Peak, amidst the heartfelt farewells from the old eunuch. The four peaks were named Qing, Jin, Hua, and Xian, respectively. To travel from Xinjian Peak to other peaks, one must first learn the art of sword flight, a hallmark of foundational cultivators. At this moment, Jiang Mingyuan led Yilong, clearly exasperated, to the Outer Affairs Hall to collect sect attire, an identity token, a storage pouch, and cultivation supplies. I've informed the Outer Affairs Hall to assign you to oversee the medicinal herb garden. The work is not demanding, though it may be a tad troublesome, but there is no danger to your life. Thank you, Master. I relish such tasks, despite his disdain for others treading upon his flying sword. Jiang Mingyuan did his utmost to assist Yilong, who expressed his gratitude. You may collect your monthly cultivation supplies from the Outer Affairs Hall, as long as you put in the effort to manage the medicinal herb garden and ensure the disciples conduct their inspections. Your supplies will not be withheld. All right, thank you, Master. Jiang Mingyuan nodded. Now go. That is the medicinal herb garden. Only its disciples may enter. The rules and regulations inside will be conveyed to you. Just do not cause any trouble. Yilong hurriedly waved his hands. I won't, Master. You know me. I prefer to keep to myself. Jiang Mingyuan rarely displayed a smile towards Yilong, yet somehow it came off as somewhat effeminate. All right, off you go. Chapter 52. Ascending to the second layer of qi refinement in an instant, Yilong once again cupped his fists in respect towards Jiang Mingyuan before turning to the entrance of the medicinal herb garden. The entrance resembled a grand city gate, akin to those found in mortal nations, complete with surrounding walls. At the threshold stood the disciples guarding the garden. Upon noticing Yilong approaching, the two disciples stepped forward. Their expressions devoid of emotion, identity tokened. Yilong retrieved the identity token he had just received from his storage pouch. After it was inspected, the disciples nodded at him. You are assigned to the 823rd Medicinal Herb Cultivation Plot. All rules and tasks are detailed in this jade slip. Once inside, hold your identity token. It will guide you to the 823rd cultivation plot. If you need to exit, simply channel your spiritual energy into the token to reveal the path back. Remember, do not stray from the token's guidance, for triggering any formation prohibitions will leave you without rescue. Understood? Yilong promptly nodded, accepting the token, which was accompanied by 2 low-grade spirit stones. Understood, thank you for the guidance. The disciple, now clutching the spirit stones, broke into a broad smile. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me through the token. I've already recorded my identity in it. Thank you very much. Now, go on in. Yilong clutched the waste token in his hand, curiously stepping through the city gates. Immediately, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, while ahead, thick white mist obscured the view, rendering the scene within entirely indistinguishable. As his spiritual power probed the waste token, it promptly activated the guiding route within. The waste token floated in the air, leading the way, and Yilong hastily followed behind. After an indeterminate amount of time, the waste token finally came to a halt. Simultaneously, the white mist dissipated entirely, revealing a vast expanse of medicinal herb cultivation. The area spanned approximately 500 square meters, with the majority dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, while the remainder served as his living and activity space. Upon entering the medicinal herb garden, the entrance was once again shrouded in thick white mist. Yilong approached a thatched cottage adjacent to the cultivation area. The interior was simply furnished yet impeccably clean. Stepping outside, he beheld 3 large sections of the medicinal herb cultivation area. The fragrant and exotic flora filled the air, and the spiritual energy was exceptionally rich. However, Yilong was unfamiliar with any of these herbs. Thus, he retrieved the jade slip given to him by the gatekeeper's senior brother from his storage bag and pressed it against his forehead. Subsequently, his consciousness delved into the jade slip for examination. Upon completing his review, Yilong comprehended the tasks he was to undertake here. He also familiarized himself with the various medicinal herbs. His duty involved using the water sphere technique to irrigate each herb individually once a day. The rest of his time was quite free. However, watering the herbs was no simple matter. Some required minimal moisture, while others needed substantial amounts, a miscalculation could lead to the herb's destruction. Therefore, he had to meticulously control the size of the water spheres. The Jade Slip contained a detailed introduction and explanation. There were also quotas for herb destruction. If he destroyed too many, his monthly allocation of cultivation resources would be curtailed. After reviewing this, Yilong furrowed his brow in concern. He was naturally proficient in the water sphere technique, but the issue lay in the fact that his water sphere technique was mutated. He was uncertain if it would cause any problems. With this thought in mind, Yilong followed the instructions in the Jade Slip and directed the water sphere technique at a herb that required moisture, adjusting the water content slightly before casting it upwards. Yilong fixed his gaze upon the herb, meticulously observing any changes. After a considerable amount of time, his eyes grew weary, yet he discerned no alterations. Finally, he exhaled in relief and proceeded to irrigate all the other herbs according to the moisture requirements outlined in the Jade Slip. None of the herbs were damaged, which immediately filled Yilong with satisfaction. It appeared that this role as a herb farmer suited him quite well. Watching the vibrant herbs thrive, Yilong sat cross-legged in front of the thatched cottage and took out another Jade Slip. This one recorded the rules and taboos of the entire Shangqing sect. After committing these to memory, he took out a manual on foundational knowledge of the cultivation world and began reading with great interest. By the time he finished studying all the materials provided by the sect, the sky had darkened. Yilong stretched lazily, gazing contemplatively at the ethereal realm of cultivation. He wondered how Hua Meinyang was faring and if she might forge a bond with Zhao Yijin that very night. If that were the case, he could completely sever his emotional ties. As this thought struck him, Yilong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. Here, in this unmonitored space, he could indulge in his cultivation without reservation. He assessed the supplies in his storage bag. 6 bottles of qi condensation pills, including those previously given by Zhao Yijin and Jiang Mingyuan. 3 pills of abstinence, each capable of sustaining him for 10 days without food, and 8 low-grade spiritual stones, 10 of which had been given to him by Jiang Mingyuan, though he had used 2 as a bribe for the gatekeeper's senior brother. Reflecting on Jiang Mingyuan, Yilong felt a profound sense of gratitude. Regardless of the disdainful glances Jiang Mingyuan cast upon him, he remained unfazed, for it had nothing to do with how Jiang Mingyuan treated him. It was merely a manifestation of psychological affliction. After consuming a pill of abstinence and subsequently a qi condensation pill, Yilong's cultivation technique surged into motion in an instant. A vacuum of spiritual energy emerged, followed by a deluge of extraordinarily rich spiritual energy flooding in. As the influx of energy accelerated, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy arose around Yilong, who sat at its center at this moment. The 10 dragon pearls within his dantian spun at full speed, both in rotation and revolution. Reaching their utmost velocity, 1 dragon pearl silently ascended to the second layer of qi refinement, soon followed by the next. A night passed. Yilong slowly opened his eyes, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, droplets of dew falling from his brow and soaking his garments. Yet, this did not dampen his elated mood. Feeling utterly invigorated, Yilong threw his head back and let out a long howl. After a night of cultivation, all 8 dragon pearls had ascended to the second layer of qi refinement, with only the yin-yang spiritual root lagging slightly behind. However, judging by the previous night's absorption of moonlight by the yin spiritual root, he estimated that within 3 days, he would reach the peak of the second layer of qi refinement. This pace of cultivation rivaled that of those with exceptional spiritual roots. Yet, what astonished Yilong even more was the progress of the dragon pearls within his upper dantian. The ascending dragon technique had noticeably improved after just 1 night of cultivation. It had taken him 50 years to advance from the first to the second layer of the ascending dragon technique, utilizing 5 drops of eternal pine spiritual liquid. Now, even without the spiritual liquid, he was confident he could elevate the technique from the second to the third layer within 10 years. This remarkable speed of cultivation filled Yilong with exhilaration. It was about time for such progress. At that moment, Yilong suddenly felt a pang of regret. He lamented not arriving at the Shangqing sect sooner, for missing out on the joys of cultivation. Even more so, he regretted his infatuation with women, which had distracted him from the exhilarating sensation of steadily increasing strength. Chapter 53. You reap what you sow. The phrase "you reap what you sow" was originally just a cliché from toxic motivational quotes. Yet now, as it transformed into reality, the sense of achievement, satisfaction, and happiness it brought was utterly incomprehensible to anyone else. If labor could yield immediate returns every day, then even the most mundane beast of burden would find joy in witnessing the fruits of its efforts instantaneously. In this moment, Yilong completely forgot about Hua Meinyang, Tang Biao, the old eunuch, and even Jiang Mingyuan. Instead, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his daily toil. In the morning, he absorbed the essence of the sun. In the afternoon, he irrigated the spiritual herbs, and the remaining time was devoted to intense cultivation. Within just a month, Yilong had progressed to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, one thing puzzled him. Every time he consumed a qi condensation pill, his body would exude a foul, dark brown substance. This substance was incredibly malodorous, requiring him to use a combination of the water sphere technique and dust removal technique to eliminate it. He suspected these substances were impurities expelled from his body after refining his essence and marrow, but he needed to inquire further for clarity. Today also marked the time for the Alchemy Hall disciples to arrive and collect medicinal herbs, as well as for him to receive supplies. Thus, after tending to the herb field, Yilong patiently awaited the arrival of the Alchemy Hall disciple. Before long, the formation silently and automatically opened, and a disciple appeared. Clad in a white ceremonial robe, adorned with a fiery red alchemical cauldron insignia on his chest and sleeves, the young, handsome figure nodded slightly in acknowledgement, inspecting the herb field with satisfaction. "Well done, junior brother. You have not damaged a single herb. Please present your waste token." Yilong hurriedly presented his identity token. After the other party inscribed a mark on the token using spiritual energy, they plucked the required spiritual herbs, replanting seeds before departing. Yilong's gaze flickered momentarily. Within his everlasting pine space, he possessed the capability to cultivate plants. However, he was uncertain whether these spiritual herbs could be transplanted. It appeared that alongside acquiring supplies, he would also need to procure some literature on spiritual herbs to study. The identity token held immense significance within the Shangqing sect. It not only represented one's identity, but also contained an entire map of the sect, functioning akin to a navigation guide. It could even unlock certain formations and restrictions exclusive to qi refining stage disciples. Moreover, it facilitated the completion of sect tasks and communication among fellow disciples, eliminating the need for additional communication talismans, akin to a mobile phone, though limited by distance. Just moments ago, a disciple from the Alchemy Pavilion left a distinctive mark belonging to the pavilion on Yilong's identity token, accompanied by a phrase stating that not a single spiritual herb should be damaged. Thus, when Yilong went to collect supplies, he would receive an additional reward of 100 low-grade spiritual stones. With these spiritual stones, he could not only advance his own cultivation but also purchase various jade slip texts on cultivation techniques from the Outer Affairs Hall. Spiritual stones served as the universal currency within the realm of cultivation. And this held true even within the sect. However, some items could only be acquired within the sect and were unavailable outside, which elucidated the hardships faced by loose cultivators. Sect disciples merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the sect to obtain cultivation resources and access techniques and formations that were otherwise unavailable, while loose cultivators had to rely solely on their own efforts. Yilong navigated to the entrance of the cultivation area using his identity token. After explaining his reason for going out to the guarding senior brothers and assuring them of his return today, he was permitted to leave. The two guarding senior brothers had already changed shifts, making Yilong feel as if the 2 low-grade spiritual stones he had previously offered were as good as thrown to the dogs, never to return. The Outer Affairs Hall. Every peak of the Shangqing sect had an Outer Affairs Hall specifically established for qi refining stage disciples, also responsible for managing some outer sect disciples. Yilong, having joined under Jiang Mingyuan, was considered a true inner sect disciple, affiliated with the Xinjian peak. For a disciple with a low-grade 5-element spirit root to become an inner sect disciple was indeed a stroke of luck. Others with similar spirit roots had no opportunity to enter the celestial gate, let alone become inner sect disciples. As one of the 6 great sects of the cultivation world, Shangqing sect's outer disciples were at least of medium-grade 5-element spirit roots. with most being multi-element spirit roots. Only those with single or dual spirit roots could aspire to become inner sect disciples. To transition from outer to inner sect status, outer disciples had to reach the foundation establishment stage to be absorbed by the various sword peaks. Yilong received his supplies from the elder at the outer affairs hall: 3 spirit-resolving pills, a vial of chi-consolidating pills, and 50 low-grade spiritual stones. This constituted the fixed monthly allocation for chi-refining stage disciples. Due to Yilong's impeccable performance, he was rewarded with an additional 100 low-grade spiritual stones. After properly storing his supplies, he consulted the elder regarding some questions about techniques, such as whether consuming a chi-consolidating pill would cause impurities to seep from his body. The elder, recognizing Yilong as an inner sect disciple at the chi-refining first layer, patiently addressed his inquiries. After his consultation, Yilong purchased several jade slips, completely depleting his 150 spiritual stones, before returning to the cultivation area with satisfaction. On his way back, he briefly considered seeking out Jiang Mingyuan to visit Hua Mainyang and the others. Ultimately, he decided against it, not out of a lack of desire to meet, but rather from the fear of receiving unfortunate news. Thus, it was perhaps better not to meet at all. Upon returning to his cultivation area, Yilong began to ponder over the answers provided by the elder in a furrowed brow. After consuming the chi-consolidating pills, he had never experienced the adverse effects he had mentioned. This indicated that only by ingesting the chi-consolidating pills would impurities seep from his body. The elder also mentioned that the expulsion of impurities was a positive sign, indicating the removal of toxins from within. Regarding the anomalies of attack spells like Fireball technique, the elder stated he had never encountered such phenomena, nor had he even heard of them. Although Yilong had long anticipated this response, hearing it from the elder still left him feeling uneasy and disheartened. After reviewing all his uncertainties, Yilong began to study the jade slips he had purchased. These contained fundamental knowledge about spiritual herbs, elixirs, formations, and restrictions. 7 days later, Yilong placed all the jade slips he had kept by his side into his storage bag. He then casually set up a soundproof barrier before dismantling it, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized the spiritual herbs in his cultivation area. Through this round of study, Yilong not only learned the names and cultivation conditions of these spiritual herbs, but also discovered what elixirs could be crafted from them. However, it was regrettable that to refine pills, one must reach the foundation establishment stage to wield pill fire. The chi refining stage could not engage in pill refinement. Thus, although Yilong gazed longingly at these spiritual herbs, he found himself devoid of any immediate solutions. Nevertheless, he could certainly attempt transplantation. Yilong approached the cultivation area and snipped a branch of the 8-leaf spirit herb with scissors. He swiftly placed it into the everlasting pine space and planted it in the ground, closely observing the condition of the 8-leaf spirit herb. After a considerable period without any noticeable changes, it appeared identical to its original state. This revelation brought a profound sigh of relief from Yilong. The 8-leaf spirit herb was one of the primary ingredients for the chi-consolidating pill, known for its fragility. If not stored properly, it would wither instantly. The absence of any wilting signs in the transplanted 8-leaf spirit herb within the everlasting pine space sufficed to prove that the space was indeed conducive for cultivating spiritual herbs. With this knowledge, Yilong chuckled softly and proceeded to transplant every spiritual herb from the cultivation area. Once he completed this task, he immersed himself in diligent cultivation. He now possessed a deeper understanding of the dragon pearls within him, particularly regarding concealing his cultivation level. Previously, 10 dragon pearls rotating autonomously manifested his cultivation as that of the chi refining first layer. Now, having reached the chi refining 7th layer, if the dragon pearls continued to rotate freely, they would reveal his cultivation as the 7th layer. To display himself as a chi refining first layer disciple, he needed merely to activate 1 dragon pearl, halting the rotation of the other 9. Conversely, to exhibit his chi refining 7th layer cultivation, he had to ensure that over 7 dragon pearls were in motion. Time flowed swiftly, like a river in its course, leaving behind a cascade of golden memories. In what seemed like an instant, everything had changed. The Shangqing sect, situated at the northernmost point of Donghua Mountain, was characterized by its inherently frigid climate. Now, the world lay blanketed in silver, a monochrome vista stretching for miles. The northern landscape, 1,000 miles of ice and a myriad of drifting snowflakes. Gazing at the Great Wall, all that remained was an expanse of wilderness. The mighty river, once tumultuous, now lost its vigor. Mountains danced like silver serpents, the plains moved like wax elephants, eager to test their height against the heavens. On a clear day, one could see the vibrant red of the landscape, resplendent in its beauty. Such captivating scenery stirred the hearts of countless heroes. Long stood atop the thatched roof, watching the swirling snowflakes, a surge of ambition rising within him. After 3 months of striving to reach the pinnacle of the chi refining 10th layer, he found himself unable to progress further into the foundation establishment stage. Although the sect provided foundation establishment pills, they came at a hefty price of 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Having amassed merely 300 spiritual stones over 3 months, he sighed in despair as he gazed at the enchanting snowy landscape. Melancholy began to settle within him. His cultivation had stagnated, and continuing his practice daily proved futile. Foundation establishment pills. Oh, foundation establishment pills, Long once again sighed. Yet his consciousness delved into the ageless pine space within his sea of awareness. There, thousands of acres were devoted to the cultivation of spiritual herbs, each flourishing more vibrantly than those found in the Qingzong's farming grounds. Particularly, the first batch of transplanted herbs had already reached an age of over 1,000 years. Long had underestimated the potential of his ageless pine space. Through his studies of these herbs, he had acquired the ability to discern their ages. Each day spent within this space equated to a decade of growth for the herbs cultivated in the outside world. Thus, 3 months here translated to an astonishing 900 years. The herbs planted within this realm included all the primary and secondary ingredients required for refining the qi condensation pill, and even several main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill were present, with secondary ingredients in abundance. Yet, a few essential primary herbs were still lacking. Even if he possessed all the primary herbs necessary for refining the foundation establishment pill, he could not undertake the process himself due to the absence of danfire. Danfire, an essential flame for alchemists, is a specially cultivated fire from the dantian. This fire serves not only for offensive purposes but also for alchemical crafting. Long gazed dreamily at the snowy landscape, and his mind began to wander. He pondered whether he could obtain a foundation establishment pill from Jiang Mingyuan. Every month for the past 3 months, he had ventured out to collect supplies, seeking Jiang Mingyuan each time, yet the latter had consistently declined to see him, citing seclusion as his reason. Long understood that, as a lowly disciple with inferior 5-element roots, he had not garnered Jiang Mingyuan's attention. However, now that he was stuck at the 10th level of qi condensation, without a foundation establishment pill, he could not hope to progress further. Approaching Jiang Mingyuan for a foundation establishment pill would inevitably expose his cultivation level. Progressing from the 1st to the 10th level of qi condensation in just 4 months was no small feat, even among the chosen ones. If others discovered that a lowly disciple with inferior 5-element roots had achieved such a milestone in such a short time, it would surely attract considerable trouble. Long promptly quashed the thought of seeking Jiang Mingyuan. Yet, he suddenly recalled Hua Meinyang it had been 4 months since he last saw her, and he wondered if she, the old eunuch, and Tang Biao were faring well. Hua Meinyang's senior brother was the sect master of the Danding sect, Wei Zifu, who surely had no shortage of foundation establishment pills, especially since 4 months ago. Hua Meinyang had used 10 foundation establishment pills to rescue both him and Tang Biao. He mused whether Hua Meinyang still possessed any foundation establishment pills. Should he inquire? Just a casual inquiry, not a demand. If she was willing to give, then good. If not, so be it. Worst, he could trade his squirrel fish in exchange. After all, he had nothing but time on his hands, and it would be beneficial to check in on her. The more he thought, the more convinced he became of his decision, and he found himself a compelling excuse to go. Thus, he floated down from the rooftop, channeling his spiritual energy to activate his identity token, and made his way outside. After notifying the gatekeeping disciple, he exited the spiritual herb cultivation area. From a distance, he cast a glance at the direction of Jiang Mingyuan, his nominal master, and shook his head slightly as he descended the mountain. As a disciple in the qi condensation stage, Without a foundation establishment cultivator to guide him, he could either rent a flying spiritual beast from the sect or walk down to the base of the mountain and then proceed to other peaks on foot. However, renting a flying beast required 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Yilong resolutely chose to descend the mountain on foot. It was utterly outrageous. He had only amassed 300 spirit stones over the past 3 months, having perfectly completed his planting tasks each month. Now, merely renting a spiritual beast from Xinjian Peak to reach the main peak, Yujian Peak, would consume a third of his wealth. Absolutely preposterous. As he descended the mountain, Yilong muttered angrily to himself. It was utterly scandalous to charge such exorbitant fees to disciples of their own sect, akin to the educational institutions of his previous life that exploited students. Over the last 3 months, Yilong had not only studied alchemy but also array formations and talismans. Unfortunately, both arrays and talismans consumed spirit stones in large quantities. To this day, due to insufficient resources, he had been unable to practice the arrays and talismans he had learned. Otherwise, with a wind speed talismans, he would not have had to struggle to climb Yujian Peak. Chapter 55. A sudden captivity after descending from Xinjian Peak. He traversed several tens of thousands of steps. Upon reaching Yujian Peak, he would need to ascend nearly 100,000 more steps. This illustrated the immense height and grandeur of the mountain. Fortunately, he was not the only one making the journey on foot. Many disciples also traversed the peaks on foot, though most were outer sect disciples. There were no inner sect disciples in attire like his. Thus, as Yilong made his way, he garnered a multitude of astonished gazes and respectful greetings. Outer sect disciples primarily wore grayish-brown robes, while inner sect disciples predominantly donned white robes, making them exceedingly noticeable. It was akin to a crane among chickens. Upon reaching this thought, Yilong hastily interrupted his train of thought. Chicken was not an accurate comparison. Perhaps duck? Too abstract and unappealing. No. Was he not akin to a crane? Yilong grimaced, realizing he had it backward. They were the chickens. Casting a glance at the outer sect disciples beside him, Yilong firmly defined his stance. He then approached the gatekeeping disciple, presenting his identity token and stating his purpose for being there. The disciple regarded him with surprise. "What is your relationship with Hua Mainyang?" This left Yilong equally astonished. This gatekeeper dared to directly invoke the name of the sect master's wife. "A grave taboo. We have had some previous acquaintance. I worked under manager Hua while following my master." "I see. You returned together 4 months ago." Yes. How unfortunate. Hua Mainyang is currently imprisoned and not here." "What?" Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gatekeeping disciple. The disciple glanced at Yilong's inner sect attire, then surveyed the many outer sect disciples queuing to enter. He then pulled Yilong aside and spoke in hushed tones. It turned out that 3 months prior, for reasons unknown, Hua Mainyang had attempted to escape from the Qingzong but was intercepted by Zhao Ajian and various peak elders. What transpired afterward was unknown to them, but from that day forward, Hua Mainyang and her companions had been confined in the Qingzong's prison. Yilong's brow furrowed deeply, yet he still produced 2 low-grade spirit stones to thank the gatekeeping disciple. The disciple, being an outer sect member, was hesitant to accept a gift from an inner sect disciple and hurriedly attempted to refuse. However, Yilong firmly pressed the stones into his hand. After confirming the location of the prison, he took his leave. This time, the sky had grown dim, and the wind and snow intensified. Yilong needed to return before dawn the next day. Otherwise, he would face penalties in the form of resource deductions for failing to report back on time. As he prepared to head to the prison, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned back down Yujian Peak. The gatekeeping disciple, filled with curiosity, wondered why this inner sect senior was traversing on foot. Descending Yujian Peak, Yilong sought out a frozen lake and used his spiritual power to catch several fish, though none were the desired squirrel fish. After several attempts at different frozen lakes, he finally managed to catch a few. While he had seasoning, he lacked pots and utensils. Thus, he returned to Yujian Peak, heading straight for the residence of the outer sect disciples. Wearing his white embroidered robe, he acquired a brand new set of cooking utensils. Finding a secluded spot, he began preparing the squirrel fish. Just as he finished and was about to pack up, a melodious voice called out, "Wow! Senior brother, do you smell that? Such a delightful aroma." followed by a slightly subdued voice that chimed in. Indeed. It smells wonderful. As they spoke, two figures appeared before Yilong, staring at him while he packed up. They gaped in astonishment. One petite and delicate girl, dressed in white robes, pointed at the squirrel fish Yilong had prepared and asked, "This, junior brother, did you make this fish?" She could discern that Yilong was at the first level of qi condensation, hence addressing him as junior brother. Just as Yilong was about to respond, the upright-looking young man beside her clasped his hands and said, "My junior sister is quite lively. Please don't take offense. I am Zhuang Xiuxian, and this is my junior sister, Wan Linger, both disciples of Yujin Peak. I am Yilong, a disciple of Xinjian Peak." Yilong responded with a bow. "Junior brother, your fish," the two continued. And Wan Linger gazed hungrily at the three squirrel fish, swallowing hard. Zhuang Xiuxian let out a wry smile and clasped his hands, saying, "Junior brother, may I inquire if this food could," however, before he could finish, Yilong waved his hand, declining. "I'm sorry, but this is for an old friend." Wan Linger muttered in dissatisfaction. "So stingy." Zhuang Xiuxian quickly clasped his hands. "I apologize. My junior sister can be a bit willful. Since this is for an old friend, we shall not intrude any further. Farewell." Yilong nodded, and Zhuang Xiuxian attempted to pull Wan Linger away. Yet, she stubbornly resisted, fixated on the squirrel fish. "No, no, senior brother, don't go. I am just discussing with junior brother. Junior sister, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Do not be impolite. I am not a gentleman. I am just a young lady. Let go of me." As the two senior disciples engaged in a relentless quarrel, Yilong let out a bitter smile and methodically tidied up all his belongings, placing the 3 portions of squirrel fish into his storage pouch. In the presence of others, he consistently utilized the storage pouch, refraining from using the Longxing lock storage space. Although the latter was more capacious, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he remarked, "Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to today. If you truly desire to savor the fish, come to the Yujin Peaks spiritual herb plantation tomorrow or on another day." "Really?" Wan Linger exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Yilong. Zhuang Xiuxian, with an expression of embarrassment, clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "In that case, thank you, junior brother Waida." Yilong politely waved his hand, replying, "It's nothing. I have other matters to attend to. We shall converse another time." "Wait a moment." Just as Zhuang Xiuxian agreed, Wan Linger interjected, "Junior brother Yi, you came to Yujin Peak for business, didn't you?" Curiously, she approached him. Yilong nodded, a hint of sorrow clouding his brow. "Indeed. I am here to visit a few old acquaintances who are imprisoned." "Ah? Imprisoned?" Wan Linger appeared somewhat dumbfounded, while Zhuang Xiuxian stared at Yilong in disbelief. Yilong, puzzled, questioned their expressions. "What is it about the prison?" "Junior brother Yi, are you unaware of the type of individuals confined in the Qingzhong prison?" Zhuang Xiuxian asked, his tone serious. Yilong shook his head in confusion, genuinely ignorant of the matter. After exchanging glances, Wan Linger began to explain. "The prison houses only malevolent cultivators and traitors who have betrayed the sect. These are the only 2 types of individuals, and regardless of which, we disciples of Qingzhong must not associate with them. We are strictly forbidden from entering the prison unless we possess a sect decree or a direct order from the sect leader." Yilong stood there, bewildered, as he realized the gatekeeper had not informed him of these rules. It seemed unlikely that he would have been privy to such regulations, which were not documented in the sect's guidelines. If an inner disciple like himself was unaware, how could the outer disciples possibly know? This shouldn't be the case. Hua Mainyang is neither a malevolent cultivator nor a traitor to the sect. Why then is she imprisoned? "What? You intend to visit Hua Mainyang?" Wan Linger exclaimed in surprise, exchanging incredulous glances with Zhuang Xiuxian. She stepped forward, scrutinizing Yilong closely. "What is your relationship with Hua Mainyang?" "I previously served under her at the behest of my master, Zhang Mingyuan," Yilong explained. Before he could elaborate further, Zhuang Xiuxian firmly pulled Wan Linger back, cautioning, "Junior brother Yi, there are matters we cannot discuss. However, if you truly wish to see Hua Mainyang, it would be best to consult your master. Otherwise, I fear your visit may end in disappointment. My sister and I have pressing matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Without waiting for Yilong to inquire further, they hurriedly departed. Wai Long stood there, perplexed, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as a significant question loomed in his mind. Why on earth was Hua Mainyang imprisoned? And why was she inaccessible to outsiders? Zhuang Xiuxian could not possibly be deceiving him, nor would he have any reason to do so. Thus, Yilong turned and descended from Yujin Peak, returning to Xinjian Peak. By this time, night had fallen. Instead of seeking out Jiang Mingyuan directly, he returned to the spiritual herb garden. As the night passed swiftly, Yilong diligently tended to the herbs, and after reporting to the gatekeeper, he made his way to Jiang Mingyuan's place of cultivation. After a night of contemplation, he remained baffled by the events that had led to Hua Mainyang's imprisonment. How could Zhao Yijin have dared to do such a thing? Did he not fear incurring the wrath of the head of Dandingmin, Wei Zifu, who was Hua Mainyang's senior brother? His thoughts were tumultuous and unfathomable. Jiang Mingyuan continued to be unavailable, but this time, Yilong resolved to see him at all costs. He knelt outside Jiang Mingyuan's cave abode, fully aware that the flickering array of prohibitions before him would alert Jiang Mingyuan even if he were in seclusion. Yet, Jiang Mingyuan repeatedly refused to meet him. Wai Yilong understood, given his inferior five-element spiritual root, that it was reasonable for Jiang Mingyuan to hold him in disdain. He endeavored not to intrude upon him. For as a master, Jiang Mingyuan had indeed exerted considerable effort to assist him when he was first brought into the fold. He owed him no grievances. However, this time was not for his own sake, but for Hua Mainyang. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Hua Mainyang who had taken him in and had even used her influence to secure his position as an inner disciple despite his inferior spiritual root. More importantly, they had shared a significant, flirtatious phase of their relationship. By virtue of sentiment, reason, and his own desires, he could not simply turn a blind eye to Hua Mainyang's plight. If she were indeed to wed Zhao Yijin and become the sect leader's wife, living a life of luxury, then he might have turned a blind eye. The day swiftly passed. Wai Yilong remained kneeling until deep into the night, yet he still could not see Jiang Mingyuan. Silently he rose, casting one last lingering glance at the flickering array of prohibitions at the cave entrance. Thus, a month passed. Every night, Yilong returned to the spiritual herb garden, watered the herbs in the morning, and then resumed his vigil kneeling outside Jiang Mingyuan's cave. Today, however, he arrived somewhat later than usual, having gone to the outer affairs hall to collect his supplies. By the time he arrived, it was nearly noon. He continued to kneel before the cave, patiently awaiting the opportunity to see Jiang Mingyuan. Yilong, what are you doing kneeling here? Yilong turned in confusion, only to find Jiang Mingyuan approaching on his sword. Master, I thought you were in seclusion? Jiang Mingyuan replied, somewhat exasperated. No, I was out performing sect duties. What brings you here? Yilong stood there, speechless, as Jiang Mingyuan blinked at him, their eyes meeting. Master, the shopkeeper, has been imprisoned. Jiang Mingyuan disdainfully kicked Yilong, who was clinging to his leg, and then vigorously brushed off his trousers. If you have something to say, then say. I see no need for such theatrics. I am aware of Hua Mainyang's situation. There is little I can do. It is an order from the sect leader, and I am not fully informed about the particulars. This matter does not concern us. Focus on your cultivation with that. Jiang Mingyuan attempted to enter the cave, but Yilong hastily blocked his path. I understand, master, but I wish to see the shopkeeper. Look, I have prepared 3 portions of squirrel fish. You know, she once took me in. Now that I know she is suffering, I cannot simply feign ignorance. Jiang Mingyuan's eyelids flickered. Are you suggesting that I am the one feigning ignorance? No, master. I merely feel indebted to the shopkeeper and cannot turn a blind eye or a deaf ear to her plight. At the very least, I want to offer her a taste of her favorite dish. Jiang Mingyuan regarded Yilong, who knelt with a pained expression, and was slightly moved, though his eyes still bore a look of struggle. Master, I have knelt here for an entire month. I initially thought you were in seclusion and did not wish to see me. At this, Yilong's voice quivered, and his head drooped lower. Jiang Mingyuan, taken aback, stared at Yilong. You have been kneeling here for a month? Yes, ask the gatekeeper of the spiritual herb garden. I report daily to come see you. Jiang Mingyuan gritted his teeth, resolutely nodding. In that case, come with me. I will take you to see the sect leader. Wai Yilong was taken aback, stammering, To see the sect leader? Surely not. Jiang Mingyuan shot him a sidelong glance. Did you not wish to repay a kindness? Then it would be fitting for you to visit the prison. Is it truly possible to go? Yilong's expression shifted, staring incredulously at Jiang Mingyuan. I cannot guarantee it, but if you truly wish to see the shopkeeper more than once, then you must meet the sect leader. Upon hearing Jiang Mingyuan's words, Yilong nodded vigorously. Very well, let us go see the sect leader. Jiang Mingyuan summoned his flying sword, and together they soared through the skies. When we reach the sect leader, you will perform as you did just now. Allow me to handle the dialogue, understood? Jiang Mingyuan instructed as they traveled. Master, I was not performing just now. Humph, whether it was a performance or not. You know in your heart, however, if you truly knelt for a month just to see the shopkeeper, it indicates that you still possess some loyalty. It seems my efforts were not in vain. Listening to Jiang Mingyuan's slightly high-pitched voice, Yilong gazed at his back with immense gratitude, realizing that perhaps he had been imagining things about others all along. Jiang Mingyuan, though somewhat effeminate, possessed a sense of righteousness that was more substantial than many a man. Chapter 57. Today is different from the past. As a timid individual, one must harbor the utmost malice in order to survive, constantly speculating the worst about others. Yilong held no regrets for his conjectures regarding Jiang Mingyuan. Rather, he was merely surprised that the reality of this foppish character diverged so greatly from his expectations. While en route to the Lord's Grand Hall, Yilong contemplated whether to inquire Jiang Mingyuan about the Foundation establishment pill. After some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. His cultivation level could not be exposed. Even if this foppish individual was not as he imagined, revealing his secret was out of the question. The only way to obtain the Foundation establishment pill was to devise a strategy involving Hua Mainyang. As a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, one could easily arrive at the Sword Summit Plaza via flying sword. However, Jiang Mingyuan was not deemed worthy to meet Zhao Yijian. Yet, due to Jiang Mingyuan's peculiarities, the disciples guarding the Lord's Grand Hall did not dare to be negligent and promptly notified Zhao Yijian. Although Zhao Yijian met with the two, his expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow, as if he had transcended human emotions. However, upon hearing Jiang Mingyuan express his desire to assign Yilong to serve Hua Mainyang, a flicker of curiosity and suspicion appeared in Zhao Yijian's eyes. After scrutinizing Yilong's cultivation, he casually waved his hand in agreement. While Yilong felt elation, he also harbored some regret for relinquishing the duties of the spiritual herb garden. Initially, he intended merely to observe. There was no need to serve like a sycophant, was there? Moreover, having experienced the exhilarating sensation of enhancing his strength, he found it no less intoxicating than matters of romance, though he had yet to delve into such experiences. Nevertheless, he imagined they would be quite comparable. Tio so easily abandoned the responsibilities of the spiritual herb garden felt rather disheartening. Regrettably, his earlier display had been so spectacular that Jiang Mingyuan assumed him to be deeply grateful and earnest. If he were to backtrack now, would he not be slapping his own face? Thus, he could only acquiesce. Originally, he had hoped that Zhao Yijian would refuse this arrangement, yet to his astonishment, Zhao Yijian acquiesced. Yilong could only grit his teeth and swallow his discontent. With Zhao Yijian's directive in hand, Jiang Mingyuan led Yilong directly to the prison. To his surprise, only a single inner disciple was guarding the prison. Upon learning that Yilong was there to take over, the disciple's face lit up with unrestrained joy, enthusiastically introducing the prisoners held within. After relaying a few important details to Yilong, he scurried off as if chased by a dog. However, Yilong understood. The prison was devoid of spiritual energy, almost akin to the mundane world outside. As for Jiang Mingyuan, he departed after escorting Yilong there. Fortunately, as the disciple had mentioned, the guards of the prison received more provisions each month than those in other locations, meant to compensate for the lack of spiritual energy. As for Hua Mainyang, she was confined in the third underground level. Few ventured to this place, yet the array formations and restrictions were remarkably potent. Particularly at the prison door, it was said that even 10 yuaning experts would find it challenging to breach. Consequently, Yilong's duties were quite leisurely. If he were generous enough to provide the prisoners with a pill of avoiding grains every 10 days to half a month, that would suffice to keep them alive. If he were reluctant to part with the pills, He could simply make some rudimentary meals in the nearby kitchen. Should he need to step out, he would merely report to the outer affairs hall, which would send someone to assist him, provided he did not exceed a day away. Having grasped the nature of his responsibilities, Yilong made his way to the third underground level, even theatrically brandishing a baton. He exuded an air of arrogance and swagger. Upon his arrival in the third underground level, he was immediately spotted by an old eunuch. "TSK, TSK, TSK, who do we have here?" The old eunuch's voice startled Tang Biao and Hua Mainyang, who were lying on beds of hay in the adjacent cells. Both turned to the entrance, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, where they beheld Yilong, brandishing the baton. "Well, little Yezi, you've finally arrived. Hurry, make me something to eat. I'm starving." Hua Mainyang, looking disheveled, grasped the bars excitedly as she gazed at Yilong. Meanwhile, Tang Biao maintained his usual stoic expression, yet his eyes shimmered with an unusual light. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? I'm the guard of this prison now. You better keep it down." Yilong feigned indifference, intimidating the trio while striking the baton forcefully against the area where Hua Mainyang gripped the bars. Startled, she immediately withdrew her delicate fingers, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as they locked onto Yilong. "Why, Yilong? If it weren't for my kindness in taking you in, you might have been discovered by the Huang family and lost your life. How dare you speak to the manager like this?" The old eunuch, witnessing Yilong's treatment of Hua Mainyang, grew furious, his face reddening. "This is how I am. What of it? Not satisfied? Come on, step outside for a duel." Yilong glared at the old eunuch, who trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao sighed and returned to their hay beds. Upon first seeing Hua Mainyang, Yilong felt a pang of sorrow. She was someone who valued cleanliness, bathing almost daily, yet now appeared so unkempt, which pained him greatly. Reflecting on how she had immediately asked for food upon seeing him, he could only imagine the suffering she had endured. In that moment, he realized that the exhilaration of cultivation was, in fact, not so delightful after all. Despite her disheveled appearance, Hua Mainyang's face remained enchanting, alluring, and beautiful, just as the first time they met. She was still the goddess in his heart. Noticing that the old eunuch had ceased to engage him, Yilong chuckled and pulled out a plate of squirrel fish. "All right, you're not a child anymore. Stop being so mischievous. Come, have some fish." The three were taken aback, quickly turning their attention to him, while the old eunuch's eyes turned red. "Little Yezi, you?" The old eunuch's voice was choked as he stiffly approached the bars. Wai Yilong sniffed back tears, offering chopsticks to the old eunuch. "Old eunuch, you're an adult. Why act like a child? I was just teasing you. There's no need to be upset. Eat up." With that, Yilong dared not meet the old eunuch's tear-filled gaze any longer and hurriedly approached Tang Biao. Producing another plate of squirrel fish, looking at Tang Biao's incredulous expression. "What are you staring at? Eat up. If you eat slowly, the old eunuch will clean you out." Tang Biao bit down hard on his parched lips. "Get lost?" Yilong and Tang Biao exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Observing this scene from the adjacent cell, Hua Mainyang could no longer hold back her tears. Wai Yilong approached her, and they locked eyes deeply. Chapter 58. You were once a beautiful lady, yet how did you fall to such a state? Without hesitation, Yilong reached out. Hua Mainyang did not shy away but simply gazed at him. His warm, strong hand gently wiped away the tears cascading down her delicate face. "You've suffered." Hua Mainyang shook her head vigorously. "I never expected you would truly come to see us." Wai Yilong suddenly erupted in anger. "What nonsense! If I don't come to see you, who will? We agreed that I would marry you. You came looking for trouble, and now what? Are you satisfied?" Hua Mainyang's breath hitched, followed by a bitter smile. "I am satisfied. I am satisfied." The old eunuch and Tang Biao listened in bewilderment to their exchange. "All right, as long as you're satisfied, can you now rest easy and follow me?" Hua Mainyang lowered her head, shaking it slightly. "I cannot leave. Do not waste your efforts. All of this is my own doing. If I were to drag you down with me, would it not be a senseless loss of your life? I am already content that you can come to see us three." Wai Yilong pressed his lips together, gripping Hua Mainyang's delicate hand tightly. Surprised, she looked up to meet his gaze, Trust me, I will find a way to rescue you. Will you come with me? Hua Mainyang shook her head again, clenching Yilong's hand firmly. I understand your intentions, but I do not wish to. Yilong silenced her by directly pressing his hand against her lips. Enough of the chatter. I understand. Now, let us eat. Hua Mainyang shot him a glare. Still as rude as ever, Yilong chuckled, unfazed, and produced the squirrel fish, watching as she devoured it hungrily. After the three had eaten, Yilong took out a pill of avoiding grains, distributing one to each of them. Now, tell me, what is the actual situation? I am utterly in the dark. The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their attention to Hua Mainyang. With the invigorating effects of the fasting pill, Hua Mainyang appeared more spirited and began her narration. This tale must commence with the downfall of the Yun kingdom. Contrary to Yilong's assumptions, the demise of the Yun kingdom was not the result of the long-standing crown prince's desire to usurp the throne, nor was it a rebellion fueled by the common people's suffering. Instead, it was the discontent of the long-oppressed ministers that led them to revolt against the heavenly order. The cataclysmic battle for annihilation shook the very foundations of the world, as mighty beings wielded their power to turn the sun and moon askew, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake, with countless lives lost in the chaos. As Hua Mainyang recounted these events, Yilong's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the cultivation realm was not as he had envisioned. This land was not originally known as Yunlan continent, but merely a fragment left behind after the shattering of the Yunlan planet. The cultivation realm comprised numerous star systems and countless races. However, following the cataclysm, the Yunlan planet was torn apart. After the Yun family's powerful beings safeguarded their lineage, they employed secret techniques to protect this fragment, allowing it to persist amidst the cosmic sea. Yet, as a consequence, the cultivators on this fragment could no longer communicate with the forces of heaven and earth, remaining forever trapped in the nascent soul stage. Consequently, the rebels gradually evolved into the present-day six great sects. Yilong's incredulous expression never faded. Thus, Zhao Yijin was, in fact, a rebel of the Yun family? Hua Mainyang nodded dejectedly. Indeed. Then you still? Hua Mainyang shook her head bitterly. In truth, before their rebellion, I had. Yilong nodded in sudden realization. So you do not blame Zhao Yijin? Yes, the cultivators they left behind were merely compelled by circumstance. Moreover, they did not strike first. The powerful beings who did have all been eradicated. Did you and Zhao Yijin ever share a bed? Hiss. The old eunuch and Tang Biao were engrossed in the tale, their own past experiences surfacing in their minds as Hua Mainyang mentioned them. No? What are you thinking? He had no interest in my body. Hua Mainyang shot Yilong a fierce glare. Yilong, however, broke into a silly grin. That's good, and then? Yet Hua Mainyang seemed incensed by Yilong's demeanor, pouting and falling silent. Yilong pressed her for more, but she refused to engage. He looked at her helplessly, truly mischievous. Come, Liang Shu, you speak. The old eunuch shook his head in exasperation. A gentler approach would have sufficed. Such inquiries were far too direct. You are somewhat aware of what transpired next. We, as remnants of the Yun family, were originally to be eradicated. Thankfully, Zhao Yijin and Wei Zifu interceded on our behalf, stripping us of our cultivation while sparing our lives, allowing us to survive in this world. Yilong gazed at the old eunuch in confusion. Then what is the situation now? What else could it be? There exists a secret realm on Yunlan continent known as the Yun-Tu Secret Realm, which opens once every 100 years. It was left behind by the sacrifices of all the Yun family's powerful beings during the cataclysm. For over 900 years, the six great sects have been unable to ascend to the divine transformation stage, fully aware of the reasons behind it. Thus, they have tirelessly sought the secret realm, albeit with limited success. Inside, there are mostly spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, elixirs, and manuals of cultivation techniques. However, breaking the shackles of this continent and communicating with the forces of heaven is simply unattainable. But now they have found a method, and it resides within the descendant of the Yun family, Hua Mainyang. The old eunuch cast a surprised glance at Yilong and nodded. Indeed, we have been aware of this matter all along. Yilong was momentarily bewildered, directing his gaze towards Hua Mainyang. She sighed. Each time the secret realm opens, Strange patterns appear on my body, and I feel an intense heat that is quite unbearable. I have had to suppress it with numerous ice blocks, and thankfully, I have managed to endure over the years. Initially, we were oblivious, but as the secret realm continued to open, the peculiarities always manifested. Thus, we deduced that the innkeeper must be linked to the secret realm. Now it seems that Zhao Yijin must have discovered the means to unlock the secret realm, which is why he has imprisoned us. The old eunuch took over the conversation, speculating. Now Yilong comprehended the secret behind Hua Mainyang. Yet, he still had one question remaining. How could the innkeeper's anomalies inform Zhao Yijin? The old eunuch sighed. Shaking his head, naturally, it was your master, Jiang Mingyuan, who informed him. Wai Yilong experienced a moment of clarity. However, he still felt compelled to defend Jiang Mingyuan. It is not entirely his fault. He was merely acting under orders. I bear no resentment towards him. By the way, how did you end up in this prison? This place does not permit visitors. Hua Mainyang initially waved her hand, then turned to Yilong with a puzzled expression. The old eunuch and Tang Biao also looked at Yilong in confusion. Indeed. I knelt before my master's cave for 3 months, pleading for him to assign me here as a guard. Otherwise, how would I have been able to see you? Chapter 59. The Astonishing Deception. The three were taken aback, and Hua Mainyang's eyes brimmed with gratitude once more. You have truly gone through much for us. Yilong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, no trouble at all. The real issue is whether there is any way to rescue you now. However, upon hearing this, the three fell into a profound silence. Yilong looked at Hua Mainyang in confusion. What about your senior brother, Wei Zifu? Can't he come to rescue you? Hua Mainyang shook her head in despair. When Zhao Yijin imprisoned us, he had already attempted this. It seems that Wei Zifu must have been aware of our fate long ago. The old eunuch said, disheartened. Yilong was taken aback. So you mean Zhao Yijin and Wei Zifu had reached a consensus on this matter long ago? Exactly, and perhaps even the other sects are in the know. Wai Yilong furrowed his brow in concern. This made things exceedingly complicated. As a cultivator at the peak of the qi refinement stage, he could hardly withstand even a single finger from a foundation establishment cultivator, making it impossible for him to rescue Hua Mainyang. His earlier claims of rescue had merely been bravado. So what can we do now? Is there no way left? Tang Biao silently squatted on the ground, while the old eunuch shook his head in silence. Hua Mainyang turned to Yilong, offering him a breathtaking smile. Little Yi, there's no need to waste your thoughts. Our lifespans are now scarcely 100 years. Even if we escape, how long can we truly live? Focus on your cultivation. When the time comes, find a fitting resting place for us, and that would suffice. Yilong immediately erupted in frustration. We agreed that I would marry you. Why speak of death? I have vowed to rescue you, and I will do just that. Tears streamed down Hua Mainyang's face as she reached through the bars to caress Yilong's cheek. Silly child, there are many good women out there. To have someone like you who cares for me before my passing is already an immense blessing. Do not do anything foolish for my sake that would jeopardize your own life. If there is a next life, I will surely marry you. With that, Hua Mainyang pulled Yilong close, attempting to steal a kiss. Wai Yilong hastily pushed her away, gazing into her disappointed eyes. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he stammered, Well, I'm just not ready for that yet. Actually, I came here for another reason. Do you have any foundation establishment pills left? Hua Mainyang looked at him in surprise. What do you need foundation establishment pills for? Yilong glanced around furtively, and under the curious gazes of the old eunuch and Tang Biao, he whispered, Naturally, to establish a foundation. What? Hua Mainyang gasped, her eyes wide, while the old eunuch and Tang Biao regarded Yilong with disbelief. Yilong quickly gestured for silence. There are some matters I cannot disclose to you just yet, but I truly need foundation establishment pills. Do you have any? Hua Mainyang's beautiful eyes scrutinized him with intrigue. She was all too aware of what kind of spiritual root Yilong possessed. Yet, how could such a low-grade 5-element spiritual root achieve the peak of the qi refinement stage in just a few months? What an anomaly! Yes, Hua Mainyang gritted her teeth. Perhaps Yilong might truly be able to rescue her. Even with only 100 years of life left, but to remain by the side of the one she loves. Why endure suffering in prison? Yilong felt a surge of joy. He knew Hua Mainyang would have them. However, in Zhaojing, you can find the storyteller at Tingyun Xian. He has 3 foundation establishment pills. Yilong was taken aback, but isn't that storyteller your hiss never mind. I want to say anything more. Hua Mainyang glared fiercely at him, her eyes narrowing as she rubbed her arms. If you dare to make wild assumptions about me, the first thing I will do upon my release is to purify you. Yilong could only chuckle weakly. The storyteller was originally my intermediary for contacting loose cultivators in search of medicinal herbs to restore my cultivation. Unfortunately, after all these years, I have yet to find a single herb. But even if I do find one, Hua Mainyang smiled bitterly. Then where did your foundation establishment pills come from? Yilong inquired. Puzzled. Naturally, my good senior brother sends me 10 foundation establishment pills every 10 years to ensure I can live better in the mortal realm. Now everything is clear. The truth behind Hua Mainyang's visit to the storyteller was, in fact, a covert transaction for the foundation building pills. So, what is the final herb you mentioned? Hua Mainyang shook her head slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment as she replied, It's futile. Even if we find it, it would be of no use. Why is that? Hua Mainyang remained silent, while the old eunuch sneered, Why do you think? All the herbs are with Wei Zifu. Now, even if we do find the last herb, do you truly believe Wei Zifu would still assist us in concocting the restorative elixir? Yilong smacked his forehead in frustration. Indeed, it seemed that she had already colluded with Zhao Yijian in secret long ago. Nevertheless, he was still exceedingly curious about what kind of elixir could restore one to the golden core stage. To this question from Yilong, the old eunuch provided a detailed explanation. This elixir is called the revitalizing pill, requiring an extensive array of over 1,000 ingredients. Over the past 900 years, they have gathered all the necessary materials, save for a principal herb known as Zahesh. Without this principal ingredient, the revitalizing pill cannot be refined. Zahesh? Are you certain? Yilong looked at the old eunuch in disbelief, who was somewhat taken aback by Yilong's astonishment. Yet, he nodded affirmatively. Of course, I am certain. In fact, we collected the other herbs within a century, but only this Zahesh has eluded us. Oh, Zahesh, the one aged over 100 years. Before the old eunuch could finish his sentence, Yilong produced a herb, which was precisely Zahesh. Instantly, the old eunuch gasped in disbelief. Tang Biao and Hua Mainyang also stared, utterly dumbfounded. Wei Yilong had initially feared he might have mistaken the name, so he had deliberately retrieved a younger specimen from the no-aging pine space. Witnessing the trio's astonishment, Yilong nodded in satisfaction. It seems this is precisely what you were searching for. Xiao Yezi, where did you find it? We have searched for over 800 years without success. Hua Mainyang and the others gazed at Yilong with immense excitement, but Yilong casually replied, It was in the spirit herb garden of the Qingzong. What? The three exchanged incredulous glances. Then, Hua Mainyang immediately slumped to the ground in despair. So it turns out, the spirit herb garden has it. Yilong clicked his tongue. I was puzzled earlier. There is a rule in the spirit herb garden that anyone daring to purchase a hesh from the outer affairs hall must report it. Now it seems, it is likely that not only the Qingzong possesses it, but other sects have their share as well. Moreover, the elixirs that utilize a hesh are quite rare. Although I have yet to delve into the golden core elixirs, I can assure you that below the foundation establishment stage, there is no formula that employs this herb. Chapter 60. As long as the heart endures, the path shall flourish. Yilong, seeing that Hua Mainyang could still withstand the pressure, delivered another blow. The old eunuch cast Yilong a speechless glance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hua Mainyang suddenly burst into manic laughter. Everyone has been deceiving me, all of them. Ha ha ha, it turns out, I was the only fool. A fool, ha ha ha. Though Yilong felt a pang of sympathy for Hua Mainyang's plight, he secretly rejoiced. For he understood that as long as the heart does not perish, the path shall not cease. If he did not allow Hua Mainyang to completely lose hope, how could he become her path? I will seek out that storyteller, and he will provide me with foundation-building pills. Yilong disregarded Hua Mainyang, who was despondent, and turned to the old eunuch. The old eunuch produced a jade pendant from his bosom. Take this pendant, and simply say it is for Manager Hua, and he will comply. However, he has very few left. Previously, He used 10 foundation-building pills to save you, leaving only 3 now. I am unsure if they have been sold. Wei Yilong accepted the pendant and nodded at the old eunuch. All right. I shall make a trip to Zhaojing now. If all goes well, I should return by evening. However, Fan Riliang hastily intervened. Do not go today. Wei Yilong, puzzled, asked, What is it? You just started your shift at the prison today. If you return to Zhaojing now, Zhao Yijin will definitely notice. Surely not. Zhao Yijin is that idol? The old eunuch regarded Yilong with caution. It would be wise to heed our advice. My mind is still sharp. After pondering a moment, Yilong nodded in agreement. After all, they were seasoned individuals. Despite having lived 2 lives, he could not possibly match the experiences of the old eunuch, who had served the emperor and understood the intricacies of power and manipulation. You should be able to break the restrictions imposed on you by the Golden Core stage, so I imagine the formations and restrictions here should not pose much of a challenge for you. Tang Biao, who had remained silent, finally spoke. The old eunuch looked at Yilong in astonishment. Even the frenzied Hua Mainyang paused, staring at Tang Biao in disbelief. He can break the restrictions set by a Golden Core cultivator? Tang Biao's expression was stoic as he nodded. Indeed. When the 2 of us were captured by the evil cultivators, we could not relay a message to the manager in time. It was only after he broke the restrictions placed on his Dantian by the Golden Core cultivator that I had the chance to send a message to the manager. All 3 turned their gazes toward Yilong. Wei Yilong smirked, raising an eyebrow at Hua Mainyang. So, what do you think? Your husband has assured you he will surely rescue you. Upon hearing this, Tang Biao subtly furrowed his brow. Hua Mainyang, however, covered her mouth in astonishment. Can you truly break it? Yilong shook his head with a wry smile. I cannot guarantee it, but I am 80% confident. Hiss! Hua Mainyang and the old eunuch gasped in unison. Oh, you know how formidable this formation is? The old eunuch asked excitedly. Of course I do. It is said to be able to withstand the might of 10 nascent soul experts without breaking a sweat. And you dare claim you have 80% certainty? Yilong sneered. He had thoroughly understood his own abilities. Although he had yet to grasp the anomaly within his body, he was entirely clear about his functional capabilities. The reason he refrained from claiming 100% certainty was merely to avoid the embarrassment of failure. In fact, whether it be a formation capable of blocking 10 nascent soul experts, or even 100, I am 50% confident. Hiss! Hua Mainyang and the old eunuch exchanged shocked glances once more. It was unclear whether Yilong was boasting or speaking the truth. However, after their initial shock, they fell into deep contemplation. Tang Biao shot Yilong a meaningful glance. He was still troubled by Yilong's earlier claim of being Hua Mainyang's husband. Tang Biao harbored feelings for Hua Mainyang, and Yilong was fully aware of this. Now, before him, Yilong was teasing Hua Mainyang, which was difficult for him to tolerate. Although Hua Mainyang had previously kissed Yilong, which had distressed him, that was initiated by her. He dared not question her actions. But he would not forgive any other man who dared to take liberties with her. Hua Mainyang and the old eunuch were lost in their thoughts, unaware of what was transpiring. Yet Yilong was keenly aware. However, Tang Biao's meaningful glance was unmistakable. Thus, he slowly approached Tang Biao's cell. Tang Biao looked up at Yilong, his brows furrowing and his expression icy, remaining silent as he locked eyes with Yilong. Yilong pretended to sigh dramatically. Brother Biao, I understand your intentions, and you are aware of mine as well, correct? How about a fair competition? Tang Biao's brow furrowed even tighter. The old eunuch and Hua Mainyang, interrupted from their reveries, curiously turned to the 2. What do you mean by a fair competition? Tang Biao's thin lips slowly moved. Cough. You see, our manager is currently imprisoned, and she just mentioned that if there is a next life, she would definitely marry me. However, I am not the type to take advantage of someone's misfortune, so let us make a gentleman's agreement, shall we? Once I rescue you both, we will each rely on our own abilities. And in the end, whoever she wishes to follow, she shall follow. Neither of us can go back on our word. What do you take me for? Huh. Be quiet. Hua Mainyang shouted angrily, only to be met with a simultaneous roar from both men that startled her to her core. Even the old eunuch watching from the sidelines looked on incredulously at the fierce exchange between the 2. Tang Biao did not respond, instead maintaining a sharp gaze on Wei Yilong. Equally unyielding, locked his gaze onto Tang Biao. Only Hua Mainyang and the old eunuch appeared bewildered. What in the world were they squabbling over at such a time? However, after a moment, Tang Biao suddenly shook his head in defeat. Gazing into the inexplicable darkness of the cell. Our lifespans barely exceed a century. If you wish to rescue us, your cultivation must reach the nascent soul stage, and no matter how talented you are, it is impossible to achieve that in a mere 100 years. For this century, I merely hope she can have a better life. That is all. That Yi Long smiled. He wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Instead, he turned to the dazed Hua Mainyang. For this century, you belong to me. Hua Mainyang suddenly realized, equally eager to express something, yet ultimately cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Yi Long. She then turned her attention to Tang Biao, who was facing away from her, and after a moment of silent contemplation, she shook her head gently, choosing not to speak. Instead, she reclined on the hay, closing her eyes as if to feign death. The old eunuch sighed softly. Indeed, as Tang Biao mentioned, young Yi, your desire to save us may be misguided. A mere century is but a fleeting moment. You must not act foolishly. With your exceptional talents, should there come a day when you can avenge us three, you will be our greatest benefactor. Chapter 61. Love at first sight, do not take it lightly. Yi Long remained silent, turning instead to exit the dungeon. A century, you say? Ha! He scoffed contemptuously under his breath. After reporting to the External Affairs Hall, he spent 180 low-grade spirit stones to procure 6 wind-swift talismans. Affixing the talismans to his legs, he immediately took off, running with incredible speed. At that moment, the dragon pearl in his upper dantian began to flicker incessantly. Someone had locked onto him with their spiritual sense. As anticipated, the old eunuch's conjecture was correct. Zhao Yijian or someone from his faction was monitoring him. Yet, Yi Long felt no fear, resolutely making his way towards Zhao Jing. Having previously purchased a map from the External Affairs Hall, he navigated confidently back to Zhao Jing, arriving at the Wan Tong escort agency. The establishment remained as pristine as ever, and it was then that Yi Long noticed the entire agency had been enveloped in a dust avoidance array. The spiritual sense fixated on him had not dissipated. Feigning ignorance, Yi Long busied himself with tidying up the kitchenware before proceeding to Hua Mainyang's chamber. He arranged her bathing tub, soft couch, and other frequently used furnishings. After completing his tasks at Wan Tong Escort Agency, he headed to Ting Yun Pavilion Dai in the back. He located the storyteller, slipped him a gold ingot, and the storyteller cheerfully began instructing Yi Long on the art of storytelling. The moment Yi Long sensed the disappearance of the spiritual sense that had been tracking him, he swiftly produced a jade pendant to reveal his identity. The storyteller wasted no time, handing Yi Long the remaining 2 Foundation establishment pills, expressing relief that he had arrived just in time. Thus, Yi Long bid farewell to the storyteller and requested several books before affixing a wind-swift talismans and hastening back to Shangqing's sect before nightfall. Upon returning to the jail, Yi Long discovered he could not open the cell door. He could only pass the bedding and pillow from the soft couch to Hua Mainyang. The old eunuch looked at Yi Long with resignation. "Why do you insist on ignoring my advice?" Yi Long, without turning back, replied, "No matter. I am fully aware it would be a miracle if I did not venture out today." The old eunuch paused, contemplating, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hua Mainyang remained silent, accepting the items Yi Long offered. Once everything was in order, Yi Long prepared to retreat and break through to the Foundation establishment stage, but was halted by Hua Mainyang's voice. "Little Yi, you are destined to become a figure of Taoist reverence. You must not entertain any thoughts of rescuing me again. Otherwise, I shall perish in this prison." Yi Long paused. Fen Renliang let out a soft sigh, then turned to vanish into the shadows. Hua Mainyang, seeing Yi Long did not turn, spoke gently, "In this century, I belong solely to you. If there is a next life, I shall surely marry you and follow you faithfully. Will you accompany me for my last 100 years?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Yi Long inhaled deeply, turning to gaze at Hua Mainyang with glistening eyes. "Do you believe in me?" Hua Mainyang covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously. "This is not a matter of belief. Do you truly wish for me to meet death with pain and despair? Must I then live unburdened with regret and guilt? Yilong's roar stunned Hua Mainyang, sending tremors through both of them hidden in the darkness. If you insist on dying now, I shall accompany you. If you die 100 years hence, I will still be by your side. It matters not. It is merely a question of time. You decide. With eyes tinged with red, Yilong cast a fierce glare at the delicate Hua Mainyang before turning away. Hua Mainyang collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Why must it be so? Why must it be so?" The old eunuch interjected, "Dear shopkeeper, allow me to utter a thought that may be deemed inappropriate. Sometimes, love at first sight is more reliable than the affections that grow over time. For love at first sight embodies all the fantasies and ideals one holds for their beloved, while affection that develops over time is merely speculation and conjecture about the future. Though little Yi is clever, he has always been sincere towards you." Tears continued to fall from Hua Mainyang's eyes as she shook her head. I know. How could I not feel it? But, why must it be so? There is no why in this. You have remained in Zhaojing. What need is there for that? Hua Mainyang was taken aback. The old eunuch did not let the moment pass, turning his attention to the already despondent Tang Biao. And what about him, remaining by your side? What need is there for that? Hua Mainyang turned to look at Tang Biao, who had turned crimson in his expression. Old eunuch, if you wish to speak of him, then speak of him. Why must you bring me into this? Hua Mainyang suddenly burst into laughter at Tang Biao's imitation of Yilong's phrase. Old eunuch, it was well known that Tang Biao had always referred to the old eunuch as Uncle Yang. How could he dare address Fan Renliang as old eunuch like Yilong? The old eunuch, unfazed, shook his head. What's wrong with mentioning you? You, a mere servant, daring to harbor feelings for your master? It's fortunate I haven't killed you yet. Am I not permitted to speak? Tang Biao, suddenly agitated, sprang to his feet, grasping the railing tightly. Old eunuch, who has feelings for the master? I was merely deceiving that young lad. Fan Renliang cast a disdainful glance at Tang Biao. Whether or not you have feelings, you know in your heart. Remember, once a servant, always a servant. Do not forget who saved your life all those years ago. Tang Biao, who had been brimming with anger, instantly wilted. He then turned, half kneeling beside Hua Mainyang. Your Highness, I am guilty. Hua Mainyang shook her head, sighing. Enough, rise. Some things are better kept in your heart. You have followed me for so many years, you have also suffered. Tang Biao hastily shook his head. Not at all. I am born a Yun family member and shall die a ghost of the Yun family. I will never harbor ill thoughts towards my master. Hua Mainyang ceased to speak, lying upon the familiar soft bedding, her beautiful eyes gently closing. The Yujin Peak. In the main hall of the sect leader, Zhao Yijin listened intently to Jiang Mingyuan's report. His narrow phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. This young man is indeed loyal and righteous. Very well, you may return. Yes, sect leader. After watching Jiang Mingyuan depart, Zhao Yijin closed his eyes. His spiritual sense expanded continuously until it enveloped the entire prison. Yilong, having returned to the room outside the jail, was just about to swallow a Foundation establishment pill when he sensed an immense wave of spiritual energy approaching. Startled, he quickly stored the pill away and concealed his cultivation. Fortunately, moments later, the overwhelming spiritual sense receded. Yilong pondered in uncertainty for a while before hesitantly retrieving the only 2 Foundation establishment pills he possessed. After a moment of hesitation, he once again tucked them away, waiting until the midnight hour when the moonlight illuminated the surroundings before finally bringing out a Foundation establishment pill and swallowing it whole. The powerful medicinal energy surged into his dantian instantly. Yilong hurriedly activated his cultivation technique, beginning to absorb the medicinal essence. The 10 dragon pearls, along with one in his upper dantian, spun rapidly. Chapter 62. The true immortal technique above the clouds. According to the norms of ordinary cultivators, the transition from Qi refinement to Foundation establishment is marked by the transformation of spiritual energy into liquid spiritual power. However, Yilong's dantian was unique. Having been altered by his own means, as his technique circulated, the the 10 dragon pearls in his lower dantian began to undergo an extraordinary transformation. One of the dragon pearls gradually shifted to a light azure hue, while the next ceased to emit a golden glow, instead adopting a dull earth-toned color. As the colors continued to shift, the 10 dragon pearls became increasingly distinct: deep blue, gray, purple, gold, green, red, white, and black. However, just as all the colors were on the verge of completion, Yilong found himself depleted of spiritual power. His spirit jolted, and he quickly swallowed another foundation establishment pill. The immense medicinal energy flooded into his lower dantian once more, as he circulated the great cycle technique. All colors eventually completed their transformation, and the medicinal energy was thoroughly absorbed. Yilong gazed at the 10 dragon pearls within his dantian, each a different hue, and marveled: the golden spirit pearl, the green wood spirit pearl, the pale blue water spirit pearl, the red fire spirit pearl, the earthy yellow earth spirit pearl, the deep blue mutated ice spirit pearl, the gray wind spirit pearl, the purple thunder spirit pearl, the white yang spirit pearl, and the black yin spirit pearl. With a swift motion, Yilong unleashed a water sphere technique, gazing in astonishment at the restored hue of the water orb. Subsequently, he executed basic spells of earth, thunder, ice, and others, each returning to its original color, no longer the inky blackness of his prior qi refinement phase. In that moment, Yilong also grasped the underlying reason. During his qi refinement stage, he had been unable to control the 10 dragon orbs, causing his spells to inadvertently incorporate elements from various schools of magic, resulting in a dramatic alteration of colors. However, now, with a mere thought, he could effortlessly invoke spells from designated spirit orbs, and summoning the previous black spells was equally simple. Yet, despite having transcended to the foundation establishment stage, new challenges arose. The techniques provided by Jiang Mingyuan only facilitated the transition from qi refinement to foundation establishment, leaving him bereft of any guidance beyond that point. And the same applied to spells. He could not expose his cultivation level to seek out Jiang Mingyuan for additional techniques and spells suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Was he to remain stagnant? Just as Yilong felt utterly at a loss, a sudden chill swept across his head, and his eyes brightened with clarity. He promptly rose and made his way to the dungeon, only to find the 3 individuals fast asleep. Disappointed, he turned back. Tomorrow, he would seek them out again, and he hoped they would no longer withhold their knowledge from him. As the night passed in meditation, the following morning, Yilong eagerly returned to the dungeon to share the news of his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage with the trio. Their reaction was immediate and loud. "Little Yi, did you not set up any formation restrictions?" Yilong looked at Hua Mainyang bewildered. "What kind of formation restrictions? I just took a pill and broke through." Hua Mainyang replied urgently, "To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one either needs a mentor's guidance or requires a protective formation to prevent the intrusion of inner demons, lest one finds it difficult to form a golden core." Yilong blinked in confusion. The old eunuch sighed in exasperation. "It's my fault for not explaining things clearly, but I never expected this lad to be so reckless, breaking through without a word." Yilong was utterly stunned. "What should I do now?" Hua Mainyang rubbed her temples in frustration. "What can we do? You've already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. There's nothing more to be done." "Liang Shu, pass him the Yun family's techniques." This. Fan Riliang appeared taken aback. "Shopkeeper, the Yun family's techniques are of the highest quality. If the descendants of the Yun family were to find out, little Yi would be hunted down." Hua Mainyang glanced at the bewildered Yilong and shook her head slightly. "Let us not even consider whether he can cultivate to the golden core stage. To be discovered by the Yun family's descendants, he would first need to leave this continent." Fan Riliang contemplated this and nodded in agreement. He then beckoned Yilong forward and began to impart the Yun family's techniques to him. As Yilong listened and secretly practiced the foundation establishment techniques of the Yun family, the results were immediate and astonishing, far surpassing those of the Shangqing sect. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the swiftness of circulating the techniques were both exceptional. After Fan Renliang finished explaining the Yun family's techniques, Yilong was profoundly shaken in disbelief. He looked at the old eunuch. Could it really lead directly to the tribulation stage? Fan Renliang nodded gravely. "Indeed, this technique is categorized into levels. Our Yun nation once dominated a star, so naturally, we learned the finest techniques. The methods of the Shangqing sect are merely of average quality. Wei Long was immediately exhilarated. If the techniques were of the highest caliber, then the spells would be even more impressive. He hurriedly sought to inquire about spells once more. However, the trio shook their heads with regretful sighs. What? None of you can cast spells? The old eunuch forced a smile. In our heyday, to hold a position in the Yun nation, one generally had to reach the nascent soul stage. Thus, those below that stage seldom pursued advanced spells, only mastering the basics. Wei Long was dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the old eunuch. But what about the cloud-piercing hand you taught me? The old eunuch pursed his lips, and Hua Mainyang suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Long realized he had been deceived by the old eunuch, yet something felt amiss. He had indeed unleashed a spiritual energy attack using the cloud-piercing hand as instructed. That's merely a martial art for earthly warriors. And it's quite commonplace. Virtually any martial artist can master it. The old eunuch, noticing Yi Long's disbelief, quickly added with a wry smile, "The reason you could unleash a spiritual energy attack is that all basic spell attacks operate on that same principle." Yi Long's expression shifted as he glared at the old eunuch. "You scoundrel! You deceived me. While I may not master advanced spells, I can still condense Dan fire." Seeing Yi Long's anger, the old eunuch hastily clarified. Yi Long pondered this and relented. Possessing basic spells would suffice. Otherwise, he would have to slowly accumulate spiritual stones to purchase them from the Outer Affairs Hall. The Yun family technique was named Yun Shangzhen Xianju. After the old eunuch finished teaching the basic spells, Yi Long's fists cracked ominously. His gaze sharpened as he asked, "Is this what you call a basic spell?" The old eunuch replied nonchalantly, "Why the rush? This is merely a minor spell of the 5 elements. I know you can perform it. I'm just teaching it again to see if there are any discrepancies with what you learned." Yi Long's heart tightened as he suddenly understood the old eunuch's intent and nodded gratefully. "Next, I will teach you sword control techniques and the art of flight." Days passed swiftly. Yi Long dared not practice in public, only attempting to hover slightly in the dungeon. Chapter 63. Supreme Dan Fire leads to the Golden Core. The most significant hallmark of the Foundation establishment stage is the ability to traverse the heavens freely. After mastering sword control and flight techniques, Yi Long, despite lacking a flying sword, could soar through the air with the aid of chi manipulation. Subsequently, the old eunuch began to instruct him on condensing Dan fire. The process of condensing Dan fire was peculiar and lengthy, requiring one to infuse their consciousness into their innate fire spirit energy. This culminated in the formation of a Dan, a process reminiscent of forming a golden core, yet distinct in that it involved condensing a portion of fire spirit energy. Moreover, only those possessing fire spirit energy could achieve this condensation. Once Dan fire was formed, it would gradually convert all fire spirit energy into Dan fire. When casting attack spells, the effect would be indistinguishable from before. The sole purpose of Dan fire is to facilitate alchemy. Could one perform alchemy without condensing Dan fire? Certainly, but Dan fire is imbued with consciousness, allowing one to perceive every nuance in the flames. However, attempting to rely solely on ordinary flames, supplemented by consciousness to scrutinize the subtleties, would be a fool's errand. Furthermore, Dan fire is capable of upgrading. Whereas one's original fire spirit energy is not. An alchemist possessing high-tier Dan fire, even at the Foundation establishment stage, could intimidate those in the Golden Core and nascent soul stages. Naturally, the Dan fire must be capable of inflicting harm upon Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators. Upon comprehending the significance of Dan fire, Yi Long commenced the condensation of his own Dan fire. His situation was unlike that of ordinary cultivators, as his internal composition was extraordinarily peculiar. He attempted to merge his consciousness with the fire spirit orb within him. Yet there was no response. With no other option, he controlled the spirit energy within the fire spirit orb to emanate forth, and then sought to merge it with his consciousness. However, this fusion was akin to igniting a powder keg. First, the yang spirit orb and the fire spirit orb in his lower dantian simultaneously released a vast amount of spirit energy, instantly igniting his dantian. The intangible flames formed a fiery encirclement, scorching all the dragon orbs. Soon after, the dragon orbs in the upper dantian joined the fray, continuously seeping a milky white liquid that resembled spirit energy yet was not entirely so, leaving Yilong utterly baffled. Yet, an even more perplexing phenomenon unfolded. The Yang spirit orb and the fire spirit orb began to merge. The milky white liquid acted as a lubricant for their fusion, as the milky white substance enveloped them. The Yang spirit orb completely fused with the fire spirit orb. Then, the raging flames in his dantian were abruptly absorbed by the newly formed orb, and then, it vanished. Yilong stared blankly at what used to be 10 dragon orbs in his lower dantian. Now reduced to 9, where was his danfire? Hua Mainyang and the others watched Yilong, who sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting with confusion. Meanwhile, Yilong anxiously traversed every inch of his skin and meridians. Yet he could not locate his danfire. What should he do now? If he confided in the old eunuch, he would undoubtedly be met with ignorance. After all, who had such an unusual dantian? Ultimately, Yilong directed his consciousness back to his lower dantian, focusing intently on the merged dragon orb, which had entirely transformed into a milky white color. Gritting his teeth, Yilong opened his eyes and unleashed a fireball technique. Hua Mainyang and the others gasped as Yilong suddenly opened his eyes, conjuring a milky white fireball in his palm. The milky white flames flickered in Yilong's hand, prompting a collective intake of breath from Hua Mainyang and the others. What kind of flame is this? The old eunuch, upon hearing Hua Mainyang's inquiry, shook his head in bewilderment. I do not know. This flame is exceedingly strange. However, Yilong remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on the flames in his hand. Suddenly, the milky white flames began to gradually transform, adopting their original fiery red hue. Oh, this? Hua Mainyang looked at Yilong with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, while the old eunuch hastily gestured for silence. As Yilong's brow was still tightly furrowed, his eyes swirling with contemplation. After a moment, Yilong abruptly burst into hearty laughter. So that's how it is, ha ha ha, upon witnessing Yilong's awakening. Hua Mainyang quickly began to inquire. Yet, Yilong merely smiled mysteriously before vanishing from sight. Infuriated, Hua Mainyang rolled her eyes dramatically. Nonetheless, the trio understood that Yilong surely harbored secrets. It was only logical. After all, to progress to the foundation establishment stage in just a few months with a low-quality 5-element spiritual root was simply unfathomable without some hidden truths. Moreover, which practitioner did not possess their own secrets or life-preserving measures? It was entirely normal. Having taken advantage of the situation, Yilong returned to his room and, as soon as he sat cross-legged on the bed, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Thankfully, this sensation faded quickly, though his complexion remained exceptionally pale. Now that he had acquired the technique and learned some basic spells, he felt sufficiently prepared. More importantly, through condensing the danfire, he had uncovered the secret to advancing to the golden core stage, the ascending dragon technique. The dragon pearls circulating in his upper dantian. As long as he could merge the 10 dragon pearls within his dantian into one, he could ascend to the golden core stage. However, this approach diverged significantly from the principles of advancing from foundation establishment to golden core, which fundamentally relied on the condensation of spiritual liquid into a pill. The technique merely enhanced the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and increased the success rate of breakthroughs. Yet, Yilong's internal circumstances were completely distinct from those of ordinary practitioners. The Yun family's technique could still operate, and the rate of spiritual energy absorption was akin to that of a black hole's vortex, if previously, operating Jiang Mingyuan's technique at full throttle was like the speed of a sports car. Now it was akin to that of an airplane. The technique could still function, but the principles of advancement had fundamentally changed, especially concerning the dragon pearl cultivated through the ascending dragon technique. Without it as a lubricant, merging the dragon pearls in the lower dantian would require significantly more time. In other words, the usual gradual absorption of spiritual energy could still lead to the merging of dragon pearls. However, with the assistance of the dragon pearl cultivated through the ascending dragon technique, this process would be expedited tenfold, if not 100-fold. Conversely, the downside was that the dragon pearl in his upper dantian now appeared dim and lifeless. It was uncertain how many years it would take to restore it to its former brilliance. Ultimately, Everything relied on his own exploration. Yilong sighed, closing his eyes to meditate. He devised a cultivation plan for himself, to meditate for 1 hour each morning and evening, absorbing both the essence of the sun and moon alongside spiritual energy. The remaining time would be dedicated to learning alchemy. With the assistance of medicinal pills, he believed his cultivation speed would accelerate even further. Time flowed, sedimenting experience and passing through life. A glance back revealed a scenic view, while a turn brought forth a tale of time. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 64. Beneath the Sage. All our ants. While Yilong immersed himself in the study of alchemical knowledge, he listened to the old eunuch recount stories of the former Yun kingdom. Hua Mainyang occasionally shared her carefree childhood tales, depicting the arrogance of a royal princess. One day, Yilong utilized the spiritual stones he had accumulated over 2 months to purchase a low-grade alchemical furnace, along with various herbs necessary for crafting the recovery pill. His space within the immortal pine held numerous herbs, but he still lacked a few essential ingredients for refining the recovery pill suitable for foundation establishment cultivation. Fortunately, these herbs were available at the External Affairs Hall. Although purchasing them drained all his savings, Yilong could cultivate them in the immortal pine space. With just one herb, he could replicate countless quantities within that space, and the age of these herbs would increase over time at a ratio of 1 to 10. Hua Mainyang and her companions lacked even a single spiritual stone, which left Yilong quite displeased and made them feel guilty. Nowadays, Hua Mainyang treated Yilong with remarkable tenderness, no longer displaying her previous fierceness. Occasionally, while holding hands, she would gaze deeply into his eyes with her water-like orbs. Had he not been unable to open the prison door, Yilong believed he would have completely succumbed to Hua Mainyang's charms. The two would converse late into the night, discussing a myriad of topics, yet inevitably, it would be Hua Mainyang's playful reproaches that sent Yilong away. This was because, at first, he could maintain a serious conversation. But soon his hands would wander, leaving Hua Mainyang blushing and flustered, prompting her to send him off. Today marked Yilong's official foray into alchemy. At this moment, Hua Mainyang and her companions stared in astonishment as Yilong knelt before the wall in reverence. Lao Shu, I haven't heard that alchemy requires honoring one's ancestors, remarked Fan Renliang, squinting at Yilong's silhouette. I haven't heard that either. Perhaps it's in homage to some powerful being, he added. Tang Biao, having listened to their exchange, pursed his lips, remaining silent. Recently, he had been the most distressed of the trio, enduring the inexplicable sounds of Yilong and Hua Mainyang's breaths and playful banter each night. A painting hung on the wall, depicting an elderly man riding a black ox, adorned with a golden ring through its nostrils, rendered with remarkable lifelikeness. Before Yilong stood an incense altar and an incense burner. On the altar lay a large braised pig's head, its eyes slightly ajar. Yilong lit 3 incense sticks, his expression sincere and earnest as he proclaimed, Great Master of the Taiji Way, today I commence the alchemical process. I beseech your protection. After his declaration, he inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. The crimson incense burned slowly, filling the dungeon with an eerie silence. Hua Mainyang and her companions were left puzzled, while Yilong quietly gazed at the burning incense until it was entirely consumed. He then promptly retrieved the incense burner and the painting from the wall, before seizing the pig's head and taking a hearty bite. Grease dripped from his mouth, causing the 3 onlookers to swallow involuntarily. Without hesitation, Yilong hastily divided the meat with a small knife, sharing it with Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao. That Taiji figure, is that your master? Yilong replied earnestly, Indeed. My master is the great master of the Taiji Way. Renowned as the foremost among the 3 sages, Dio, you know what it means to be a sage. The 3 took a bite of the pig's head meat, shaking their heads in ignorance. Yilong chuckled, Do you understand the phrase beneath the sage? All our ants? Once again, they shook their heads. With a hint of melancholy, Yilong shook his head. A sage is a figure more formidable than a deity. The old eunuch suddenly reacted, disdainfully stating, If your master were a sage, would you need to seek him out to learn? The other 2 quickly caught on. However, Yilong maintained a serious demeanor. Old eunuch, you may speak as you wish, but one must never disrespect a sage. Disrespecting a sage is akin to desecrating heaven and earth, which is a grave insult. The old eunuch paused, pursing his lips. I merely meant. Enough, spare me the nonsense. Watch me refine the pills, Yilong interrupted, retrieving the alchemical furnace and tossing the pig's head aside. The old eunuch hurriedly caught it, slicing the meat into pieces to distribute to Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao. Lao Shu, do you think he can manage? The old eunuch, savoring the meat, shook his head dismissively. I don't know. Didn't he say he only bought one herb? I doubt he can succeed on the first try. Tang Biao, equally indulging in the juicy meat, nodded in agreement. Indeed, while we may not understand alchemy well, we are aware that many apprentices of the Yun family's alchemists took over 10 years just to refine the qi condensation pill. How could he, lacking understanding, possibly succeed in one attempt? Hua Mainyang expressed her concern. It's a pity we have no spiritual stones. It would be a waste of his efforts. The old eunuch waved his hand nonchalantly. Hold on. You're mistaken. This little Yi, don't be fooled by his timid demeanor and love for clever tricks. His determination is not something ordinary people can compare to. Just watch. I bet he won't give up until he successfully refines the recovery pill. Hua Mainyang cast a puzzled glance at Yilong, who was now enveloped in white dan fire as he heated the alchemical furnace. But he has no spiritual stones or herbs. And I've never seen anyone use white dan fire. Isn't it usually red? The three individuals gazed in astonishment at the white flame emanating from Yilong, which incessantly scorched the alchemical furnace. At this moment, Yilong had devoted all his concentration to the furnace, his spiritual awareness intimately connected to every inch of its surface. A gentle breath escaped his lips as he began to introduce the medicinal materials. One by one, the herbs were first placed outside the furnace, where a portion of the flame refined them. Subsequently, they were cast into the furnace, intensifying the flame to coalesce into pills. The process was not intricate. It could be summarized in 3 steps. First, heat the furnace and refine the herbs. Second, open the furnace lid and introduce the refined liquid. Third, condense the liquid into pills. The initial 2 steps were straightforward. Any cultivator capable of generating alchemical flames could accomplish them, albeit at varying speeds. However, it was the 3rd step, transforming the liquid into pills, that was the most arduous. Countless alchemists had faltered at this stage. The foremost task was to control the proportions of the liquid. A single miscalculation could render the elixir worthless. Once the proportions were accurately measured, the flame must be meticulously regulated, with constant vigilance on the liquid's coagulation. At the opportune moment, the flame must be extinguished, allowing the liquid to solidify into pills. Yet, merely extinguishing the flame was insufficient. At that instant, the alchemist needed to continuously cast sealing spells to prevent the elixir's spiritual energy from leaking, which could lead to an unknown degradation in quality or even the elixir's total failure. The formula for the recovery elixir was possessed by Hua Mainyang. He had also procured the formulas for the rejuvenation elixir and the Xinling elixir. However, formulas did not disclose the proportions of the ingredients. Chapter 65. The varieties of Taiching offerings. The proportions varied according to the age of the herbs, thus, the required ratios differed. The formula merely indicated which herbs were necessary for the recovery elixir. As for how to condense it into pills, that was the alchemist's responsibility. Generally, alchemists preferred to use herbs of familiar ages for refining, as this minimized errors in proportion and resulted in elixirs of comparable quality. Years of practice allowed alchemists to intuitively grasp the approximate ratios of various aged herbs, akin to seasoned drivers who, despite operating an unfamiliar vehicle, quickly discern the nuances of the accelerator and brake. Therefore, it was easy to predict the outcome for Yilong, who was attempting alchemy for the first time. The 3, munching on pig's head meat, observed Yilong's alchemical endeavors. Sure enough, after half an hour, a resounding explosion echoed as Yilong despondently opened the furnace, discarding a heap of charred residue. To their astonishment, Yilong produced a blank jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Moments later, he removed it. What are you doing? Hua Mainyang could not contain her curiosity. Recording the previous proportions, Yilong replied. Hua Mainyang looked at him with concern, gently remarking, the herbs are gone. That won't help you. Let's not continue. Yet Yilong rolled his eyes. Who says I have no herbs left? As he spoke, Another portion of recovery elixir ingredients appeared beside him. Hiss! The old eunuch looked at Yilong incredulously. You little rascal, didn't you say you had no spirit stones, enough only for one portion? Yilong smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation, and resumed his alchemical work. Hua Meinyang and the others exchanged glances. Continuing to watch, a day passed in this manner. During this time, Yilong failed a total of 13 times, meticulously recording the proportions of the liquid each time before commencing anew. This moment. Yilong's complexion was somewhat pale. A full day of uninterrupted alchemy was taxing even for his 9 dragon pearls in the Dantian. Nonetheless, Yilong's unwavering determination silently garnered nods of approval from the three. Hua Meinyang, particularly empathetic, would wipe the sweat from Yilong's brow with a fragrant cloth during his breaks. Let's call it a day, shall we? We can continue another time. Besides, where did you get so many herbs? 13 portions would be enough to refine hundreds of recovery elixirs. Hua Yilong weakly waved his hand. Though I lack spirit stones, I have herbs. Enough. I will meditate to recover. Tomorrow, I will surely produce a batch of recovery elixirs. Will you still pay homage to your ancestors tomorrow? Hua Meinyang hurriedly inquired. Hua Yilong nodded. Of course, as long as the furnace is opened for alchemy, I must pay respects to my ancestors. Oh, then can we have some roasted lamb tomorrow? I want to eat. Hua Meinyang chirped. Hua Yilong glared at her, his expression fierce, causing Hua Meinyang to chuckle nervously. How about some beef instead? Our family prefers beef. I want chicken. Bring me some chicken. Yilong fixed his bloodshot eyes on the old eunuch and Tang Biao. What are you thinking? That is an offering for ancestor worship. It cannot cater to your whims. What a joke. Hua Meinyang laughed lightly. What if your ancestor enjoys lamb? Yilong trembled with rage. There are no what-ifs with that. He vanished from the dungeon. The three exchanged glances. Returning to their idle state atop the hay, feeling as though their souls had been siphoned away, numb and indifferent, 10 days later, Yilong finally fully recovered. The lengthy duration was due to the sparse spiritual energy in this place and his lack of recovery elixirs. This intensified Yilong's desire to successfully refine the recovery elixir. For cultivators, elixirs were of paramount importance. Relying on purchasing elixirs to enhance one's cultivation was not only costly but also lacked assurance in quality. Since he was not short on herbs, controlling the production himself was paramount. In the dungeon, Yilong reappeared, and the three, as if injected with adrenaline, promptly stood up, eagerly watching the man kneeling before the image of Tai Shang Lao Jun. Their expression resembled that of a starving zombie encountering flesh. Upon the incense altar, there were not only lamb but also beef and chicken. A whole sheep's head, seasoned with Yilong's exclusive spices, emitted an enticing aroma. Following that was a large beef head, similarly roasting and sizzling with oil. Finally, a whole chicken, its skin a tantalizing red and its claws alluring, tantalized Tang Biao's senses. Hurry up. We are waiting anxiously. Yes, yes. You promised to come the next day. How come it took you 10 days to arrive? Hua Meinyang pouted in dissatisfaction. Hua Yilong knelt on the ground, watching the incense burn slowly, his face twitching. Yet he remained unmoved. Until the incense extinguished, the three stared wide-eyed as Yilong tidied the image and incense burner. Quick, we want that large beef head, little Yi. Bring me the lamb head first. I want chicken. I want that chicken. Yilong looked at the three, bemused yet amused by their ravenous expressions. He then retrieved a plate and sliced portions from each offering, finally distributing them to the three. They immediately devoured the food with their bare hands. Only after they had gorged themselves, their mouths greased, did they turn their attention to Yilong, who was preparing to refine elixirs. The process remained unchanged. The herbs Yilong selected from the Unaged pine space were all approximately 100 years old. Even though the space contained herbs of greater ages, Yilong dared not use them. For he had yet to grasp the proportions for herbs of around 100 years. Utilizing higher-aged herbs would be sheer waste. As the process unfolded, it culminated in sealing the spirit. Hua Yilong could clearly perceive the liquid within the furnace gradually solidifying into pills. This filled him with great joy, yet he suppressed his elation, knowing that at such a critical juncture, he must not allow his focus to waver. In the next moment, Yilong squinted his eyes. The pills were formed. Immediately, his hands moved in a flurry, casting hand seals at incredible speed, various imprint techniques materializing in an instant, his internal spiritual energy surging forth into the furnace. Prior to this alchemical attempt, Yilong had practiced these hand seals for nearly half a month, fearful that a moment's inattention would ruin the elixir. Finally, with a decisive hand seal, the process was completed, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. The three onlookers were equally exhilarated as they gazed at the alchemical furnace hovering before Yilong. For if Yilong truly mastered alchemy, then their recovery elixirs would be imminent. What if the three of them could restore their cultivation and even break through to the nascent soul stage? Then they would not have to await their demise. Thus, Yilong's success or failure directly impacted their lives, leaving them no room for complacency. Chapter 66. Unique Pill Patterns of Celestial Rank. As the furnace opened, 3 milky white elixirs appeared before them. Yilong took out a pre-purchased jade vial to collect the elixirs, then carefully examined one. However, the more he scrutinized, the more he felt something was amiss. Consequently, he handed the elixir to the old eunuch. Liang Shu, is this the recovery elixir for foundation-building cultivators to enhance their cultivation and restore spiritual energy? Fan Riliang furrowed his brow, examining the elixir in his hand, his expression one of confusion. You only managed to refine 3 pills from a single batch of herbs? Moreover, why does this elixir bear a dragon-shaped imprint? While it's true that premium elixirs possess patterns, these patterns are generally induced by sealing techniques, meaning they are the embodiment of the sealing technique imprinted onto the elixir. However, I've never encountered a pattern resembling a dragon imprint before. This is unprecedented. Hua Mainyang eagerly reached out from another cell, saying, "Bring it to me. I want to take a look." Fan Riliang, not daring to delay, swiftly extended his hand to pass the elixir to Hua Mainyang. After examining the elixir closely, Hua Mainyang finally cast a peculiar gaze at Yilong. This is not merely a spiritual elixir. It is an immortal elixir. No, that is not quite right. This is a half-spiritual, half-immortal elixir. Her words left the three of them in stunned silence. "Do you know what kind of elixir this is?" Yilong asked curiously, gazing at Hua Mainyang. She nodded, but her eyes turned towards Fan Riliang. "Uncle Yang, do you still remember that supreme alchemist from the Cloud Kingdom, named Yunhe?" Fan Riliang nodded. "Naturally. I remember. The supreme spiritual elixir from the Cloud Kingdom was crafted by him. However, even a supreme alchemist would require a stroke of fortune to produce an elixir with patterns." Hua Mainyang pondered while looking at the elixir and continued. "But he possessed an ancient tome acquired from the Star Sea secret realm. I recall it contained records stating that an immortal-level alchemist can inscribe unique patterns on their elixirs. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, an immortal-level alchemist cannot emerge. Such a being can only exist in the immortal realm. Therefore, an elixir bearing unique patterns does not belong to the category of spiritual elixirs, but rather to immortal elixirs." The group stared, wide-eyed, at the milky white elixir in Hua Mainyang's hand. "Then what does this classify as? An immortal elixir?" Hua Mainyang shook her head in confusion. "Immortal elixirs attract heavenly tribulations, and since your elixir has not faced such tribulations, it cannot be considered an immortal elixir. However, it bears the hallmark of one. And the materials you used are all from the cultivation realm, which cannot possess the aura of immortality. Thus, I would classify your elixir as being above supreme but below immortal." Yilong understood, his expression shifting to astonishment, with a grin spreading wide across his face. "So, can we still consider it a returning spirit elixir?" Hua Mainyang cast a deep glance at Yilong, expressing concern. "It should be a returning spirit elixir. But you must not consume it. I fear it may cause your body to explode." Hiss! Both the old eunuch and Tang Biao simultaneously inhaled sharply, quickly coming to terms with the reality. Indeed, such an elixir contained an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. An ordinary cultivator could hardly withstand the influx of such formidable energy. However, Yilong was no ordinary cultivator. Thus, he burst into hearty laughter, accepting the returning spirit elixir from Hua Mainyang, as long as it's a returning spirit elixir. That's all that matters, and no matter how much spiritual energy it contains, I can make it vanish into my belly. With that, Yilong retrieved a jade slip, seated himself on the ground, and began recording the ratios of the elixir's components. Yilong was unaware of how this elixir had come to be, but he was certain it was due to his Rising Dragon technique. Only the Rising Dragon technique could imprint the dragon-shaped patterns. After completing his notes, Yilong once again ignited the furnace to concoct elixirs. Seeing Yilong's confidence, Hua Mainyang refrained from further admonitions, for each individual harbored their own secrets. Even though her heart was now entirely devoted to Yilong, she would never pry as long as he chose to remain silent. While others could produce dozens of spiritual elixirs from a single batch of materials, he had only managed to create 3. Though the potency was indeed remarkable, the waste of materials was undeniably excessive. However, did Yilong lack materials? Naturally not. Thus, upon witnessing Yilong once again produce a batch of returning spirit elixir materials from a century-old stock, yet still only yielding 3 elixirs with unique patterns, they were left utterly speechless. Yet, Yilong wore a face of uncontainable joy, for he had finally comprehended the reason behind the emergence of these patterns. Hua Mainyang wished to caution Yilong about the excess wastage of materials, especially considering those were all spiritual stones. What if in the end, there weren't enough to concoct the returning spirit elixirs for them? Wouldn't that be a grave miscalculation? However, Yilong was entirely absorbed in his thoughts, his lips stretching into a smile as he closed his eyes, reliving the process of executing the sealing spirit technique. Indeed, the formation of the pattern stemmed from his sealing spirit technique. The fact that he could only produce 3 returning spirit elixirs from a single batch of materials was also a result of his sealing spirit technique. He had not noticed this during the earlier process, but while concocting the second batch, his consciousness had clearly observed every detail. As the elixir liquid condensed, preparing to form into elixirs, at the very moment he executed the sealing spirit technique. The mass of liquid intended for condensation was instantaneously devoured and fused, ultimately resulting in the formation of 3 elixirs. During the execution of his sealing spirit technique, he distinctly sensed the rotation of the Rising Dragon technique within his upper dantian. Unexplainably, Yilong opened his eyes, and a milky white fireball appeared in his hand. Following that, an ice blade materialized, and finally, a small orb crackling with lightning emerged. Yilong's grin widened even further, akin to a thief who had just acquired a fortune, which prompted the 3 onlookers to furrow their brows in disapproval. Yilong's expression of secret delight was indeed enough to provoke an impulse to throw a punch. His speculation had been validated. The Rising Dragon technique was not merely a means to enhance his physical strength, defense, agility, and so forth. It could also augment his techniques. Moreover, the enhanced techniques not only boasted increased power but also possessed unique attributes. This meant that the sealing spirit technique he executed had mutated, and the fireball he conjured was also a variant. Seizing the moment while his hands were still warm, Yilong promptly reignited the furnace to concoct elixirs. He was now fully aware of the ratios for the returning spirit elixir, and all he needed to do was follow the procedure. Yilong did not believe in innate talent or natural gifts. He only believed that a diligent worker can grind an iron pestle into a needle, if only the hands are skilled. Thus, for the next month, whether Yilong was madly pursuing his craft was beyond Hua Mainyang and the others' comprehension. However, they were nearing madness themselves, especially when Yilong produced hundreds and even thousands of materials, including those over 1,000 years old. They were utterly flabbergasted. Just a single herb of 1,000-year vintage could exchange for tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones in the outside world. To witness Yilong repeatedly squander them was tantamount to wasting their very lives. Just 1,000-year-old herb was sufficient for them to procure materials for hundreds of returning spirit elixirs. Chapter 67. Mainyang desires wealth, but more so life. Yet, Hua Mainyang and the others remained unaware that within Yilong's eternal pine space, materials of 1,000-year vintage were now the baseline. The 100-year vintage materials had been entirely exhausted by Yilong. Although he had replanted new ones from spiritual herbs, they could not reach the 100-year standard in a short time. Thus, Yilong could only recalibrate the elixir ratios and utilize the 1,000-year vintage materials for alchemy. The higher the vintage, the more potent the spiritual energy contained, resulting in a greater yield of elixirs. As Yilong became familiar with the 1,000-year vintage materials, he revealed yet another batch that left the three in utter despair. 10,000 years. The trio was completely dumbfounded. After 2 months of alchemy, Yilong had become thoroughly adept at the craft. In truth, his hands were now remarkably skilled. He had concocted nearly 1,000 returning spirit elixirs, all featuring dragon-shaped patterns and classified as superlative-grade elixirs. One day, Yilong finally put away the alchemical furnace. For the past 2 months, he had remained seated in the dungeon, concocting elixirs, consuming returning spirit elixirs to restore his spiritual energy, and then continuing his work without moving an inch. The returning spirit elixirs he produced were incredibly potent, indeed, as Hua Mainyang had speculated, above supreme but below immortal. Moreover, with each consumption of the returning spirit elixir, not only was his spiritual energy replenished, but his cultivation also saw significant growth. The trio dared not interrupt, merely watching with eager eyes. The reason Yilong ceased his alchemical endeavors was that the furnace had cracked. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly continued. Little Yezi. The old eunuch and Tang Biao regarded Yilong as if he were an extraterrestrial. Only Hua Mainyang cautiously called out to him. Why? Yilong flashed a toothy grin, stretching his body. At last, I've mastered alchemy. Rest assured, I'll procure a better alchemical furnace and then concoct returning spirit elixirs for you. Hua Mainyang looked at Yilong with a face full of despair. Can you tell me where you obtained those materials? 10,000 years old. Do you realize how much a single 10,000-year spiritual herb is worth? It might not even be purchasable for hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. My heavens, you've squandered 323 of them. That must be millions. No, wait, billions of low-grade spiritual stones, you prodigal. Yilong stared in astonishment at the furious Hua Mainyang. You want them? Hua Mainyang shot him an angry glare, ready to continue chastising him for his reckless spending. Upon hearing his words, however, she immediately nodded vigorously like a chick pecking for grain. You want them, just say so. I have more. How many do you need? Yilong's casual remarks sent shockwaves through the hearts of the three, leaving them incredulous as they gazed at him. Hua Mainyang, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, looked at Yilong more. How many do you have? Yilong's expression shifted as he entered a daze, his consciousness drifting into the eternal pine space. Over the course of 3 months, the spiritual herbs in his eternal pine space aged a day for every 10 years. Now, the earliest batch he had planted consisted entirely of herbs over 10,000 years old. There were likely several tens of thousands of them. What? The trio's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Tens of thousands? Quickly tell us, where on earth did you get them? Hua Mainyang grasped the prison bars with urgency, her beautiful eyes reddening with agitation. Wai Yilong was startled by her frantic demeanor. It doesn't matter where I came from. That is not to be disclosed. If you desire the spirit herbs, I shall provide them, he declared. Hua Mainyang glared at Yilong with clenched teeth. You wasteful man. Those are mine. Mine. Did you hear that? You are forbidden from using those ancient spirit herbs for practice. If you dare to, I swear I will castrate you. Do you understand? Yilong felt a chill run down his legs and hurriedly nodded. I hear you. I hear you. Don't worry. We have plenty at home. Hua Mainyang shouted furiously. I told you not to use them. Not even a single one. All right, I won't use them. I won't use them. Please don't get agitated. Hua Mainyang's teeth were nearly shattered from grinding them in frustration, and she extended her delicate finger, pointing at Yilong. Let me tell you, if I catch you using those ancient spirit herbs for practice again, I can do anything, even resort to self-harm. Do you believe me? Yilong, now alarmed, replied, I believe. I will absolutely heed your words. I'll go get a pill furnace. With that, Yilong swiftly departed. It was then that he realized how greedy Hua Mainyang truly was. After all, it was merely ancient spirit herbs. Given enough time, he could procure not just one, but tens of thousands, even millions. However, recalling her fierce gaze that seemed ready to devour him whole, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. With a tiger lurking nearby, he dared not move. For the past 2 months, he had been refining pills. Although he had not focused solely on cultivation, he had still made significant progress. the circle of 9 dragon orbs surrounding his lower dantian was gradually shrinking. As expected, the mutation in his body indicated that reaching the golden core stage would require the fusion of all dragon orbs into one. Though he had clarified the sign of attaining the golden core stage, he was still uncertain about his current position within the Foundation Establishment stage. It is known that each realm is divided into the initial, middle, late, and peak stages. Ordinary cultivators possess distinct signs indicating their progression within these minor stages. Yet he remained oblivious. He had neither engaged in combat with others, nor had any clear indicators, relying solely on self-exploration. Wei Long was reluctant to confront battle, preferring to avoid it his entire life if possible. Matters that could be resolved with mere words should not require physical confrontation. Such actions waste energy, endanger lives, and contravene the harmony of heaven. Reasoned discourse was undoubtedly the most appropriate means of resolving conflicts. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Outer Affairs Hall and collected his supplies. His eyes then lingered on the mid-grade pill furnace, but the price was daunting. Over 10,000 spirit stones, far beyond his modest few hundred could afford. Hua Mainyong had mentioned that a single ancient spirit herb could fetch upwards of 100,000 spirit stones, causing Yilong to hesitate over whether to produce one. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. Given the rarity of ancient spirit herbs, if he, a mere inner disciple tasked with guarding a prison, were to produce one, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, particularly from Zhao Yijian, who would surely suspect him. This risk was one Yilong was not willing to take, so he begrudgingly haggled with the elder of the Outer Affairs Hall and purchased a low-grade pill furnace instead, spending 300 low-grade spirit stones. This experience sparked an interest in learning artifact refinement. Pill fire could be used not only for alchemy but also for crafting artifacts. However, most cultivators typically focused on mastering one discipline due to time constraints. Yet Yilong, as an immortal cultivator, could not afford to neglect artifact refinement. He intended to learn array formations, restrictions, talismans, and beast taming as well. Artifact refinement differs from pill refining. The flames used in artifact crafting are known as artifact fire, which operates on principles similar to pill fire, differing only in nomenclature. Chapter 68. The pill furnace explodes, the path ahead cut off. The steps of artifact refinement are quite simple. First, smelting materials. Second, shaping. Third, inscribing array formations. It is as straightforward as that. Yet, the most challenging step is inscribing the array formations. Upon returning to the dungeon, Yilong felt disheartened after listening to the elder's explanations. He couldn't even begin the first step due to the lack of materials, and materials require purchasing, which necessitates spirit stones. Thus, he shook his head and ceased pondering artifact refinement. He was not worthy. Nevertheless, he continued to learn the knowledge of inscribing array formations from the elder. Inscribing array formations on artifacts involves imprinting learned formations onto them. However, setting up array restrictions requires spirit stones and spiritual energy. Inscribing array formations on artifacts necessitates unique hand seals and compressing the formations to a specific ratio, the difficulty of which is evident. The power of an artifact is determined by the materials used and the array formations inscribed upon it. The higher the quality of the artifact, the more array formations it contains, and the better the materials, the more formations can be inscribed. Artifact levels are similarly classified into 4 grades: top grade, upper grade, middle grade, and low grade. After imparting the foundational knowledge of artifact refinement, the elder spoke earnestly. Whether it be artifacts or pills, they are merely external possessions. You must understand the importance of moderation, especially with pills. The more you consume, the greater the impurities within your body. Excessive impurities will continually compress your cultivation limits. This revelation struck Yilong like a bolt of lightning. He recalled how, after consuming qi-condensing pills and foundation establishment pills, he had expelled numerous filthy substances. So these impurities were indeed the result of the pills. But why had he not experienced this after consuming his own refined recovery pills? Could it be due to the superior quality of his self-made recovery pills? Yilong mused internally, concluding that this must be the case. Now, for his foundation establishment phase, he had mastered the ratios for concocting recovery pills using materials aged 100 years, 1,000 years, and even 10,000 years. Next, he would concoct the revitalizing pill. ASA pill designed to restore golden core cultivation. Its ingredients were all highly infused with spiritual energy, especially one of the primary ingredients. The Zahesh, which shares its name with the Zahesh, meaning human placenta. Thus, the appearance of Zahesh is quite peculiar. It resembles a walnut kernel but is golden yellow and is not small pieces but rather the size of a palm. To the untrained eye, it might be mistaken for a pickled human brain. As Yilong prepared to refine pills once more, Hua Mainyang eagerly cautioned, "Don't rush, take your time. Start with the 100-year herbs." Yilong, glancing at the herbs before him, assured Hua Mainyang with a reassuring glance, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing, and you needn't worry about the herbs. I have plenty." Hua Mainyang nervously shook her head. "Try not to waste any. Just one successful batch will suffice." Wai Yilong felt exasperated. At that moment, the elder also watched him anxiously. "Little Yi, listen to the shopkeeper. Don't waste. One batch is enough." Wai Yilong clicked his tongue, ready to retort, but then realized the absurdity of the situation, chuckling at the three of them, who looked on with eager anticipation. "Don't be nervous. Even if I successfully refine it, none of you can eat it right now. If anyone finds out, it will be troublesome." The three pondered this and, realizing the truth in his words, their previously tense emotions inexplicably settled. They began to contemplate their future paths. Wai Yilong, undeterred by their thoughts, directly ignited the furnace for pill refining. Wait. Just as Yilong unleashed the pill fire, he retracted it, looking quizzically at Tang Biao. "You haven't worshipped your master yet." Tang Biao's words immediately reminded the others, who began clamoring, "Yes, little Yi, quickly pay respects to your master. Otherwise, the pill refining won't go smoothly. Little Yi, I want to eat pig trotters. Roasted pig trotters are what you said are good for beauty and health." Hua Mainyang eagerly swallowed and made her suggestion. Wai Yilong stared at the three in disbelief. "What about you? What do you want to eat?" The elder chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "I haven't seen the sun in a while. I feel my bones getting chilly. A bit of dog meat and some soup would be best." Wai Yilong regarded the elder with disdain before turning to Tang Biao. "I want to eat chicken." Yilong was taken aback, looking at Tang Biao's expressionless face with suspicion. "Why do you always want to eat chicken? Don't you know that cooking chicken takes a lot of effort and energy?" The three looked at Yilong in confusion. "Is cooking chicken really that difficult?" Hua Mainyang asked curiously. "Of course. If you haven't done it, you wouldn't know," Yilong replied irritably, inadvertently making Hua Mainyang feel a bit guilty. "Don't be angry. Once I get out, I'll cook chicken." Wai Yilong's eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply, realizing the inappropriate phrasing, hastily waving his hands. "No. If you dare to cook chicken, I will break your legs." Having spoken, Yilong swiftly departed, leaving the three individuals in a state of bewilderment, exchanging confused glances, unable to comprehend his intentions. After paying homage to the master that Yilong had willingly accepted, and under the glistening gaze of the three who were indulging in sumptuous delicacies, Yilong embarked on the formal path of concocting the revival elixir. For Yilong, who was already thoroughly versed in the art of alchemy, the sole dilemma lay in the precise ratio of the medicinal liquids. Fortunately, he had a rough idea regarding the proportions. For instance, in the case of the revival elixir, the difference between the ratios for medicinal liquids aged 100 years and those aged 1,000 years was negligible, albeit the primary ingredient's liquid requirement had significantly increased. Similarly, when utilizing 10,000-year-old herbs to craft the revival elixir, the main ingredient constituted an even larger proportion. Thus, one could tentatively deduce the liquid ratios for herbs aged 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years when formulating the revival elixir. Consequently, Yilong commenced by augmenting the ratio of the primary ingredient's liquid. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory, resulting in the alchemical furnace exploding. This left both Yilong and the three others utterly perplexed. Despite having experienced failures in concocting the revival elixir before, he had never encountered an explosion of the furnace. Yet, the failure in creating the revival elixir had indeed obliterated even the inferior-grade alchemical furnace. The four gathered together, munching on offerings while speculating the cause. Could it be the ratio of the medicinal liquids was incorrect? The old eunuch inquired tentatively. Wai Yilong shook his head in response. If the ratio were off, It shouldn't have resulted in an explosion. You've all witnessed the numerous failures I've had with the revival elixir, yet never have I seen the furnace explode. The occurrence of an explosion could easily be explained as a failure of the furnace itself. Perhaps we should try using a medium-grade one, suggested Hua Mainyang with a furrowed brow. The old eunuch and Tang Biao nodded in agreement. However, Yilong sighed in resignation. I did wish to purchase one today, but the medium-grade alchemical furnace from the Foreign Affairs Hall costs 10,000 spirit stones. Where am I to find such a sum? Did you not visit the market? Chapter 69. The time of cultivation is fleeting. Do not wait idly, lest you turn gray. Near every sect, there exists a small market, established against the backdrop of each sect. Originally intended for sects to exchange cultivation resources with other sects or rogue cultivators. It has since evolved into a bustling marketplace within the realm of cultivation. Over time, this unique background has given rise to 6 major markets within the cultivation world, with the 6 major sects becoming the largest merchants in this sphere. Upon hearing Hua Mainyang mention the market, Yilong immediately shook his head, his expression darkening. After exchanging glances, the three understood the worries weighing on Yilong's heart. Xiao Yezi, you need not be so fearful. Selling a piece of Millennium Spirit Herb should pose no significant problem. Your hesitance will hinder your ambitions, the old eunuch advised earnestly. Yet, Yilong snorted dismissively. That's easy for you to say. I am the one facing the consequences if things go awry. Hua Mainyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this isn't merely a matter of hesitation. It concerns one's very life. Given that you are working in the prison daily, suddenly producing a piece of Millennium Spirit Herb would raise suspicions. If no one notices, that would be fortunate. But if that brood above finds out, the consequences are unimaginable. The old eunuch stared in amazement at the couple who were so in sync. Then sighed in resignation. The shopkeeper speaks wisely. It seems I was overly reckless. After they spoke, they watched as Yilong dejectedly exited the dungeon. Hua Mainyang called out to him, but he did not respond. Yilong felt a profound sense of disappointment. If he truly had no means to acquire spirit stones, it would be more bearable, at least freeing him from such thoughts. However, the reality of possessing an immense fortune yet being too afraid to exchange it for spirit stones was infinitely more disheartening. It was akin to having the alluring Hua Mainyang standing before him, completely unclothed, yet being utterly restrained. The feelings of frustration and inner turmoil Yilong experienced were beyond mere words. He had considered the old eunuch's proposal long ago, but ultimately refrained from taking the risk for the sake of his own life. Hua Mainyang, feeling sympathetic, understood his timid nature and wished to shield him from harm, which was why she countered the old eunuch. Yet, it was precisely Hua Mainyang's concern that made him acutely aware of his own inadequacy as a man. If he could not ensure the safety of the woman he loved, nor protect those he wished to defend, what worth did he have? While longevity is undoubtedly precious, if one merely seeks to preserve their own life through evasion and concealment, what meaning does such existence hold? Yilong suddenly clicked his tongue, realizing the contradiction. Longevity is one thing, while evasion is another. Yet the root of all this lies within his own strength. If his strength were inadequate, he had no choice but to hide, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. However, should his strength increase, what would he have to fear? He decided to postpone alchemy and focus instead on enhancing his power. At present, he had enough revival elixirs at his disposal. If he did not enhance his strength now, when would he? Moreover, he had already devised a solution for Hua Mainyang and the others' lifespan issues. The only thing lacking was strength. Once he attained sufficient power, restoring their cultivation levels through alchemy would merely be a matter of time, with no need for undue haste. Furthermore, even if he were to concoct the revival elixir now, the three of them would be unable to consume it. Resolute in his decision, Yilong devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Previously, while refining the alchemical flame, he inadvertently fused the Yang Spirit Pearl and the Fire Spirit Pearl in his upper dantian, resulting in a significant surge in his cultivation. However, this had also caused damage to the upper dantian's pearl, which had yet to fully recover. The pearl within the upper dantian was quite unique. It was specifically designated for cultivating the ascending dragon technique. His progress in this technique had stagnated at the second layer for over half a year. Initially, as his cultivation increased, it had begun to advance steadily. Yet, following the injury, it had remained in a state of healing. Yilong carefully observed that within the pearl in his upper dantian, there was liquid swirling about. However, he was uncertain about the nature of the energy cultivated within. Was it spiritual energy? It did not quite fit that description. Was it the essence of the sun and moon? That too seemed inaccurate. The substance cultivated by the pearl in his upper dantian resembled something he generated himself. It absorbed spiritual energy. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. And even when operating the ascending dragon technique, it could produce its own energy. The cloud ascending true immortal technique was indeed a top-tier method, allowing the 9 pearls in his lower dantian to circulate and absorb spiritual energy at a speed comparable to that of an aircraft. The revival elixir, brimming with immense spiritual energy, vanished within moments in his abdomen. Yilong could not afford to be negligent. He conjured another revival elixir and swallowed it down. The time of cultivation is fleeting. Do not wait idly, lest you turn gray. The heavens can be mended, the seas can be filled, the southern mountains can be moved. The days and months pass and cannot be relived. Yilong stood tall at the mountain peak, feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy within him, letting out a soft sigh. 30 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. The foundation was solidly established, yet the ascending dragon technique remained stagnant at the second layer. Over these 30 years, he had consumed 3 drops of the everlasting pine spirit liquid, yet still could not break through to the third layer of the ascending dragon technique. Nevertheless, he had amassed 30 longevity peaches, each promising an additional 10,000 years of life. During these 30 years, he had already reached a state of perfected foundation establishment. However, lacking the Xianling Dan, he had aspired to rely solely on his own accumulation to break into the golden core stage. Yet, after all these years, he felt that his accumulation should be sufficient to break through, yet every attempt had ended in failure. The merging of the 9 pearls into one proved to be more difficult than he had imagined. The pearl aiding the ascending dragon technique in his upper dantian had helped him fuse only those pearls with closely related spiritual roots, such as the water spirit pearl and the ice spirit pearl, as well as the Yin spirit pearl. However, the remaining pearls corresponding to the elements of wind, earth, and metal, even with the assistance of the ascending dragon technique, could not be combined. He understood the principles of the 5 elements mutual generation and restriction. Yet he could not apply them to his situation. His inner body contained not only the 5 elemental pearls but also mutated 3 spirit pearls, along with the inexplicable Yang and Yin spirit pearls. He even had a premonition that even with the Xianling Dan, he would still be unable to enter the golden core stage. This was not mere speculation but stemmed from the intuition of a greatly accomplished practitioner in the foundation establishment stage. Thus, for all these years, Yilong had been attempting to rely on his own accumulation to break through to the golden core stage. Yet, reality proved to be harsh. Fortunately, after 30 years, he had accumulated enough spirit stones to purchase a medium-grade alchemical furnace. With this medium-grade furnace, he could concoct both the revival elixir and the Xianling Dan. Although he felt the Xianling Dan would be of no use to him, he still wished to give it a try. After all, one could never tell what might happen, right? Throughout these 30 years, Yilong had not set foot in the dungeon once, fearing that Hua Mainyang would disrupt his focus. However, when he joyfully embraced the medium-grade alchemical furnace and brought a multitude of sizzling offerings into the dungeon, he was instantly struck dumb. Chapter 70. The time of youth fleets, revealing the longevity peach. The dungeon remained unchanged, yet the people within had undergone a profound transformation. Upon seeing his beloved Hua Mainyang, Yilong almost doubted whether he had entered the correct dungeon. If not for the belongings she used being those he had personally brought, he would have suspected Zhao Yijian had imprisoned a different person altogether. Shopkeeper? Hua Mainyang sat languidly on the hay, leaning against the railing, lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing a voice that resonated with profound familiarity, she was jolted back to reality. Her gaze immediately shifted towards the entrance of the dungeon. The moment she beheld the figure she recognized so well, she trembled and rose unsteadily to her feet. Then, recalling something, she spun around in terror. "Do not come near. Please do not approach." However, Yilong, in a state of desperate urgency, reached the cell and beheld the conditions of the other two individuals. There lay Tang Biao, who once bore a face devoid of expression. Now, his features were etched with deep wrinkles, and his hair was completely white. Even his eyebrows had turned gray. Upon hearing Hua Mainyang's voice, he slightly opened his murky old eyes and gazed toward Yilong, yet it seemed as though he could not discern clearly. His seated form leaned slightly forward, and with a raspy voice filled with confusion, he inquired, "Who are you?" Yilong stared incredulously at this scene, then turned his attention to the old eunuch, who lay on the hay, already gasping for breath. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion resembling that of wax. "Master, what has happened?" Hua Mainyang, with her aged body turned away from Yilong, trembled and convulsed with silent sobs. "Little Yezi Wu, you must leave, please go. I do not wish for you to witness my current state." At that moment, Tang Biao seemed to finally recognize the person before him. He extended his frail arm and beckoned to Yilong. "Cough, cough, little Yezi. My time is short, hence my condition." Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the aged Tang Biao. Was it not said there were still 100 years left? How could it have deteriorated so in merely 30 years? "Little Yezi, please, return, will you? I do not wish for you to see me like this. I beg of you, please." Hua Mainyang's voice, now hoarse and frail, carried a tone of pleading, pain, and an indescribable sense of regret. A century was merely our rough estimate. While golden core cultivators are said to possess lifespans extending into the thousands, there remains no precise measure. Each cultivator's realm dictates their lifespan. When we first entered the golden core stage, our powers were eradicated. To live for over 900 years is already a significant achievement. Tang Biao trembled as he explained. Wai Yilong urgently pointed at the old eunuch. "What about him? Is he still alive?" Tang Biao nodded. "He lives, but his time is also running short." With a sigh, Tang Biao lamented. Yilong took a deep breath, gazing at Hua Mainyang, who still faced away from him. "Mainyang, do not fear. It is merely a matter of lifespan. Just wait." With that, Yilong, under the curious gazes of Tang Biao and the slightly turned Hua Mainyang, produced a peach. He then approached the old eunuch, observing his tightly closed eyes. Wai Yilong pried open the old eunuch's mouth and placed a piece of peach flesh within. The old eunuch unconsciously began to chew. In no time, Yilong had fed the entire peach into the old eunuch's mouth. Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao stared in astonishment. Before their eyes, the old eunuch, once pale as wax, suddenly regained a rosy complexion and opened his eyes. Awakening from his stupor, his features returned to their former state, and his spirit appeared remarkably invigorated. Upon seeing Yilong, the old eunuch incredulously began to feel his own body. He even reached down to his lower regions. Shaking his head with a sigh, Wai Yilong's eyelids twitched violently. "How do you feel?" The old eunuch grinned, his teeth gleaming. "Good. Exceedingly good. Splendid. Little Yezi, what exactly did you feed me?" Yilong tossed the peach pit to the old eunuch. "Find a way to consume this as well." Without a second thought, the old eunuch took the pit, crushed it into powder, and swallowed it whole. Witnessing this, Hua Mainyang and Tang Biao were immediately filled with excitement. Yilong stepped forward and grasped Hua Mainyang's frail hand tightly. The deep wrinkles on her face were evident, yet traces of her former beauty still lingered. "Little Yezi, what kind of peach is this? It can actually extend one's lifespan?" Hua Mainyang gazed at Yilong, utterly astonished. The other two also awaited an answer with curiosity. "Eat first. This matter must remain confidential, understood?" Yilong handed another peach to Hua Mainyang. Simultaneously stating this, upon hearing Yilong's insistence on secrecy, the trio promptly fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. After all, anything capable of extending one's lifespan was not just shocking to them. It would undoubtedly be a highly coveted treasure throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, a single peach like this could incite a storm of bloodshed across the entire cultivation world. After providing Tang Biao with a peach as well, all three regained their former appearances. They felt a surge of vitality like never before. Even better than before. "Little Yezi, how much lifespan can this peach truly add?" After consuming the pit, Hua Mainyang, feeling the overwhelming vitality coursing through her body and the unparalleled smoothness of her skin, was filled with shock and disbelief. It can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. The three gasped in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. 10,000. Can it really extend it by that much? Yilong quickly hushed the old eunuch. Instantly, the three fell silent. This is my greatest secret. It must not be spoken of, not even a hint. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with gratitude. Little Yilong, from now on, I shall serve only you and the master. This life is yours to command. Whenever you wish to take it, I shall not object. The old eunuch fell to his knees, pledging his loyalty. Meanwhile, Tang Biao also knelt on one knee. Though I may feel reluctant, I am not ungrateful. I shall never speak of your affairs with the master. This life, you may take at any time. I only wish to protect the master. Hua Manyang wept openly as she gazed at Yilong. Master. Yilong's heart soared with joy. A smile crept onto his face as he realized Hua Manyang began to refer to him as master. Was it not? Quickly, rise. From now on, I shall be your master, while my wife shall remain your master. We are all one family, and we must live well. The road ahead is long, and if you wish to demonstrate your loyalty, let it be shown in the years to come. I must inform you both, there are not many of these peaches left. Should anyone wish to abandon life, I shall not intervene. Chapter 71. The Golden Core Path is enchanting. Upon hearing Yilong's words, the old eunuch was moved to tears, repeatedly wiping his face, as if the tears would never cease. Why, Princess is the youngest, and the one most cherished by the emperor in her youth. I have served her my entire life, and now with you by her side, even if I must die, I can meet the late emperor. Saying this, the old eunuch broke down in tears. Why Yilong's willingness to share the life-extending spirit peach revealed his deep-seated regard for the trio, treating them as family. Such trust and sincerity moved them profoundly. Tang Biao knelt once more. From now on, I shall obey only the master's commands. Lacking material possessions, he offered his life, pleading for the master not to scorn him. Yilong hurried forward to assist the kneeling Tang Biao. I have said we are all family, no distinctions among us. There is no need for this. No, master, from now on, you are my head of family, and I shall honor you as such. That I hope you will cherish me in the days to come. Hua Manyang offered a graceful bow, leaving Yilong deeply moved. What does it mean for a toad to feast upon a swan's flesh? What does it mean for a goddess to kneel before one? This is it. As long as there is longevity, any wish can be fulfilled. After a while, as the trio composed themselves, Yilong brought forth the plan to concoct the revitalizing elixir once more. The three now brimmed with confidence. With a lifespan of 10,000 years and Yilong's ability to craft elixirs, under such favorable conditions, if they could not survive, then they truly deserved their fate. Time was of the essence now. Should the revitalizing elixir be successfully concocted, they would have to flee. Why Yilong stated with a grave expression. The trio nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Yijin is aware that our lifespans are dwindling. If he discovers our vitality has returned, he will undoubtedly take ruthless action. By then, we will have no chance to escape. The old eunuch concurred, equally concerned. Hua Manyang furrowed her brow. But if we escape, where shall we go? Although the Yunlan continent is vast, we cannot evade the search of the 6 great sects. If captured, just as the three deliberated anxiously, a cold voice echoed, the secret realm. They turned in unison to regard the now impassive Tang Biao. The old eunuch pondered briefly, his resolve hardening. Indeed, we can only seek refuge in the secret realm. As long as we enter the Yunlan's secret realm, even if the 6 great sects mobilize, they will find it difficult to locate us. Furthermore, the dangers within the secret realm are numerous. Even nascent soul experts must tread cautiously. Where is the secret realm? Yilong inquired, puzzled that it lies at the very heart of the Yunlan continent. Why Yilong was taken aback. Isn't that where the Loose Cultivator Alliance resides? Indeed, it is precisely within the realm of the Scattered Cultivators Alliance. Yilong nodded in realization, and then, with a hint of worry, remarked, time, alas, is what we lack the most. If you could break through to the nascent soul stage, we would have no reason to fear them. The old eunuch, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle, saying, "Master, we have plenty of time. With that spirit peach of yours that can extend our lifespan by millennia, not only can we reach the nascent soul stage, but we could also confidently aim for the tribulation stage. Moreover, the secret realm is brimming with spiritual energy, and treasures abound, with elixirs and miraculous medicines in abundance. As long as we can seize those opportunities, reaching the nascent soul stage will merely be a matter of a moment." Tang Biao, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. Seeing the confidence of the three, Yilong felt his own spirits lift. "Very well, let us pay homage to our master and begin refining elixirs." The eyes of the three sparkled with excitement. Why Yilong, not minding the effort, specially prepared beggar's chicken for Tang Biao, and roasted whole lamb and suckling pig for Hua Meinyang and the old eunuch. After paying homage to their master, the three indulged in a grand feast. Once their hunger was satisfied, Yilong, under the eager gazes of the trio, ignited the furnace to refine elixirs. For Yilong, alchemy had become second nature. However, after the first batch of medicinal liquid was proportioned, there was no explosion of the furnace amidst their tense anticipation, which brought them immense relief, as long as there were no explosions. They believed that with Yilong's abundant materials, he would eventually be able to concoct the revitalization pill. Possessing the revitalization pill to restore his own spiritual energy allowed Yilong to tirelessly engage in alchemy without rest. This both intrigued and silenced the three, who refrained from inquiring. Ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to engage in continuous alchemy due to the depletion of their spiritual awareness. Yet, Yilong not only felt no such depletion, but in fact, appeared even more invigorated by the process. The surprises Yilong provided them were already plentiful, and his secret had become theirs to share. After 6 months, following countless proportions, Yilong finally succeeded in refining the revitalization pill, which was still made from century-old herbs and bore unique pill patterns. The three were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears as they gazed at the mere 3 revitalization pills in Yilong's hand. Just enough for each of them. However, merely possessing the revitalization pills was insufficient. They also required an exceedingly rich environment of spiritual energy. The conditions of the prison fell short, but Yilong presented each of them with 10 revitalization pills. Although these pills were typically used by foundation establishment cultivators to enhance their cultivation and restore spiritual energy, due to Yilong's mutated alchemical effects, the potency of the revitalization pills had multiplied beyond measure. For cultivators at the golden core stage, they would surely suffice. Furthermore, with Yilong providing 10 revitalization pills at once, he would also stand guard to protect them. Should they require more, he could readily supply them. With all preparations complete, the three settled cross-legged on the ground, gazing steadfastly at the revitalization pills and the 10 revitalization pills before them, resolutely consuming the revitalization pills first. Hua Meinyang, her eyes filled with deep affection, cast a lingering glance at Yilong, understanding her unspoken sentiment. Yilong nodded vigorously in response, assuring her he would wait for her. Seeing Yilong's affirmative reply, Hua Meinyang cast aside her reservations and promptly placed a revitalization pill into her cherry-like mouth. Yilong anxiously observed her state, barely able to glance at the other two. In an instant, a whirlpool erupted throughout the entire dungeon. Yilong's expression shifted, and he promptly panicked. Fortunately, the three quickly reached for the prepared revitalization pills and swallowed them all. The whirlpool gradually subsided, and Yilong could only anxiously await, unsure if Zhao Yijian would be alerted. Moments passed, and as the three finished the revitalization pills, they still did not open their eyes. Yilong hurriedly supplied them with more. He had personally experienced the formidable energy contained within the revitalization pills. Yet even so, despite consuming 10 each, they still could not condense their former golden core. This clearly illustrated the terrifying extent of the spiritual energy contained within a golden core grandmaster. Indeed, the path of cultivation presents one hurdle after another, never without its challenges. Fortunately, Yilong had an abundance of revitalization pills. As time ticked away, each of the three consumed over 100 revitalization pills. Afterward, they fell into a deep meditative state, unresponsive. Yilong transitioned from initial anxiety to eventual numbness, and now, to a sense of boredom. He was uncertain how much longer it would take for them to awaken. Thus, he began to closely observe the meditating Hua Mainyang. The more he gazed, the more he admired her, and his yearning intensified. Hua Mainyang's beauty was extraordinary, especially as she gradually regained her cultivation. Her aura became imbued with an ethereal quality, reminiscent of an exalted celestial being. Her porcelain-like face, exquisitely beautiful yet dignified, exuded an elegant charm coupled with an air of aloofness. This deeply entranced Yilong, ensnaring him in an inescapable allure. Her figure was so enchanting that Yilong couldn't help but wish to hold her close, longing to spend a lifetime in her embrace. As if entranced, Yilong propped his chin on his hands, captivated by Hua Mainyang. From this day forth, she would be his wife, and he would no longer seek the company of other maidens. He envisioned their wedding night and the days they would share together, even contemplating names for their children and grandchildren. Time flowed like a tranquil stream, its clear waters resonating with melodious sounds. It traversed mountains, canyons, bustling cities, and desolate wastelands, meandering through fragrant groves and grassy fields where butterflies danced. Along its journey, time encountered countless experiences and trials. It bore no sentiments, yet eroded the youth of all. However, some things grow ever richer with the passage of time. Like fine wine, captivating and timeless in the blink of an eye, 3 years had swiftly passed. The three within the dungeon remained as motionless as statues, seemingly frozen in time. Were it not for the surges of spiritual energy, Yilong might have doubted if they had become vegetative. Over these 3 years, Yilong had learned to refine numerous thousand mysterious pills, which were designed to enhance cultivation and restore spiritual energy at the golden core stage. Additionally, he had crafted Xianling pills, meant for those at the foundation establishment stage to break through to the golden core stage. Yilong attempted to consume one himself, but as he had anticipated, it was of no use. Subsequently, he ceased his alchemical endeavors and patiently awaited the awakening of the 3.1 day. The sun shone brightly. The sky was a deep azure, and clouds were scarce, presenting a clear and serene vista. Yilong, unable to bear the confines of the dungeon any longer, ventured outside for some fresh air. Just as he was about to express his elation, he sensed a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy within the dungeon. His heart raced as he hurried back inside. Indeed, the three had simultaneously opened their eyes. "How is it? Have you recovered?" Hua Mainyang looked at Yilong with joy. Nodding vigorously, "Not only have I recovered, but my cultivation has also advanced significantly. We have now reached the late golden core stage. With a few more decades of accumulation, we should be able to break through to the nascent soul stage." The old eunuch radiated a fierce aura, reminiscent of the first time he had met Yilong. Meanwhile, Tang Biao, sword in hand, spoke coldly. "I am also at the late golden core stage. The nascent soul stage is within reach." Yilong, with a dry swallow of excitement, turned eagerly to Hua Mainyang, still holding her hand. "What about you? What is your cultivation level, master?" "Guess." Yilong was taken aback, staring at the playful smile on Hua Mainyang's face. Momentarily rendered speechless, she delicately placed her jade-like finger on Yilong's brow, teasingly saying, "Silly, can't you see enough? I'll let you see every day from now on. All right?" Yilong's throat tightened as he nodded fervently. "Ahem, I am now a mid-golden core grandmaster. Master, you must strive to keep up with my progress." Yilong was overjoyed, gazing at Hua Mainyang with delight. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged warm glances at the couple. "Let us go. We must leave at once." Yilong, brimming with impatience, felt the urgency of their situation. The barrier between him and Hua Mainyang was particularly vexing. Upon hearing this, the three immediately adopted serious expressions. "Master, do not rush. Let us discuss this matter first." Yilong, growing increasingly anxious, paced back and forth. "What is there to discuss? I can break this formation right now. No, why the haste? It's not as if we are pressed for time." Suddenly, Yilong felt a sharp pinch on his arm from Hua Mainyang, causing him to gasp in surprise. "All right, my dear, I'll listen to you. Let go, let go." Hua Mainyang finally released Yilong, casting him a sharp, disdainful glance. "Look at your impatient demeanor. It is truly—" Yilong managed a bitter smile, pursing his lips, fully aware that he could not voice the unsavory thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, the old eunuch beside them laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Wai Long exchanged a knowing glance with the old eunuch, falling into a contemplative silence as they began to strategize an escape. Yet, amidst their discussions, Yilong found himself distracted, stealing glances at Hua Mainyang, who frequently rewarded him with a beautiful eye roll. Just then, a voice echoed from outside, "Why ye shitty, ye shitty." The tone was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a lark song. Hua Mainyang regarded Yilong with suspicion. He quickly replied, "I'm here. I will be out shortly. Please wait." He then explained to the wary Hua Mainyang, "This is a senior brother and sister I met at Shangqing sect. They are quite decent. I will return to elaborate later." As he attempted to leave, Hua Mainyang seized his arm, her expression icy. "If you dare to flirt with another woman, I will ensure you are left without descendants." Yilong felt a chill run down his spine and hastily tried to soothe her. Reluctantly, Hua Mainyang allowed him to exit the dungeon, where he walked out, clicking his tongue in disbelief at her possessiveness. Indeed, he found her jealousy endearing. It was a sign of her affection. He stepped outside, feeling quite delighted. Over the 30 years of his cultivation, Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger often visited him for a feast. Forging a close bond among the three, this pair of siblings had admirable personalities and were refreshingly compatible with him. Wan Linger, with her innocent charm, and Zhuang Xiuxian, seasoned and wise yet honest, made for delightful companions. Consequently, Yilong had often managed to extract various useful tidbits from them, such as foundational manuals on refining tools, a compendium of talismans, and basic diagrams of formations and restrictions. Upon exiting the dungeon, Yilong spotted the lively Wan Linger standing nearby, with a somewhat disheartened Zhuang Xiuxian behind her, struggling under the weight of a large black bear. Wai Yilong incredulously pointed at Wan Linger. "You are quite the mischievous one, ye shitty," Wan Linger teased, sticking out her delicate tongue as Zhuang Xiuxian unceremoniously dropped the bear to the ground. "Please refrain from speaking of peculiar delicacies. I fear one day Linger might ask me to slay the guardian beast of the mountain." Zhuang Xiuxian lamented. Wai Yilong chuckled, dismissing the banter as he began to dissect the black bear. "Here you go, ye shitty, the beast compendium you requested. It contains a variety of creatures. Take a look and see which ones are delectable." Wan Linger chimed, presenting a jade slip and bouncing over to Yilong's side. "Thank you, senior sister Wan. I will study it later." His casual remark caused Zhuang Xiuxian to visibly flinch, silently pleading with Yilong through his gaze. Yilong responded with a reassuring look, allowing Zhuang Xiuxian to exhale deeply. However, Yilong's next question caused Zhuang Xiuxian's expression to shift dramatically. "What type of beast guards our sect?" Zhuang Xiuxian persistently signaled Yilong with his eyes. But Yilong remained oblivious, engrossed in his task. Wan Linger promptly elaborated. "The guardian beast of Shangqing sect is a golden core-level gorilla, towering several zhang with muscles rippling and beady green eyes. Quite formidable indeed." This was a direct quote from Wan Linger, followed by a question that made Zhuang Xiuxian's heart race. "Why ye shitty? Did you not mention that the more muscular a beast, the more tender its meat?" "You mean?" Zhuang Xiuxian could no longer contain his frustration and admonished, "Wan Linger, that is the guardian beast. If the sect leader finds out..." Yilong merely smiled, remaining silent while Wan Linger playfully chimed in. "Oh, brother, I was only jesting. Besides, that gorilla is so hefty. A little cut won't matter." Zhuang Xiuxian's eyes widened in disbelief, his finger pointing accusingly at the capricious Wan Linger. "This is your final warning. If you dare to entertain thoughts of the guardian beast, I will immediately inform your father." Realizing Zhuang Xiuxian was genuinely angry, Wan Linger quickly shifted tactics, pouting, all right, I won't say another word." Yet Zhuang Xiuxian remained unconvinced, growling, "With the myriad treasures in the world, you can have anything but the guardian beast. Even if your father takes the blame, the sect leader will not spare you." After a series of pleas and assurances from Wan Linger, Zhuang Xiuxian's ire finally subsided. Wan Linger's father was an elder at Shangqing sect, which allowed her considerable leeway. Even Zhao Yijin found it challenging to rein her in, often resorting to allowing her whims. Fortunately, Zhuang Xiuxian kept her antics in check. Otherwise, the sect would have descended into chaos long ago. Yet, just as Zhuang Xiuxian's anger dissipated, Wan Linger proposed another outlandish idea that nearly sent him into a frenzy. Brother, since you claim you can procure anything, let us head to the beast-taming sect and acquire the Crimson Flame Golden Tiger. Zhuang Xiuxian's teeth ground together in frustration. Wan Linger. His furious shout startled her, causing her to hide behind Yilong. Ha ha, brother, come and catch me, Wan Linger teased, knowing full well she was merely provoking him. Hours later, both Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger left the dungeon, their faces gleaming with satisfaction after a sumptuous meal. Yilong, carrying the remaining bear meat, re-entered the dungeon. Well, did you have a delightful feast with the little sister? Hua Mainyang greeted him with a sarcastic tone. As a cultivator, spending hours at the table is quite laughable. If your vitality is lacking, just say the word, and I shall prepare a tonic to keep you entertained for 7 days and nights. Yilong sighed, distributing bear meat to the ever-silent old eunuch and Tang Biao. He intended to inform Hua Mainyang about his senior brother and sister, Zhuang Xiuxian and Wan Linger, who merely sought a snack and were not as nefarious as she suspected I am nefarious. Do you dare accuse me of such? If your character were more upright, would I even entertain those thoughts? Hua Mainyang's indignation flared, her demeanor becoming fierce. Fine, fine, I concede. I am indeed nefarious. Let us eat, and then we can discuss our escape plan. I want to eat. Hua Mainyang huffed, turning her back to him and leaning against the bars. Yilong, exasperated, stepped forward to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Her form was soft. Do not be capricious. I was there for my first time, and you must reward me later. Hua Mainyang rolled her eyes but no longer feigned anger. In truth, she had never been upset. She merely sought to establish her authority with Yilong from the beginning. Clearing her throat, she quietly remarked, You think you're the only one. I wasn't a novice either. Get lost, get lost. Yilong was taken aback, then elated at the revelation that this old enchantress was still a maiden. It filled him with unexpected joy. Ha ha, splendid. Let us eat heartily so we can make our escape. As they turned to serious matters, their expressions grew solemn. We shall proceed as previously discussed, heading directly towards the secret realm. Hua Mainyang decisively outlined their escape route, and the others nodded in agreement, as Yilong was unfamiliar with the continent and could not offer better insights or suggestions. After their meal, the most crucial moment arrived. Their ability to escape hinged on whether Yilong could decipher the array restrictions of the prison. If he failed, their plans were futile. The three stood in the cell, their nerves taut at this moment. They had all regained their golden core cultivation, their powers surging. Once they broke free from their confines, they would surely soar to the heavens. Yilong could not help but entertain a rogue thought. What if this old witch refused to recognize him once they escaped? But he quickly dismissed it. Hua Mainyang was not that kind of person. Was she? With a tumultuous mind, Yilong pressed his hands against the prison's array. Observing the eagerly expectant Hua Mainyang, he gently closed his eyes and began to channel the rising dragon technique, focusing on the dragon pearl in his upper dantian. When his dantian had been sealed by those from the evil sect, it was the rising dragon technique's pearl that had come to his aid. He believed it could assist him again. Moments later, he was proven right. He felt a surge of power. Yilong's eyes widened as he rapidly channeled the rising dragon technique. The spirit energy contained within the prison's array was steadily drawn into the dragon pearl in his upper dantian. However, as time passed, the four were taken by surprise. Yilong seemed to merge with the array itself, becoming completely still, even closing his eyes and losing his ability to speak. Hua Mainyang scrutinized Yilong's expression as if she were standing in a trance. When she relayed this situation to the old eunuch and Tang Biao, the two exchanged puzzled glances, utterly befuddled. Soon, the three of them were left completely dumbfounded. Days turned into weeks, and as half a month slipped by, Yilong remained unresponsive, his hands firmly pressed against the formation's restraints, utterly motionless. The formation flickered with light, reminding them that it still held its power. At this point, the trio was thoroughly at a loss. Should I give him a light slap? Hua Mainyang tentatively suggested to the old eunuch. The old eunuch immediately shook his head, saying, That's not advisable, my lady. The current realm of cultivation is vastly different from that of the Yun Kingdom. Many formations and restrictions are dissimilar, and injuring the master could lead to dire consequences. Hua Mainyang, anxious and restless, paced the confines of the cell. However, this state of affairs was not sustainable. They were utterly in the dark about Yilong's condition. What if there's no need for concern? As long as Zhao Yijian doesn't come, no one dares to enter the dungeon without hesitation. Just a few days ago, that pair of senior siblings was shouting for the master outside. And when he did not respond, they left out. So, as long as it's not Zhao Yijian, we are safe. Moreover, the master's breathing is steady, and his spiritual power continues to emanate, so he should be fine. The old eunuch's reassurances alleviated some of Hua Mainyang's worries. Yet, as time wore on, Hua Mainyang could no longer remain seated. Hua Yilong was right before her, yet she could do nothing, not even utter a word. Which was deeply concerning. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Just then, the stillness was abruptly shattered as Yilong opened his eyes, bright and gazing at Hua Mainyang in the cell. A golden light emanated from his eyes, causing Hua Mainyang to hurriedly shut her own in evasion. Suddenly, all the formations and restraints within the cell vanished. "Quick, let us go," Yilong shouted, and the three did not dare to linger. Hua Mainyang took the lead, pulling Yilong as they dashed out. They had no time to inquire, for Yilong's urgent shout propelled them forward. The tacit understanding they had developed over the years allowed them to escape the dungeon in an instant. "Where are we going?" A thunderous sound erupted from the sky as the immense spiritual power of a nascent soul cultivator enveloped them. Zhao Yijian had arrived. Hua Mainyang disregarded it, fervently channeling her spiritual energy. Employing the qi manipulation technique and fleeing towards the direction of the secret realm with Yilong in tow. Behind them, the old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged fierce glances before simultaneously shouting out. Their original golden core cultivation unexpectedly surged, rapidly ascending to the nascent soul stage. Humph! What audacity! A sharp light suddenly materialized before the old eunuch. With a snarl, he retorted, "You're the one with audacity." With that, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, coalescing in front of him to thwart the incoming blade. Meanwhile, Tang Biao unleashed an enraged roar, the sound of his sword piercing the air as he thrust it towards the sky. The blade aimed at the old eunuch was promptly sent flying back. Following the blade was the old eunuch's dark, concentrated claws. A muffled grunt echoed in the air as the old eunuch spat blood and was sent hurtling backward, accompanied by Tang Biao's flying sword. The two exchanged glances, exerting their strength as they fled toward the secret realm. At Qingqing sect, the remaining 4 peaks erupted with the overwhelming spiritual power unique to nascent soul cultivators. Sect Master, who dares to wreak havoc at Qingqing sect? They must be tired of living. 4 furious voices rang out, and soon after, 4 figures appeared where the old eunuch and Tang Biao had previously stood. They heading to the secret realm. Pursue them, Sect Master? The 4 peak masters turned to the bloody Zhao Yijian, astonished. "Do not concern yourself with me. I am unharmed. Quickly, pursue Hua Mainyang. We cannot allow her to escape." Understood. The 4 ceased their chatter, channeling their spiritual power toward the direction of the secret realm. Hua Mainyang was filled with urgency as she desperately urged her internal spiritual energy, racing toward the secret realm. Behind her, Yilong squinted, attuning himself to the changes within. The ascending dragon technique had advanced to the 3rd layer. However, the golden core stage remained utterly silent. Over the past year, he had been absorbing the spiritual energy contained within the formation-s restraints. Yet, what puzzled him was the fact that the energy within the dungeon-s formations far exceeded his expectations, as if a spiritual vein were continuously supplying the energy necessary for the formations to function. Thus, he absorbed the energy from above with the ascending dragon technique while probing the source of the formation-s energy. Ultimately, he indeed discovered the source. Unsurprisingly, it was the energy source for the entire sword-controlling peak. A single spiritual vein was supplying the energy. This left Yilong somewhat flustered, yet the course of events had already commenced, and there was no turning back. Most crucially, he suddenly realized that the rate at which the ascending dragon technique absorbed the energy from the formation was much faster and more substantial than when he operated it to absorb external energy. Without a second thought, he began to fervently absorb the energy from above. This process took over a year. Once the ascending dragon technique reached the third layer, an opportunity arose. With the technique upgraded to the third layer, both the speed of energy absorption and the operation of the technique significantly improved. Consequently, the energy from the formation could keep pace with his absorption rate. However, when he unleashed the absorption speed of the third layer, the dungeon's formations momentarily stagnated. He knew that opportunities are fleeting. With a shout, he urged the three to escape promptly. Naturally, this drew the attention of Zhao Yijian, who was seated atop the spiritual vein. The four of them soared through the skies with remarkable speed, closely pursued by four nascent soul cultivators from Qingqing sect, followed by the slightly injured Zhao Yijian. The group sped through the endless Donghua mountain range. Fortunately, Hua Mainyang and the others had regained their strength. While they were not a match for the nascent soul cultivators, their unique speed astonished their pursuers. Later, when the old eunuch and Tang Biao caught up to the pair, they spat blood, employing secret techniques to widen the distance between them. After a night's journey, the four reached the secret realm. The old eunuch and Tang Biao were utterly exhausted. Wai Yilong fed each of them a spirit recovery pill. Hua Mainyang, not bothering to speak further, immediately pressed her delicate hand against the barrier of the secret realm. However, moments later, Hua Mainyang, with a look of astonishment, muttered to herself, "This shouldn't be, this shouldn't be. How could this happen?" The old eunuch hastily inquired, "What is happening, my lady?" Hua Mainyang forced a bitter smile. "There's no time to explain. We must escape quickly." Chapter 75. Endless Lifespan as the Vanguard. For immensely powerful spiritual senses swept over them, ultimately locking onto the position of the fort. The group did not dare to delay, immediately unleashing their spiritual power and fleeing frantically. The old eunuch led the way with Hua Mainyang, while Tang Biao followed closely behind with Yilong. The four soared southward. Soon, a massive surge of spiritual energy approached from behind. Both the old eunuch and Tang Biao groaned in unison, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Yilong and Hua Mainyang were filled with anxiety, yet there was nothing they could do. Were done for. The old eunuch's sharp voice was grating to the ears. After uttering this, he spat out another mouthful of essence blood, suddenly accelerating their flight. Tang Biao, not daring to lag behind, also expelled a mouthful of essence blood. Zhao Yijian's spiritual sense was firmly locked onto the four, surrounded by the four peak masters. Noticing the distance between them growing, his face twisted with malice as he declared, "I shall see how much lifespan and essence blood you possess. Wan Tian, send a message for all disciples of Qingqing sect to mobilize and pursue." "Yes, sect master." One of the peak masters named Wan Tian immediately complied and sent the message. Meanwhile, the four distanced themselves as they headed westward, then southward, until they could no longer feel the spiritual sense locking onto them. The old eunuch and Tang Biao simultaneously rolled their eyes, unable to hold on any longer, and began to plummet from the sky. Wai Yilong and Hua Mainyang hurriedly caught them and, surveying their surroundings, found a cave to take refuge. Hua Mainyang then swiftly altered her hand gestures, setting up multiple formations and restraints. "How are they?" Hua Mainyang wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead and approached Yilong. Yilong placed a spirit recovery pill in Hua Mainyang's mouth. She gasped, "It's nothing serious. I've just lost a significant amount of essence blood, which has impacted my lifespan." Upon hearing this, Yilong let out a heavy sigh of relief. "What kind of secret technique is this? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hua Mainyang smiled bitterly, gently leaning against Yilong's shoulder. "It's a technique that doubles flight speed at the cost of burning essence blood, or elevating one's cultivation at the expense of lifespan. Either way, it's a secret technique that risks one's life." Yilong clicked his tongue, tightly embracing Hua Mainyang, then earnestly gazing at her exquisitely enchanting face. "Teach me this secret technique later. Lifespan is merely a number, and I have plenty to spare." As Yilong spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "With this, we have 3 pseudo-yuan ink cultivators at our disposal. Even if we cannot escape, we can certainly engage in a fierce battle, can't we?" Hua Mainyang gazed at Yilong in astonishment. Caught up in his optimistic musings, "What are you thinking?" she asked. "Sacrificing one's lifespan to temporarily elevate one's cultivation level cannot be sustained for long. Once their life essence is depleted, they will perish immediately. Moreover, even if I were to sacrifice my lifespan, I could only reach the late golden core stage. Wai Yilong chuckled heartily, tightly embracing the fragrant Hua Meinyang. She did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated his embrace with fervor. Never mind, he said, 2 Sudayuaning powerhouses are sufficient. I have no fear regarding their lifespan. Let them expend it to their heart's content. Hua Meinyang looked up at Yilong, questioning, aren't you short on longevity peaches? But Yilong merely smiled in silence. Some things are best kept between us. We cannot disclose them to them. Hua Meinyang was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yilong, only to be met with the warmth of his embrace. Just as she was about to protest, she quickly adjusted her response. Blushing furiously, she attempted to push Yilong away, but her efforts were futile. Consequently, she buried her head in his chest. Isn't it a bit too hasty, dear? We are currently fleeing for our lives. The old eunuch sighed as he observed Hua Meinyang nestled in Yilong's embrace. Yilong laughed foolishly, offering no reply while still clinging to Hua Meinyang. Moments later, Tang Biao also regained consciousness, and the two began to consume recovery elixirs to restore their spiritual energy. Hua Meinyang imparted secret techniques to Yilong, who, upon grasping their operation, felt a surge of joy. After all, this was a means of preserving life. How could they do without it? After half a day, the two had restored their cultivation. The people from the Qingshang sect seemed to have disappeared, leaving the cave relatively safe for the time being. The 4 of them furrowed their brows in deep discussion, while Yilong remained close to Hua Meinyang, who leaned her head gently against his shoulder, their fingers intertwined. This sight caused Tang Biao's eyelids to twitch, while the old eunuch averted his gaze. Pretending not to notice, Meinyang, could you explain what exactly is happening with the secret realm? As the leader of the 4, Yilong naturally took the initiative to broach the subject. His demeanor transformed from the usual timid and lecherous to one of robust and formidable presence, which garnered the admiration of both Tang Biao and the old eunuch. Hua Meinyang, her expression grave and perplexed, replied, "You are aware of my situation. Over the years, we have attempted to probe the secret realm. At any time, we could easily enter. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, we cannot gain access." Wai Yilong frowned, pondering, could it be related to the markings on your body? Hua Meinyang shook her head, rising to pace a few steps. The markings on my body should be the key to entering the secret realm. After all, why could we enter before the realm's opening? But now, it is exceedingly strange. Wai Yilong pressed his lips together, feeling a headache coming on. Now that we cannot enter the secret realm, where else can we go? Do you possess any hidden locations? The old eunuch and the others shook their heads. No, our retreat has been cut off. We can only fight to the death. Hearing this, Yilong felt a pang of discomfort. He had just found a way to fly alongside Hua Meinyang. How could he accept death? He contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "For now, they cannot find us, so let us settle here temporarily. Though spiritual energy is sparse, it does not hinder our cultivation. We will take refuge for as long as we can. However, we must have countermeasures in place." Earlier, he had heard Meinyang mention that they all possessed secret techniques, right? The old eunuch and Tang Biao nodded in unison. Indeed. Yilong narrowed his eyes, a grin creeping onto his face. That settles it then. With 2 pseudo-yuaning powerhouses at our side, we have the means to fight back. Should we be discovered, do not hesitate. Use your lifespan techniques immediately. It is best to expend all your remaining years. The old eunuch and Tang Biao exchanged terrified glances. Is this even humanly possible? What do you mean by expending all our lifespans? Suddenly, their eyes lit up with determination as they turned to Yilong. How many longevity peaches do we have? As long as the peaches suffice, we will dare to confront them with our lifespans. Hua Meinyang, overhearing their conversation, felt a severe headache coming on. She had never heard of confronting others with one's lifespan. If Zhao Yijin found out, she could only imagine his reaction. Do not concern yourself with how many longevity peaches we have. Just focus on using your lifespans to assist me. Eliminate one foe at a time. Yilong's assurance gave the old eunuch and Tang Biao a sense of reassurance. The 3 of them shared a sinister chuckle. All right, Let us use our lifespans to retaliate against them. Chapter 76. The Moment of Ascension. Master, we are approaching the Beast Master Hall, Wan Tian reminded Zhao Yijian as they advanced. Zhao Yijian's brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. How did they manage to restore their cultivation? And where is Jiang Mingyuan? Is he not here yet? Master, I have sent a message. He should be on his way, Wan Tian replied. We must not let the Beast Master Hall learn that we are pursuing Hua Meinyang. When the disciples arrive, you must arrange for them to enter Qi country in batches for a covert search. Additionally, send out another group to scout along the way. I refuse to believe we cannot find her. Understood, Master. What about the Danding sect in Wei country? Should we inform them? Zhao Yijian's brow tightened further as he sighed softly. You may send a message, instructing Wei Zifu to mobilize all disciples. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground of the entire Donghua mountain range, we must unearth Hua Meinyang. Yes, in a cave located in the southern region of Donghua mountain range. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths, dear? Yilong gasped, donning a black headscarf tied just beneath his nose. He looked remarkably like he did when he first encountered Hua Meinyang, dressed as if he had just emerged from a grave. Certainly, we must prepare for every possible contingency, Hua Meinyang replied with an exasperated expression. But is this truly necessary? We are already over 1,000 meters underground, and we have excavated countless caves. Wai Yilong, breathless, insisted, you do not understand. Think about it. There are 5 Yuaning powerhouses from the Qingshang sect, not to mention your so-called brother, Wei Zifu. They undoubtedly have several Yuaning powerhouses as well. Our current strength is far too weak. We cannot confront them head-on and must rely on strategy. Do we still need to rely on strategy? Yilong's lips pursed as he regarded Hua Meinyang's puzzled expression. No, not strategy. It is a matter of clever evasion and concealment. If we hide deeply enough, even the King of Heaven himself would not be able to find us. Hua Meinyang, feeling powerless, slumped down and swallowed a recovery elixir. I cannot dig anymore. You may continue. Wai Yilong nodded, employing the earth-shifting technique once more as he burrowed towards other caves. He intended to connect all the previously excavated caves into a vast network. Half a day later, in a cave 1,000 meters underground, the 4 of them sat in a circle, brandishing torches. Master, the surrounding area has been completely claimed as our territory. What shall we do next? Yilong nodded with satisfaction at the old eunuch's words. Next, we need to capture a disciple from the Qingshang sect to gather intelligence. Our current information is far too lacking, and we are unaware if the Qingshang sect and Danding sect have formed alliances with any other sections. If all 6 major sects unite against us, Yilong's words plunged the 3 into silence. If the 6 major sects truly banded together to capture them, there would be no refuge left for them in the entire Yunnan continent. Therefore, it was imperative to clarify the situation and devise an escape plan. Everyone nodded in agreement, and soon the old eunuch and Tang Biao began meditating. Wasting not a moment, Wai Yilong squinted his eyes and flashed a mischievous grin at Hua Meinyang. Hua Meinyang shot him a withering glare and transmitted her thoughts. You lewd creature, given the current circumstances, I am not in the mood. Wai Yilong's expression fell immediately as he blinked pitifully at her. Hua Meinyang resolutely shook her head and continued, Can we wait until we stabilize? I do not want to be here for the first time. It must be perfect. Seeing Hua Meinyang's adorable and pleading expression, Yilong felt his heart melt. He promptly nodded in agreement. They wasted no time and began to cultivate diligently. Upon entering the 3rd layer of the ascending dragon technique, Yilong noticed that the dragon pearl in his upper dantian seemed to shrink slightly. He pondered silently, will the 3rd layer of the ascending dragon technique allow me to leap into the golden core stage? Golden pupils emerged, and a golden dragon-shaped mark materialized on his forehead. His skin transformed, resembling the scales of a dragon with intricate, wrinkled patterns. The most significant change was in his left hand. In an instant, countless scales enveloped his once human arm, and his fingers morphed into claws. Gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding immense power, a divine ability emerged naturally within his consciousness. The ascending dragon palm, unmatched in power, capable of shielding the heavens with a single hand. Feeling the unparalleled strength coursing through his left arm, Yilong clenched his dragon claw fiercely, As if the very heavens and earth lay within his grasp. In truth, he held a preference for his right hand over his left. However, the transformations of the ascending dragon technique at its third level were so profound that he could already foresee the changes that would arise at the ninth level. The golden-scaled creature is not merely a denizen of the pond. When it encounters the tempest, it transforms into a dragon. A smile crept upon Yilong's lips as he silently retracted the manifestation of the ascending dragon technique. He then placed dozens of spirit recovery pills before him, preparing to attempt another breakthrough. If he failed this time, he could only wonder when success might come. Settling into a cross-legged position, Yilong's consciousness descended into his dantian. At this moment, the golden spirit pearl, wood spirit pearl, earth spirit pearl, variate wind spirit pearl, thunder spirit pearl, and the unified fire yang spirit pearl and water icing spirit pearl, 7 dragon pearls in total, formed a circle with no gaps exceeding 1 centimeter. Perpetually revolving and rotating, Yilong reached out and consumed 2 spirit recovery pills, and a colossal surge of spiritual energy immediately flooded his dantian. He began to operate his techniques fervently, absorbing this immense spiritual power. Yet, in an instant, Yilong's mind went blank. Milky white essence, thick and viscous like cream, flowed from the dragon pearls in his upper dantian, cascading downward. Upon contact with this milky essence, the 7 dragon pearls immediately reacted chemically, merging together in a frenzy, while simultaneously voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yilong dared not be negligent. The milky essence reappeared, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Thus, he promptly swallowed more than 10 spirit recovery pills, yet the depletion of spiritual energy was alarmingly rapid. Steeling his heart, he took out the remaining 100 or so spirit recovery pills, ready to consume several at once should his energy run low. Time, unbeknownst to him, slipped away quietly. Yilong lost track of how long had passed or how many pills he had ingested until he reached out, only to find no spirit recovery pills left, which left him utterly flabbergasted. At this critical juncture, the dragon pearls were on the verge of completion, and with the exposed portion still half-formed, he realized he was out of spirit recovery pills. Yilong was momentarily dazed, watching as the spiritual energy in his dantian rapidly dwindled. Resolutely, he drew from the eternal pine space and began to gnaw on a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. Indeed, the immense spiritual power contained within the ancient herb perfectly compensated for his dantian's deficiencies. However, the spiritual properties of the herb were exceedingly complex and unruly. Chapter 77. The invading enemy is a familiar face. Yet, it seemed that as long as it entered Yilong's dantian, none of this posed an issue. Yilong was acutely aware of the drawbacks of directly consuming spirit herbs. Yet now, with no spirit recovery pills left and advancement within reach, what other choice did he have? Had he known, he would not have given all his Qianxian pills to Hua Mainyang and her companions. Retaining some for himself would have been prudent. The Qianxian pills, intended to enhance cultivation during the golden core stage, contained a far greater volume of spiritual energy, more than sufficient for his use. Now, however, he was left with no option but to gamble on a dying horse. Fortunately, the outcome was somewhat favorable. The diverse spiritual energies, along with their violent characteristics, appeared to be entirely ineffectual against him. Once absorbed into his dantian, these energies transformed into something remarkably gentle and pure. 1 herb, 2 herbs, 132 herbs. At this moment, Yilong's heart bled. Each 10,000-year spirit herb was equivalent to tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. 100 herbs amounted to millions of spirit stones. A staggering sum of millions of spirit stones had been consumed in a single sitting. Fortunately, the 7 dragon pearls had fully merged, forming a purplish-golden core dragon pearl. Within it swirled an ethereal essence, mysterious and unfathomable, as if a mere glance could ensnare one, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. Its rotational speed was not rapid, as if the dragon pearls in his upper dantian had developed a synchrony. They rotated in unison, at the same speed, as Yilong initiated the cultivation techniques of the golden core stage. In an instant, the 2 dragon pearls commenced their rapid rotation. Countless spiritual energies simultaneously vanished, all funneling into his body. A small vortex formed spontaneously, without wind. Wai Yilong hastily ceased his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he was startled by 3 pairs of bright green eyes staring back at him. Once he discerned their faces, he clutched his chest and exclaimed, "Do you know how frightening it is to scare someone?" The 3 individuals scrutinized Yilong closely. "Master, you have been in seclusion for a full 50 years. What?" Yilong stared blankly at Hua Mainyang, who bore a look of deep sorrow, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Master," the shopkeeper did not err. "It has indeed been 50 years. Yilong inhaled sharply. "I didn't feel that much time had passed. It felt like just the blink of an eye."